Jianghai City. Ghetto. Inexpensive, old-fashioned bungalows. Peppa Pig has a tattoo on his upper body, and he is a social person from now on. The alarm sounded over and over again. Jiang Nan was awakened, suddenly got up from the bed, glanced at the time, and suddenly panicked. Sleep is too dead. This is the second time the alarm is ringing, and it is too late for work. Get dressed and wash in a hurry. Pray in my heart, don't be scolded by the boss. But as soon as this thought came to him, he was stunned for a moment, because a series of numbers jumped over inexplicably in front of him. 100%. Like an illusion, but very clear. Nima, what's going on? Jiang Nan was puzzled. But the time is urgent, I am in a hurry to go to work, and I have no time to think carefully. I hurried down the rental building with my backpack on my back. I looked at my watch while going downstairs. It was almost 8 o'clock. According to the old habits, if the bus at 8 o'clock didn't leave early, I was just in time to catch up. I was anxious. Prayers, the bus must not be ahead of schedule. But just as I had this idea, another string of data flashed before me. 100%. I wipe. What's the situation? Once this happened again, Jiang Nan felt that something was wrong. The steps downstairs stopped. However, everything calmed down later and nothing happened. The depressed Jiang Nan shook his head, thinking that he probably didn't sleep. Well, last night? I didn't think about it anymore, and hurried to catch the bus. As a result, when we arrived at the waiting point, the bus had already passed. Hard work. He was so depressed, gritted his teeth, and had no time to worry about the money, so he called a taxi. I rushed to the company in a hurry, but as soon as I entered the door, I was blocked by the boss. An older leftover girl in her 30s, with a bucket on her waist, scolded Jiang Nan, drooling. Jiang Nan's grandson didn't dare to retaliate. This job was not easy to come by, and he would rather be scolded than lose his job. Can only endure. At the same time, silently cursed in my heart. Curse you, old witch, never get married. 0%. Curse you to have a son without 0%. I wipe, what's going on? However, the continuous data appeared in front of him, making Jiang Nan uneasy. Inexplicably uneasy. Not normal, this is definitely not normal. What's up with this data? The tigress was tired of scolding, so she let Jiang Sun go, but the last sentence almost made Jiang Nan stop crying. This month's bonuses are all deducted. Jiang Cheng's tiger body almost turned his face when he was shocked, but in the end he turned into a cowardly cat. Damn, I can't help it, I need money too much now, I have lost my job, I have to sleep on the street and eat dirt. He sat down hard and sorted out the information in front of his seat. Jiang Nan's job is a salesperson. He looked at the guests who had contacted before, who were interested in buying a house, and was going to call and make an appointment to meet again. I habitually pray in my heart, hoping that I can have better luck today, reach a deal and sell a house. As a result, the thought just came to 0%. A series of numbers flashed before my eyes. Wipe. This made Jiang Nan not take it seriously. Touching my chin, I wondered what happened to the data in front of me that appeared inexplicably, and thoughts flashed one by one. Is there something wrong with the eyes? 0%. Wipe. Is it the hell? 0%. Wipe. There is a problem, there is absolutely a problem. The data in front of me has aroused Jiang Nan's strong curiosity. I calmed down and took a good look at the situation where the data appeared. Suddenly, I seemed to have caught something? And many more. What does this percentage seem to mean? A bold idea popped up in his mind. He started to try. I'll be late today. 100%. Today I can earn 1 million. 1%. I can earn 10 yuan today. 100%. God. This seems to be seeing the success rate? Jiangnan was shocked by his discovery. Small supermarket under the company. Jiangnan stood in front of the beverage rack, pretending to choose black tea. This is one of his favorite drinks. Most importantly, he remembered that the Jinmeilong brand of black tea had a high winning rate, and he was often able to drink another bottle. That's why I came to the supermarket here. He held a bottle of black tea in his hand, and the thought arose in his heart, will win the lottery, 0%. He changed another bottle, would win, 0%. Another bottle soon, will win, 100%. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. Take the black tea to pay the bill, after the settlement, unscrew the bottle cap as soon as possible. Another bottle. Nima, I really got hit. Jiangnan almost jumped up with excitement. However, seeing that the cashier's sister noticed his elation, she had already seen it, and her expression immediately became serious and calmed down. Before walking to the recycling silver table, hand over the winning bottle cap. To the young lady, you won the lottery. Another bottle. Sir, it's really good luck. The cashier lady smiled, then let's pick. Another bottle. Jiangnan drank black tea happily, and then went to choose. Will win. 0%. Will win. 0%. Will win. 0%. I will win. 100%. Okay, there is. Jiangnan paid the bill with the selected black tea, and opened the bottle cap. Nervously in anticipation. Snapped. At a glance, a few small words, another bottle. Jiangnan's mouth was about to laugh crookedly. Perfect. Sure enough, I saw the success rate. Miss, you won the lottery again. Jiangnan gave the winning bottle cap to the cashier lady. Giggle, sir, you are so lucky, let's pick another bottle. Soon. Shennan took out another bottle of black tea. Crack. Open. Miss, I won the lottery again. The cashier lady. Go get another bottle. Soon. Jiangnan brought another bottle. Miss, I won the lottery again. The cashier lady. Jiangnan left the supermarket with more than a dozen black teas without bottle caps. The cashier's sister had a hellish expression and watched him leave. Nima, winning more than a dozen bottles in a row, the cashier has worked in the supermarket for more than 2 years and has never seen such a situation. Is this bad luck? Although a dozen bottles of black tea are not much money. But if you are lucky enough to buy lottery tickets, wouldn't you become rich? In seconds? Still buying black tea here, it's not worth the loss, it's not worth the loss. Back to the company. Xiao Zhang, have a bottle. Come on, Xiao Wang, this bottle is yours. Hey, Lily, this bottle is yours. Jiangnan happily distributes black tea. It costs 3 yuan and more than 10 bottles. It feels great. Everyone took the black tea, one by one inexplicably. Crap. What's the matter? Jiangnan, who is usually stingy, has changed. Yeah. An iron rooster, when will you be willing to invite everyone to a drink? It's not normal, there's a problem, I guess, this must be borrowing money. First of all, I declare that I don't have any money to borrow, I don't have a cent. Jiangnan, lend your sister. Jiangnan, are you trying to die? At this moment, an octave of hysterical shouts sounded at the door. I'm late for work, and now I'm blatantly bribing the workers and delaying everyone's work. Do you want to do the work? If you don't want to do it, get out of here. Immediately. The tigress blocked Jiangnan again and blocked the other. Jiangnan still had the last bottle of drink in his hand that he hadn't sent out, so he froze in place. The others turned around quickly and pretended to be busy with their work, all covering their mouths and snickering. Shennan was alone with his back to the female boss, stunned on the spot, and the style of painting was super embarrassing. Jiangnan slowly turned around. The expression on his face was not the same as before, like a grandson, but a mysterious and eerie smile. What are you laughing at? You still have the heart to laugh, you. The female boss of the tigress looked bewildered. You guess. Jiangnan responded with a light smile. The tigress opened her mouth to say something. Puff. Jiangnan raised his hand and splashed the black tea on the face of the tigress. Boss. The black tea juice on his face suddenly flowed down the big face of the tigress, so embarrassed and embarrassed. You dare to throw me, you get out of here, tell you lost your job, and you still want to work with me, there is no door. The tigress is about to go crazy, looking at Jiangnan and wanting to kill. She never imagined that Jiangnan would do this. This is really the opposite. Haha. Jiangnan smiled. I've had enough of work, I don't want it anymore. After speaking, he took the backpack and left directly under the shocked eyes of the coworkers on the side. Nima, can see the success rate now, still working? Does not exist. It is impossible to work at work, not in a lifetime. Just left? The other employees in the company were stunned after the shock. What's the situation? Why did Jiangnan suddenly become so confident? Weird, there's weirdness everywhere? However, the feeling of pouring black tea on the boss's face is so unpleasant. I really want to do it. Call. Walking out of the Jiangnan of the company, looking at the sky, took a deep breath. The depression and anger that had accumulated in his heart disappeared in an instant. In order to survive, to endure humiliation and burdens in this broken company, to see the boss's face, and to be often scolded and trampled on his personality, it's really too embarrassing. Now that I have finally left, I don't need to suffer from this bird's anger anymore. Now that the success rate is in hand, I have the world. Jiangnan is full of high-spirited spirit, and his heart is already full of ambition, and he wants to do a good job. Gollum. The stomach growled. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. It seems that the current situation is that filling the stomach first is the most important. At a nearby roadside stall, he ordered soy milk fritters and ate it leisurely. He wondered how to use the success rate to make money next. The first thing that comes to mind is gambling. Just in Jianghai City, there is a small gambling stone garden. In the past, when Jiangnan accompanied customers, I went there to play. It is said that the original stones of gambling stones were all shipped from Myanmar. There has always been a popular saying in the stone gambling industry, one knife is poor, one knife is rich, and one knife wears sackcloth. A piece of worthless wool, if a good jadeite is cut, it is priceless. It is an adventurous industry that can get rich overnight and has no hair left in an instant. However, Jiangnan can now see the success rate, then, there will only be one result, a knife to get rich. Become rich in seconds. Had breakfast. Jiangnan waved a taxi and went straight to the gambling stone garden. Sitting in the back row of the taxi with Erlang's legs crossed, he was very happy. In the past, it was crowded with buses, and taking a taxi was a luxury. Consumption. As long as the basic salary is guaranteed, there is not enough money for the car in one day, and every penny must be counted by fingers. I don't need it now, it feels good. Jiangnan has deeply realized a feeling that money is a bastard, and we will earn it after spending it. It was so difficult to make money before, but now, although he is only on the road to making money, he couldn't help but swell. Not long. Sir, the place is here. The taxi driver stopped and said, a total of 75 yuan. Jiangnan took out 100 yuan bill, threw it over, and said in a coquettish tone, no need to look for it. After speaking, the tiger's body was shocked, and he pushed the door and got out of the car with a general attitude. This feels so cool. Thank you. Thank you, sir. The taxi driver rolled down the car window, flatteringly said thanks to Jiang Nan, and watched Jiangnan enter the garden, and then said with a sigh, it's good to be a rich man. When will we be able to do this, for the sake of it? Into the gambling stone garden. Jiangnan strolled inside leisurely. Very lively. All kinds of people, but more of them are older. There are many uncles walking with bird cages, and some uncles in tang suits, who look a bit high-minded. There are relatively few young people in their 20s like Jiangnan. The rough stones of the gambling stone garden are classified into small piles. There were a lot of people in front of each small booth, and they were talking all over the place. There are also people holding a magnifying glass and looking at the selected stone. Jiangnan slipped around for a while, and stopped at a small booth at random. Because he noticed the price tag, the stones here are relatively cheap, 1,000 per kilogram, which is the cheapest rough stone here. In high-end areas, the marked price of rough stones has reached as high as 10,000 yuan or even 100,000 yuan per kilogram. Thieves are scary. However, although Jiangnan didn't know much, it can be seen that the quality of these rough stones is very different. Those stones in the high-end area look oily and shiny, with a rich and noble appearance, as if there must be jadeite inside after being cut. As for the small stalls on the outside, the color of the stones is similar to those picked up by the river. Even Jiangnan suspected that these stones were picked up from the river, and they were piled here to sell for money. 1,000 yuan for 1 kilogram is very stupid. However, here is a gamble in itself. The price is clearly marked, and no one forces you to buy it, so you can only be willing to accept the loss. Jiangnan also noticed that the crowd surrounded by these small booths on the periphery, dressed in plain clothes, were basically not rich people. At first glance, they wanted to invest less, and when they were finished, they could pick up a big leak and become the legendary fortune. Jiangnan squatted down, picked up a stone at will, and thought in his mind. There is jade. 0%. Crack. Just throw it away. Picked up another piece, with jade. 0%. Crack. Throw it away. Picked up another piece, with jade. 0%. An old man next to him couldn't stand it any longer. The old man looks quite learned. He wears glasses and holds a magnifying glass in his hand. He is looking at a stone with the magnifying glass. As a result, I saw Jiangnan throwing stones. I said, "Boy, are you gambling on stones? How can you be so frizzy?" Jiangnan. Gambling stones is a profound knowledge. If you know it, you have to look carefully, listen carefully, look at the fineness, and listened to the voice. Jiangnan. Young man, you just came here to gamble, because you are eager for success. But you don't understand anything at first glance. You have to lose any amount of gambling like this. Listen to my old man's advice, don't make money. If you want to take a shortcut, find a job and do it in a down-to-earth way. Jiangnan. Turn away. Nima, can I change the place? What about gambling stones with lousy? What lousy sees is the success rate. However, this uncle is kind-hearted, and Jiangnan didn't have the same knowledge as him. At the booth next to it, Jiangnan continued to pick up stones, with jade, 0%. Crack. Take another piece, with jade, 0%. Alas! Young people today are too impetuous, so they don't listen to persuasion, don't fall into a big somersault, and don't know how to turn around. The old man at the stall next to him didn't give up. Jiangnan. I really want to ask, what are you doing here if you don't want to be rich? And at this moment, when he was holding a stone, his habitual thoughts crossed, there is jade. 100%. Jiangnan was pleasantly surprised and shouted, Boss, I want this piece. This stone is very suitable, only a circle larger than a fist, about 1 kilogram by visual inspection. And Jiangnan's current savings add up to less than 2,000 yuan, and he can afford such a stone. Many people around looked at Jiangnan. ***, I just came here and bought a piece? The stone that this kid chose is dark in color. It's definitely a loss. There can't be jade in it. Hey! The frizzy young man, I guess this is the first time here. I thought it was so easy to bet on the stone. Heh. As far as the quality of this rough stone is concerned, it is impossible to have jade. It looks like a waste rock. I bet there is absolutely no jade in it. If there is, I will live and eat this stone. Jiangnan. Nima, no one is optimistic. A beautiful young lady came over with her waist twisted, and was entertained by a beautiful woman in Gambling Stone Garden. Sir, do you want this piece? Jiangnan nodded. Boy, hurry up and stop, it's still too late. Boy, listen to people's persuasion, eat well, don't pretend to understand. You are the one who suffers. The young lady took the stone and weighed it next to her. 1.25 kilograms, a total of 1,250 yuan, cash or card. WeChat transfer. Jiangnan took out his mobile phone. Miss and sister entertained, brought a QR code. Jiangnan scanned the code and paid. 12.50 a stone to buy hands. The people next to them saw that the transaction had been completed, and the style of painting immediately changed. Little brother, cut it on the spot and take a look? Yes, it was cut on the spot, and everyone followed to see the excitement. Jiangnan didn't say anything right away. After thinking about it, he asked the young lady next to him, if you cut out jade, can we recycle it here? Recycling. Miss Sister said, of course I will, and the price is fair. This old customer is well known. Yes, I can attest to this. Yes, I saw that many jadeite cut by people are sold here. There are professional appraisers here to evaluate the price. That's okay. Jiangnan decided, cut it. Then come with me. The hostess said, our master cuts for free. If you leave here and go to other places to cut, you will charge a fee, and our cutting master is professional and will not destroy the jade. Jiangnan nodded. He didn't understand all of this. It seems that cutting on The spot here will save a lot of trouble. You don't have to figure out how to do it yourself, and cutting jade can directly turn into money. Not bad. Jiangnan expresses joy. Go to the cutting room, watch the fun. Go, but I still say that, I can cut jade from a stone like me, and I live to eat the stone. A group of Jiangnan, who was watching the excitement, went to the cutting room. This situation is very common in gambling stone gardens. Once the transaction is completed, everyone wants to see if the jadeite can be cut out, and then they also want to find some ways and experience from it. In short, I often feel very enlightened, but when I buy the rough stone based on my perception, I will pour a basin of cold water down, and I will lose the bottom. A new round of perception is needed. Stone gambling is like this, there are some who make money, but few, and more who lose money. But it's addicting. ZZ. The cutting master is skilled in knife work, the rough stone is fixed on the metal fixing frame, the small cutting machine is slowly pressed down, and the stone is cut millimeter by millimeter. There are 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounded by a water tight, one by one craned their necks, looking forward to waiting for the result. Jiangnan's heart also clenched. Although he now believes in the success rate he can see. But this time it was used for the first time in terms of making money. If it succeeds, it is naturally good. If it doesn't work, it's completely over. Soon. After cutting to the end, the cutting master raised the toothless saw, then opened the fixing frame, picked up the stone and divided it in 2, with a smile. Congratulations, the jadeite is cut, although it is not particularly big. While speaking, he showed Jiangnan the 2 cut stones. In the center of the stone, there is a turquoise emerald the size of a cut walnut. Call. Jiangnan let out a long breath. My heart is stable. Around. What kind of cut jade? Hey. God, there really is. Hold the grass, really, now I can only express my excitement by holding the grass. Cough. I remember someone said before that if you cut out the jade and eat the stone live. Yes, I remember that this was said by old Lu too. Everyone looked at Lao Lu's head in unison. That. Old Lu too looked embarrassed. I have been indigestion recently. Everyone. A look of contempt. Sir. The hostess smiled even more when she saw the jade cut out. Are you going to sell it here? Shall I take you to see our manager? He is in charge of these matters. Okay. Jiangnan nodded. The slender-waisted young lady, who was entertaining and twisting, led the way. And he followed up with jade. Behind him are a group of envious, jealous eyes, and chattering voices. Actually, I really want to say that I have also taken a fancy to this stone before. But I hesitated at the time, alas. I made a mistake and regretted it. I seem to have realized something again. This rough stone is a return to its originality at first glance. From the outside, it seems that there is no jade inside at all, and the more such a sign is, there may be jade inside. Take the principle of Tai Chi as an example. This is it's called the extremes of things. Well, it makes sense. So, there are a lot of omissions in the rough stone pile, which may be jadeite rough stones. I will quickly pick one. I'll go as well. One by one the uncles suddenly became fast and fast. Congratulations, sir, you have cut out the jade, and you are very discerning and experienced. The male manager in his 30s wearing glasses said to Jiang Nan with a smile on his face, and then turned to the waitress who led the way. The elder sister instructed, "Hurry up and pour the tea." The waitress hurried to pour tea. Jiang Nan's identity has become a VIP. He sits on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, looking at the luxurious room casually, which doesn't feel good. "I'll call the assessor right now," the manager said, taking out the phone and dialing. Jiang Nan nodded casually, with a calm attitude. It seemed that he had seen a lot of wind and waves. "Anyway, just one word, pretend." "Sir, have some tea, please." The hostess poured tea and brought it to Jiang Nan with a smile on her face. "This emerald, the quality is ordinary, and the waterhead is not enough." The appraiser is an old man in his 60s. He wears glasses and looks very knowledgeable. He holds a magnifying glass and looks up and down at the walnut-sized jade. "Just how much is it worth?" Jiang Nan himself said that this is what he cares about. 10,000 yuan, no more. The old man put down the magnifying glass. Jiang Nan thought silently. "This gentleman." The manager said aside, "Mr. Liu is a senior evaluation expert. He never misses things. Think about it. If you think it's okay, sell the jade to us." After leaving a sentence, he said to the appraiser, "Elder Liu, I will send you." Saying that, he helped the old man out of the room. As soon as he left the room, the manager didn't speak, and the appraiser held out 3 fingers to him. The manager nodded in understanding. Then he returned to the room and said with a smile, "How are you thinking, sir?" And Jiang Nan is flashing thoughts one by one in his mind. This jadeite can be worth 1 million. 0%. Empower worth 500,000, 0%. Empower worth 200,000, 0%. Empower worth 100,000, 1%. He was stunned for a moment, and he continued. Empower worth 80,000, 1%. Empower worth 50,000, 30%. Empower worth 40,000, 35%. Empower worth 30,000. 100%. A series of data makes Jiang Nan a bit unbelievable. This data situation is a bit difficult to see through? "Sir, how are you thinking?" the manager asked again. 10,000 won't do. Jiang Nan said, "Don't take me as a layman. I understand. Jadeite, but my jadeite is less than 50,000 yuan. 50,000? The corner of the manager's mouth twitched. Hart said, "This young man has poisonous eyes. It is incredible to be so young. If there is a good channel for this jadeite, it can indeed be sold for 50,000. But this industry is very deep, and the good channel is not known to ordinary people. If 50,000 yuan is collected, there will be no oil or water at all. 50,000 is too expensive." The manager immediately shook his head and refused. "Since you don't think we trust us here enough, you can ask elsewhere, maybe. You can sell it for a better price." A very righteous look. "Okay." Jiang Nan immediately stood up. "In this case, the deal cannot be reached. Turn away." When he came to the door of the room, the manager suddenly said, in this way. "Show my greatest sincerity, 20,000. If you want 20,000 yuan, we will make a deal." 30,000, Jiang Nan said, "It can't be less." 30,000. The manager suddenly had a feeling of being robbed against his chest. "Nima, I bit my bottom line in one bite. Why does this feel a bit painful?" "No way? Forget it." Jiang Nan turned his head and continued to leave. Okay, 30,000 is 30,000, the deal. The manager said, very depressed. Jiangnan nodded and returned to the room. Jade stayed, and 30,000 yuan was transferred to him. Nima, looking at the 4,000s behind 3, Jiangnan is in a particularly good mood. This was the largest amount of money he had ever seen in his life. Do not. It's the biggest amount of money I've ever owned. Moreover, Jiangnan has basically figured out one thing. The highest value of this jadeite is about 50,000. If you meet the right person, it may be 800,000. However, if the transaction is completed here, it can sell up to 30,000. If you want to sell 50,000, you have to find other channels. In short, if you trade here, you will benefit the most. Delicious. This sees a strong success rate. It seems to be used in many ways. Asterisk asterisk. This guy is eating well. Here again. Humph. It's swollen, don't think you're lucky every time. Jiangnan came to pick and choose in front of the stone pile again, and the people next to him were talking about it. There is jade. 0%. There is jade. 0%. Crack, crack. Jiangnan's speed is very fast, and each stone does not stay in his hand for more than 1 second. After about 5 minutes, there is emerald, 100%. After a short pause, Jiangnan continued, worth 10,000, 100%. It's worth 100,000. 100%. Nima, a little excited in her heart, continued later, it's worth 200,000. 1%. Worth 150,000. 30%. Without going any further, Jiangnan put away the stone. The beginning is to pick up another piece next to it, there is emerald, 0%. A few minutes later, one booth was picked and nothing else was found. Moved to another stall. And around. Almost everyone stopped other actions, and just stared at Jiangnan. The entire Jiangnan of Gambling Stone Garden has become the focus, and various discussions. Guess, does this kid really have the ability to see which one has jade in it? Or is he gambling on luck? Is there a legendary see-through eye? Hey! It's terrifying for you to say that. There won't be such a bloody thing. In reality, right? If that's the case, the boss here will cry to death. The other is a stone pile. After a few minutes, when it was almost selected, Jiangnan discovered another stone made of jade, worth 50,000 yuan. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the chance of jadeite appearing on these stones is really not very low. If this thing is for ordinary people, I don't know how many people have to kill to find this piece of jadeite. He picked it up without hesitation. After looking around, there are more people paying attention, and it's almost time to stop. Jiangnan picked up the 2 fist-sized stones next to him, and his thoughts flashed through. 0%. 0%. Okay, there are only 2 of them. If they are lighter, they will be deceived a little less. This has already been planned by Jiangnan, and today this situation has also attracted the attention of so many people, and there must be a good ending. Make others think you are just taking a chance, or you may get into trouble. The so-called big tree attracts the wind, and the gun hits the first bird. He understands this very well. It is the kingly way to be a low-key and rich person. I'm so tired. Jiangnan held the 4 stones he had picked in his arms, stood up and stretched out and said, Miss, check out the bill, I want 4 stones this time. Little brother, let's cut it on the spot this time, let's see it too. Yes, I really don't believe it, you can solve the jade every time. Let's wait and see, maybe there really is. This kid makes me look very evil. Jiangnan's situation, the girl who entertained her has already paid attention to it, and also notified the manager. Even the manager was very concerned. After all, Jiangnan picked a piece of jade for the first time, which is incredible. If Jiangnan really has any special ability to pick up all the jadeite stones from them, how can anyone buy the rest? They absolutely do not allow this to happen. For rough stones, a total of 8.56 kilograms, 8,560 pieces. The hostess weighed the weight and quoted the price. Without further ado, Jiangnan directly took the money. Sir, do you still want to cut it on the spot? The hostess asked with a smile. In anticipation. She has been authorized by the manager, and she must let Jiangnan cut the stone here to see the situation. Of course. Jiangnan smiled. Let's go. I am very confident in my luck, and I think this time I will be able to cut jade. Haha. The hostess smiled and said, then congratulate Mr. in advance. Her twisting slender waist led the way, Jiangnan followed behind, and a large group of people watched the fun. To the cutting room. Jiangnan reached into his backpack and tested the stone in his hand. There is jade, 100%. Immediately changed to another one, with jade. 0%. Then I took it out with confidence and handed it over to the cutting master. The cutting master took it in his hand, fixed it on the metal frame, and started the small cutting machine. Surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors, so many people are collectively silent, no one speaks, crane their necks and wait and see. The hostess girl is on the side, and the eyes can't see for a moment. Jiangnan was looking forward to it. The manager had already run to the security room, watching the footage from the camera in the cutting room. ZZ. The cutting machine cuts down 1 millimeter by 1 millimeter, and soon it cuts to the bottom, and the cutting master closes the knife. He opened the fixed metal frame, picked up the rough stone in 2 parts, and shook his head slightly. It's bad luck, it's a waste rock. While talking, show it to Jiangnan. The surrounding people also saw it clearly at a glance. The whole stone was not green at all, it was completely a waste rock. Call. Call. It was a long sigh of relief. Obviously, this is how they can accept it. Sure enough, the last time I was lucky. Yes, good luck. Hee hee. Now I'm slapped in the face, and I'm picking so quickly. I really think I can see through. Do you pick one accurately? The waitress on the side was also slightly relieved. The manager in Bowen City pouted, completely disregarding it, and turned to leave. Damn it. No? Jiangnan looked angry. I still don't believe it. Today, I made a fortune and signed it. While talking, he took out another stone from his backpack. After testing, it was 100% free of emeralds and handed it to the cutting master. The crowd fell silent again and waited and watched. ZZ. Cut quickly. It turned out to be another piece of waste. Ha ha ha. It's so naive, thinking that you can pick jadeite just by calculating a divination. In this case, wouldn't everyone be able to make a fortune? Alas. Forgive the ignorance of these young people. If they don't experience setbacks, they don't know what despair is. Let's be honest this time. Stone gambling is not like this. There is no experience accumulated over the years. There is only one way to lose by luck. The people around were full of laughter, and they all dispersed. Jiangnan, on the other hand, looked like he was devastated. He drooped his head and carried the remaining 2 stones on his back. He slowly left the gambling stone garden. The back looked so desolate and lonely. Several people looked at his back and warned earnestly. "Child, let's have a snack in the future. Find a job and work hard. Take a taxi and go back to the rental house." Jiangnan sat on the old-fashioned sofa and smirked alone. It still feels a bit like a dream. Nima, in less than a day, easily earned a small 200,000. This efficiency is a bit scary. And most importantly, this is just testing the waters. I feel a little floating. After being happy and silly for a long time, Jiangnan restrained a little, and told himself in his heart, hold on. Hold on. This is such a big deal. Isn't it just that life has a plug-in and is about to take off? Are you so happy? But, it's so damn true. It's a fool to be unhappy with this kind of thing. It was a silly long day again. Force yourself to stand still. He took the 2 stones out of his backpack, touched his chin, and wondered what to do with them, without raising suspicion. Only by selling this thing can it be turned into money, and it is only when I really easily earned a small 200,000. What should I do? One by one, thoughts flashed through my mind. If I say that I will take the 2 stones to the gambling stone garden tomorrow, will it arouse suspicion? 100%. Jiangnan. Sure enough, this road didn't work. Must be sold elsewhere. Hey, there is. Suddenly Jiangnan's eyes lit up, and he thought of a person, a former company worker, Zhu Shishir. Zhu Shishir sold real estate with a company in Jiangnan 2 months ago. Later, she couldn't stand the resignation of the tigress and went to an old jewelry store to sell jewelry. Not long ago, I met Jiangnan once and chatted smoothly. And Jiangnan still has her contact information here. Now in this situation, you can contact her and ask if the old shop she is in accepts jade, and if it does, you can sell it. Moji Jiangnan immediately took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon the call was connected, and a nice girl's voice came from the opposite side. Jiangnan, why did you suddenly remember to call me? If I say, I miss you, I don't know if you believe it or not. Jiangnan said. With a light smile. Giggle. The other party laughed. You don't want to chase me, do you? Don't blame me for rejecting you, your appearance can completely pass the test, but you don't have a car and a house, you know that this person is. Relatively in reality, it's impossible to have no house or car. Haha. Jiangnan also smiled. The garage is not the problem is not. Cut. I started talking again. Okay, what's the business of calling me? I'm at work, and my boss will deduct my bonus if I answer the phone. I want to ask, is the place where you work an old jade shop? Yeah, didn't we say it last time? Why, is it really impossible to do the job of selling real estate? That tigress scolds you again. Do you want to jump ship and come to me? This is not good, we only want women here. Child. Jiangnan. Why don't you talk? Is it really what I said? Oh. It's enough to do things with that tigress. It's not that I can't stand it, why did I jump to this place? Cough cough. Well, what about work? I'm quitting, but I'm not looking for a job. I just want to ask, do you accept jade in your store? Receiving jade? The voice on the other side paused for a while, then continued, are you talking about second-hand pendant ornaments or something? Yes, we will collect them in our store. It's not a second-hand pendant, an ornament or something. Jiangnan explained, the rough jadeite that was just cut. This? I'm not particularly clear. I'll ask the boss for you, and I'll call you later. Crack. The phone hangs up. Jiangnan. He hung up so quickly, he wanted to forget it if he couldn't tell. As a result, the phone has been hung up. It didn't take long, the call came, Jiangnan looked at the number, and it was. No surprise that it was Zhu Shishir. Connected. A good voice wishing Shishir sounded, Jiangnan, I asked the boss, the store accepts jade, but, do you have jade to sell? Yeah, not long ago, a cousin who had been away for a long time in his hometown came back to his hometown. He was in the emerald business in Myanmar and made a lot of money, so I started the emerald business with him. This is an excuse that Jiangnan has already thought of. It looks like it. It's amazing, you have started the jade business, it's really surprising. Haha, a little bit of trouble. By the way, how does the jadeite business work? I'm also very curious about this. The owner of our jadeite shop is really rich. It is said that he started with the jadeite business. Well, it's too complicated to say. Let's talk about it when we meet. You send me the address of your store, and I'll go over and meet your boss when I'm busy with the business at hand. Okay, let's meet and talk. Click. The phone hangs up. Later, Ding Dong sent a position. Jiangnan glanced at it a little, and remembered the East Antique Street of Donghu Road in his heart. The next step is to start your own plan. Get out your phone and start shopping for a small cutting machine online. One by one, I quickly selected a suitable one, 666 free shipping. Very good, ordered it. Jiangnan has paid attention to gambling stones before, because this is an opportunity to get rich overnight. In addition to gambling stones, and buying lottery tickets, these are the objects of Jiangnan's attention. In short, being able to lay down and make money and make a lot of money are all things Jiangnan thinks about when he can't sleep. I dream of falling pie from the sky. But this time it's really a pie from the sky, and it's still a big pie. The purpose of Jiangnan's purchase of small cutting machines is not to cut the jadeite, but another way to bet on the stone business. There are two types of transactions in the way of betting stones. One is to buy rough stones. The second is to open the window and see green, do not cut it, and trade like this. The bet is that there must be in jadeite, but the size and value of jadeite depends on one's own eyesight and experience. And this is what Jiangnan needs now. When the shot is made, there is no surprise that there is jade in each rough stone. The window was opened, and it was certain that there was jade. Of course, when you buy this kind of transaction, the price is very different from the rough stone. To be precise, there is no accurate price. As long as you are willing, you can reach a transaction. In short, a word is a gamble. An experienced stone gambler just looks at the fineness of a slightly chipped jade to evaluate it. The small cutters won't arrive until tomorrow. Jiangnan glanced at the time, it was already half-afternoon. Pick up your phone and start downloading the two-color ball. Soon, get it done. However, when Jiangnan planned to buy a two-color ball and come to a super prize, he found out that it was too troublesome to buy a two-color ball when he saw the success rate. Because every combination of numbers is related to the possibility of winning the lottery, so many numbers, trying to choose a popular number, I guess my beard is white. Pull it down, don't buy it. Or gamble on stones to save your mind. Putting away the phone, Jiangnan went downstairs directly, ready to order something delicious to make up for, he had just been hurt. I worked hard to download a 2-color ball, but it turned out to be a tasteless rib. Small restaurant downstairs. Jiangnan chose a secluded corner and looked at the menu. Fish head with chopped peppers, steamed pork with noodles, dongpa pork, spicy mushrooms. I'm bored in my spare time, I'm in high spirits, and thoughts arise in my mind. Fish head with chopped pepper suits my taste. 90%. Dongpa pork, 40%. Spicy fragrant pot, 10%. Steamed fish, 50%. Haha. Interesting. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth is curved, and the success rate can be used everywhere. Then verify it. Just then, the waitress also came up and asked softly, "What kind of dishes do the guests order?" Chopped pepper fish head, steamed fish, spicy mushrooms, dongpa pork, and 2 more bottles of beer. Hurry up. Okay. The waitress hurriedly went to the kitchen to urge the dishes, and couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "How can you eat so many dishes by yourself?" It didn't take long for the dishes to come up one after another. Jiangnan first took a bite of the fish head with chopped pepper and put it in his mouth. "It's really good, it tastes great, just what I like. Eat deliciously." Then came another spicy hot pot. As soon as I took my mouth, poof. I couldn't help but almost spit it out. It was too bad to eat. Sure enough, as expected, of only 10% of the dishes. After gargling with mouth water, I went to try other dishes. This time it was 50% steamed fish. The taste is good enough to eat. Later, there was another mouthful of dongpa pork. Jiangnan has come to the conclusion that this success rate is infinite and can be used to make money in all aspects of life. I didn't eat other dishes, I drank beer, ate fish head with chopped peppers, and occasionally came to eat steamed fish. After being so old, he has never eaten so comfortably. Eat a meal leisurely until evening, check out, and leave. The waitress looked at the remaining dishes that were barely touched, raised her beautiful brows, and whispered, "Are rich people so prodigal?" I couldn't help but glanced at Jiangnan's back. Tall and handsome. There was an inexplicable thought in my heart, it would be great if I could find such a boyfriend. Eating a meal is so extravagant, it must be a rich man with a car, a house and savings. Night. Take a taxi and go straight to the cinema, blockbuster, enough to watch. Going to the cinema to watch a movie before was something Jiangnan wanted to go, but didn't dare to go to. There is no way to say one word, poor. As a result, Jiangnan was even more injured when he went to the cinema. Nima, dog food is sprinkled in pairs everywhere. Either a group of buddies and brothers or a group of young ladies and sisters. It looks so different to be alone like him. Can't say no, but it looks very dangerous. It's a good coincidence, and what's even more unfortunate is that there are 2 acquaintances wandering in the distance. 2 colleagues of the company, Lily and Zhang Yuan. In the company, Jiangnan also knew that the 2 were friends. I didn't expect it to be so and I met here, of course, the important thing is that people are in pairs, and I am alone. Such an embarrassing one. Ouch, Jiangnan. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had already seen Jiangnan. "You also come to the movies? Why are you alone? Go, how did you talk?" Lily said, "How could Jiangnan come here to watch a movie alone? Obviously, this is talking about friends, and waiting for friends. Here, right, Jiangnan?" While speaking, I still looked like I understood, and blinked the long false eyelashes. Yes. Jiangnan smiled awkwardly, "Yes, you have seen through. I'm waiting for friends." Jiangnan, okay, I've been secretly approaching friends, but I didn't even tell us. No, I have to treat you. Zhang Yuan said. Jiangnan. Damn it. It's still like this, shouldn't I treat friends as a treat? Jiangnan. Okay, let's go first. Lily said, Jiangnan has lost his job now, so he should be more considerate. Jiangnan. Okay, let's go first. The two entered the theater. Jiangnan rubbed his face, looking unlucky, and came to be happy, but it turned out to be so embarrassing. At this moment, a tall, detached beauty passed him and walked towards the ticket booth. Jiangnan's eyes lit up, such a beautiful girl is rare. And then surprised again. What is the situation? Such a superb girl actually went to the movies alone. Not normal. Inexplicably, he had a whim, and silently thought through his mind. The chance of inviting this girl to watch a movie is successful. 100%. I wipe. 100%? Jiangnan himself was frightened. He was just trying it out for fun, he didn't expect this to happen. It looks like there's a story in there. He became more and more interested. One thought came up. This girl is naturally flamboyant and easy to soak. 0%. Not because of this. So? This girl is in a bad mood. 100%. There is a situation. This girl is broken-hearted. 0%. Getting angry with my family. 100%. Still a big smiley face, female. 100%. I wipe. The last item, Jiangnan just randomly tested it, but he didn't expect it to be a chick. Nice. Such a girl can get started. Jiangnan touched his chin and made a decisive decision. Because the girl has already reached the ticket booth, she is about to buy a ticket. There was no ink. Jiangnan hurried over, smiled, and said with a gentleman's attitude, Sister, are you alone? Yes. Beauty and Jiangnan replied with a cold look. And beside, several boys were secretly watching her. After all, a woman as beautiful as her is rare, no matter where she goes, she is a very eye-catching existence. Jiangnan came up to chat up. It immediately attracted the attention of several people. I don't know if it was jealousy or envy. Jiangnan had the guts to chat up with a beauty of this level, which made them very uncomfortable. Dissatisfied whispered. Haha. I'm still chatting up, don't you have a little self-knowledge, and you still want to date a beauty of this level, look at her temperament, and take a look at the cheap street stalls on your body without urinating. Toad wants to eat swan meat, such a bloody plot, I actually encountered it. Although their muttering was not loud, Jiangnan heard it too, but he didn't bother to pay attention to them at all, and continued to say gentlemanly. Just right, I'm alone, I can be a companion. Would you like to watch a movie together? It is good. The girl's voice was cold and she spat out another word. Heh. Jiangnan smiled and threw two old people's heads to the ticket seller, 2 tickets. The few single dogs next to them stared wide in disbelief. Nima, what's the situation? Did you agree? How can this happen? How can this happen? Jiangnan took the ticket and walked into the theater side by side with the best girl. Several goods looked at the backs of the two of them with complicated expressions. Baffled. At the entrance of the screening hall, Jiangnan bought 2 more buckets of popcorn and threw a bucket to the girl without saying a word. The girl glanced at him, took it, and did not speak. His eyes were cold. At this time, she also became a little interested in Jiangnan, and she actually wanted to soak in her, wearing a cheap street stall, and didn't even look at how much she weighed. Have you thought about the consequences? The girl's name is Angie. In Jianghai City, there are people with background. Grandpa is a well-known collector, and the most famous in the antique collection industry is Enlao. Dad is the most powerful hospital in Jianghai City, the president and director of Anxi Hospital. The old brother is the eldest brother on the road, with more than 100 younger brothers under his command. It can be said that anyone from the Anjia family is a powerful person in Jianghai City. And Anqi is the heart and soul of everyone in the An family. Grandpa loves it, Dad loves it, and my brother loves it even more. A man who dares to approach Anqi with bad intentions will definitely end badly. Even Anqi had already thought of the scene where Jiangnan's leg would be broken. As long as this guy behaves sleazy, a long line of convoys will kill her with a phone call. The two walked into the theater one after the other, looking for a seat. At this moment, a person stood up not far away and greeted Jiangnan. Hi. Jiangnan, you are also in this theater. Jiangnan looked over, and it was Zhang Yuan. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence. Jiangnan smiled. Zhang Yuan looked at Anqi next to Jiangnan with a surprised expression, and his breathing was a little uncomfortable. I was completely stunned by Anqi's appearance and temperament. A storm surged in my heart. I wipe. What kind of shit luck did the boy in Jiangnan have to get such a top-notch beauty? God, this figure, this face value, this temperament, and a suit of clothing. Even a fool can see that it is a famous brand. A bag on the shoulder, a limited edition by Hermes. A bag worth tens of thousands of dollars. Nima, it's too exaggerated. Lily's eyes on the side were also wide, and she refused to take her eyes away from the Hermes bag. It was an uneasy feeling in my heart. Talk back. Jiangnan and Zhang Yuan greeted each other, looked for a seat, and sat down. Lily, what are you talking about? I can't understand it? Zhang Yuan asked Lily in a very uneasy mood. Don't ask me, I'm in a mess. Damn Zhang Yuan, you can buy me a Hermes bag anytime. I don't want a limited edition, it's just Hermes. Zhang Yuan. What a Jiangnan, you are trying to kill me. Lily. I bet that Jiangnan's girlfriend's bag was definitely not bought for her by Jiangnan. Jiangnan just lost his job, so it's not like you don't know. This kid must have no idea what kind of shit he has gone through. The rich woman is fucked. I don't care, if you don't buy me a Hermes bag, I'll break up with you. Zhang Yuan. Soon. The screening hall quieted down, and the movie started. It was a well-received domestic movie, not The God of Medicine. Jiangnan watched with relish, eating popcorn, completely ignoring the existence of the girls around you. It was just a whim. And Anqi next to her was very puzzled by Jiangnan's reaction. Suspiciously glanced at Jiangnan from time to time, and was also eating popcorn. I lost my mind to watch the movie, and I muttered in my heart. What's the matter with this stuff? Bubble Girl didn't say a word. What's the situation? Is it a new way? Hard to catch? Long line for big fish? Until the end of the movie, Anqi always had Xiao Jiujiu in her heart. She has a habit of watching movies alone when she is unhappy, and letting herself be quiet. This time she is also angry with her family. However, this time, she didn't calm down while watching the movie, which disturbed Jiangnan. I asked her to watch a movie and didn't say a word during the period. How could there be such an operation? And Qi originally planned to wait for Jiang Nan to show some nasty thoughts. Punish him properly, let out the sullenness in his heart, play tricks on the stinky man, and maybe his mood will improve. But never imagined this would be the case. Jiang Nan watched movies calmly and steadily. But she was disturbed. The movie is over. Everyone began to walk out of the theater one after another. Shall we go too? Jiang Nan said to Chen Xi with a smile, and stood up at the same time. Walk. Chen Xi said something coldly. After struggling for a long time, she felt a little smug in her heart. The heart said that I am afraid that the fox's tail will be exposed again at the end. I guess, the next thing must be the old routines such as asking for supper and prescribing medicine. The two left the theater. Walking out of the door, Zhang Yuan and Lily were waiting at the door. Seeing Jiang Nan and the two of them come out, Zhang Yuan smiled and showed his big teeth. Jiang Nan, you are good, can you introduce me? As he spoke, his eyes drifted to Chen Xi, and the meaning was already obvious. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, thinking about how to deal with it. Well, I'll invite you to dinner another day, let's have a good chat. While talking, he blinked, the meaning was obvious, it was inconvenient to speak in this situation, so I turned back to chat alone. Oh. Zhang Yuan understood it in seconds, and smiled mysteriously, okay. Okay, it's all right, I can wait for your call, and then I'll make a few hard dishes. It's easy to say. Jiang Nan smiled. Sister Chen Xi was very cooperative and didn't say a word during the whole process, but her face was very cold. Zhang Yuan left with Lily, whose eyes were full of resentment. Before leaving, she also glanced at Chen Xi's Hermes bag. Thanks, bye. The Jiangnan gentleman smiled and said something to Chen Xi and turned to leave. Angie? Confused. What is this situation? Thank you, goodbye, there is such an operation? She couldn't understand it at all. Seeing Jiang Nan's back getting farther and farther away, her little face became extremely cold, and there was a feeling of being played with, and she shouted, wait. What's wrong? Jiang Nan stopped and looked back with doubtful eyes. What the hell do you mean? What do you mean? Jiang Nan looked like he didn't understand. I just asked you to watch the movie together. Now that you have seen the movie. And she opened her mouth and had nothing to say. This sounds fine. See you. Jiang Nan smiled and turned to leave. No, wait a minute, And she felt aggrieved in her heart, but she didn't know what to say. Is there anything else? Say something, I'm very busy. Jiang Nan said. And she held back for a long time and said, I don't have the habit of strangers paying for me. I will pay you back for movie tickets and popcorn. As she spoke, she took out a few 100 yuan bills from her bag, walked to Jiang Nan, threw the money on Jiang Nan, turned around and walked away in a hurry, stepping on high heels. Jiang Nan, confused. Looking at the several 100 yuan bills scattered on the ground, I bent down to pick them up, and counted a total of 6, which was still a lucky number. The corners of his mouth couldn't help bending an arc. 600 yuan. I also made some money. Buying movie tickets and popcorn for my girl is less than 100 yuan. The net profit is 500 yuan. This business is doing well. I just tested the success rate, and I didn't expect to have unexpected results. Delicious. We're different, we're in different situations. Taking a taxi back to the rental house, Jiang Nan went upstairs and hummed a song. He was in a very good mood, and his footsteps were a little fluttering. It was the best night he had ever felt. No longer worry about making money tomorrow, no longer worry about being scolded by the boss for being late. You can sleep as long as you want until you wake up naturally. Thank you, little brother, for the reward. Thank you, I love you. When he was about to walk to the door, he heard the voice of a girl next door. Jiang Nan's footsteps stopped for a while, and then he knocked on the door. The tenant next door to him is a little sister who is a webcast. Little brothers, wait a minute, Bebe has a guest here, I'll be back soon. After the nice sound, the door opened with a creak. A beautiful man with heavy makeup and bunny ears stuck his head out. Brother Jiang, it's you, what's the matter? I'm doing a live broadcast. Nothing else, here it is, Jiang Nan said, and gave a large package of potato chips to the anchors. Little sister, the snacks he bought on the way back, I bought it on the way back. I bought several packs, and you can take them for supper. As he talked, he showed several large bags of snacks in his hand to the anchor's little sister. Yeah. The anchor's little sister was instantly happy. Thank you so much, Brother Jiang, I love you. I will go to the live broadcast as soon as possible, and it's hard to be rewarded by someone. Let's chat another day. Go. When the door was closed, the anchor's little sister went back, and a nice voice came out quickly. Little brothers, I'm back. Let's talk. Why should we dance? Don't dance, okay? People are dancing. Not beautiful. Jiang Nan stopped for a while, then shrugged helplessly and went back to his room next door. Several large bags of snacks and some drinks were casually left aside. Guyu was lying on the sofa, hee silly. After a long time of fun, it stopped. I took out a package of snacks and opened it, and another bottle of black tea. Took it over and opened it, and took out my phone. Logged into the live broadcast platform and directly clicked on Bebe's live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, Bebe was dancing with a twisted waist. Although he was not professional, he looked cute because of his small appearance and good figure. Bebe and Jiang Nan are also old neighbors and have been renting together for almost a year. When Jiang Nan saw Bebe before, he didn't dare to speak. Facing such a beautiful little sister, he felt a little inferior to the poor. But later, Bebe often asked him to do some work such as repairing water pipes. 1 to 2 people will be familiar with each other. Of course, Jiang Nan never had any bad thoughts about Bebe, which made Bebe trust him. Bebe just turned 18, and Jiang Nan was 4 years older than her, so Bebe always called Jiang Nan Jianggu. The two brothers and sisters have a good relationship. If you have the strength, it is time, Jiang Nan will go to help. Of course, the things that buy things will not be done, or the same sentence. Poor Jiang Nan also knew Bebe well. She also came from the countryside, and her family was very poor. Her father was paralyzed in bed due to illness and had to take medicine for many years. She also had 2 younger brothers who went to school. She was also very helpless. She sold her looks and started a live broadcast, hoping to earn more money and be able to subsidize her family. As a young girl, Jiang Nan saw her difficulties. Sometimes I am in a very bad mood, but during the live broadcast, I still have a bright smile and a sweet mouth to please the fans. And there are some fans with poor quality, who say very explicit words, and even trample on their personality. These must be endured. Jiang Nan watched for a while, and the barrages started to pop up one by one. And there were small rewards from time to time. Bebe doesn't have many fans, only less than 10,000. It was all pulled up by herself. In the live broadcast industry, the water is very deep, there is a backer. Someone pulls it, and it can become popular, otherwise it will be very difficult to make money. Especially someone like Bebe, who has no backers and no connections, can only rely on himself. Infatuated with your little sister is in good shape, drooling. The uncle is very rich. I also said that I can't dance. It's pretty good to dance, especially the small waist, which is so thin. I don't know if the uncle can hold it, he. Uncle is very rich, he rewarded 5 shark fins. Thank you, uncle's reward, I love you. Bebe's pleasant voice sounded. Damn, old thing. I'm getting old. Jiangnan cursed angrily. It's really not easy to think about this little sister. She used to have no money and couldn't help her. Now that she has money, she can help him. Direct recharge, 5,000 yuan is enough to buy 10 rockets. Rewarded out. Such a large reward in this small live broadcast room is simply unique, and it was instantly topped to the most eye-catching position and dominated the screen. And with the special effect of the reward, the rockets flew together and roared constantly. Eye-catching big characters. The salted fish who loves to bask in the sun has rewarded 10 rockets. Bibi, who was dancing, suddenly stopped, her eyes were red, and she almost didn't cry. Xiao Qiaolinglong's body trembled a little. Since she became an anchor, the biggest reward she received was not 500. She was stunned by the sudden reward of 5,000, and she couldn't be more excited. Instant explosion in the live room. Grip the grass. Surprised to discover the local tyrant. 5,000 yuan at a time, this dude is ruthless. Damn, it's already number 1 on the list. I guess this guy wants to shoot at Bebe. Alas. I'm so worried that little Bebe will be eaten. ID is a salted fish who loves to bask in the sun. It seems that they have never spoken? Society. Peppa Pig has a tattoo on his upper body, and I am a social person from now on. Society, my brother people don't talk much. Those who don't talk are really proud, and the rich cherish their words like gold. It was only then that Bebe came to his senses, and said in a pleasant voice, thank you, brother you for the reward, brother you is so proud, I love you so much. She is very confused now, because the fan of salty fish who loves to bask in the sun is too unfamiliar. Hey, local tyrant, say something. Yeah, 5,000 yuan was thrown out, you have to say something, right? I guess, the local tyrant is making an offer? Top floor. Same top. Jiangnan didn't want to say anything at first, but seeing the liveliness in the live broadcast room, he touched his chin and thought about it, and quickly typed a string of words and posted it. Salted fish basking in the sun, go to bed early tonight, don't be too tired. Moment. The live broadcast room exploded again. Hold the grass. Such a deep routine. Affectionate card. Old driver. Babe, 100,000 hurried, high energy in the front, high energy in the rear. Be vigilant. The urban routine is deep, I want to go back to the countryside. Thank you brother you for your concern, I'm really tired, why don't we come here today? Said Bebe in a nice voice. Ah? It's over, Bebe's girl is poisoned. Bebe, don't be fooled. With such an old routine, with so many old drivers from us, can you still be fooled? The fans in the live broadcast room were as anxious as ants on a hot pot. But Bei, no matter what they say, close the live broadcast, I'm really tired today, little brothers, let's talk another day. Hey, it's over. I don't regret it. Knowing Bei's reaction, I will also send 10 rockets. Cut. What's the point of saying this now, and also, will you play affectionate cards? Yes. I didn't expect that playing affectionate cards would work so well. I thought she was a girl who can only be caught by chatting all the time, alas. The original good hand was played so badly by me. Crack. Live is closed. Call. Bei let out a long breath and sat in a daze in front of the live broadcast station. Later, I opened my fan list, and the top of the list was Jiangnan. With a reward of 5,000 yuan, Bei, a small live broadcast room that was not very popular, instantly became a first-level existence on the list. The salted fish basking in the sun. Bei muttered softly and clicked to view the details. In an instant, I discovered something strange. This fan turned out to be an iron fan who had been added a long time ago. It's just that he has always remained silent, never spoke, and never gave any reward, just like it didn't exist. What's the situation? Bei's expression with half biting her lip thinking about things, her delicate little face shows maturity at different ages. She was alone in Jianghai City, and she started live broadcasts, dealing with a group of old fritters and old drivers, and she still exercised maturity beyond her age. Although she is only 18 years old, she looks cute, but she is not only 18 years old. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally came to a conclusion that this salted fish who loves to bask in the sun must be an old driver. WeChat or something, then an appointment to meet, and then. After she understood this, she smiled slyly. It was not easy to deceive her. The reward money had to be collected, and it was impossible to take advantage of it. She is a big kid, and she understands a truth very well. If she can't eat it, there may be a reward in the future, but if he is allowed to eat it, there will be nothing left. When she wanted to understand all this, her heart suddenly became clear. Today's income was good. The local tyrant's reward could be divided into more than 2,000 yuan, and she was in a good mood. Grabbing the potato chips that Jiangnan gave her, she ate it happily. It tastes so good. Brother Jiang is so sweet. Handsome people. Well, it's a pity that he is too poor, otherwise he would be a good candidate to be a boyfriend. The next day. Early in the morning. Peppa Pig has a tattoo on his upper body, and he is a social person from now on. The alarm sounded. Jiangnan was awakened by a start, and a spirit crawled out, glanced at the time, and his face was shocked. I wipe. I'm going to be late again. Dressing in a hurry. However, the action stopped halfway through. Then I remembered something, and he became silly, stupid. I forgot to turn off the alarm. I thought I was going to work. I have money, and I still go to the shitty class, he. At this time. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door. Jiangnan was surprised and asked, Who? Brother Jiang, me, Bei. Bibi's nice voice sounded outside the door. It's Bei, wait a moment, I'll open the door. Jiangnan got dressed in a hurry, looked in the mirror, briefly combed his hair, and opened the door. What's wrong, Bei? Is the water pipe broken? Again? The water pipe is not broken. I want to invite you to breakfast, surprise. Bei said. Take me to breakfast? Jiangnan also smiled. What's the matter? The sun came out from the west today. What? Bei Jiao said angrily. Last night, you gave me such a big package of snacks. I can't treat you to breakfast, and it's not good. The soy milk fritters downstairs cost only a few yuan. That's okay, I'm so happy to have a beautiful woman invite you to dinner. Jiangnan smiled. Let's go. Bei led the way, and the two went downstairs. She was in a good mood and hummed softly all the way. Not far downstairs is a simple breakfast stall. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, chaos, fried cakes and other snacks. Very lively, many nearby residents eat here. The two chose a marginal position to sit down. Bei raised her pretty face and shouted, Boss, 2 bowls of soy milk, 6 fried dough sticks. Babe. Jiangnan said with a smile, you are in such a good mood, I guess. Something good must have happened to you? Hee. Bei smiled mysteriously and happily, if you guessed right. Can you guess again what good things happened to me? Well, it's hard to guess. I can't guess. Jiangnan held his chin and pretended to be pretending, while he was doing tests in secret. Is it because the 10 rockets that were rewarded last night were happy? 100%. Can you just guess? Bei said in a half-coquettish tone. Okay. Jiangnan said helplessly, trying to say, are you talking about a boyfriend? Go. Bei rolled her eyes, that's not it, keep guessing. Jiangnan thought about it again, have you won a lottery ticket? Cut. That's not it, brother Jiang, why are you so stupid, what do you think I do? Bei reminded anxiously. You're an anchor, I know that. Then you guessed so outrageously, I have never seen such a stupid man as you. Jiangnan looked like he suddenly realized, I understand, someone gave a lot of money, right? Hee. Bibi suddenly smiled brightly, finally guessed right. Hee. Gongxi fa kai. Hee. Bei's big beautiful eyes were full of crescent smiles, then. Guess, how much did you pay me? Jiangnan pretended to be, 100 yuan? No, keep guessing. 50 yuan? Cut, guess more. 500 yuan. No. God, it won't be 1,000 yuan, right? Jiangnan looked surprised. Hee. Bei laughed even more happily, no, keep guessing. My God. More than 1,000 yuan? Jiangnan looked completely unbelievable. Could it be 2,000 yuan? Hee, continue. Difficult. Could it be 5,000 yuan? Jiangnan's expression was extremely exaggerated. Hee, that's right this time. Bei looked at Jiangnan, happy like a child who got a new toy. It can be seen that it is a smile that comes from the bottom of my heart. Good guy, 5,000 yuan. Jiangnan looked shocked, unimaginable, it's too scary. Hey. I've been hit a bit, I'm envious, jealous. Bei smiled happily and leaned back and forth. Soon, breakfast will be served. The two were just about to eat. There was a creaking sound of the brakes of the battery car beside him. Jiangnan glanced suspiciously, then smiled, Zhang Yuan. And Zhang Yuan was looking at Bei opposite Jiangnan with disbelief. Who are you? Bei said unhappily, why are you looking at me like that? Oh. Jiangnan quickly explained, my colleague. He almost instantly understood why Zhang Yuan looked at Bei like this. Jiangnan, come with me and come to the side. As Zhang Yuan said that, he turned on the switch and rode the battery car for a distance to the side. Babe, you eat first, Jiangnan said and followed. I'll wipe, Jiangnan, you can do it, you actually stepped on 2 boats, eating in the bowl and looking at the pot. Zhang Yuan looked up and down Jiangnan, as if he had just met. Jiangnan. Serve it, the uppercase suit, so jealous of me, a goddess fan, of lowly style. Brother, how did you do it, how about teaching brothers 2 hands? Jiangnan. I sincerely ask for advice, I really didn't expect that my brother is so powerful. I think you should be late, right? Jiangnan pouted. What? Zhang Yuan was startled, and then he remembered something, his face changed greatly. It's over, I'm fucked by you, see you later, don't be blocked by my mother. Saying that, he rode a battery car and ran away. Jiangnan. Looking at Zhang Yuan's back, he shrugged and returned to the breakfast stall. Brother Jiang, what are you 2 sneaking about? You guess? Jiangnan smiled, picked up a fried dough stick, and ate it in a big mouth. Humph. Bei smiled slyly, is it related to me? You're really a kid. Jiangnan took a sip of soy milk, you guessed it. Right, he asked me if you were my girlfriend, and he misunderstood us when he saw that we were together. Hee hee. Bei smiled, I guess it's the same, so what did you say? I said it was my sister. Hee hee. Bei laughed happily, did he believe it? It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Jiangnan smiled. Sinisterly, he was killed by curiosity, he would be late, and he would be scolded by the boss. I am so happy to think about it. Giggle. Bei laughed even more, big brother, you are so bad. This sentence is a bit loud. There are many people around, and they all look over. Look at Jiangnan, look at Bei, the eyes are strange. Seeing this, Bei's face turned red immediately and whispered, it's broken, I was misunderstood, eat quickly, and leave after eating. The 2 hurriedly finished eating and left early. While going upstairs, Bei seemed to have just remembered something, and asked the difference, Brother Jiang, why don't you go to work? I was fired. Jiangnan said, I lost my job. That's it. Bei nodded and comforted, Brother Jiang, don't be in a hurry, look for it again after you lose your job. Yeah. Jiangnan nodded, I don't plan to go to work anymore, I plan to learn to do business. It's good to do business. Bei said, doing business makes more money than going to work. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing, and went upstairs to each room. Of course, he didn't want Bei to know that he was the one who rewarded her. He was waiting for the small cutting machine to be delivered, and he didn't dare to go far, so he had no choice but to stay in the room and pick up his mobile phone to play games. It's almost noon. There was a knock on the door, and the courier arrived. Call. Jiangnan exhaled softly and calmed down. The rough stone has been fixed on the metal frame, and it is about to be cut with a knife. The rough stone to be cut is the one with relatively low value, and the price of the success rate test is around 50,000. Before cutting, Jiangnan was doing a test. You can see green in 1 centimeter. 0%. You can see green in 2 centimeters. 100%. You can see green in 1.5 centimeters. 100%. You can see green at 1.3 centimeters. 0%. You can see green at 1.4 centimeters. 100%. Okay. Jiangnan determined the depth to be cut, and directly clamped the depth on the Small cutting machine 1.4 centimeters. This way of cutting can also be done by him. If it is another cutter, if you want to open the window, then you will cut millimeter by millimeter, and take a look at the knife without cutting a millimeter. If you see green, stop the knife, otherwise continue until you see green. Of course, if you can't see green in the end, it's just waste. ZZ. Once the depth is set, Jiangnan will soon be cut. He put away the knife, took a breath, blew the stone foam away, took the flashlight from the side, and lit it along the edge of the knife. Vaguely saw the green jade inside. Good. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth curved into an arc, and he put away the cut stone. Then snapped the other piece onto the metal card slot. Also doing the test. 1 centimeter sees green. 100%. 0.5 centimeters see green. 100%. What? 0.2 centimeters see green. 100%. 0.1 centimeters see green. 0%. The conclusion is there. Just cut 2 millimeters deep, it's almost a thin layer of stone skin. No wonder this rough stone is as big as the fist of half a child, but its value is as high as 150,000. The emeralds here are not small. Jiangnan fixed the depth, cut it gently, and it was good in an instant. After putting away the knife, the stone foam was also blown off, and there was no flashlight at all. At this depth, you could see the very beautiful emerald green inside. Putting both stones in the backpack, Jiangnan thought for a while, put the small cutting machine on the bed, took out his mobile phone, and called Zhu. Sure. The call will be connected soon. Jiangnan, do you want this meeting to come? Zhu Shurshu's voice came over. Yeah, is your boss there? I went out to eat, come back in about 2 hours, come over in 2 hours. Okay. Jiangnan hung up the phone. He didn't stay in the room, he set off downstairs, had lunch on the way, and then rushed over, just right. When passing by Beibei's door, the door of the room was tightly closed, and there was no movement inside. Jiangnan smiled, this is also Beibei's habit, staying up late at night to live broadcast and make up for sleep during the day. He went straight downstairs, and ordered the familiar order from the small restaurant he visited last time, fish head with chopped peppers, 2 servings, 2 bottles of beer. Soon, the wine and food came up. Have a nice meal. Then take a taxi to the Road of Happiness. When arriving at Antique Street, Jiangnan learned that the entire Antique Street is a pedestrian street, and vehicles are not allowed to enter. The taxi just stopped at the intersection of Antique Street. He got out of the car and walked slowly towards the location where Zhu Shurshu had sent him. While strolling, he looked at the many old men selling antiques at the stalls on both sides. There is a small sign on many stalls, all antiques are 300 yuan a piece, or 200 yuan, 500 yuan a piece. It's just like the street often shouts $2 a piece. This made Jiangnan unable to help but be amused. There is absolutely no good thing in this urine. What kind of antique is this, just like Chinese cabbage on the street? However, in this case, it may be possible to find the leak, and it is not necessarily mixed with the previous understanding. His idea came on a whim. When passing by the antique stall, he would throw out an idea. 100,000 worth of stuff in this stall. As a result, a string of data immediately appeared in front of me. 0%. However, this does not delay anything. As Jiangnan strolls around every time he walks through a booth, he will test it. Things worth more than 100,000. 0%. Things worth more than 100,000. 0%. The reason why Jiangnan set the price at 100,000 yuan is that if the money is too little, he is not interested at all. Even if he can pick up leaks and find something for 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, it will take time. He doesn't want to bother at all. It is easy to earn 108,000 or 80,000 betting stones, and it is boring if the money is less. Things worth more than 100,000. 0%. Things worth more than 100,000. 100%. What? But to Jiangnan's surprise, when he passed by the fifth booth, he really picked up a big leak and tested more than 100,000 items. Jiangnan's footsteps stopped. Looking at the booth, there is also a small sign, 500 per piece. An old man sat listlessly in the booth dozing off. There are more than 30 pieces of things on the stall, including porcelain and some accessories, and the varieties are very mixed. It looks like an old item. However, although this line of Jiangnan has not dabbled too much, it has also heard that many of the objects that appear to be old are actually deliberately made old, and they are all deceptive things. If it weren't for the success rate, he would never come to such a place, and there would definitely be only one result to be deceived. Young man, do you have something you like? The old man saw Jiangnan stop. And he suddenly became energetic. I have all good things here, and they are all collected from the countryside. My eyesight is not good. Just how much money I make? A little bit and then sell it. There may be hundreds of thousands or even millions of things in it. Jiangnan. What, a profiteer? This old guy is definitely knowledgeable or has someone to take a look at it. If there is really a omission, it is that the experts who are not particularly proficient in this thing can't see it. Boy, pick one if you like it. Well, I'll take a look first, Jiangnan said. Then the thought arises. Things worth more than 100,000 yuan in the northern half. 0%. Things worth more than 100,000 in the southern half. 100%. Okay. The scope of Jiangnan's search has shrunk by half. There were only 12 items in the southern half of the visual inspection. Jiang Nan bent down and picked up one, casually, silently testing. The value is more than 100,000. 0%. Put it down and pick up another. It's worth 100,000. 0%. And then the third, the fourth, the fifth. On the seventh item, a value of 100% appeared in front of me. Only then did Jiangnan pay attention to this thing. It was rather strange. It looked like a wrench made of a dark stone. It is said that the wrench is relatively narrow, not as wide as the wrench at all, only about half a centimeter wide. Moreover, the black yuyu stone has a rough surface, does not look good in appearance, and does not look like an old object. Jiangnan was a little confused. What the hell is this thing? Young man, do you like this? The old man immediately smiled and said, You really have eyesight. Father, I'm just curious, I look at something strange. Jiangnan said, What is this? The old man was stunned for a moment and said, Young man, this time you really caught me. This thing is really strange. I think it should be a wrench, but it doesn't look like it. It's me from the country. It is definitely a good thing. According to the owner of the house, the ancestors before their family were tomb robbers. This thing was stolen from the cemetery. What do you want to steal from the cemetery? Can it be a good thing? Jiangnan. This old man is a big fool. He directly threw the thing back in its original position, and continued to test one by one. Because it's not necessarily, there are other things that are not valuable. Maybe the things on the stall are worth millions, and there are several. But, it turns out that the leak is not so easy to pick up. The data of the remaining few things are all 0%, maybe there is a little more. Valuable, absolutely no more than 100,000. That is to say, this one is the only valuable one in this stall, and it looks like a four-pointed man with a finger. However, Jiangnan also had more thoughts, and did not immediately go to get the 4 dislikes, but chose a gem bracelet that looked good and said, "This looks very beautiful, 500 yuan, it doesn't matter if it's worth it or not, I want him now." "Young man, you really have eyesight, the gemstone of this bracelet comes from ancient Greece." "Jiangnan, you are so quick to stop fooling around, you are all fooling around." He took out his mobile phone and asked, "Can the boss transfer money via WeChat?" Of course, of course." The boss quickly took out the QR code from his bag. Jiangnan scanned the code and remembered something and said, "Well, good. Things come in pairs, I'll send you 1,000 yuan and pick one." Okay. The old man was so happy, his mouth crooked with laughter. These things are full of moisture, and one piece is less than 100 yuan. As long as one is sold, it is a profit of at least 400 yuan. It can be said that it has not opened for 3 years, and it has been open for 3 years. Jiangnan directly gave the boss 1,000 yuan, then bent down and picked up Cebu. Randomly, waved to the boss, and turned away. "Young man, come here often." The old man also shouted at Jiangnan's back, "I will often lick new things here." Jiangnan ignored him at all. While rushing towards the jade shop, playing with the 4 dissimilarities in his hand, he silently threw out another thought. "It's worth 500,000. He just tried it at will, and he didn't dare to think that this thing could be worth 500,000. As a result, the next moment, a string of data appeared in front of me. 100%. I wipe. Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This time he really found a treasure. Continue testing. Worth 1 million. 100%. Hiss. Even though Jiangnan was mentally prepared, he was still frightened. Hold on. Calm down and continue the test, and the lion opened his mouth, directly. Worth 10 million. Then he swallowed nervously. In the next moment, a string of values drifted past. 100%. What? Jiangnan's unbelievable expression is actually 10 million or 100%. Is the value of these 4 dislikes a little scary? Calm down. Taking a deep breath, Jiangnan continued the test. It's worth 100 million. 100%. Hiss. Jiangnan felt that his scalp was numb, his hands trembled involuntarily, and he swallowed several saliva continuously. I couldn't tell what kind of mood it was in my heart, it was like a dream in the clouds and fog. An almost mechanical continuation of the test. Worth 1 billion. 100%. Jiangnan. The brain became blank and the whole person was numb. Worth 10 billion. 100%. Worth 1 trillion. 100%. It's worth 10 million trillion. 100%. Jiangnan. I feel like my brain can't spin. A ghostly word appeared in my mind, a priceless treasure. This thing is already beyond the measure of money. After reaching the destination, Jiangnan's shocking mood was calmed down a little. Carefully put away the 4 dislikes, and looked up at the signboard of the store in front of him. There are 6 gilded characters on the plaque, Zhao's century-old shop. Then I walked in. The store is not too big, with all kinds of jade pendants, accessories, and large bodhisattvas and jade Buddhas. There are also 2 shop assistants. One of them is Zhu Shishir. Jiangnan, you are here. Zhu Shishir also saw Jiangnan at this time and greeted him with a smile. Is the boss back? Jiangnan asked with a smile. No, you sit down for a while, I'll pour you a cup of tea, it should be soon. Zhu Shishir took Jiangnan to the Chuanqiu chair in the rest area and sat down. The things here are antique, the coffee table and spring and autumn chairs look like they are made of mahogany, and they are not ordinary at first glance. Even the tea set is antique and stylish. Jiangnan looked at the environment and sat down. Zhu Shishir poured him a cup of tea and sat down beside him. How is it, are you happy to work here? Jiangnan said with a smile. It's much better than before. Zhu Shishir also said with a smile, although I don't earn much more than before, the boss is very easygoing and has never lost his temper with us. I'm very happy here. That's good. Jiangnan nodded. The 2 chatted casually, waiting for the boss to come back. Your cousin is in the jade business in Myanmar? Zhu Shishir asked, so you started the jade business? Yeah. Jiangnan said, you also know that your previous job was very unsatisfactory, so you want to change your way to eat. I heard that the emerald business is very deep, and you may lose your head and blood. Zhu Shishir said with some worry, Jiangnan, you have to be careful when you do this kind of business. Rich people play, we poor people can't afford to play, in a word, we can't afford to lose. Yeah. Jiangnan also said with emotion, if it wasn't for my cousin to take me, I wouldn't dare to get involved in this jade business. Also, it's a lot worse to have someone who knows what to do. The 2 chatted for a short time and an old man returned to the store. The old man looked like he was in his 70s. He looked energetic, dressed in a tang suit, and looked very knowledgeable. The boss is back. Zhu Shishir said quickly, stood up at the same time, and said, Boss, this is what I told you, my former colleague Jiangnan. The old man looked at Jiangnan with a smile and nodded, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. The tone is very easygoing and polite. It's not too long ago. Jiangnan smiled. Listen to Shishir, do you have jade to sell? The old man asked, straight to the point. Not bad. Jiangnan nodded. Then come with me. After saying a word, the old man followed the back door and walked to the backyard. Go to Jiangnan, I still have to see the store, so I won't accompany you. Zhu Shishir said. Okay. Jiangnan nodded. I followed the old man to the backyard. After entering the backyard, Jiangnan realized that there is something special here. There is also a row of houses in the backyard, which is an emerald processing room. There are several master workers who are carefully carving jadeite, natural jadeite stone, and carving all kinds of accessories. There were several people, but they were very quiet, and everyone was very devoted and carefully sculpting. Young man, take out the jade you brought. Entering the room on the side, the old man said. Straightforward personality, and doesn't seem to be sloppy. Jiangnan didn't say much, took out the 2 stones from his backpack and handed them to the old man. Oh? The old man was stunned when he saw the 2 stones, then smiled and said, I thought they had been cut, but it turned out that the window was just opened. Yeah. Jiangnan said with a smile, I plan to come here to cut it, and then you can estimate the price, old man. If the price is right, you can sell the jade here. Okay. The old man smiled and nodded, don't worry, I am a century-old shop here, and I pay attention to fairness and credibility. I can't guarantee that. I will give you the highest price, but at least I will not be ignorant of conscience. In doing things, I might as well tell you that if you want to sell good jadeite, if you want to sell it at the highest price, you can only go to the auction to maximize the benefits of bidding auctions. Of course, it is relatively good jadeite, and ordinary quality jadeite auctions are not at all will be accepted. Jiangnan nodded and said, Master, do I believe you? At the same time doing the test silently, what the old man just said is the truth. 96%. Jiangnan instantly felt relieved. 96% of the truth, the integrity is high enough. Come with me, let's go to the cutting room. The old man said something and took Jiangnan to another room. Two people came to a side room on the east side. Jiangnan looked at the situation of the room. Here is a small cutting room. There are 3 small cutting machines. But there was no one in the room at this time. Lulu. The old man called out to the door, come here. Okay, boss, wait a little while, I'll finish carving this knife and go over. There was an answer from the door. Young man, wait a moment. The old man said to Jiangnan. No hurry. Jiangnan smiled. There are no stools in this room at all, it is just a workshop. It seems that when there is jade that needs to be cut here, the workers also stand and work. While waiting, the old man looked at the 2 stones in Jiangnan. While looking at it, he asked, Young man, is it convenient to ask, how much did you pay for these 2 rough stones? 130,000, 100,000. Oh, this one is green and less than 2 millimeters. Is it 100,000 pieces with only a thin layer of stone skin? Good. Young man, your eyesight is good. Judging from the current situation, you have earned it. Judging from the current situation of opening the window, the other party may be in a hurry to use the money. It will cost at least 130,000 yuan. Of course, this is also a gambling element, and the real value can only be estimated after it is cut. Father, this is not in my eyes. Jiangnan smiled awkwardly. My cousin helped me choose these 2 jadeites. He has been in the jadeite business for more than 20 years. Oh, that's what happened. The old man looked like he was suddenly enlightened. I just don't understand, how can you have such good eyesight at such a young age? So it is, so. Later, the old man looked at the 30,000 man again, raised his brows slightly, and said again, this is 30,000? Not bad. Jiangnan nodded. With my eyesight, I'm afraid this will be a loss. The old man said, of course it's the same sentence. The real result will only be known after the cut. Soon. Xiaolu came over, a middle-aged man in his 30s. Seeing the old man, his attitude was very humble. Master, is there anything wrong? Cut these 2 pieces of material apart, the old man said. Good. Xiaolu came over with 2 stones, took a good look at them, and then began to cut. The first stone on the metal card slot was estimated at around 50,000 yen. Jiangnan. Zizi. Soon after the cutting was completed, Xiaolu put away the knife, loosened the card slot, and took down the 2 stones and put them aside. The action is very skilled. Then start cutting the second piece. The old man picked up the 2 stones, looked at the egg-sized jade in the center, raised his eyebrows, and looked very surprised. Then he said with a wry smile, Look, I'm wrong, young man, you didn't lose 30,000 yuan in buying this seed material, it's me who's wrong. Can you see that the green edge of this jadeite is not shiny, and when I opened the window, it just happened to be here, so I judged that the quality of jadeite is not very good. Even if there are eggs, such a large piece of jadeite is worth at most 10,000 yuan, so your 30,000 yuan is definitely worth it. Loss. Having said that, he glanced at Jiangnan, and then continued, but look at this jadeite, it is green and shiny inside, and it has some water heads. It is a decent jadeite. If I collect it here, I can give it to you. If you paid 50,000 yuan, you made it, and you made a net profit of 20,000 yuan. I have to say that your cousin's eyesight is really good. Really, that's good luck. Jiangnan smiled. The heart is silently testing. The highest price that the old man can accept is 100,000. 0%. The highest acceptable price is 80,000. 0%. The highest acceptable price is 60,000. 30%. The highest acceptable price is 55,000, 50%. The highest price that can be accepted is 50,000. 100%. At the end of the test, Jiangnan laughed at himself. He didn't respond much. So he tested it subconsciously. It was almost inertia. And then I remembered that the old man had said before that he would receive 50,000 yuan. After getting the test results, he quickly figured out in his mind how to do better, and immediately came to a conclusion that he simply gave him 50,000 yuan instead of bargaining with the old man. Because no matter how much you need more than 5,000 yuan, the chance of success is only 50%, so you will also appear to have no tolerance and be too stingy, which will outweigh the gains. Anyway, it was very easy for him to get a piece of jade. The most important point is that he still wants to cooperate with the old man for a long time. Having a good start and trusting each other is definitely better than the current preoccupation. At this moment, the second stone has also been cut. Xiaolu took off the 2 halves of the stone, put it aside, and said, "Master, is there anything else?" "Gone." The old man took the 2 cut stones and said casually, "Then I'll work," Xiaolu said and left. The old man's mind was already completely on the cut jadeite, and with a smile on his face, he uttered a tut-tut praise, "Tut-tut. Young man, you have earned this even more. Your cousin is really good at seeing, and I feel admiration. You can see that this jadeite looks very good. I can give you 150,000 yuan from me, but you will make a net profit of 50,000 yuan. If you have such eyesight every time, you will be really developed." Haha. Jiangnan smiled. It's just good luck, it's just good luck. While talking, Jiangnan silently took the test. Father's highest psychological price is 200,000. 0%. The highest psychological price 170,000, 10%. The highest psychological price 160,000, 50%. Jiangnan thought about it a little, and the situation is similar to the first 1. If you want more than 10,000 yuan, there is a half chance of being able to make a deal. It seems that the old man is indeed a very honest person, and there is not much fluctuation in price. Of course, there must be some profit in business. So he made a decision in seconds, and also took no counteroffer. At this time, the old man was already asking, "How about you, young man?" "I have already told you my price, so I might as well tell you that I have such a straight temper, and I don't like to be around the corner. If you think the price is acceptable, you can stay. If you think it's not good, you can take it away. We are still friends, and if you want to take it and sell it in the Future, you can also take it. Father, I believe you. Jiangnan didn't blink. At the price you said, I will give you 2 jadeite. Ha ha ha. The old man suddenly laughed happily. Young man, you are a good guy. He is an honest person. I like a person like you very much, and I will bring jade directly to me in the future. Again, the price is not guaranteed to be the highest, but it will never hurt you too much without conscience. Definitely. Jiangnan smiled. Then I'll put away the 2 jadeites. When it's over, I'll transfer the money to you in the front hall. No rush, no rush. Lu. The old man shouted to the door again, you can collect these 2 pieces of jade, and then arrange what kind of jewelry should be carved. Okay, I'll go over later. Xiaolu replied. Come on, let's go to the front hall and have a cup of tea. The old man led the way and took Jiangnan back to the store. Sitting down in the rest area, the old man shouted to Zhu Shishir. Come and pour some tea. Yes, boss. Zhu Shishir hurried over to pour tea. Young man, tell me your account and I'll call my assistant to transfer money to you. It is good. Jiangnan nodded and told the old man the account. The old man took out his mobile phone, dialed a number, and the call was quickly connected. He said directly, I'll give you an account, you can transfer 200,000. Hang up quickly. It didn't take long. Jiangnan's mobile phone beeped, and bound information was sent, and at a glance, 200,000 was credited to the account. At this moment, the old man's cell phone rang. He glanced at it and said to Jiangnan embarrassedly, young man, I'm going to answer a call and ask Shishir to chat with you. After he finished speaking, he got up and left to answer the phone. Shishir sat down beside Jiangnan and asked, has our boss collected the jade? Well. Jiangnan nodded, the deal is done, thank you for this. Thank you, they are all old friends. Shishir said, how is it, have you made any money? I made a little profit. Jiangnan said. It's good to make money. Zhu Shishir breathed a sigh of relief, I'm quite worried that you will lose money. Good luck this time. Jiangnan smiled. By the way, how much did you earn? Zhu Shishir asked again. 70,000. Jiangnan said with a smile. He doesn't have to hide this, because the old man is still here, and he can't hide it if he wants to. What? Zhu Shishir covered his mouth in shock. 70,000, is this still a little bit? Jiangnan laughed and said nothing. My God, Jiangnan, you have made a fortune. Zhu Shishir's mood is very difficult to calm down. Your business this trip is more than my annual salary. In business, if you make a profit, you will lose. Jiangnan said, this time. It is good luck, next time it may not be so. Yes, yes. Jiangnan said that. Zhu Shishir felt a little more psychologically balanced. Otherwise it would be difficult to accept that he worked hard for a year, and his salary was only tens of thousands of yuan, while others. This blow is a bit big. Jiangnan, I advise you to be lucky this time, you have made so much money. Stop quickly and stop engaging in this high-risk industry. Zhu Shishir said. Earnestly, if you have this capital, do something small. A reliable business. It makes sense. Jiangnan nodded, I will think about it carefully. Well, is that right? Zhu Shishir said, you have to learn to accept it when you see it. It makes sense, it makes sense. Jiangnan didn't argue at all. After chatting for a while, I got up and said goodbye. Back at the rental house, Jiangnan was playing with his mobile phone. wondering if he should make a phone call with his family and tell his parents. But later, this idea was dismissed. Or wait for yourself to accumulate more wealth, and then return home to surprise them. When it got dark, I went downstairs to the same small restaurant, not far away, to finish my meal. As soon as he sat down and waited for him to order, the waitress came over. "Do you want to chop 2 fish heads with peppers and 2 bottles of beer?" Jiangnan silently nodded. Soon, the dishes will be served. He ate and drank, thinking about his next plan. "Would you like to go to the gambling stone garden again? Will it be suspicious if I go?" Thinking of this, a thought flashed in his mind, and he threw out a test. Will he be suspected if he goes to the gambling stone garden again? 20%. There is little chance of being suspected. In addition to acting skills, first get 2 pieces of waste rock to cut. 5%. Ah. Jiangnan is happy, this is good, only 5%, it's not a problem at all, so I decided to go to the gambling stone garden tomorrow, and come back with a few more jadeite. The days of earning a little money every day are wonderful. I don't know if I was in a good mood, or if I drank 2 bottles of beer and went home after dinner. My legs were floating when I walked. Thank you little brother for the shark's fin. In the live broadcast room, Bebe played cute to please fans. However, have been concerned about whether the salted fish who love to bask in the sun will go online. A heart has been hanging, so that I was a little absent-minded during the live broadcast today. From time to time in the live broadcast room, the barrage is brushed up. The local tyrant who made 10 rockets yesterday, why didn't he show up today? The operation is wrong. Yesterday's so many rewards are obviously paving the way. Today should be bubbling. Maybe I drank too much after finishing it, and my head became hot. Makes sense. I guess that's it. In Jiangnan next door, he was lying on the bed like a salted fish, playing with the 4 dislikes that resembled a wrench in his hand. Looking at it, I can't see what this thing is, and I have tested it over and over again. It's metal. 0%. It's jade. 0%. It's a stone. 0%. It's a mineral. 0%. It's the finger. 0%. You fucking eat it. 0%. It's you fucking 0%. Jiangnan. I have a headache, it's not gold or jade, this is a priceless treasure. What is it? The 4 dislikes were kept in his hands until midnight, and Jiangnan was the one who carefully put them away. Although I can't understand what it is, this is a treasure, don't lose it. 500 yuan to buy it. He took out his mobile phone, habitually logged into a certain fish's live broadcast platform, and clicked on Bebe's live broadcast room. This has almost become his habit. I used to come up to take a look almost every night before, and I didn't speak or give any rewards. In the live room, Bebe didn't seem to be in high spirits, and was singing a song. All the tunes went to her grandma's house. Several old drivers are still posting barrages. Babe, stop singing, let's dance, the hot kind. That's right. I miss your little waist. Jiangnan glanced at it a little, then looked at the time, it was more than 11 o'clock. Buying it directly is a rocket, brushing it out. In an instant, I was screened again. With the special effects of rewarding. The ID registered in Jiangnan, the salted fish who loves to bask in the sun, is rewarded with 10 rockets. Appears very conspicuous. Wow. It's here. The listless Bebe suddenly shines. The live broadcast room exploded instantly. Hold the grass. The local tyrants are here again. It's 5,000 yuan again. Ah, this is a real squat. Thank you, brother Shenyu for the reward. Bei also set in. A nice voice, brother Shenyu, with so many rewards twice, Bei doesn't know what to do. Brother Shenyu, do you want to hear me sing? Or do you want to watch me dance? Jiangnan quickly typed a string of words and sent it. Don't sing, don't dance, it's getting late, close the live broadcast, rest, girls go to bed late. Is not good for the skin. Bei was stunned. Although it was the second time she heard such words, it still warmed her heart, her eyes warmed, and her eyes became wet. The live broadcast room exploded again. Affectionate card, another affectionate card, but, how come such an old routine has a different kind of feeling? I feel that Bei is really touched. That's right, it's over, our Bei's eyes are all red, ah. Miscalculation. Miscalculation, I didn't expect that affectionate cards can be played like this, using the same stock. The next day. I remember Jiangnan, who cancelled the alarm, finally fell asleep and woke up. Naturally. When I opened my eyes and looked at the time, it was almost 10 a.m. Don't rush to get up and take a shower, look at your humble little room, and think that it's time to change to another house. While brushing my teeth, I pondered for a while. When I need more money, should I buy a house in Jianghai City, or rent it temporarily, and then buy a house after I decide to live in that city? After all, Jianghai City is only a second-tier city. Maybe in the future, your own identity must go to cities like Yanjing or Modu to match your identity. With this idea, he decided to rent a house in Jianghai for the time being. After locking the door and going downstairs to leave, Jiangnan found the gemstone bracelet he bought at the antique street stall in his pocket yesterday. At that time, just to be cautious, I bought this string of gemstone bracelets. This bracelet still looks very beautiful. It was too cumbersome to carry in his pocket. After thinking about it, he stepped back a few steps, came to Bei's door, and knocked on the door. Who? Bibi's voice came from the room. Jiangnan said, you brother Jiang, why haven't you woken up yet? No, I woke up a long time ago. Said Bei in the room, I'm washing my face, wait a moment, I'll open the door for you later. Jiangnan. After waiting for more than a minute, the door opened with a creak. Bei's long hair was wet, and even though she had no makeup on her charming little face, the equally cute kawaii was very cute. What's the matter? Brother Jiang. Bei looked very happy. Here. Jiangnan put the bracelet in front of her, I have a gadget for you. It's so beautiful. Bei happily took it over, looking left and right. Brother Jiang, why did you think of sending me something? I picked it up on the road. Jiangnan said, it looks pretty, so I'll give it to you. Wow. Brother Jiang, you are very lucky. You can find such a beautiful gemstone necklace. These gems look so beautiful. This thing must be worth a lot of money, right? Not much money. Jiangnan said smoothly, 500 yuan. After saying that, he was stunned. Bei was also taken aback. After a while, Pucci laughed and said, giggle. Brother Jiang, you bought it on purpose, didn't you give it to me? Jiangnan. With a wry smile, he said, if I say you don't believe me? Cut. Bei threw him a nice white eye, I'm still lying. Later, the beautiful big eyes narrowed, looked at Jiangnan with a mysterious look, and said, Brother Jiang, don't you secretly like me? Haha. Jiangnan smiled. Do you want me to say yes? Or do you want me to say no? Brother Jiang, how are you? Bei Beijiao said angrily. I originally asked the question, but why did I answer the question? Well, I know you like me, but you are a good person, do you? I treat it like a younger sister, so I usually help me like this, right? Jiangnan smiled bitterly. You've already dealt good cards, what else can I say? Okay, I'm leaving. Bibi is very happy. Jiangnan turned around and went downstairs. Just after going down a step, Bei's voice sounded behind him again. Brother Jiang, tell you something happy. Let's talk, I'll give you a half-minute audience at most. Jiangnan turned back and said with a smile, knock on the blackboard, draw key points, and pick the key points. I don't listen to trivial things. The lowest level is also about the survival and death of human beings. Cut. Bei gave Jiangnan a roll of eyes and said happily, last night, it was that God who rewarded me with 5,000 again, he. Isn't it great? Jiangnan. He clasped his fists with both hands, Gong Xie Kai. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave. I'll have to find a job, or else I'll eat dirt. Humph. You don't look happy for others. Bei pouted and said, isn't this a happy thing? No. Jiangnan looked bitter and hated. I'm jealous, your little sister earns so much money in one night, but I don't have a job, this makes me feel so embarrassed, let me cry in the toilet for a while. He. Bei laughed happily. Brother Jiang, don't be afraid, I'll support you when you run out of food. Real or fake? Of course it's true. Then am I being raped by a rich woman? He. Bei laughed very happily. Brother Jiang, only in front of you can I be like a child, I usually say whatever I want, to be honest. Although you are a few years older than me, if you are not, if you're so poor, I'd really like to marry you. Gambling Stone Garden. Jiangnan behaved very low-key this time, quietly walking in front of piles of rough stones, and throwing tests one by one. This pile of rough jadeite stones, worth more than 200,000 yuan. 0%. This pile of jadeite rough stones, worth 200,000. 0%. This pile of rough jadeite stones, worth more than 200,000. 0%. This time, he has swelled up, and his appetite has grown. Since he intends to buy only a few pieces, he will buy a few pieces of higher value. Anyway, there are so many rough stones here, he doesn't believe it, and he can't find more than 200,000. He walked past them one by one, and the cheap ones on the peripheral booths were only discovered when the rough stone of 1,000 pieces per kilogram was almost finished by him. The pile in front of him indicates that the success rate is 100%. The corners of Jiangnan's mouth rose slightly, curved in an arc, and a smile appeared on his face. Stopped and squatted down in front of the pile of stones. There were several people here who were also picking rough stones, holding one in their hands, looking left and right. When Jiangnan began to screen, throw out the test. Half a pile on the left, rough jadeite worth 200,000. 0%. Half a pile on the right. 200,000 worth of rough jade. 0%. Ah? What's going on? Jiangnan was a little stunned, but there was none, it shouldn't be. After thinking about it for a while, he suddenly smiled, and then he noticed that several people in the stone pile were each holding a stone in their hands. For research. He laughed at himself, and immediately threw another test. These people have rough jadeite worth more than 200,000. 100%. Ah. That's right, it's really in the hands of these people. At present, there are 8 people beside the stone pile, so first of all, we need to determine which person is in the hands. The rough stone worth 200,000 is in the hands of the old man opposite. 0%. In the hands of the middle-aged person diagonally opposite. 0%. In the hands of the old man next to me. 100%. Found it, 200,000 is next door. Jiangnan looked over, and the old man was looking at the fist-sized stone in his hand, shaking his head while looking at it. Then, it was put down with a snap, and another piece was replaced. Jiangnan's eyes were quick, he picked it up, turned and left. The old man found something, turned his head and glanced at Jiangnan, was a little stunned, didn't care, and continued to choose. Jiangnan packed the stones into his backpack and walked past the remaining piles. The value is more than 200,000. 0%. The value is more than 200,000. 0%. Not found again. The peripheral cheap area is gone. The price of the next stall will be higher, 3,000 yuan per kilogram, but the color and appearance of the stone are much better. After a short pause in Jiangnan, I walked over. There are many fewer people selected here, and each one looks more solemn. But this did not hinder Jiangnan's operation. He walked to the first pile and threw out the test. There are more than 200,000 rough stones. 0%. I wanted to leave immediately, but Jiangnan had another idea at this time. I wanted to measure the chances of producing jadeite at a stall like this one. For 3,000 yuan and 1 kilogram. So I thought about it and threw out another test. More than 50,000 rough stones. 100%. This has. After thinking about it for a while, continue to test. There are 2 rough stones of more than 50,000. In the next moment, a string of data 100% appeared in front of me. Hee, not bad. Gangnam continues. There are 3 rough stones of more than 50,000. 0%. Obviously there are 2. After a little contemplation, Jiangnan tests again. Rough stones worth more than 180,000. 0%. Immediately, Jiangnan lost interest. If there are nearly 200,000 rough stones, you can also consider it. No matter how cheap it is, it's not interesting at all. Go to the next pile. It didn't take long for Jiangnan to choose 4 stones, and he felt that he was almost done. Stop. He went back to the outer booth again, and took 2 stones at random to continue to show his acting skills and tricks. There are so many people here, and this time he behaved very low-key. Deliberately not attracting attention. Everything has been going smoothly so far, and it has not attracted the attention of others at all. The next step is to weigh the weight. There is no way to avoid this. Because Jiangnan noticed, the one who was in charge of this was the little sister yesterday. Although it is very lively here, there are not many transactions facilitated every day, and this young lady is responsible for collecting the money, and there is not even a second person. You can only go to her to pay, there is no other choice, there is no choice. With 4 true and 2 false, 6 stones Jiangnan came to the young lady. Is it you again? The first time I saw the young lady, I recognized Jiangnan. Yeah, I don't believe in evil anymore. Since I won the bet for the first time, I won't be able to block it in the future. Jiangnan said with a cruel look, it's the first time that I want these 6 stones. If I don't win the Money I earn from gambling with stones this time, I will never bet on stones again in my life. It is a posture of dying and living again. Well, sir, your luck will be very good. I guess one of them must have jade. The little sister said with a smile and weighed the weight. She came here almost casually. She came here by chance, and she would never say that kind of troublesome words. The weight was quickly weighed, and the lady said in a pleasant voice, 1,000 yuan for 1 kilogram, 3 pieces for a total of 5.2 kilograms, 5,200 yuan, 3,000 yuan for 1 kilogram, a total of just 5 kilograms, a total of 15,000 yuan, add up, 20,200 piece. For so much money, don't ask for a fraction of 200 yuan. Jiangnan pretended to bargain. Sir, this can't be done. I'm just a staff member, and I don't have this. Right. If 200 yuan is wiped off, I will pay for the money, and my daily salary is not 200 yuan. That's it. Jiangnan didn't bother anymore, and paid the bill directly through WeChat. After the transaction was completed, the young lady said, "Do you still cut it directly like last time, sir?" "Yes, cut it." Jiangnan said, "I can't wait." "Okay, come with me." Like last time, Miss Sister leads the way. At this time, people around have noticed it, and when they saw someone going to cut stones, they immediately set off to watch the fun. Someone is going to cut stones, let's watch the excitement and walk. Well, this kind of excitement can't be missed. Soon a large number of people followed to the cutting room. Jiangnan is already familiar with the way, and directly took out one of the 2 waste stones and handed it to the cutting master. The people around and the young lady are watching carefully. Jiangnan was secretly observing the situation of the people around him, but he did not find that anyone was paying special attention to him now. Soon, the stone was cut. "Bad luck, a piece of waste rock," the cutter said while taking it down. The surrounding discussion sounded. "It's an empty bamboo basket again. This is gambling, as much as you expect, as much as disappointment. I don't believe in evil anymore." Jiangnan was very angry, and took out the second waste stone. Cutting continues. Cut quickly. No accident, it's another piece of waste. The people around also shook their heads and sighed. Jiangnan has already prepared himself mentally and activated the acting mode. And the whole person has become decadent and lost, and he looks like he has been hit hard. "Sir, do you still cut the rest?" the young lady asked. Jiangnan looked very lost, didn't speak, and was in a daze. Sir, then you should think about it slowly first, I still have things to do, I'll go first." Seeing this situation, Miss Sister turned around and walked away. The others also shook their heads and dispersed. Jiangnan threw a test at the back of the young lady. "Will you be suspicious? 0%? Ah. Perfect." Jiangnan was happy, and his divine acting skills did not arouse the young lady's suspicion at all. "Everyone is gone." The cutting master asked, "Young man, are you still cutting?" "I don't want to cut it. I give up." Jiangnan's lost sense of sight, I will never gamble on stones again. While talking about leaving in despair. "Hey! This kid was hit hard. I don't know if it will be hard to think about. He is still too young. If he is not prepared, he will bet on stones. He can't bear it anymore." The cutting master looked at Jiangnan's back and said, "Back to his hut." Jiangnan lined up the 4 stones and started the second accurate appraisal. When choosing the stone garden, he just chose the minimum value of 200,000. And the maximum value of these 4 stones has not yet been determined. Let's test this first piece. The value is more than 300,000. 20%. Nice. Jiangnan smiled and was pleasantly surprised. Continue testing. Value over 28 points, 40%. The value is more than 270,000. 50%. Okay. Jiangnan quietly made a mark, number 1. An approximate price of 270,000, Jiangnan can keep it in mind. As for the transaction price, when trading with the old man of the century-old shop, you need to test the other party's psychological price. Start testing the second one again. The result came out soon. 230,000 was a 50% success rate, and it was also marked down. Number 2. And then the third. However, this time I jumped down to Jiangnan. 300,000 test results are 100%. Jiangnan became interested in an instant, and excitedly continued the test. It's worth more than 400,000. 100%. Hiss. It's worth more than 500,000. 50%. Good luck. Gangnam delights. Marked with a mark. Number 3. And the fourth block. There are no surprises this time, and the success rate of 250,000 is 50%. Marked with a marker. Number 4. Then start cutting, open the window. Test the depth of the cut and cut down. Soon, everything will be done. Jiangnan glanced at the time, and it was just past noon. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Zhu Shishir's number. The phone was connected, and before Zhu Shishir could speak, Jiangnan asked. Directly, is the old man there? Yes. Zhu Shishir's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiangnan, why? Are you still doing the jade business? It's the same batch that we traded together last time. Jiangnan explained. I just took 2 yuan yesterday, mainly to see if the old man is doing things fairly. Now I know that the old man is very trustworthy, so I am here. I have $4 and give it to him too. Oh, that's it, where's the boss? Come here. It is good. Jiangnan hung up the phone. Without delaying, he went downstairs to have a lunch, and then went to the century-old shop. Zhao century-old shop. The room was very quiet. The old man looked around with the 4 stones Jiangnan brought, and the excitement on his face could not be concealed. This time, Zhu Shishir followed curiously and stood beside Jiangnan. After half a day, the old man said happily, Tisk tsk, young man, all the good things I brought. This time. Yes, my cousin said the same. Jiangnan smiled and echoed. Especially this one. The old man held number 3, if you let me estimate it. This thing can be taken for 300,000 yuan. This, so valuable. 300,000? Zhu Shishir's shocked mouth opened wide. Boy, how much did you get this piece of? My cousin's estimate is similar to yours, 300,000. Jiangnan said. Yes. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Your cousin is really a knowledgeable person. If there is a chance, I really want to meet and sit down and talk. Haha. Jiangnan smiled and said casually, there will be a chance. If my cousin returns to China, I will bring him here. Well, you must come and sit, I'll treat you. The old man said happily. Then the conversation changed. Let's go, cut the stone, and cut it to know the real value. I am very interested in these pieces today, and the grade is much higher than the previous 2 pieces. Cutting room. Xiaolu was greeted again and began to cut stones. The first piece is the piece worth 500,000. ZZ. Cut quickly. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up when he took the 2 house of the stone off the fixing frame, and he couldn't help but say, "Good stuff." The old man looked at it, his expression was a little shocked, and he quickly held it in his hand to watch. Almost after watching it for less than 2 seconds, he exaggeratedly said, I earned it, boy, you earned it," unexpectedly heartwarming. Jiang Nan was mentally prepared, but he still pretended to be surprised. "Really, old man, if you earn it, how much is it worth?" The old man was stunned for a moment before he said, "This thing can go to the auction house, the reserve price can be set at 500,000, and it is unlikely that the auction will fail, but if I say, 500,000 is a bit difficult." "Of course not. Because there is no money, and my profit margin will not be large, but less than 120,000 feels trivial." And Jiang Nan has also thrown a test on the old man. The chance of a successful 500,000 person transaction, 70%. As a result, Jiang Nan knew in his heart that the old man might give him 500,000, but he felt a little embarrassed. Since the old man is benevolent and righteous, he will not let the old man suffer too much, and he will have to cooperate more with the old man in the future. It is more important to lay a good emotional foundation. So he said, "Old man, let's cut it up, give a total price, I believe you, it's almost done." "Okay, young man, yes, you are also benevolent and righteous, Xiao Lu. Continue to cut, it's all cut." The old man is happy. On the other hand, Zhu Shishir, who was shocked, looked at Jiang Nan in disbelief, and stuttered when he spoke, Jiang Nan, so you made 200,000 for this piece of jade?" "Haha." Jiang Nan smiled lightly, "It's just good luck." I. Zhu Shishir didn't know how to speak, and after a long time, she couldn't say a word. "Compared to you, I want to cry." Zizi. The second piece starts cutting. The old man looked forward and said, "I don't know if this piece will be a surprise. Luck is not always so good." Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. He knew in his heart that apart from this unexpected joy, the others were no longer unexpected joys. At this time, another lady in the store who was watching the store came into the backyard and shouted, "Boss, Mr. N is here." "Master N?" The old man was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "I'll go over right away." He turned his head and looked at Jiang Nan. "I'm here, my friend. After all these pieces are cut, you can bring it to the front hall, and I'll take a look, to discuss the price." "Okay." Jiang Nan nodded. The old man went to the front hall. In the front hall, one old and one young, 2 people have already sat on the spring and autumn chairs. At first glance, he does not take himself as an outsider, but at first glance, he is an old acquaintance. The clerk is pouring tea for them. The old man was in his 70s, and he was in good spirits, and his eyes were full of spirit. She has the same dressing habit as the owner of the jade shop, and she is also in a tang suit. And next to him is a very beautiful beauty, tall, with outstanding temperament. It is the granddaughter of the old man, and Qi, who has watched a movie with Jiang Nan. After a few steps, the old man came to the front hall. He smiled. "An old man, you are here." "Yes, Mr. Zhao, I'm here to trouble you again." Mr. N also smiled lightly. "I recently got an item, it's a jade pendant. According to the seller, it belongs to the Qin dynasty. I liked it and took it. But in the end, is it something from Qin Chao, who is not sure, bring it over, to make you grow eyes." As he said that, he looked at An Qi, who was beside him. And she took out an exquisite small wooden box from the Hermes bag and put it on the coffee table. Okay, I'll take a look. While Mr. Zhao was talking, the exquisite wooden box he picked up was opened. And inside the box was a jade pendant wrapped in brocade cloth. It's a jade pendant worn around the waist, Mr. Zhao said. Mr. N nodded. Mr. Zhao slowly took it out and began to look carefully. Look very carefully, but also very slow. Mr. N and Mr. Xi on the side seemed to be very used to Mr. Zhao's state. They didn't speak, kept silent, and drank tea slowly. Backyard cutting room. It didn't take long, all the 4 jadeite were cut open. Xiaolu glanced at it and sighed, yes, they are all good things. These things add up to at least more than 1 million. Young man, you are lucky, I am afraid you can earn a lot from this sum. It is indeed good luck this time, Jiangnan said with a smile. Zhu Shishir was on the side, looking at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. Okay, take out all these jadeites, let the old man take a look, and then decide the price. Xiao Lu said again, I'm busy. Okay, thank you Master Lu. Jiangnan nodded. Xiao Lu left. Jiangnan packed up his things and went to the front hall. Zhu Shishir followed behind him in a complicated mood. I had mixed feelings in my heart, thinking about yesterday's words, yesterday. She advised Jiangnan not to do the jade business, the risk was too great, but looking back, Jiangnan made 200,000 or 300,000. This was something she had to work hard for many years to achieve. Jiangnan entered the front hall and casually glanced at the guests from Mr. Zhao. However, he was stunned for a moment. Ah! What a coincidence, I met an acquaintance. At this time Enqi also saw Jiangnan. It's you? Enqi's reaction was even greater, and suddenly stood up. Oh? Old man and blinked and asked, do you know each other? Yes. Enqi said, but as soon as the words fell, as if she had remembered something, she immediately panicked and said, no. I don't know. Looking flustered. Jiangnan? A test was thrown out. I'm afraid the old man will know about watching movies together, 100%. Ah. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing, of course there was nothing to say. Girlin, what's the matter with you? Mr. N looked at Enqi and asked, yes. Or no, what's going on? He and I. And she didn't know what to say for a while, so she couldn't answer. And the more he looks like this, the more ugly Mr. N's face looks. Let me tell you. Jiangnan interfaced. And Jiangnan's words made Enqi's face turn pale in an instant, and she was so panicked that she seemed to be very scared. Jiangnan said slowly, we don't know each other, but just 2 days ago, there was a little car accident on the road, and there was a little friction. When Enqi heard Jiangnan say this, her pale complexion suddenly returned to blood, and her grateful eyes turned to Jiangnan. Oh, so that's what happened. Mr. N nodded, is that handled clearly? It's all right. Jiangnan said with a smile. That's good. Mr. N didn't look at Jiangnan anymore, obviously he didn't care at all. Young man, sit down and have a cup of tea and wait for a while. Mr. Zhao glanced at Jiangnan, I'll deal with the matter at hand, and then we're talking about jadeite, and I'm all thinking about this now. On the jade pendant. I'm in no hurry. Jiangnan sat down beside him. Zhu Shishir hurriedly poured her a cup of tea. Mr. Zhao continued to look at the jade pendant calmly. While drinking tea, Jiangnan watched the excitement. Enqi's face was cold, and she glanced at Jiangnan from time to time. After a while, The old man Zhao said, "An old man, this jade pendant is indeed an old object. But I am not sure whether it is the Qin dynasty or not. This type of jade pendant is too rare. I have never seen such a jade pendant in the Qin dynasty. There are two features that are in line with the characteristics of the Qin dynasty jade pendant, but there are several things that are not like the Qin dynasty, which are very incredible. You can't see through Mr. Zhao, can't you be sure that it belongs to Qin? Chow. Mr. N said, 80% of the time, I have lost money in buying things. How much did you get it for? Mr. Zhao asked. 500,000,000. Originally, Jiang Nan didn't take it seriously at all, but when he heard 50 million, he was a little startled. He couldn't help but look at the little jade pendant seriously. With a self-deprecating smile in my heart, I now have more than 1 million pieces of jade in my hand, and I feel very happy, but a small ancient jade is only 50 million. In this comparison, he is still a poor man. And I became interested in an instant, and threw a test at Yupei. Empower worth 50 million. 0%. Ah. Jiang Nan laughed secretly in his heart, it was really a loss. Continue testing. Empower worth 40 million. 0%. Haha. Even more interesting is that 40 million is not worth it. Empower worth 30 million. 0%. Jiang Nan. It can be worth 20 million. 0%. It can be worth 10 million. 0%. Jiang Nan was almost speechless, not only lost, but lost a lot. 10 million is not worth it. He continues to test. Empower worth 5 million. 50%. Jiang Nan has a result, and it can be worth 5 million barely. This is exactly 10 times the 50 million, which is kind of funny. After thinking about it for a while, continue to test. It's something from the Qin dynasty or before the Qin dynasty. 0%. Ah. Jiang Nan laughed inwardly, thinking about it, it was worth 5 million, and it was estimated that the time period was not too long, so he continued to test. It's something from the Qin dynasty. 100%. Sure enough, steady. An old man, I suggest you find someone who understands better. Master Zhao said helplessly, shaking his head. This should not belong to the Qin dynasty, but the Qin dynasty. Jiang Nan interjected, if this thing is really bought for 50 million, it will definitely be a loss. What? Mr. Zhao and Mr. N looked at Jiang Nan at the same time. The old man Zhao said, young man, do you know Guyu? I know a little. Jiang Nan said with a smile. If Chen Xi hadn't been there today, he wouldn't want to show the limelight at all. It was because Chen Xi had always looked down on his expression, which made Jiang Nan a little unhappy, so she wanted to express herself. Where do you see that this is from the Qin dynasty, not the Qin dynasty? Old man Zhao asked again. Mr. N also watched without blinking. This is inconvenient to tell. Jiang Nan didn't understand this, pretending to be mysterious. Mr. Zhao. Ah. Mr. N's moment was a sneering expression, it's inconvenient to tell, you don't understand at all, right? I really don't believe that you are so young. And have such good eyesight? Whatever you think. Jiang Nan smiled indifferently, I don't need to prove anything to you, but I'll leave my words here. This thing of yours belongs to the Qin dynasty, and its value is only about 5 million, and it can't be more. Elder Zhao, who is this person? Mr. N asked, looking at Mr. Zhao. A guest. Mr. Zhao smiled bitterly, don't try to ask me to prove that this little brother understands you or not. We have only just met, but this little brother is a good person, honest, and he likes me very much. Oh? Mr. and looked at Jiangnan more, and then turned to Mr. Zhao, Elder Zhao, then. I'll go first, go to Yanjing, and see Master Dong, he should be able to take a look at this thing. Understand? That is. Mr. Zhao said, Master Dong is the Big Dipper of Mount Tai. In this line of work, and he must be able to understand. I'm leaving. I send you. And Qi and Mr. N left behind, and glared at Jiangnan before leaving. Jiangnan. What the hell am I offending? The old man Zhao returned quickly, and said with a smile, Little brother, I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. Jiangnan smiled. Come, let me see a few pieces of jade. Jiangnan gave the jade to him. The old man looked carefully. Jiangnan. Zhu Shishir whispered from the side, how do I think you have a close relationship with Qi, the granddaughter of Mr. N? Jiangnan. It's not a shallow relationship, it's just a farce for the success rate of the test. And he also knew that the girl's name was Qi. After leaving Zhao Lao's century-old shop, Jiangnan's carry went in for nearly 1.4 million. Can be described as a wealthy young man. Delicious. It's still early to walk on the antique street. After thinking about it for a while, he plans to walk around here to see if it will be the same as last time. The century-old shop is located in the middle of the street, and Jiangnan just passed by half of the stalls and tested it. Except for the cup of 4 dislikes similar to a wrench, there is no other gain. There are nearly half of the rest of the stalls, and he hasn't been there yet. And there are still many stores, and he hasn't gone in for a stroll. With a decision, instead of going back the same way, I started to stroll in front of the stalls that I had never been to. He walked to the stall without saying anything, locked his eyes on everything on the stall, and threw a test. The value of more than 100,000. 0%. Immediately deny. Going to the next stall without stopping. The value of more than 100,000. 0%. Next one. The value of more than 100,000. 0%. It didn't take long. All the stalls are gone, and there is no gain at all. Jiangnan smiled secretly, and said that leaks are not easy to pick up. Go straight to the next store. The things in the store are very mixed, very lively, all kinds of bronzes, porcelain, and everything. There are so many things, and there is no clear price tag, it is not easy to find leaks? This is the first situation Jiangnan got. After a little thought, a test was thrown. There are more than 5 million things in this room. 100%. I blinked my eyes and continued the test. Things worth more than 10 million. 30%. Closer. Something worth 9 million. 50%. Something worth 8 million. 100%. At this moment, the owner of the store noticed Jiangnan and walked over with a smile. Guest, do you like it? I have all kinds of genuine antiques here. Reputable old stores, fake one loses 10. Let me take a look at the best antiques here. Jiangnan said, I have a habit of asking for the best, and ordinary things are not acceptable. Oh? The boss, however, squinted his eyes and looked at Jiangnan with a questioning face on his face, smiled and said, Guest, the best things we have here are of high value, and it costs millions. Are you sure you have this? Financial resources? Obviously. Jiangnan is all over the place, and he has been looked down upon by the boss. And he has no intention of showing him anything. Humph. Jiangnan snorted coldly, if this is the case, forget it, don't regret it, maybe a business will be gone. Turn around and leave. Ha ha. The boss sneered at his back. At first glance, he is a poor ghost, and he is still pretending to be here. I have seen such people a lot. Jiangnan heard this too, didn't look back, sneered in his heart, wait and see, I don't have enough money now, wait a while and see, I will slap you in the face with money. He was in a bad mood, and he didn't have the heart to continue to pick up leaks. He left Antique Street and didn't go back to renting the building. Instead, he got into a taxi and said to the boss, go to the nearest real estate agency. In order not to be led around by the driver, I deliberately walked more distances. He directly threw 100 yuan to the driver and said, remember your real estate agency, the money is yours when you arrive at the land. Good good. The driver was so happy, he quickly started the car and merged into the traffic. Evening. Go back to Gangnam of the rental house, pack up the things in the room, the taxi is waiting below. Because the money is not bad, renting a house is a very easy task. With a luxury rent of 30,000 yuan per month, he directly leased a luxury 3-bedroom apartment. Everything is complete and can be directly moved in. The location is great. There are cinemas, shopping malls, and clubs in the surrounding area. They are all very close. It is an ideal location to enjoy life. There are not many things in the rental house. A suitcase and a small cutting machine are put into the box, and other things are not needed. Ping pong pong. It is estimated that the sound of packing things was a bit loud, and Bei next door was alarmed, ran to the door, and looked inside. Seeing Jiangnan, who was packing up, she asked, curiously, Brother Jiang, are you leaving? Well, yes, I found a new place to live. Jiangnan nodded while packing up. Really leaving? Bibi was a little nervous. After that, my water pipe is broken, who will help me fix it? Only you can trust me here. Jiangnan was also stunned for a moment, then stopped packing his things and frowned in thought. After a while, he said, Babe, the house I rented this time is quite spacious. I am the only one living now, and there are extra rooms. If you trust me, you can move in and live with me and give you a separate room. It can still be your main live broadcast. Shared rent? Bebe blinked her big, beautiful eyes. How much do I have to share in a month's rent? Is it bigger than here? It's a little bigger than here. Jiangnan said, you don't have to pay the rent. I'll do it myself. You can take care of the hygiene and clean the room when you have nothing to do. Is that so? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Said Bebe. This is not a problem. Jiangnan smiled, still that sentence, can you trust me? There are only 2 of us alone in a suite. Of course I believe it. Bebe said, we have lived next door for so long. Brother Jiang, I know very well what kind of person you are. That's good, pack your things, the taxi is waiting below, pack your valuables, and don't ask for other things. Giggle. Bebe laughed, Brother Jiang, it sounds like you mean a big money. Jiangnan smiled lightly and said, I mean, the space in the taxi is not large, and it can't fit with too many things. Oh, I see, I'm going to pack up and only take what's important. It was just getting dark. The taxi stopped in Liyuan community. Jiangnan and Bebe got off the bus. The driver diligently helped the two people take things, and there was a tip, which made the driver extra diligent. And Bei looked up in a daze at the Liyuan community, where only rich people could live. Facing Jiangnan weakly, he asked, "Brother Jiang, you are not renting a house here, are you?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Jiangnan asked back. "Nothing, I just want to ask, it should be expensive to rent a house here, right?" "It's not expensive," Jiang Nanfeng said lightly. "It's really not expensive?" "Of course." Jiang Nan smiled and changed the subject. "Let's go, get your bags and we'll go upstairs." Oh. Bei was a little stunned throughout the whole process. He dragged a large bag and a small bag and followed Jiang Nan into the elevator of one of the buildings. As the elevator went up, Jiang Nan asked, "Remember, we live in Unit 1. Building 8, on the 16th floor." Well, Bei was still a little stunned, shocked by the luxury of all aspects here. Soon they reached the 16th floor. The two got off the elevator and walked through a corridor. Jiang Nan opened the door. In an instant, there are more than 130 square meters, a spacious and luxurious room, which catches Bei's eyes. Let her stay even more. "Come in, don't stand still," Jiang Nan walked in and said. However, the luxurious decoration inside made Bei a little afraid to enter the door. The monthly rent is 30,000 yuan, and the annual rent is more than 300,000 yuan. For a 3-bedroom apartment. If you think about it, you can know what the grade is. Moreover, Jianghai is a second-tier city, not a first-tier city. This. Bei hesitated for a long time before asking, "How much is the rent for such a luxurious and big house?" "Haha, not much." Jiang Nan laughed, 30,000 a month. "What?" Bei was terrified. "How about it, is it okay?" Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Which room do you like? Choose it yourself." However, Bei hasn't woken up from the shock. After a while, he said in disbelief, 30,000 yuan, the monthly rent is 30,000 yuan, my God, can you afford to rent such an expensive house? How much does it cost to earn a month? You don't have to worry about this. Jiang Nan said with a smile, "Didn't I say it before, and you won't be allowed to take the rent and be responsible for hygiene." "Brother Jiang, how can you be so rich?" Although Bei was small, he could see clearly in this situation that Jiang Nan had already become a rich man. Jiang Nan smiled, "If I said I was lucky and won 2 million in the lottery, would you believe it?" "Did you really win a lottery ticket?" said Bei. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. "It should be." Bei nodded, "Brother Jiang, apart from this, I really can't imagine how you could suddenly become so rich. Okay, it's time for dinner. If you want something to eat, I'll take you out to eat," Jiang Nan said. "Well." Bei rolled her beautiful eyes, "Brother Jiang, you are rich, can we have a good meal?" "Of course, as long as you like. You can order it as you like, provided I can pay it." Hee, don't worry, just eat some relatively good things, and you won't spend too much money. Even if you buy a lottery and win the lottery, you can't just waste your money, you have to save it, save your wife's book, and marry a wife in the future. Ah. Bei said, slyly. Yes. Jiang Nan smiled, "I didn't have money before, so I didn't dare to think about it. Now that I have money, it seems that it's time. It's time to find you a sister-in-law." Humph. However, Jiangnan's words, Bei Bei snorted coldly. What's wrong? Jiangnan asked inexplicably. It's nothing. Bei Bei said, I just think you're a little stupid, and there are girls in front of you who don't try to chase them, and they're still looking for distance. Ah? Jiangnan pretended to be a little confused and asked, what do you mean? I hate it, I won't tell you. Bei Bei pouted. Eat Western food? Is this expensive? At the entrance of a luxurious Western restaurant, Bei Bei was a little afraid to go in. I'll ask you if you like it? Jiangnan said. Should like it. Bei Bei said, I didn't want to eat it before. Then there is nothing to hesitate, come in with me. Jiangnan went into the Western restaurant while talking. Bei Bei timidly followed behind him. After finding a secluded place to sit down, the clerk's sister immediately came over. What do you two want? Jiangnan didn't say anything, but he first threw out an idea. The best steak. Here costs more than 1,000 yuan per serving? 100%. More than 2,000 yuan per serving? 0%. I understand the situation, and I have a trump card in my heart. Jiangnan said calmly, how much is the best steak here? 1888. 2 of the best steaks, medium cooked, and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed pineapple juice. Jiangnan ordered. Very casual and natural. He has not eaten Western food many times. He has eaten with guests before, but he has a soft spot for the taste of steak. Okay, just a second. The clerk went down. Bei Bei was surprised, his eyes widened. A steak is 1888, it's almost 2,000 yuan, oh. Is this too expensive? It's nothing. Jiangnan smiled. Brother Jiang. Bei Bei looked Jiangnan up and down again, and said, I seriously doubt that you won 2 million in the lottery, or 200 million, or you can't burn money like this? Haha. Jiangnan smiled without explaining much. Ah? It won't be 200 million, right? Bei Bei's eyes widened even more. No. Jiangnan smiled, it's really 2 million. Cut. Bei Bei looked completely disbelieving, it's strange to believe you. Yanjing. On the outskirts of Nanchur, a villa built on the mountain. In the first-floor meeting room. Chen Xi and Mr. N sat on the sofa beside them, drinking tea slowly. On the opposite side, an old man with white hair, but a spirited spirit, was using a magnifying glass to look at a jade pendant. The room was quiet. Several maids stood by, ready to serve tea and pour water, but no one dared to make a sound. Time passed minute by minute. About 10 minutes. The white-haired old man put away the magnifying glass, gave the jade pendant to the old man and asked at the same time, how much did you get this thing? 500,000,000. Haha. It's a loss, and it's a big loss. Ah? Old man and was shocked. Master Dong, how much do you think this thing is worth? Well, 5 million, no more. Master Dong smiled. Hiss. Mr. and took a deep breath. What was shocked was not that he lost more than 40 million yuan for this jade pendant, but that he remembered that a young man once said this sentence. Master Dong, does this thing belong to Qin Chao? Mr. N continued to ask. No, it belongs to the Qin dynasty. Master Dong said, to be precise, it is something from the Guangxu period in the late Qing dynasty. Hiss. The old man gasped again. He also clearly remembered that the young man said the same thing. Although he didn't say it very clearly, it was during the Guanxu period in the late Qing dynasty, but he said it was the Qing dynasty. Thank you, Master Dong, sorry for your troubles. Mr. N suddenly thought of seeing that young man again, and he couldn't sit down at all. It's okay, it's okay. Master Dong said with a smile, my friend, it's not a big deal. Master Dong, if you are busy, we will leave. Mr. N said a polite word again, greeted Chen Xi to leave, and returned to Jianghai City overnight. Wow. As expected of a steak close to 2,000, it's so delicious. At the entrance of the Western restaurant, Bei was still unfinished, with big, beautiful eyes and a crescent of smiles. If you like it, I'll take you to eat in the future, Jiang Nan said. No, no. Bei said quickly, it's too much of a loser. As long as you like it. Jiang Nan smiled lightly. Bei looked at him and stopped talking. After a while, the rims of his eyes became red and he wanted to cry. What's wrong? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. It was fine just now, why did it suddenly become like this? It looks like I'm going to cry. I didn't bully you? It's not you who bullied me. Bei said pitifully, Brother Jiang, you are so kind to me, what should I do in the future? Haha. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly, I'm still doing something wrong. No, you're right. Bei said, it's because life is so beautiful now that I'm starting to be afraid of losing it. This is the life I dream of, but I'm afraid of waking up from the dream. Okay, don't think about it so much. Jiang Nan smiled, let's go back, you won't be broadcasting live tonight? It's getting late, your fans should already be waiting for you. By the way, I want to live broadcast and I want to earn money. Bei cried and said, Brother Jiang, this job is very hard, and I don't want to do it. I think I will try my best to please those old people. Men, you only have a few thousand yuan a month, and you rent a house for 30,000 yuan a month, so my heart is very painful. Since that's the case, don't do it if you don't like it. Jiang Nan said, why don't you just be my full-time maid, help me clean the room, and I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month, how about that? Real? Bei's eyes lit up with joy on his face. Of course. Jiang Nan smiled, my monthly rent is only 30,000 yuan. Do you think it will be difficult to give you a salary of 10,000 yuan? This won't work. Bei smiled awkwardly, remembered something later, and said, but I just got a fan who catches me with 5,000 every night, and I can share 2,500 yuan in one night, which is a bit reluctant. Haha. Jiang Nan smiled, don't feel bad. Why, said Bei, it's 2,500 yuan a day. 2,500 yuan is a lot of money. Because. Jiang Nan laughed, took out his mobile phone and handed it to Bei. Bei said, click on my mobile phone, log into a Fish Live broadcast, and then click on your room to find out. What? Bei didn't know why, so he did as Jiang Nan said. Very much done. Her face became very exciting, and she looked at Jiang Nan, Brother Jiang, it turns out that you are a salted fish basking in the sun. It turns out that you reward me 5,000 yuan every day. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. Brother Jiang, you really hate it to death. Bei's face turned red, I was showing off in front of you before, but you lied to me and didn't expose it. You really hate it to death. As he spoke, he raised a small fist and slapped Jiang Nan's chest. But when the fist fell, it didn't take much effort at all. A lovely breath came over him. After hammering a few times, Bei stopped and gave Jiang Nan a good look. Brother Jiang, you are really bad. Does it make you happy? Jiang Nan smiled lightly. Aren't you happy at the time? Happy. Bei suddenly became a small bird and smiled again, not only happy, but someone suddenly hit 5,000 yuan, very excited, but I didn't expect it to be you, Okay, enough to eat and drink, what to do next, go home or play? If you're not worried about money, of course you're going to play. Bei was excited like a little sparrow. How about going to the movies? Jiang Nan thought for a while and said, yeah. The cinema is not far from here. We strolled over and started. I'm so happy. I didn't expect to live such a life one day. I feel like I'm dreaming. Jianghai Airport. An old man and Chen Xi came out, followed by 2 full-time bodyguards in black clothes and black sunglasses. Not far from the terminal, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was waiting in place. Just as she was about to get into the car, Chen Xi suddenly said, Grandpa, go home first, I want to walk alone. Okay then. The old man nodded, I've been with me all day, you can go play. After getting into the car, Rolls-Royce merged into the traffic. Chen Xi beckoned, a taxi came over, she pulled the door to get in the car, and said, the cinema. Inside a Rolls-Royce. Mr. and took out his mobile phone and dialed a number to go out. The call was quickly connected, and a laughter came out, Elderin, calling so late, what's the urgency? Elder Zhao, I want to ask, do you have his contact information for the young man you met during the day? I really don't have this one. I forgot to leave the guy's phone number. Alas. That's a pity, nothing else, Mr. Zhao, you are busy, I'm hanging up. Wait. At this moment, Mr. Zhao said, I remember, there is a clerk in my store and the young man are classmates, and she has his phone number. Really? That's great. Mr. N said happily, Elder Zhao, I'll trouble you with one more thing. Can you contact that young man to come to your store? I want to meet him again. Of course there's no problem with that, said Mr. Zhao. Later, he asked suspiciously, an old man, you suddenly want to see him. What's the situation, can I ask? It's nothing, of course it's convenient. The old man Zhao said with a smile. It's the jade pendant I showed you. The young man said that I bought a loss. Do you remember? I remember, of course I remember, why is it really a loss? Yeah. Mr. N sighed and said, I just got back from Yanjing by plane, and I showed Master Dong the things. Guess what? Difficult. Could it be that it's similar to what that young man said? Mr. Zhao said in a more serious tone. It's more than the same. Old man and smiled bitterly, it's almost exactly the same. Master Dong also said that this jade pendant can't be more than 5 million. The dynasty is the Qing dynasty. Hey! The old man Zhao on the phone gasped, my God, if that's the case, then that young guy's eyesight is too terrifying. My eyesight for more than 30 years is so different from his? Yeah, I was surprised too. Old man and also agreed with a wry smile. Difficult. Could it be that his eyesight is already the same as that of Master Dong, a Taishan beta-level existence? Mr. Zhao's voice trembled a little, and he could feel unusually uneasy. Squeak. With a slam of the brakes, the taxi stopped at the entrance of the theater. And she got out of the car and walked towards the entrance of the theater with her twisted waist. Her arrival, her super high appearance, refined temperament, and more importantly, a single girl attracted the attention of many male creatures. Kakaka. The sound of high heels hitting the ground made the heartbeats of many male creatures beat. However, Chen Xi is a famous brand and a Hermes bag, which is not easy to provoke at first glance, which makes a group of male creatures feel itchy, but no one dares to go up and talk to them. Chen Xi walked to the door of the cinema, but did not go in, but walked around the door and watched from time to time. She came this time with a purpose, just to try her luck and see if she could meet Jiang Nan. What she saw at Master Dong in Yanjing was not only surprised by her grandfather in, but she was also very surprised. And she also likes to collect, likes to deal with antiques, and usually learns from her grandfather to increase her knowledge and eyesight. The grandfather and grandson have similar smells, which also makes Mr. N like Chen Xi even more. It can be said that seeing the situation from Master Dong, the shock in Chen Xi's eyes was even greater than that of Master N. The same young man, Jiang Nan, had such eyesight, she was really shocked. Inexplicably, Jiang Nan's figure lingered in her mind on the way back to Yanjing by plane. It should be said that since watching the movie together that night, Jiang Nan's unpredictable performance has already left a mark on Chen Xi's heart. Now she is very impulsive to see Jiang Nan. Can't tell why. Or that night, she thought that Jiang Nan had tricked her, made her shriveled, felt uncomfortable, and wanted to find a chance to get revenge back. Or you want to meet Jiang Nan to discuss knowledge and insights about antiques. But she couldn't get in touch with Jiang Nan, she only thought of one possibility: Jiang Nan might watch the movie alone. So come here and try your luck. However, she felt that this kind of luck was very ridiculous, and she was almost unsure. But she just let herself die. She has been walking around at the entrance of the cinema, she is still preoccupied, and the scene where Jiang Nan suddenly asked her to watch a movie that day reverberated in her mind. The abrupt sentence is, "Can I ask you to watch a movie together?" Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. At the time, she felt very abrupt and inexplicable. And he unexpectedly agreed, and with a man, it should be said that it was the first time I watched a movie with a man without saying a word. Watching a movie that has been making me uneasy. Thinking about her thoughts, she walked back and forth, and she was completely immersed in her own thoughts, forgetting that she was here to wait for Jiang Nan, and forgot to look around from time to time. A sudden voice sounded in front of him, "Hey! I didn't expect it to be so coincidental, and I ran into it again." And Xi's footsteps were just a meal, and then she was pleasantly surprised. The very familiar voice was exactly the person she was waiting for. "I didn't expect it to come." She raised her head suddenly with a smile on her face, but the next moment, the smile disappeared and turned into a cold face. His eyes fell on Bei Bei, who was beside Jiang Nan, who was still holding Jiang Nan's arm. "Are you watching a movie again?" Jiang Nan continued with a smile. "I want you to care," Chen Xi said with an angry expression. "Jiang Nan. Who is this?" Bei Bei asked Jiang Nan curiously. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to introduce it. After organizing the language, he said, "It's a passerby." And she became even more angry, gritted her teeth, "I want to bite you to death." After speaking, he turned around, stepped on high heels, and left. "Jiang Nan? Bei Bei? Brother Jiang, what's the matter? Who is she?" Bei Bei was puzzled. "Didn't I say it before?" Jiang Nan smiled bitterly, "Passerby A. It doesn't look right." Bei Bei squeezed her pointed chin, "Looks very angry." And she saw me, she won't be your girlfriend, see me angry, and she is good. Beautiful. Bei looked at Jiang Nan when he asked this, his face was very nervous. How could it be? Jiang Nan smiled and said, if it was my girlfriend, I would have gone after it long ago. Let's go, don't waste time, go to the theater, like big buckets of popcorn or small buckets. Casual. Bei seemed to have something on her mind, as she followed Jiang Nan to the inside. She looked back at Chen Xi, who was getting into the taxi. At the end of the movie, when he walked out of the theater, Bei was as happy as a bird. He grabbed Jiang Nan's arm immediately, and said happily, "It's so beautiful to live without worrying about money." "I think so too," Jiang Nan said with a smile. "It seems that our two views are the same." Cut. Bei rolled his eyes. "I'm afraid there are 99 out of 100 people who have this view." "So it is." Jiang Nan looked suddenly realized. "You are so annoying, are you kidding me on purpose?" "If you have to think so, I can't help it." Jiang Nan spread his hands. "Ha ha ha ha." Bei hummed repeatedly, and twisted her fair little hands around Jiang Nan's waist, but she didn't exert much effort, she was just pretending. Called a taxi, and soon returned to the residence. "The room with a separate bathroom is yours," Jiang Nan said. "It will be more convenient for you to live in this way." Bei nodded shyly. The little face was as red as a big apple. After all, in a sense, the two are living together. "Good night, rest early," Jiang Nan said. "It is good." Bei nodded and turned back to his room. Entering the room, Bei closed the door, feeling like her little heart was beating like a deer. After thinking for a moment, the door was locked with a click. But in an instant, it felt inappropriate, and the lock was opened again, and the dark complexion on the beautiful little face was tangled and complicated. The next day. What ghosts and legends, what ghosts, and demons, only the eagle sings in the faint. Jiang Nan, who was sleeping comfortably, was awakened by the ringing of the phone. I touched the phone in a daze, looked at it, and Zhu Shishir called and got on the phone. Before he could speak, Zhu Shishir's voice came over the phone. "Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Sleep?" There was silence on the other side. Later, Zhu Shishir's voice came again. "When is this? Are you still sleeping?" I haven't checked the time yet." While talking about Jiang Nan, he glanced at the watch on the wall. It was already past 10 a.m., he smiled bitterly and said, "It's so late, I overslept. Envy, it's great not to go to work, to be able to sleep until I wake up so late." Zhu Shishir's tone of envy. The corners of Jiang Nan's mouth subconsciously curled into an arc, saying that this kind of life is really cool. "By the way, Jiang Nan, you have nothing to do today, right?" Zhu Shishir said. Again. "No, I'm not busy today, rest. Come to our store." "Okay, our boss wants to see you and has something to tell you." "Of course." Jiang Nan said, "I'll take a shower and I'll be over in a while." "Okay." Hang up the phone, the call ends. Jiang Nan got up and went out to wash. As soon as I opened the bedroom door, I saw that Bei was cleaning up the room. Bei was dressed very sexy today, with a beige camisole on the upper body, very short, with a ditch on the top and a waist on the bottom, but there was not much cover in the middle part. Below is a black miniskirt with hollow lace, and her fair thighs are very charming against the backdrop. Black silk on the legs. Jiang Nan couldn't help but take a second glance, and couldn't help but admire. In his heart, this little girl is really hot. When Bei saw him coming out, she raised her pretty face to say hello. Brother Jiang, you're awake. When did you get up, Bei? Jiangnan smiled, I don't have anything to sleep for a while. This room is so comfortable, I'm so excited that I can't sleep. Bei said. With a happy smile, I've already gone downstairs to buy breakfast, I'm just waiting for you to get up, but I don't have much money on me, so I still bought soy milk and youtiao. I have traveled a long way for this, there is no such breakfast stall nearby, and now you are rich, I don't know if you are used to eating it. Of course I'm used to it. Jiangnan said, although I'm lucky and made a small fortune, I'm not a spoiled master. That's good, that's good. Bei was happy. The two of them had breakfast together. Jiangnan said, Babe, I'm going to go out after dinner. No, I'm going to go out, clean up the tableware and go out to play when you want. Okay. Bei nodded obediently. Jiangnan went downstairs. I am so happy that there is a little girl like Bei to take care of it at home, which is very worry-free. This kind of life is comfortable. Antique Street. 100 years old. Jiangnan walked slowly along the antique street. When he arrived, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Because I saw acquaintances in the store and she was there. This girl, Jiangnan, is still quite impressive. After all, beautiful women like her are very rare. Jiangnan smiled and said, it's such a coincidence that we meet again. Humph. And she snorted coldly, looking angry and unwilling to pay attention to Jiang Nan. Jiangnan? It's a bit baffling, don't you remember provoking this girl? What a look of hatred. Habitually throws a test. You're mad at me, 100%. Wipe. This time Jiangnan was completely stunned. And right now? An old man reprimanded Chen Xi, what is your attitude when someone talks to you? Angie opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. Apologize quickly. Mr. N said to Chen Xi again. Sorry? Chen Xi was stunned. Jiangnan. Equally confused. Doesn't this old man like to take care of himself? Why is his attitude a little unusual today? Habitually throw a test. Could it be that you are asking for yourself today? 100%. It really is. Yes. I'm sorry. Chen Xi seemed to be afraid of her grandfather. Although she was very reluctant. She still said sorry to Jiangnan, but the grievance in her eyes was very obvious. Haha. Jiangnan smiled proudly, it doesn't matter, adults don't care about villains. When you see me in the future, treat me with respect. Don't be so indifferent. Aside. Mr. Zhao. What, isn't that a bit too much? Mr. N. Baby, you are really not humble. And she gritted her teeth in anger. What if you want to kill him? Waiting online, very urgent. Master, what's the matter with calling me here? Jiang Nank sat down beside Mr. Zhao and asked at the same time, regardless of what other people looked at. It's Mr. N who wants to meet you. Mr. Zhao said with a smile. Is that so? Jiang Nan looked at Mr. N with an expression like, what are you looking for? From me? Little brother. My old man didn't beat around the bush, and said directly. First of all, I apologize to you. What I said yesterday was abrupt. I take it back. I shouldn't underestimate you because you are young. Haha, it's nothing. Jiang Nan smiled lightly, I didn't take it to heart at all. It's not worth it to be angry with a passerby for a sentence. The corner of Mr. N's mouth twitched. How could he feel that the taste of these words was wrong? It's like people don't care at all. However, after careful consideration, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. My old man, do you have anything to do with me? If you have anything, just tell me. I'm busy. As Jiang Nan spoke, he picked up the tea that Zhu Shishir had just brewed for him and drank it slowly. It's such a little brother. Didn't you see the jade pendant yesterday? I want you to help me continue to show it to me. An old negotiating tone. Jiang Nan pondered for 2 seconds. Give me a reason, why do you want to help you? In normal times, Jiang Nan is an easy person to talk to, but yesterday the old man's attitude really made him unhappy, so. Mr. N. In Jianghai City, he was the first person to talk to him like this. Mr. Zhao. In Jianghai City, it was the first time he met someone who talked to Mr. N like this. Helplessly covering his face, he said in his heart that something was wrong. If something happened in Jiangnan, Mr. N was notorious for his bad temper. But what surprised him was that old man N had a very good attitude and said with a wry smile, little brother, if you want a reason, I really can't find any reason to convince you, if I pay the money. If so, what do you think? Money? Jiang Nan smiled. It's not impossible to give money, but how much you give? If I give it, I will look down on it if the money is less, and if there is more money, I'm afraid you won't have enough. Hiss. Jiang Nan's words made Mr. Zhao gasp. It was big enough that it scared him a little bit. The value of Mr. N's jade pendant is now well known to everyone, and it is worth 5 million. So what Jiang Nan means is that if you let him make one shot, it will cost 5 million. This is too exaggerated and too cruel. Humph. And she immediately snorted coldly. You mean that you want 5 million? For one shot, are you crazy? And girl, shut up. However, Mr. N just reprimanded Chen Xi one by one. What? This surprised both Chen Xi and Mr. Zhao. Looking at Mr. N, his face was puzzled, and he said in his heart, will Mr. N agree to 5 million for a shot? Even Jiang Nan was a little puzzled. Nima, give 5 million for one shot? If this is the case, this is so cool, and earn money lying down. Little brother. Mr. N's attitude is still so good, with your eyesight, I also know that you are not a poor person, and indeed, it is too vulgar to talk about money in front of you. I still have some face in Jianghai City. I just sincerely want to make friends with you, my little brother. I hope that my little brother can help me when it is convenient. Of course, if my little brother is useful in Jianghai City, I can get my place, even if you speak. There is absolutely nothing to say. These words made Jiang Nan shine. The so-called many friends, many paths, there are not many friends in Jiang Nan, so now is a good opportunity, and I have a success rate in hand. It is too easy to help the old man identify some antiques and other things. The thought flashed, he made a decision, smiled slightly and said, since the old man said so, I am also a person who likes to make friends. People respect me 1 foot, I respect others 10 feet, good. You are a friend, old man. I delivered. Ha ha ha. Mr. N suddenly laughed happily. I knew that, little brother, you are a man of temperament, so good, we will make friends in the future. Little brother, what is your name? Jiang Nan. Okay, nice name, little brother Jiang. Mr. N looked very heroic, My name is Zhonglo, you can just call me brother and in the future. Jiangnan smiled and shouted, Brotherin. Ha ha ha. Mr. N laughed happily, that's great, at noon today, I am the host of the VIP building, and we will get together. Jiangnan was slightly interested, looked at Chen Xi and said, Brother, this is yours. This is my granddaughter Chen Xi. Mr. N happily introduced. Oh? Jiangnan looked at Chen Xi and said, I'll call you uncle when we meet later. You. Chen Xi's face flushed with anger, she couldn't say anything, she turned to look at the old man. Grandpa, it's all you. Ha ha ha. Mr. N said with a smile, you young people have different opinions. Humph. And she looked at Jiang Nanjiao and hummed, did you hear it? We are all about the same age. I can't call you uncle. Jiang Nan. Everyone chatted a few times and sat down. Mr. N took out the jade pendant from before, gave it to Jiang Nan, and said at the same time, little brother, can you take a closer look? Haven't you seen it before? Jiang Nan took it over, it's worth 5 million. What else is there to see in the Qing dynasty? Little brother, I want to know when he was in the Qing dynasty, can you tell? Asked Mr. N. Very expectant look. This is also the purpose of him asking Jiangnan to look at this jade pendant again. He wants to know how far Jiangnan's eyesight has reached. This can be. Jiangnan nodded, his eyes locked on the jade pendant, and his thoughts were thrown out. Early Qing dynasty. 0%. The end of the Qing dynasty. 100%. Brotherin, this thing is at the end of the Qing dynasty. What a god. The excitement on Mr. N's face was hard to hide. Can you be more detailed? Mr. N asked. More details? Jiangnan was a little confused, how detailed is it? It's not easy to answer this. Brotherin, give me some hints. Which emperor's period can this be seen? Said Mr. N. Jiangnan pondered, how many emperors were there at the end of the Qing dynasty? The heart is hard, this is still a test of history. Fortunately, I remembered that there were 3 emperors in total, the Tongji Emperor, the Guangxu Emperor, and the Fui Emperor. 1-by-1 test is okay. Emperor Tongji. 0%. Emperor Guangxu. 100%. Okay. Got it. Brotherin, this thing is an object of Emperor Guangxu in the late Qing dynasty. Hiss. Grandpa and just took a breath, exactly what Master Dong, who was at the Big Dipper level in Mount Tai, said. But how big is Jiangnan? Even with sufficient psychological preparation, Mr. N was shocked and could not calm down at all. And Qi, who was on the side, looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. She was also in this line of work, and she knew exactly what Jiangnan's eyesight meant. The old man Zhao is also in a very uneasy mood. He is now thinking about a question. The jade that Jiangnan brought before is probably not because of a cousin, but because of his own poisonous eyesight. Little brother, get in the car, we must have a drunken rest today. Outside the antique pedestrian street, a bodyguard in black opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Mr. N happily motioned Jiangnan to get in the car first. Jiangnan was not polite either, and got on the bus in a hurry. Afterwards, Mr. N, Mr. Zhao, and Qi and Zhu Shishir also got into the car. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom is spacious enough to be a small room, and a few people can sit in it without being crowded all day. It's a nice car. Jiangnan looked at the car, and his heart was uneasy, but his face still looked like an ancient well. If it was said that he was very nervous in the face of such a luxury car. Before, if he accidentally broke it, he would not be able to accompany him. However, now that his heart is calm, he is very clear that it will not be long before he wants to buy such a car as easy as the palm of his hand. If he can see the success rate, the world has endless wealth waiting for him to pick it up. However, Zhu Shishir was very restless, and said with an exaggerated expression, "It's more than good, it's simply amazing, I never dreamed that one day I would be able to sit in a car like this." "Calm down," Jiang Nan said with a slight smile, "a car, it's just a means of transportation." "Ha ha ha. That's right, right." Mr. N said, "Little brother said it well. His opinion is different, and it really is hidden." If someone else said this, he would be very disdainful, and would even say that the grapes were sour if they couldn't eat them. However, this sentence was said by Jiang Nan, but his feelings are very different, especially now Jiang Nan, who looks very ordinary in clothes, but has such eyesight. In his eyes, Jiang Nan is deliberately disguised. This look is a stealth big guy. It is the kind of deep pretense and high-level operation. And he himself has been admonishing himself, and he should learn to do this in the future. It didn't take long. Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the VIP Building International Hotel. The bodyguard got out of the car at the first time, opened the door, and everyone got off one after another. VIP Building International Hotel is one of the top hotels in Jianghai City. The hotel was not busy as it was still early, less than 11 o'clock. Several waitresses and sisters in the lobby were chatting together, looking out through the large glass windows from time to time, and the top luxury Rolls-Royce immediately caught their attention. "Wow, there's another big guest here," one of the young ladies said. "This car is so beautiful. When can I find a boyfriend? It would be great to be able to drive such a car." Cut. A group of cut voices were thrown over. "Don't be crazy. I advise you to wake up and stop dreaming. Golden Turtle's son-in-law is not so easy to fish, even finding such a rich old man is not easy." "Huh? Jiang Nan?" At this moment, one of the young ladies suddenly let out a small yawn, and looked at Jiang Nan, who was among Mr. N, and muttered in surprise. If Jiang Nan sees it, he will recognize it at first glance, college classmate Zhao Yimin. Although Zhao Yimin's voice was low, he was still heard by a waitress next to him, and said teasingly, "Why, Zhao Yimin, you don't mean to say that there are people you know among them?" Zhao Yimin froze for a moment and said, "It just looks like a classmate of mine, but I'm not sure." "Is your classmate a rich second generation?" "No, he is from the countryside," Zhao Xiaoman said. "Che, that's definitely because you've identified the wrong person. You don't even look at who these people are. It's impossible for a rural college student to come together with them. They're not the same people at all." "Yes." Zhao Yimin nodded, "I must be mistaken." When they were talking, Mr. N and Jiang Nan had already entered the lobby, and walked straight towards the elevator. Looking at it up close, Zhao Yimin felt more and more like Jiang Nan, but he didn't dare to go up to recognize it, for fear of making a mistake. Jiang Nan chatted with Mr. N all the way, and did not pay attention to the surroundings. He entered the elevator and went directly to the VIP floor on the top floor. Zhao Xiaoman didn't take it to heart anymore, and continued to chat with the little sisters. Not long time. The elevator door opened, and the hall manager came out in a hurry, shouting to Zhao Yimin and the others, "Quick, the VIP room on the top floor is ordering at 888, you guys hurry up and serve the dishes in the kitchen. Okay. Okay. This is a 5-star hotel with strict rules. Several waitresses and sisters hurriedly moved and ran to the kitchen. Zhao Xiaoman is also among them. When they got to the kitchen, the chef asked him, when serving the dishes, "You should be careful, the dishes ordered by the guests today are all extremely expensive, don't damage them, or you won't be able to deduct a month's salary for one dish." Money. Alas. Envy, jealousy, and hatred, the life of the rich is really luxurious. One of the waitresses sighed. Okay, don't sigh, blame your bad life, when you find a rich husband to marry. You will live this kind of life, you are the first dish, take it upstairs, ordered the chef. Then he said, Zhang Xiaofeng, your second dish, Zhao Yiman's third dish. Zhao Xiaoman took the third dish and entered the elevator together with the 2 waiters in front of her and went upstairs. He quickly reached the top floor, got out of the elevator, and walked along the corridor to the door of VIP room number 888. Boom. The waitress who walked at the front knocked gently on the door, and then said softly, "The dishes are here." It was only later that the door was gently opened, and he walked in with a specially trained pace. Zhao Xiaoman and the others followed. Walk into the room, put the dishes gently, and don't look sideways. It's all rules. Zhao Xiaoman, is that you? And just then a voice sounded. Zhao Xiaoman subconsciously followed the reputation and saw Jiang Nan, who was looking at her and smiling. Zhao Xiaoman was stunned for a moment, then surprised, is Jiang Nan really you? Yeah. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I can meet you today. Yeah, I didn't expect it. Zhao Xiaoman was somewhat excited. Brethren, sit down for a while and meet a college classmate. We haven't seen you for a long time. Let's have a chat. Jiang Nan stood up and said to Zhao Xiaoman, talk outside, By the way, I haven't asked you if it is convenient now. Another waitress immediately said, Zhao Xiaoman is fine, we are the one who serves the dishes. Since we have met acquaintances, let's talk. As he spoke, he blinked at Zhao Xiaoman Guling in surprise. Zhao Xiaoman's face turned red. Little brother, I actually met an acquaintance, ha ha ha. Let's go, said Mr. N. We haven't seen each other for more than a year. We haven't seen each other since graduating from college. Jiang Nan smiled and talked with Zhang Xiaoman and walked out to the corridor. Outside the door, and Qi's eyes followed Jiang Nan's back, and snorted softly, humph. A man who likes to mess with flowers. At the window at the end of the corridor, Zhang Xiaoman stopped. Xiaoman, look at your outfit, are you a waiter here? Jiang Nan said with a smile, you look pretty in this outfit. It is true that when Zhang Xiaoman was in college, he was one of several beautiful girls in the class, with a good figure and good looks. It is precisely because of her good figure and appearance that she was able to find a job in this 5-star hotel. For girls, having a beautiful face is a kind of wealth in itself, and Zhang Xiaoman makes better use of this wealth. It's a good working environment and a good salary. You are making fun of me. Zhang Xiaoman was slightly embarrassed, you are the VIP here, and I am the waiter here. What are you talking about? Jiang Nan smiled, I'm not a VIP, I'm eating with me. Che, deny it. Zhang Xiaoman gave him a nice look and said, I saw that you got off that very valuable Rolls-Royce. Haha. Jiang Nan smiled, the car is not mine, it's someone else's, I'm Just sitting in a car. Pretend. Zhao Xiaoman said, even if the car is not yours, you are still hanging out with these rich people. Are you also a very successful rich person? Now? It's a complete misunderstanding. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, I said it before, I came here to eat, and I happened to be together. Really? Zhao Xiaoman still questioned. Of course it's true. If you really don't believe it, I can't do anything about it. By the way, you see that my clothes are all street goods. How can rich people do this? Jiang Nan said. This is true. Zhao Xiaoman believed a little and said, actually, I'm also figuring it out. I also understand your situation. Your family is in the countryside. It's only been over a year since you graduated, and you've changed. It's unimaginable to be rich. Haha. Jiang Nan smiled and said nothing. By the way, Jiang Nan, Zhao Xiaoman said, several of our classmates work in Jianghai City, do you know? I don't know. Jiang Nan said, I met you in Jianghai City. It was the first classmate I met. Who are the other classmates? I know Li Xiaochun. I heard her talk about it, but I don't know the details. Li Xiaochun also said for a while that the classmates in Jianghai gathered together. That's a good idea. Jiang Nan nodded. If there is a party, will you go? Zhao Xiaoman asked. Of course go, the classmates have not seen for a long time. Jiang Nan said. Well, leave a contact information. Zhao Xiaoman took out his mobile phone. While talking, I will contact you when we get together. Okay. Of course, he told Zhao Xiaoman his mobile phone number and WeChat ID. The two chatted for a while. Zhao Xiaoman went to work, and Jiang Nan returned to his room. Just sitting down, and she tilted her head and asked in a low voice, your classmate? Her seat is next to Jiang Nan. Yeah. Jiang Nan said with a smile, didn't I say it before? It's just that simple as a classmate? And she asked again with a strange look. What else can I do? Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. There is nothing else, such as, once passionately in love, ex-girlfriend, and so on. Big niece, you think too much. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, Zhao Xiaoman was beautiful when he was in college, and many boys liked it. I am a Diaosi, how can I have anything with others? At best, it is a secret love, of course, for example, I don't have a crush, because I can recognize the facts better, and a crush is meaningless. I want to bite you to death, I have said everything, don't call my eldest niece. And she gritted her teeth. Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. N and Mr. Zhao on the side laughed loudly. It's better to be young, even if it's bickering and arguing, it's so cute. Yes, time flies so fast, if you don't pay attention, you will get old. Come on, you two young people, stop arguing, everyone pick up the wine, let's go together. Several people ate, drank, and chatted until half-afternoon. Jiang Nan and Chen Xi are also very familiar with each other, and also understand that Chen Xi is a talented girl even at such a young age. Good knowledge of antiques. Mr. and Jiang Nan left their contact information with each other, and the dinner was over. Jiang Nan returned home, and Bei was waiting eagerly. When he saw Jiang Nan entering the door, he immediately smiled happily and said, Brother Jiang, I have prepared lunch and waited for you, but now that you are back, the dishes are already cold, I'm going to warm up. No need. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I have already eaten lunch, and I We'll go out in the future, so you don't have to wait for me to eat. Bebe was a little disappointed, is that so? You didn't go out to play? You've been bored at home? Jiangnan said. Yeah. Bebe said, I'm thinking about when you'll come back. I've made the meal, and you can eat it when you come back. Haha. Jiangnan smiled, don't bother so much, saying that I want you to be my full-time maid. It doesn't really make you like your maid, staying in the room like your maid. You are free and want to play, just play. However, I am paid 10,000 yuan a month, so I have to do my due diligence. Bebe said with a morning smile. What salary is not salary? Jiangnan said, I know that your family is difficult, that you are not easy, and that you are a girl who is facing such a lot of pressure, so I specially helped you. You don't want to do it because of me. The salary comes with a burden, or the same sentence, do whatever you want to do, and it is fate that we can get to know each other. Bebe stopped talking and looked at Jiangnan quietly. Her eyes were red as if she was about to cry. Don't cry. Jiangnan smiled helplessly, it's like I'm bullying you. Woo. However, Bebe even burst into tears, and threw himself into Jiangnan's arms, crying and saying, Brother Jiang, this is the first person in your life that you have treated me so well. Don't cry, don't cry. Jiangnan, comforted with some headache. Such a delicate and beautiful little girl, threw herself into her arms, feeling a little helpless. Poverty limits, growth. I haven't hugged a girl yet. I came here so suddenly, I was a little nervous, and I was looking forward to it. Delicate body and soft body, exactly this feeling. A faint body fragrance penetrated Jiangnan's nostrils. Very dizzy. And Bebe is still young, her skin is the best at this age. And although she is small, she has a sense of oppression against D. There is a different kind of attraction to an old man a few years older than him. However, Jiangnan has been admonishing himself in his heart to hold on. It's not bad either, I held on to it and didn't take the opportunity to take advantage of Bebe. After a while, Bebe stopped crying and came out of Jiangnan's arms. The small appearance of pear flowers with rain made people feel distressed and charming. Okay, don't cry. Jiangnan reached out and wiped her tears. I'm lucky, I won the lottery and got rich, and your hard days are over. If you have any difficulties, brother help you. Bebe nodded his head and said, Brother Jiang, you are really a good person. Jiangnan. What's the matter? Another good card, even if you want to do anything, you can't do it. Alright. It's good to have a sister. Bebe, go and make me a cup of tea. Jiangnan was lying comfortably on the sofa. At noon today, I drank a lot of wine, and my mouth was dry. Okay. Bebe obediently agreed to make tea. It didn't take long, a cup of hot tea was brought over. Bebe sat beside Jiangnan as obediently as a kitten, and looked at Jiangnan with big, beautiful eyes, his eyes not blinking for a moment. Jiangnan was a little stunned, and asked, Why do you look at me like this, and my face grows? Hee. No. Bebe said with a smile, it's just that the more you look, the more handsome you are. Heh. Jiangnan said with a smile, you didn't realize it until now, I'm drunk myself, because of my handsomeness. Cut. Bebe rolled his eyes and said, Old Wang sells melons and brags, but Brother Jiang, you are really handsome. It would be nice to find a handsome guy like you to marry. You want to get married at such a young age? Jiangnan teased and said, I Can't stand the loneliness of being single anymore? While talking, Jiangnan released a probe to Bei with a little interest. Still a big smiley face, female? The next moment. 100%. Hee, not bad, although it is a live broadcast, she is a good girl. No. Bei's face turned red, and she said in a sullen voice, I won't talk to you anymore. Why do you feel so stupid now, and you don't understand what they mean? Jiangnan was a little confused, is there? Yes, of course there is, Bei Jiao angered, looking very cute. Jiangnan. At dusk. Bei, who was already lying beside Jiangnan and fell asleep, woke up and glanced at Jiangnan, who was looking up information on his mobile phone and asked weakly, Brother Jiang, if you want something to eat, I will do it. No need to do it, wait a minute, I'm done with what I'm doing, let's go out to eat. Jiangnan said casually. His mind was still focused on the information he consulted. He's making the next plan, where to get the jadeite stone, and after Mr. N and the others got along, Jiangnan has lost interest in 1 or 2 million things, so he will do it again this time. After nearly an hour of searching for information and understanding on the mobile phone, he basically made a decision to go to the magic capital. The stone gambling culture in Magic Capital is very prosperous. There is also a very large stone blocking market in Magic Capital. Compared with the gambling stone market in Magic Capital, these jadeite wools and the gambling stone garden in Jianghai City are just a little trouble. With a decision, Jiangnan put away his mobile phone and greeted Bei. Let's go out to eat. Yeah. Bei's voice came out from her bedroom, I'll change my clothes. I'll be fine soon. Alternative? Jiangnan said with a wry smile, isn't that pretty dress, just now? But I just want to change again. Bei said. It didn't take long, the bedroom door opened and Bei came out. Jiangnan's eyes lit up. This time, Bei changed into a long dress with a hollow heart shape on her chest, just so she could see her V-shaped deep groove, which was very eye-catching. TSK. Bei, she's so beautiful. Jiangnan couldn't help but praise. I really can't help but praise you. Is it really beautiful? Bei was also very happy. Of course, who dares to say that he is not beautiful? I am anxious with him. Jiangnan has a serious expression. Hee. Bei was even happier. Brother Jiang, do you like it? Of course I like it. Hee, that's good, I just wore it for you to see. Your little mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter, let's go downstairs for dinner. By the way, what do you want to eat today? If you like the steak last time, let's go. Jiangnan said and walked out. No. Bei said quickly, it's too expensive, so expensive. Don't think about money is not a problem. Don't be so prodigal. Bei said indeed, it is necessary to live a long life. Jiangnan. What? The housekeeper's sense of sight. The two entered the elevator, and Bei touched his sharp chin and said, let me think about it, what should we have for dinner today? It's economical, affordable and delicious. Jiangnan. It seems like a good candidate to be a wife, so he will live a good life. Soon the elevator stopped. When the two got out of the elevator, Bei was still rubbing her chin, her big beautiful eyes flashing, and she didn't figure out what to eat for dinner. Just then Jiangnan's cell phone rang. He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was Zhang Yuan who was calling. He smiled and answered the call. Hi. My dear, I missed me. Bei, who was thinking about something, was stunned for a moment, looking At Jiangnan in astonishment, a trace of panic flashed on his face. Fuck you. Zhang Yuan on the phone said angrily, who misses you? I miss your wine. Didn't you agree that day you have a girlfriend and want to treat you? Jiangnan. The problem is that I don't have a girlfriend. But he didn't bother to argue with him, he smiled and said, isn't it just drinking? It's easy, make an appointment, we were just going out for dinner. And we just got together. Okay, that's great, I'm worried, I'm bored by myself tonight. Lily went out to meet friends, and we just had a good drink, but I'm already craving for wine. Alas, it's a pity that Lily is here, don't let me drink. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan complained. Jiangnan. Why does this look like a filthy woman? Jiangnan, where do you want to eat? I'll rush over. You decide the location, send me a location you are more familiar than me in Jianghai City. It's okay, but it's okay, you treat the guests, and you can get the money. Jiangnan. Why are you cheating? Without hearing Jiangnan's words, Zhang Yuan's voice on the phone suddenly increased an octave. It's really annoying. Jiangnan said with a smile, isn't it just a meal? Leave it to me, don't worry about it. By the way, call someone else? Who? Zhang Yuan asked in confusion. I wish sure. Jiangnan said, I met her yesterday, and it's not too far nearby. Since it's a gathering between colleagues, I'll call her. Of course, hee. Zhang Yuan said in a proud voice, anyway, it's your treat, you pay, even if you call 10 or 8, I'm not afraid of anything. Jiangnan. What, look at this promising brother Jiang, the caller is a man, right? Bei asked at this time. Yeah, I'm a colleague, what's wrong? Jiangnan was suspicious. It scared me to death, you called my dear, I thought it was a woman. Bei patted her chest. The action is very imaginative. Jiangnan glanced at him subconsciously, but immediately turned his eyes away. Otherwise it would be easy to commit a crime. He smiled and said, you don't have to think about what to eat anymore, just follow me to a bar with friends, and then order whatever you want. In the rental building near Antique Street, Zhu Shishir was sitting in the room. In a daze, thinking about Jiangnan. She couldn't understand, obviously Jiangnan, like her, had to endure being a grandson when she was scolded by a tigress at work. Why suddenly Jiangnan seems to be a different person now? And it turned out to be a VIP in the eyes of Mr. N. It was also a person who was at the bottom, and this hit her a little bit. At this moment, the phone rang, she took it over and saw that it was Jiangnan. Who called? I was busy answering the phone for the first time, and I was inexplicably nervous, as if the familiar Jiangnan had become very unfamiliar. Jiangnan, what's the matter with the call? Sure, it's like this. Jiangnan's voice came out from the receiver. Zhang Yuan called to have a meal together, it's nearby, I thought of you, is it convenient for you now? Come out if it's convenient, let's have a meal. Together, all colleagues, get together and chat. Convenient, of course convenient. Zhu Shishir said quickly. Where is the location? Tell me, I will rush over. I'll let Zhang Yuan fix the location. The location hasn't been sent yet. It should be available soon. I'll send you the location then. Okay. Jiangnan hung up the phone. Zhu Shishir suddenly regained her energy, and hurriedly washed her makeup. Again. 20 minutes later. A taxi stopped in front of a two-story diner. Zhang Yuan stood at the entrance of the diner, looking left and right, waiting for someone. Jiangnan and Bei got out of the car. Jiangnan, Zhang Yuan shouted, only to realize that Jiang Nan was not alone, but also brought a sexy and attractive little loli. But if you look closely, I saw this beautiful little loli once, at a breakfast stall, and she and Jiang Nan had breakfast together at that time. Haha. Jiang Nan looked at the small restaurant in front of him with a wry smile and said, Zhang Yuan, did you choose such a place? What's wrong? Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. This doesn't fit your character. Jiang Nan said, I'm treating you to a guest, shouldn't you be a good slaughter? I have thought about it. Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, but thinking about it is not easy for you to make money. I gave up the idea and chose such a small restaurant. It's good to eat and drink. We have Diaosi way of life. Jiang Nan. Puff. Bei on the side couldn't help laughing, and secretly said in his heart, I'm afraid you don't know, he has already bought a lottery and won a lottery and became rich. But she was even more eager that Jiang Nan would not spend money indiscriminately, especially if the money was spent on others, and it was not spent on her, even more reluctant. Knowing how difficult it is to make money, she cherishes money very much. Zhang Yuan glanced at Bei, and couldn't help but admire in his heart, she was so beautiful, she was so envious of Jiang Nan, with such a little girl behind her. It would be nice to have such a little beauty by her side. At the same time, he asked Jiang Nan, who is this young lady? My little sister. Jiang Nan said. Really or not? Zhang Yuan said in disbelief, is it his own sister? Dear. Jiang Nan is serious, and he doesn't even blink when he tells lies. Bei on the side covered her mouth and snickered. Why don't you look alike? Zhang Yuan said, there's no resemblance at all. Do brothers and sisters have to look the same? Jiang Nan asked back. Zhang Yuan. At this time. Squeak. With a slam of the brakes, a taxi stopped beside him. The door opened, Zhu Shishir got out of the car, and said happily, what are you talking about? Wow. Zhang Yuan looked over and exclaimed, I wish you a beautiful dress today, TSK. TSK, I've never seen you so beautiful before. If I know, I won't chase after Lily anymore. Jiang Nan. Bei. Zhu Shishir. And rolled his eyes to Zhang Yuan. But in the future, I will take another look at Zhu Shishir. Today, he is really dressed up beautifully. This is the first time he sees Zhu Shishir dressed so carefully. Suddenly a thought arises, and I think that this girl is not afraid of spring. So his eyes locked on her, and a thought came out. Missing a man? The next moment, a string of numbers appeared in front of me. 100%. Depend on. It really is. Your sister, I don't know, I miss that stinky man. Room on the second floor. A few people were seated in four corners, and Jiang Nan threw the menu to Zhang Yuan, can you order? Zhang Yuan took the menu, flipped through it and pondered, order a few meat dishes, and then order a few vegetarian dishes, and eat them together. This will save some money, especially the meat dishes are so expensive. Jiang Nan. Here's a break. Pfft. However, Zhu Shishir burst out laughing and said, Zhang Yuan, you're so hard to talk about, do you still want to save Jiang Nan money? Of course. Zhang Yuan said solemnly, it's good that Jiang Nan is willing to treat guests this time. It's not easy for him to make money. Although we have to kill him, we have to go to the standard of eating well and drinking well. And saving money. Come on, you can't eat Jiang Nan to death in one bite. Otherwise he will be too scared to entertain guests in the future. Jiangnan. Giggle. Zhu Shishir laughed a little back and forth, and said while laughing, "You don't know, Jiangnan is not the Jiangnan before, he is old and rich now." What? Zhang Yuan asked unexpectedly, old rich? What's the situation? Jiangnan, very speechless, said in his heart that he regretted letting Zhu Shishir come. Forget that she knows some of her old bottoms. Before waiting for Zhu Shishir to say anything, Bei Bei interrupted and said, "That's right, brother Jiang is rich now, and he rents a house in Liyuan community with a rent of 30,000 yuan a month." Ah? Zhang Yuan was shocked. It's true or false, the rent for a month is only 30,000 yuan, it's scary. Although I don't know this, it must be true. Zhu Shishir said, "You haven't seen it, Jiangnan made hundreds of thousands in the jade business." Ah? Zhang Yuan was even more shocked, his mouth opened wide. God, you can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars from a single business. His eyes were full of disbelief. Bei Bei also frowned and looked at Jiangnan. "Brother Jiang, are you in the jade business? Didn't you win a lottery ticket?" Jiangnan was stunned for a moment, but he, who had been trained to be good at lying, said in minutes, "I'm doing the jade business again, and I won the lottery too." He was very hurt at this time. He really shouldn't have called these people together. Now, his lies are about to be exposed. Bei Bei, looking at Jiangnan with a bit of doubt. Zhang Yuan. He looked at Jiangnan in shock. Wish poems, *0, happy face 0, carat. Looking at Jiangnan affectionately. The atmosphere became eerily quiet for a while. Jiangnan was a little nervous at the sight of several people, and quickly changed the subject. Cough, cough, don't be stunned, order food. Order whatever you want, don't worry about money. What's wrong with me? The truth is, Jiangnan, you are really a local tyrant. Now, listen to the tone of this talk. TSK, TSK. Zhang Yuan's face was excited. This time I must order the best dishes, ha ha ha. I'm so happy that Zhang Yuan has a local tyrant friend. Jiangnan was covered in black lines, rubbed his face helplessly, and said, "You are so Zhang Yuan, stop talking like that, you bastard local tyrant. If this word spreads out and people make fun of it, I only have a little money on hand. When I'm really rich, it's not too late to call local tyrants. I made hundreds of thousands of dollars from a single business, so I'm not a local tyrant." Zhang Yuan said in disbelief, "In my eyes, this is a local tyrant. Big guy, are there any accessories on his legs? I'm messing with you, the boss will take me, I will call 666. This time, Zhang Yuan was welcome, and called the waiter, and began to order dishes: beef with pickled peppers, sweet and sour hairtail, spicy fish, fillets, shredded bananas, stewed mutton with pine nuts and corn, spicy shrimp, old jar of phoenix claws, pickled loach, farm fish. Bei Bei. Zhu Shishir. Jiangnan, what the hell can you order so much? Hey hey. Zhang Yuan said proudly, I can't eat it and take it away, there are big bosses who are not bad for money. Jiangnan. Soon the dishes came, but I forgot to ask for wine. What to drink? Jiangnan asked. Of course it's good wine. Zhang Yuan said. I have a drink. I also drink drinks. Zhu Shishir and Bei Bei expressed their views. Jiangnan looked at the waiter and said, what is the best wine? Boutique Mutai, 888 a bottle. Then come to Maotai, and have 2 bottles first. Jiangnan said. Ah. Zhang Yuan was still a little frightened and said, almost 1,000 yuan. For wine, is this a bit too expensive? Jiangnan, why don't we change to something cheaper, such as the old village chief? Jiangnan. He said directly to the waiter, that's it, 2 bottles of Mao Tai, as well as drinks and canned beer. Come here. Okay. The waitress's slender waist quickly left. She walked in the wind, and she was very happy. She couldn't wait to bring the wine over, for fear that Jiangnan and the others would change their minds. You know, they recommend this kind of good wine, and there are a lot of commissions. 2 bottles of Mao Tai are sold out, which is more than her daily salary. Ha ha ha. Gluck cluck. There was constant laughter in the private room, and several people chatted while eating, very happy. Until more than 10 p.m., the dinner is over. Zhu Shishir and Bei Bei also drank a lot of beer. Jiangnan and Zhang Yuan finished 2 bottles of Mao Tai. Everyone was dizzy, and some of them drank too much. Stumbled downstairs, ready to part ways. Zhang Yuan's tongue was a little stiff, and he stammered and said, it's really cool to have rich days, no need to worry about work, no need to look at the tigress's face. I still remember that a bottle of black tea in Jiangnan was splashed. It's really cool on the tigress's face, and I really want to do it, no longer being bullied by that tigress, no longer pretending to be a grandson. The so-called telling the truth after drinking, Zhang Yuan repressed the words in his heart, and he complained all at once. Yeah. Jiangnan knew Zhang Yuan's words too well, and he felt so deeply, go to TMD tigress, now I don't have to go to work anymore, I don't have to pretend to be a grandson anymore, life, TMD just feels good. Haha. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly, big brother, take in the younger brother, I want to mess with you, and I really don't want to see the tigress's face anymore. Brother, hold on, don't worry. Jiangnan said, after a while I will build a company or something, and you will come here. Okay, boss, I'll just wait for your words. The 2 are half awake and half drunk, and you speak to me. Pulling and pulling, there were a few drunk people, and after half an hour, they had not parted ways. It was the security of the hotel who came out and called a taxi for them, and the 4 of them got into the car and went back to their respective homes. The car was bumpy. Jiangnan and Bei Bei were even more confused, and they returned to their residence in a confused way, hugging each other the whole way. My head is so dizzy. Entering the door, Bei Bei said, I didn't expect that. After drinking 2 cans of beer, I would be so strong. Haha. Jiangnan's half-drunk boss said, Babe, wouldn't it be your first time drinking a bar? It's the first time I drank. Bei Bei said, I've never drank before. Okay, let's take a bath and go to bed. I'll be fine. I'm going to faint. I can't take care of you anymore. Take care of yourself. You can't drink so much alcohol in the future. Jiangnan felt that his drinking power was getting stronger and stronger, and said quickly, Then I changed my slippers, went into the bathroom, and let out hot water. I was just about to take a hot shower, maybe the alcohol can relieve it. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was hugging him behind him. And there is a clear feeling of 2 groups of squeezing on the back. I thought of something in an instant, turned around and saw Bei Bei's charming little face. And Bei Bei's eyes were a little blurry, and said, Brother Jiang, I have thought about it, I will give you everything I have, and I will be your woman. Jiangnan rubbed his face bitterly, looking at Bei Bei's charming little face. He really wanted to take a bite. But he knew very well that Bei Bei was obviously drinking too much in this situation. Although now he is in a hormonal rush, and it's hard to bear it, but he doesn't want to take advantage of others' danger. Babe, you've been drinking too much, I'll take you back to your room. I didn't drink too much, I was just a little dizzy. I really didn't drink too much. Brother Jiang, I want to be your woman. Bei Bei was reluctant, and hung like a koala in Jiangnan's arms. Jiangnan. He was so depressed that Bei Bei couldn't open his eyes, and he said he didn't drink too much? Reluctantly, he picked her up, walked out of the bathroom, entered Bei Bei's room, and put her on the bed. Brother Jiang, don't go. However, Bei Bei still grabbed his arm in a daze. Jiangnan. Although she was speechless, she still comforted, okay, I will accompany you for a while, and I will leave when you fall asleep. Facing such a charming little sister, he couldn't get angry at all. In this way, Bei Bei finally became more stable, hugged Jiangnan tightly, and did not let go. Jiangnan also slanted on the bed. Unknowingly, I fell asleep without knowing when. The next day, early in the morning. What? Babe's high-octave scream suddenly sounded. The first moment she opened her eyes, she saw a man lying beside her, subconsciously screaming hysterically. What's the matter? Bei Bei, what's the matter? Jiangnan was instantly awakened by the cry, and sat up and asked in a conditioned reflex. Only then did Bei Bei realize that Jiangnan was lying beside him. His face turned crimson, and he took a quick look at his body. Fortunately, he was still wearing clothes. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Jiangnan. Brother, why did you sleep with me? When he said this, Bei Bei's little face turned even redder, and he didn't even dare to look at Jiangnan with his head down. Yeah. Why did I sleep with you? Jiangnan was also a little confused. He was also half drunk last night, and he couldn't remember what happened. After pondering for a while, he said, it should be that we both drank too much, and we were stupefied and didn't know where to sleep. Then he smiled awkwardly at Bei Bei. Babe, I didn't do anything to you, did I? I shouldn't. Bei Bei was also very embarrassed, and her face flushed to the base of her neck. Our clothes are both fine. That's good, that's good. Jiangnan was relieved, looking at this situation. I don't remember taking a shower last night. You continue to sleep. And I'll take a shower as soon as possible. After speaking, he hurried out of Bei Bei's room. When Jiangnan came out of the shower, he found that Bei Bei also came out of the bedroom with wet hair. Apparently, just took a shower too. The wet little beauty, that kind of different beauty, made Jiangnan take a second look, and sighed in his heart, it is really good to have a little beauty living together, and there is a seductive scenery at any time. Bei Bei, let's go downstairs to have breakfast, take a walk and do activities. It's cool in the morning and the air is the best. Jiangnan said. Okay. Bei Bei nodded obediently. Wait a minute, my hair is a little wet. I'll tie it up. Bei Bei entered the room and came out later with a ponytail. Jiangnan's eyes lit up again. The Bei Bei he had always seen had long hair. And a shawl. The first time he saw her with a ponytail, her delicate little face was even more obvious. Perfect. Hardly any flaws can be found. The two went downstairs and strolled along the road. Bei Bei came to lead the way, because Jiangnan didn't know where the breakfast stalls nearby were. Depressed. Jiangnan also said hypocritically, it's not convenient to Live here and have breakfast. Hee hee. Bei smiled. Who made you live in such a luxurious community? And you want to eat soy milk fritters earlier, this is a completely unsuitable life. Jiangnan. Do rich people feel that eating soy milk fritters is a shame? Hot soy milk fritters. The food around is delicious, and the citizens living at the bottom have a very good life with a bowl of soy milk and a few fried dough sticks in the early morning. After eating, go to work hard to make money. A new day of hard work is about to start. This was also the life of Jiangnan before, but it is not now. In a marginal position, Jiangnan and Bei were leisurely drinking soy milk and eating fried dough sticks. It has a different style from the people around who eat and go to work in a hurry. While the two were eating, Jiangnan said casually, "Babe, I want to go out." Going out? Where are you going? Bibi asked. Go to the magic capital. Jiangnan replied casually. You mean alone at home? Bei stopped drinking soy milk. Well. Jiangnan nodded and said with a smile, what's wrong, can't you can't take care of yourself alone, you lived alone before. Of course not. Bei said half coquettishly, I want to go with you. I haven't been to a city as big as the capital. This can't be done. Jiangnan's face became serious, I do have something to do this time, so I won't go out to play. I'll take you there later when I go to play. Okay. Bei nodded obediently, remember to take me there in the future. Don't worry. Jiangnan smiled, I don't need to remember, you just need to remember. When it's all right, tell me and I'll take you there. Hee hee. Bei was happy, looked around, and whispered in Jiangnan's ear, if we are like this, I'm not your little lover. Sister. It's my sister. Jiangnan said solemnly, didn't you say it, it's your sister. No. I don't want to be a younger sister. Bei Jiao said angrily, I want to be a little lover. Jiangnan. What a beautiful city. Jiangnan walked out of the airport, looked at the prosperity in front of him, and sighed in his heart. It's already half-afternoon, and after a few hours of flight, Jiangnan has come to the magic capital from Jianghai. Jiangnan didn't bring any luggage, just a backpack and a simple suitcase ready to hold stones. Reached out and stopped a taxi, and headed straight to Blockstone Market. He has already done his homework in advance about the geographical location and the situation of the gambling stone market, and he has checked it clearly on the internet. As expected of the magic capital, it is quite large. It took an hour by taxi to reach the gambling stone market. The suitcase was stored in the storage office, and he entered the stone blocking market with his backpack. Sure enough, it's the same as the situation on the internet. It's very huge. Here, about the size of 5 football fields. At the same time, it is also very lively, with people coming and going, and the flow is endless. There are people who come to watch the fun, there are stone gambling lovers. And there are some so-called masters. This time, before Jiangnan came, he had already done a good job of disguising. Shopping in Jianghai City, buying a sportswear, plus a cap and sunglasses. The current outfit doesn't look like a stone gambler, but an athlete who comes to travel. His outfit cost more than 100,000 yuan, and the brand is Armani. At first glance in the current Jiangnan, it is definitely a rich man. Sportswear is only 100,000 yuan. It is used for leisure use, when going out. It is conceivable that it is not that ordinary rich people can't do this. And his backpack was not an ordinary backpack, it was a golf backpack, but There were no golf clubs in it at the time, it was used as an ordinary backpack. Dressed in this outfit, it was as if he had just come off the golf course. There are more emerald wool stalls here, but they are more upscale. They are not placed anywhere, but on the counters one by one. The pattern is similar to the gambling stone garden in Jianghai City, and it also has the distinction between rich and poor. The outermost is cheap wool, the cheapest price, and the price is the same as Jianghai City, 1,000 yuan per kilogram. Gradually increasing the price from the outside to the inside. 2,000 yuan per kilo. 3,000 yuan per kilo. 5,000 yuan per kilo. 10,000 per kilo. There are cheap areas that have been transitioning to boutique areas. Of course, from the outside, the color and gloss of wool are gradually different. From the knowledge of gambling stones, the closer you are to the boutique area, the greater the chance of being able to cut jade or to cut good jade. This time Jiangnan came prepared, and through this period of understanding, he had more understanding of jade. Among the jadeite, there are two kinds of jadeite, which are known as the most expensive kings among the jadeite. The two types of emeralds are imperial green and emerald. Therefore, the purpose of Jiangnan's visit to the magic capital this time is that the goal has been set on the emperor green and emerald. He already looked down on petty troubles, and he already looked down on tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of small money. Feeling slightly excited, he came to the outermost counter booth and started this search. Yes, the current situation in Jiangnan is described as a search. His eyes locked on a counter, and his thoughts were thrown out. There are imperial greens or emeralds. 0%. Almost in less than a second, it's clear, moving to the next counter. There are imperial greens or emeralds. 0%. Jiangnan walked to the next counter again, but at this time, his mind was overwhelmed, and he thought of a question: why do he fool around to probe each counter one by one? Although it doesn't take long, it can be done in batches. So he laughed at himself, stood a little further away, his eyes locked on a dozen counters at once, and he threw out the idea. There are imperial greens or emeralds. 0%. Just as he was about to leave for the next batch, Jiangnan suddenly had another thought in his heart, so he threw out another thought. Something worth more than 2 million. The same thing that appeared in front of me was 0%. Well, give up. But Jiangnan already had a new calculation in his heart, moved to the next batch of counters, and changed the detection order. There are imperial greens or emeralds, or something worth more than 20 million. 0%. Nothing to gain. But don't be discouraged at all, transfer the next batch of counters. There are imperial greens or emeralds, or something worth more than 2 million. 0%. It turns out that leaks are not so easy to pick up. However, it didn't take long, and without any effort, Jiangnan easily forced Jiangnan to shuttle among the rows of counters. He acted very low-key, and did not attract the attention of others at all. If someone pays attention to their eyes occasionally, it is the Armani logo on Jiangnan's clothes. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. You don't need to think about it, you will sigh a rich man in your heart. After batches of exploration, it was very fast. After about 10 minutes, it was finally in the central area, where the marked price of wool was 5,000 yuan per kilogram, and Jiangnan made the first discovery. In a row of counters, after throwing the detection order, 100% appeared in front of him. Finally got it. Jiangnan was overjoyed and began to further identify with the exclusion method. Because Jiangnan has always been detected at the same time as Emperor Emeralds or more than 2 million, so now it needs to be identified. There is Emperor Green. 0%. There are emeralds. 0%. Things worth more than 2 million. 100%. It's a pity that there are no imperial greens or emeralds, but jadeite wool. Worth more than 2 million. Talk is better than nothing. Jiangnan sighed helplessly in his heart. If you let others know what he is thinking now, they will definitely beat him to death. Nima, is more than 2 million jadeite wool better than nothing? Jiangnan began to identify each of the dozen counters one by one. Start on one side. Something worth more than 2 million. 0%. Something worth more than 2 million. 0%. At the fifth time, the target was found. Jiangnan leaned up. There were not many jadeite wool on this counter. Since it was already relatively expensive, 5,000 yuan per kilogram, it was not piled up in piles, but a flat layer. Each piece of jadeite wool was intuitive of seeing. Jiangnan's eyes locked on, and the identification of each piece. It's worth more than 2 million. 0%. It's worth more than 2 million. 0%. The target was locked at the 15th block, which was a piece of wool that was about 2 kilograms visually. Beside it, there is a middle-aged man who is choosing, and the middle man has just put down the piece he has, and is looking at the piece that Jiangnan has selected. Jiangnan didn't waste time at all, walked up quickly, and took the wool in his hand. The middle-aged man next to him was about to stretch out his hand when he suddenly saw someone coming up from behind to take it directly. He was a little surprised and looked at Jiangnan. Jiangnan didn't give any explanation at all and turned to leave. The middle-aged man noticed the Armani logo on Jiangnan's clothes. He couldn't help laughing, shaking his head and muttering in a low voice, "Is this what the rich do? Gambling stones choose wool materials so quickly. What, this speed? Can you see the quality of the wool? Alas, maybe they are not bad money. They just come to play, a suit of hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't afford it. I can't afford it." Sure enough, Jiangnan's plan was a success. Let people around you think of yourself as rich. Even large purchases reduce the chance of being suspected. Rich and willful, just to play, what's the matter? Throwing the wool into the backpack, Jiangnan continues to choose. It is estimated that because of entering the boutique area, I found it again in less than a minute. In the detection again, the value of 100% appeared in front of him. There are fewer people who want to choose wool here, and the price per kilogram of wool has been soaring. In this area, the price of wool has risen to 7,000 yuan per kilogram. It can be said that the stone here is not too big. It is worth nearly 10,000 yuan, and there are about 50 pieces of wool on each counter. It is almost worth 500,000. These long strings of counter stones add up to a huge value. The old way, Jiangnan first identifies which category it belongs to. There is Emperor Green. 0%. There are emeralds. 0%. Something worth more than 2 million. 100%. Alas. Sad reminder. Jiangnan is a little regretful again. Later, the old way, start from one side to identify things worth more than 2 million. 0%. Something worth more than 2 million. 0%. Something worth more than 2 million. 100%. At the third counter, the target is locked. Then start to identify each piece of wool material one by one. soon. Something worth more than 2 million. 0%. 0%. 100%. Target found. Jiangnan walked up, pocketed it, and continued to test it if he was interested. It's worth more than 3 million. 100%. Wipe. Delicious. It's worth more than 4 million. 30%. Okay, it's more than 3 million, close to 4 million, but it's very good, and I made a small fortune. Delicious. There are imperial greens, or emeralds, or something over 2 million. 0%. There is emperor green. Jiangnan's leaks continue. He gradually deepened, and his mood became more and more lost. The entire gambling stone market was almost finished by him, and there was still no imperial green or emerald. Ugh. He sighed slightly, and when he checked the information, he realized that imperial greens and emeralds are very rare, and those who are generally accessible will only be in daxing auctions or in the hands of very rare collectors. In such a huge urban market and a magic capital, there won't be even one. Right? There is not much jade wool left, and it is already the most exquisite area. The luster and appearance of the wool look very good. The price has soared to 20,000 yuan per kilogram. But what makes Jiangnan even more depressing is that not only have no imperial greens or emeralds been found, but even more than 2 million emeralds have not been found. It can be seen from this point that those who can make money from blocking stones really need to really understand or have shit luck. Otherwise, it will definitely be lost. In the boutique area, there are even fewer people strolling around. Most of them are people who seem to have knowledge and look like masters. They point and express their opinions from time to time. Among them was an old man with gray hair and a long white beard. His identity was not simple, and there were several people around. The old man is holding a piece of wool that sells very well, and he is explaining the situation. Look at the luster, look at the waterhead, that piece of wool definitely has good jade. And a few people around nodded in agreement. That's right, it's great, you deserve to be a master, you really have a unique opinion. This made Jiangnan take a look at the wool in the hands of the old man, and threw it out. There is emperor green. 0%. There are emeralds. 0%. It's worth more than 2 million. 0%. It's worth more than 1 million. 0%. What, worth more than 10,000? 0%. Damn. It's worth more than 10 yuan. 0%. Your sister, a piece of waste rock. This made Jiangnan instantly disrespect the old man who seemed to be very knowledgeable. I really want to go up and say a word to him. Sure, is that you? Silently retracting his thoughts, without delaying time, he continued to explore the few remaining wool materials, and pinned his last hope on these wool materials. After all, they are all 20,000 stones per kilogram, and they all sell so well. They can't all disappoint. However, all wools were probed, and the result was a complete disappointment. In a huge gambling stone market in the magic capital, there was no emperor green or emerald found. It's a perfect ending. And even one worth 2 million did not get. Jiangnan rubbed his face, depressed, and thought about it. He couldn't come to the magic capital once, so he could go back with 2 stones, right? After a little pondering, I decided to lower the grade. At least there is a little bit of toll. Therefore, among the wool materials that have just been probed, a new round of scavenging has been carried out at a lower standard. Things worth more than 1 million. 0%. The value of more than 1 million. The so-called small profits, but quick turnover, it really makes sense. After lowering the standard, it didn't take long, and the discovery was still in the most refined area. After screening layer by layer, a piece of wool worth 1 million was selected. Fortunately, it is not big, and the cost is more than 20,000 yuan per kilogram. More than 900,000 profit. Jiangnan said it was barely acceptable. But this thought, if let other people, it is estimated that the heart of Jiangnan will be cut by 1,000 swords. What's the matter? 20,000 yuan is sold for more than 1 million yuan, and 500 times the profit is barely acceptable. I can only say a word with the middle finger. Break into the 18 layers of hell, and be slashed by 1,000 swords. Learn about it. Not bad, just accept it. The second time to lower the grade to sweep the goods, Jiangnan harvested 5 stones. But the value has been limited, definitely between 1 million to 2 million, not too much. But at least it's worth 5 million. He assessed the cost, about 40,000 yuan, and the profit was barely acceptable. Just as I was about to weigh myself and leave, at this moment. Dirty. A miniature heavy truck entered the gambling stone market. In addition, there is a black off-road vehicle escorting the front and rear of the heavy truck, which looks very cautious. An idea arose in Jiangnan, thinking that it would not be the newly shipped jade wool, right? With this idea, it is immediately thrown to a probe. A car full of jade wool? 100%. Ah. The corner of Jiangnan's mouth curved into an arc, it was true. After a little pondering, another probe was thrown. There are imperial greens, or emeralds. He just probed it at random, and he almost gave up, and he didn't want to have any more imperial greens, or emeralds. But the next moment. 100% in front of me. Asterisk. Jiangnan subconsciously exclaimed, a little surprised. Then came ecstasy. And his shouting startled a few people beside him, looking at Jiangnan with resentful eyes. But when I saw him in Armani, I didn't say anything, and pouted helplessly. Rich people, can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. Calm down, Jiangnan quickly made the final appraisal. Have emeralds? 0%. Is there emperor green? 100%. Okay. Confirmed. It is still the emperor green that Jiangnan most wants to find. He was even more ecstatic. At this time, the staff came up and began to evacuate the crowd. Let's stay out of the way, the new products are here. And when we've arranged them, everyone will choose again. This time, Jiangnan left in no hurry, looked at the seats in a rest area beside him, and walked over. There are stalls selling drinks, fruit and cigarettes in the rest area. Jiangnan bought a bottle of cold drink by the way, found a secluded seat and sat down, leisurely raised Erlang's legs, drinking cold drink while waiting for these new emerald wool to be placed. A few minutes later, the jade wool material of the whole vehicle was thrown to the ground by the gas cap of the heavy truck. Jiangnan glanced at the color and immediately judged that this car was the cheapest 1,000 yuan per kilogram of jade wool in the cheap area. At first glance, it looks like a stone on the side of the road, and its characteristics are very obvious. I am delighted. This situation is already obvious. It is possible to get emperor green for 1 or 2,000 yuan. A large number of staff gathered around and put a truckload of jade wool on the shelves of the counter. Originally, when Jiangnan came, a lot of counters were already vacant, but at this time they were filled again. Jiangnan is not in a hurry, and it is not easy for him to choose before it is completely completed. After about 2 hours, all the newly pulled jade wool materials were placed. Jiangnan moved and leaned on it. The previous method was to quickly lock a large area first. Soon, when the 10 counters were locked for the 3rd time, the Emperor Green was found. Then start narrowing down the targets one by one to lock the counter. Also very fast, just a thought. Locked to the 8th counter. At this time, a lot of people have gathered around and are choosing. Now Jiangnan is very experienced. The first thing to do is to throw an idea and focus on a few people around the booth. They have Emperor Green in their hands. 0%. With that out of the way, let's move on to the next step. There is Imperial Green in the left half of the pile. 100%. Very good, one shot hit. Then I divided the left half of the pile into 2, throwing out the idea. The upper half of the pile has Emperor Green. 0%. There is Emperor Green in the lower half of the pile. 100%. Oh, chicken knuckles. The area is already small enough. Jiangnan quickly got started, and screamed. Piece by piece. There is Emperor Green. 100%. Found it. Jiangnan looked at his hand, only about a kilogram the size of his fist, such an inconspicuous piece of stone, his mouth crooked with a smile. Without stopping, leave the crowd. Can't wait, throwing out an idea. It's worth more than 5 million. 100%. It's worth more than 10 million. 100%. Hey. A little excited. It's worth more than 20 million. 100%. Hey. Nima, the surprise is a bit big. It's worth more than 30 million. 0%. Worth more than 25 million. 0%. Why are you still a little disappointed? It's worth more than 23 million. 30%. It's okay, it's barely acceptable. It was almost evening at this time. The evening wind was very cool. I don't want to stop in the future. I went directly to the cashier. The scale here is much larger than that of Jianghai City. There are several cashier ladies. Come on, pay. Jiangnan chirped, took out the stones one by one from the backpack. Several cashier ladies around? Choose so many? Good guy, 8 or 9 yuan. Interesting, but it's the first time I saw you and bought so many? A young lady couldn't help being curious and asked with a smile, Sir, why did you buy so much at one time? I just did it the first time I saw it. Rich and self-willed. Jiangnan said, Is there any rule that it can't be done? No, there are no rules. I'm just curious, I'm sorry, I apologize. Miss. Sister said quickly. Several young ladies, together with the people watching the fun, couldn't help shaking their heads. It really is rich and willful. Rich people these days, let's make them prodigal. There must be something wrong with the second generation and the second generation. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Jiangnan is very happy. Exactly the result he wanted. At the same time, an idea popped up in my mind. Someone will be overwhelmed. 0.01%. Jiangnan was speechless, and all the decimal points came out. However, the probability that this will be suspected of being overhearted can be almost completely ignored. And I have already thought about it before. I will only come to the gambling stone market in the magic capital once. If I don't come a second time, I will choose another place for the second time. In the future, we must implement the purpose of changing a place with a shot. The settlement result came out soon, a total of less than 80,000 yuan. Jiangnan's dashing eyelids drew the money without blinking. Then he carried his backpack and left with a few stones. There was a chatter behind the scenes. Prodigal, 80,000 eyelids, don't even blink. No way, who makes people rich? Alas. Some people can't compare. They are born lying in a pile of money, and living in this life is a prodigal family and a lifelong career. Hearing this, Jiangnan couldn't help but want to turn around and raise his middle finger, shouting, "You sister, you are too TMD prodigal, I have made a net profit of tens of millions. Find out." It was getting late, and Jiangnan didn't want to stay up late to return, so he found a hotel to stay. Now that he has made money, he can't feel wronged. He chose the best hotel in the magic capital, Pudong Oriental Hotel, and wanted a presidential suite. Located on the banks of the Huangpu River, Pudong Oriental Hotel is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. The hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The price of a presidential suite is 160,000 yuan per night. The bathroom area of the suite is 50 square meters, including a 4 square meters jacuzzi and steam room, and a private fitness space. In addition, the hotel chef has dedicated access to the suite's fully equipped kitchen to cook a gourmet feast for guests. M160,000 a night's room is comfortable. Jiangnan was drinking red wine, sitting on the sofa with Erlang's legs crossed, watching the 72-inch LCD TV, and enjoying the huge room alone. I just came back from exercising and took a hot bath in the large 40 square meter bathroom. Now have a glass of red wine, and I will have a good day. At this time, I stepped on the desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back, and a pot of spirits in my hand. The long ancient road was long, and I couldn't describe my joys, anger, and sorrow. Only the camel was still busy. The phone rings. Jiangnan touched it and saw that it was Zhang Yuan who called. Helplessly smiled and answered the phone. Zhang Yuan's voice came from the receiver. "Boss, do you have an appointment?" Jiangnan. "Hey. Boss, let's go out for a drink. Lily hasn't come back yet, it's boring for me to be alone." Jiangnan, are you still addicted to TMD? Hey. Boss, don't worry, I'll treat you this time, but I agreed in advance that the wine and food should be cheap, otherwise I won't have that much money to pay the bill. Just like before, it's capped at 50 yuan, how about? Jiangnan. Boss, you can't ignore your poor friends before because you're rich, but I really want to follow you. Seeing that Jiangnan didn't speak, Zhang Yuan babbled again. Where is it? Jiangnan said helplessly, I'm not in Shanghai City at all. How can I drink with you? Ah? You're not in Shanghai City, where have you been? Zhang Yuan's voice was a little surprised. Magic City. Jiangnan said, I came to the Magic City to play. Really or not? You're not fooling me, are you? Zhang Yuan was still a little unconvinced. Why don't you believe in Lao Tzu? Jiangnan said angrily, then let your hearing be false, but seeing is believing. Come, chat with WeChat, I will show you. Hang up the phone when you're done. Opened a video chat with Zhang Yuan, and the luxurious presidential suite entered Zhang Yuan's line of sight. Immediately, Zhang Yuan's face was shocked. Hold the grass, boss, where are you? This room is too extravagant, right? Good guy, a crystal chandelier. That is several meters in size. TSK, the walls are resplendent, isn't it? It's made of gold. Let's believe it now. Jiangnan said, I am resting in the hotel now, the best hotel in the magic capital, Pudong Oriental Hotel. Pudong Oriental Hotel? Zhang Yuan said, I haven't heard of it, I haven't been to the magic capital. Jiangnan was very speechless, and said with a serious sense of knowledge. Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River, and it is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. TSK, TISK. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise, Jiangnan, you are rich, and people have become educated. Cough cough. Little meaning. Jiangnan was very proud and continued to introduce, the hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The price of a presidential suite is 160,000 per night, which is the room I am staying in now. Hey! Holding the grass. Zhang Yuan's shocked expression in the video was extremely exaggerated. 160,000 a night. Jiangnan smiled lightly, took his mobile phone and started walking around, taking pictures of various places for Zhang Yuan to see, and continued, the bathroom area in the suite is 50 square meters, which is equipped with a 4 square meters massage bathtub and steam room. There is also a private fitness space. This. Zhang Yuan hesitated, not knowing what to say. Jiangnan is also a little proud and feels that this is a good fit, and continues to introduce, in addition, the hotel chef can enter the fully equipped kitchen in the suite through a dedicated channel to cook a gourmet feast for the guests. And Zhang Yuan was already full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. How is it? After the introduction, Jiangnan said slightly proudly, is it okay? I'm thinking, spending 160,000 livres a night hurts. Zhang Yuan smiled bitterly. I remembered something later and said, Jiangnan, turn around and show me. Jiangnan was speechless. Why are you so addicted to watching? Well, I'll show you again. Jiangnan once again took the phone and started to circle. And Zhang Yuan has quietly pressed the camera to record, and said, I will introduce it again, I will write it down, and I will have the capital too. Pretend to be in front of my friends in the future. Jiangnan. But looking at Zhang Yuan's drooling and pleading face, he introduced it again. With a slightly magnetic voice. Pudong Oriental Hotel is located by the Huangpu River. It is the most expensive hotel in Shanghai. The hotel has the largest and most expensive presidential suite in Shanghai. The price of a presidential suite is 160,000 per night. The entire presidential suite has been turned, and the beauty and luxury of everything has been photographed. And Zhang Yuan stopped recording proudly, and backhandedly sent the video to his colleagues' WeChat group. The WeChat group is full of Jiangnan's former colleagues. When they heard the message prompt, they clicked on the video, curiously. Suddenly the group exploded. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. Hold the grass. This is Jiangnan. My God, staying in the presidential suite, 160,000 a night. Really or not? Is this video P? This is really Jiangnan, I can't believe my eyes a little, I know. Pudong Oriental Hotel, the best hotel in the capital, the presidential suite. Is 160,000 a night, it's true, but what about Jiangnan, can you afford to stay in such an expensive hotel? The video was sent by Zhang Yuan, at, come out and explain. Stupid you guys, just at the party, at, come out and explain. At +1. At +2. At +10086. At this time, Jiangnan was still talking to Zhang Yuan in the video. Is this going down? However, Zhang Yuan immediately hung up the video and sent a sinister expression. Jiangnan? A little confused. At this moment, ding dong, the reminder sound of the WeChat group kept going. Jiangnan glanced at it. It was the previous work group. Is there any excitement? I haven't seen the workgroup chat so hilariously for a long time. When I opened it, I was immediately stunned. The destination is at. Quickly scrolling up the record, and soon saw Zhang Yuanfa's video. Understand what's going on? Gritting his teeth, he sent a message in the group. At Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, get out of here for me. Zhang Yuan, hey, smiling face, my colleagues, welcome the boss. Welcome the boss who can afford the 160,000 head suite a night. Immediately after that, the group exploded. At Zhang Yuan, is it true that Jiangnan stayed in the 160,000 presidential suite for one night? Is this true? You are in the magic capital now, and you are staying in the presidential suite of Pudong Oriental Hotel? Tell me honestly, what's going on? You just quit your job, did you? Become a local tyrant in seconds? There are pictures and the truth, hurry up and post 2 photos, or I don't believe it. The 160,000 a night presidential suite is terrible. The WeChat circle was noisy, and Jiangnan was depressed. What's more, he was low-key and extravagant once, and he was almost known to the world by Zhang Yuantan in minutes. Facing the inquiries of his colleagues, Jiangnan had no choice but to reply. Yes, I am in the presidential suite of the Pudong Oriental Hotel in the magic capital. I came out to play. It was too late to go back, so I had to find a place to stay. What's wrong with me? This is a force to explain in simple language. Hey. It seems to be true. I can't imagine. I spend 160,000 yuan a night, I feel a pain in my liver, and my salary for 2 years is gone. Jiangnan, do you dare to take a few pictures? There are pictures and the truth, who can't brag? The person who spoke was Wang Tsong, a colleague who had not dealt with Jiangnan very much before. Jiangnan couldn't help but let out a sneer, then snapped a few photos and sent them directly to the group. This time, Wang Tsong was speechless. No one questioned the colleagues who saw the photo. But the crowd was more lively. You said you quit your job, and where did you go? It's only been a few days, and you've become a local tyrant every minute. I don't even dare to recognize it. Boss, take my knee, I'm going to hang out with you. Boss, and me, I want to hang out with you. When are you going back to Jianghai? Make an appointment and have a meal together. Shy face. The one who spoke was a former female colleague who was also known as Si Hua in the company. Jiangnan. As for other male colleagues, when they saw this sentence, they were jealous and sad in their hearts. This is really an era of money. Si Hua was ignorant of Jiangnan before, but now she has become an idiot every minute. Jiangnan inevitably became the focus and was bombarded by colleagues in turn. Jiangnan smiled helplessly, and finally had to say, okay, I will invite everyone to dinner when I have a chance. Only then did the public anger subdue, and everyone stopped. The WeChat group fell silent. However, it is the hearts of colleagues who are not calm. Almost every colleague has a very complicated mind. Like them before, Jiangnan, who worked hard for a meager salary and pretended to be a grandson by the look of a tigress, has now turned into a local tyrant. This makes them both envious and a little unacceptable, even jealous. A colleague who was drinking with a friend put away his mobile phone with a wry smile and said to the friend next to him, "Alas, another buddy has developed." Before, a company pretended to be a grandson with a monthly salary of several thousand yuan. He just left for a few days, and now he lives in a house 160,000 late presidential suite. Hey! Where is the hotel so expensive? Presidential suite of Pudong Oriental Hotel. Good guy, the presidential suite is expensive enough, but I didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Ah? Is there such a thing? What's the situation? Talk about it. I guess there must be a house in the family with demolition characters painted on it. There is also a colleague who is working overtime. He was full of motivation. In an instant, like a deflated ball, he didn't want to move at all. Heart MMP. Work overtime. At a shitty class, how much more money can you earn? If you stay for one night, you can get 160,000 yuan for a night's sleep. Suddenly, I feel that life has no meaning. Zhang Yuan was also busy, and a series of messages in WeChat sent over to chat with him privately. It was his girlfriend Lily. Zhang Yuan, what happened to Jiangnan? Hey. Lily, you don't know yet, Jiangnan has developed, I am hugging my thigh, he is now doing the jade business. A business can earn hundreds of thousands. Ah? Lily gave a frightened expression, and then asked, really? Of course it's true, am I still lying to you, and you haven't watched the video? The hotels in Jiangnan Modern are the best hotel presidential suites in Modu, and it costs 160,000 a night, isn't it scary? 160,000, it's gone in one night, my liver hurts so much. As soon as the WeChat group stopped, Jiangnan's phone rang, and when he saw the number, Bei called. After pressing the answer button, Jiangnan smiled and said, "What's wrong? Bei? What can I do? I miss you." Bei's half-coquettish tone came over the phone. "I haven't heard you for a day, I just want to hear you." Haha. Jiangnan smiled, "It's true, I just walked for a day." Cut. You still don't believe me, woo-woo. I'm angry. Bei faked crying. Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, I really miss you. I'm bored at home alone. Then go out and play, or continue your live broadcast, you won't be bored if you have something to do. I know your situation very well. You have been busy making money before, but now you don't do anything. Of course, it's boring. It's called unemployment syndrome. It seems to make sense, so I have to find something to do? Yes, I will be busy in the future, and I have no time to accompany you all the time. You need to find something to do. Okay, let's think about it, what should I do? By the way, the most important thing is that I also take your 10,000 yuan salary. How can I find other jobs? Jiangnan. Well, I'll think about it, or I'll find a job, and I won't want your salary. Jiangnan. Oh, it's so annoying, I don't know how to choose. Okay. Jiangnan was completely speechless, and Bei became a tangled girl. Don't look for a job for the time being, I will have plans to start a company in the future, and then you can join the company. It's alright, going to other places and getting a salary of 10,000 yuan is not easy. Well, this is good. Bei was very happy. Okay, I hang up, go to bed early, and I'll go back tomorrow. Bei replied obediently, "Good night." "Good night." "Moi." Jiangnan. "Hee, this is my first kiss." Jiangnan. The phone hangs up. On the soft big bed in the presidential suite, Jiangnan placed all the stones he found on the bed. He knew everything one by one, and when he made a deal with Mr. Zhao tomorrow, he would have a bottom line. First of all, Emperor Green, he put it aside. Because this has been tested, the success rate of 23 million is 30%, and the fluctuation will not be too much, so there is no need to test again. 5 pieces between 1 million and 2 million are also taken out and put aside as a final test. The point is that there are 3 more than 2 million, and now I don't have a clue at all. The 3 pieces are grouped into one category, and one of them is arbitrarily selected, remembering it clearly, and throwing out the idea. It's worth more than 3 million. 100%. Very good. It's worth more than 4 million. 0%. More than 3.5 million worth. 20%. More than 3.2 million worth. 80%. Okay. There is a calculation. Jiangnan began to test the next piece. It's worth more than 3 million. 0%. Soon the results of the 3 stones were tested, and the estimated value was about 10 million. Gangnam delights. I took the red wine on the side, took 2 sips, celebrated, and continued to test the 5 yuan between 1 million and 2 million. Soon, the results will come out. Approximate estimate of 7.5 million. In addition to the imperial green, the total value is as high as 40 million. And the cost is less than 80,000 yuan. Oh, if you add the one-night consumption of the presidential suite, that's more than 200,000. Jiangnan counted 40 million with his fingers, and there were several zeros after the 4, and the result was a long string. Let Jiangnan hey the silly music. The mood is so cool. The next day. Half morning. Jiangnan walked out of Jianghai Airport in an Armani sweatshirt, looking vigorous. The already handsome face is even more handsome and unrestrained under the background of Armani. He dragged his suitcase and walked forward, making many young ladies around him couldn't help but look over. There are even some young ladies and sisters who are together, talking in a low voice. I really want to go up and talk to me. I'm waiting online. I'm in a hurry. I'm a rare golden tortoise-in-law, handsome and rich. Look at that Armani body, and I guess it's more than 100,000. Yeah, to find a man like this to marry, you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, and he looks so handsome. Could this be the legendary male god who coexists with wealth and handsomeness? Taxi. Jiangnan summoned a taxi. Several young ladies who were talking about each other suddenly frowned. Again. Is it a fake rich man? Shouldn't all the rich be picked up by a special car? It's worth thinking about, but, handsome is true, what should I do if my eyes are pregnant? Li Yuan Community. Jiangnan gave an order to the driver, and took out his mobile phone from his pocket and turned it on. Although there is no need to turn off the phone all the way on the plane now. When the plane took off, Jiangnan turned off the phone and was too lazy to turn it on again. Instead, he took a quiet nap when the phone was turned off and no one disturbed him. So just now, as soon as the phone was turned on, I found that there was a missed call. The time was 8 o'clock in the morning, and I was surprised that it was Chen Xi who called. After a little thought, he called back. The call was quickly connected, but the other party did not speak. Jiang Nan was a little confused, couldn't figure out what was going on, and didn't speak. After a few seconds of silence, no one spoke. Crack. Jiang Nan directly hung up the phone. Your sister. What's the situation? A little depressing. And just then, the phone rang. I stepped on the desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back, and a pot of spirits in my hand. The long ancient road was long, and I couldn't describe my joys, anger, and sorrow. Only the camel was still busy. Looking at the number, it was Chen Xi who called again. What's the special situation? Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Chen Xi's cold voice came over. Jiang Nan, are you still a man? Why don't you speak when you call? Jiang Nan? Wipe. What's the situation? My grandfather is looking for you. And Xi's cold words continued. You come to our house. Jiang Nan. Wipe. Go to your sister. Command me? No time to. He replied directly. Click. Hang up. And I'm very depressed. Nima, what's the attitude? Is it amazing to look beautiful? Soon. The phone rings again. I stepped on a desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. Jiang Nan was a little angry. Just as he was about to hang up, he found that the number was changed, and it was Mr. N who called. After thinking about it, Jiang Nan finally answered the phone, but his voice was cold and not very pleasant. What's the matter with Mr. N? Little brother Jiang, I have something. Mr. N said. Quickly, with a humble tone, I have something to ask you for help, and did you and my granddaughter chat unhappy just now? Heh. Jiang Nan smiled coldly. It's not that the chat is unpleasant, it's that we didn't chat at all. Little brother Jiang, if my granddaughter doesn't speak well, don't take it to heart. She has been spoiled and arrogant by me since she was a child, and is she a girl? You're the one who let her beat me. I called you, originally, thinking that the two of you are young people and should be able to chat more easily. I didn't expect it to be like this. I'm really sorry. I'll apologize to you first. It's over. After meeting, let Chen Xi also I apologize to you. Jiang Nan? See you, what's the situation? When did I promise? Wait. Jiang Nan continued to say coldly, Master N, I think you have misunderstood. I don't remember when I promised to meet you. Mr. N was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, Brother Jiang, what's the matter? He sounds very angry. Humph. Of course I'm angry. Jiang Nan snorted coldly, Your precious granddaughter ordered me like a subordinate. I really don't understand, do I? Oh her. Ouch, little brother, don't be angry. Mr. N said quickly and kindly. Didn't I tell her to apologize to you? I can't figure out what's going on. With this girl, it's like taking gunpowder, especially for you. Sigh, little brother Jiang, I've never figured out this matter. Did you two quarrel? This time, it was Jiang Naming's turn to force him, and he said in his heart that there was no quarrel, but that he had just seen a movie by chance. Is it because of this that this girl has been brooding? As soon as this idea came up, Jiang Nan just threw out a probe. Having a grudge about watching a movie? 50%. Sure enough, there is a reason for this. Well, since it was because of the previous misunderstanding, forgive her. Brother Jiang, did you two really quarrel? Jiang Nan stopped talking, and Mr. N asked again. It's not a quarrel anymore. Jiang Nan's mouth is a lie, I didn't say that. We had a little friction over the car accident, but it was just a few words. Occasionally, it's nothing. I guess she's still angry because of this, okay. Well, then I won't care about her like that, Mr. N. Let's get down to business. What do you have to do with me? Little brother, it's like this, I got a new calligraphy and painting, and I want you to take a look. That's it, okay, then, let's go to Mr. Zhao's 100 old shops. Little brother, come to my house, this time. Mr. N said very politely, you haven't come to my house yet. I have already ordered someone to prepare a sumptuous banquet. If it is not convenient for you, I will send a car to pick you up. Jiang Nan thought about it for a while. Well, I'll go there and send a car to pick it up. You can send me the location. Okay, that's fine, I'll send you the location. It is good. Jiang Nan said again and hung up the phone. After a while, a ding-dong sounded, and a position was sent. Jiang Nan took a look, and it turned out to be on the mountain in the suburbs. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. He remembered that there were several luxurious villas built on the hills in the suburbs, and it seemed that one of the villas was his home. Really rich. Compared with others, my house in Liyuan community immediately turned into a doghouse. Several, drink tea first, the people I invited will be here soon. On the outskirts of Jiangqing, in the gorgeous villa of the N family, Mr. N entertained several elderly people about his age, all of whom were well-known figures in the collection world. They are not from Jianghai, but from various cities. Today, they gathered with Mr. N because of a pair of calligraphy and paintings. No hurry, no hurry. One of them said, as long as the person you invited, Mr. N, can identify the authenticity of this calligraphy and painting, even if you wait for 3 days, you won't be in a hurry. Yeah. Another person said, that's what I said, although our time is precious, as long as we can identify the authenticity of this calligraphy and painting, we won't wait for 3 days. Urgent. Hey, if Master Yun hadn't gone abroad and couldn't come back in a short time, we'd go straight to him, and we'd be able to figure out the authenticity of the calligraphy and painting. Call, don't call, don't call. In Liyuan community, Beibei was tossing a coin in the room, struggling between calling Jiang Nan or not. Jiang Nan said to come back today, but it's been half a morning and she hasn't come back yet, and she's a little anxious waiting for her. Just then, the ding-dong doorbell rang. Beibei was stunned for a moment before realizing it, and ran to the door. Quickly, looking through the cat's eyes, it was Jiang Nan who had come back with a suitcase. Immediately opened the door and smiled, Brother Jiang, you are finally back. What, are you waiting for me? Jiang Nan smiled and entered the door. Beibei closed the door and surrounded Jiang Nan like a bird. I'm bored at home alone, of course I miss you. It seems that I have to hurry up and get a company. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, otherwise, you will be suffocated. Beibei said happily, Brother Jiang, if you get a company, I'll be your secretary. Jiang Nan. Helplessly, he said, why do you want to be a secretary? Can't you do anything else? No. Beibei immediately said with a small face, if I don't want to be a secretary, let another woman be your secretary, I'm afraid she will rape you. Jiang Nan, don't you let me contact other women? Then I don't need to find a girlfriend. You want me to be single for life? I'll be your girlfriend. Beibei said immediately. This can't be done. Jiang Nan said, you are still young. The family is not small. While talking, Beibei pushed her chest hard. Jiang Nan. Nima, this is really not small. One more thing, don't tempt me like this, it's easy for me to lose control of my crime. Cough cough. Jiangnan quickly coughed twice to change the subject. Babe. I have to go out again. Ah? Are you leaving as soon as you get back? Beibei immediately gave a little resentful expression, which was pitiful. There's no way. Jiangnan said helplessly, in order to live, you have to work hard. Beibei. Isn't it disrespectful to say this? After a while, he rolled his eyes and said, take me with you. Take you with me? Jiangnan pondered for 2 seconds, nodded and said. Okay, then you can go with me. Bibi was happy, nodding her head quickly and asking, where are you going? Go to a friend's house. As Jiangnan said, he put the suitcase away in his bedroom and put it away. This thing is worth 40 million. It took Jiangnan half a day to get it, and there is no room for loss. Well, Jiangnan admitted to being hypocritical. Although these things are worth 40 million, it really doesn't take much effort. I'm going to change clothes. Bibi was very excited and ran into the bedroom. Jiangnan was speechless. Beibei was wearing a miniskirt suspender, so she was pretty sexy, and she had to change clothes? Well. Woman, can't see through, can't see through. But I remembered something later, and hurriedly walked to the door of Beibei's room and knocked on the door. Yeah, don't come in, I'm changing clothes. Beibei in the room shouted. Quickly. Jiangnan. A look of helplessness. After clearing his voice, he said, I'm telling you, the friend I'm going to meet is a very famous collector, so it's better for you to dress more formally and more solemnly, otherwise it will make us look frivolous. Oh, that's it. Beibei in the room thought about it and said later, okay. Then I'll change into a dress, the ladies' kind. Okay. Jiangnan said something. As an anchor, Beibei often role-plays, and has all kinds of clothes. Jiangnan also thought that if he really married a woman like Beibei, his life must be very colorful. Variety of performances at night. MMP. Excited to think about it. Jiangnan returned to his room and changed his clothes. Armani sweatshirt was changed and he put on his own clothes. It's not because of anything else, just because I don't want my image to change too fast in front of Mr. N and the others. Squeak. With a sound of brakes, the taxi stopped in front of a luxurious villa on the outer hills of Jianghai suburb. Jiangnan and Beibei got off the bus. Jiangnan looked at the villa in front of him. It seems that it's time to buy a car that matches your identity. Otherwise, it's a bit inappropriate to take a taxi to this place. Even the taxi driver looked at the villa in front of him through the window and said weakly, you too, are you sure you are coming here? Jiangnan pulled out a banknote and threw it at him, and said, why, can't you come to a place like this by taking a taxi? The driver was stunned for a moment and said, no, that's not what I meant, well, I've talked too much, goodbye too. After speaking, I turned the steering wheel, started the car and left. While driving, he whispered, which of the cars that come here is not a luxury car? Wow. Beibei suddenly flashed big beautiful eyes and blinked long eyelashes. Sighing, what a big villa, what a luxury. Well, it's a bit big. Jiangnan nodded. He had never been to such a place before. There were several doors in the villa, and he didn't know which one to enter. MP, it's a bit depressing for the common people to come to this kind of place. No matter, just choose one. He chose the nearest door and led Beibei through it. Result. The door was blocked by security. What for? A security guard looked at the two with scrutiny. Jiangnan, look for Mr. N. Humph. The security snorted coldly, there are many people looking for our old man to appraise treasures. Do you have an appointment? Reservation? Jiangnan frowned, is there one? What is your name? Jiangnan was speechless, and had the urge to turn around and leave, but he couldn't walk, the taxis all left, and it would take 2 hours to walk back to the city, so he had no choice but to endure it and said, Jiangnan. Wait a minute. The security guard said, I'll call the housekeeper. After speaking, I went to the booth at the door to make a call. The voice was not small. But when the phone got through, the voice immediately became very humble. Liu. Steward, there is a visit from Jiangnan, saying that he has an appointment. What, no? Well, I know what to do with it. The security hangs up. Immediately, his face was cold, and he walked out of the pavilion with a bad expression. Humph. There is no appointment at all, and you are swindling. Here, have you thought about the consequences? Bei was a little scared, her face turned pale, and she hugged Jiangnan's arm. Brother Jiang, what's the matter? Let's go, these security guards are so fierce. When the security guard saw this, he looked at Jiangnan's stall and muttered in a low voice, how can such a beautiful little lowly get mixed up with this kind of dousey, alas. What a cabbage that makes pigs arch. Jiangnan's face has become ugly, but he didn't say anything to the security guard, but took out his mobile phone and called Mr. N. The call was quickly connected, and Mr. N's polite voice came out, Brother Jiang, what's the matter? If you are busy, we are not in a hurry, we can wait. Humph. Jiangnan snorted coldly and said, Mr. N, you are so sincere. I arrived at the door, but was stopped by the watchdog, saying that I was cheating and wearing a big hat. Ah! Mr. N exclaimed, and realized something later. God, were you stopped by the security guard? Oh, I'm so confused, I forgot to tell the housekeeper to go down. Little brother, wait a moment, I'll rush over to meet you soon. An extended Rolls-Royce Phantom dashed out of the villa. The speed is quite fast, it can be seen that it is in a hurry. Squeak. At the door, the screeching brakes stopped. Boom. The door opened, and the two bodyguards in black and Mr. N got out of the car. Almost at the same time. Several security guards immediately nodded and bowed their heads. The grandson, who stopped the security guard in Jiangnan, behaved. Brother Jiang. Mr. N hurried a few steps to Jiangnan. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Later, he turned his face and swept to a few security guards. His face was extremely ugly. Who stopped my distinguished guest? A few security guards were stunned, but in this case, it was obvious that they had understood something. They all looked at the security guard who stopped Jiangnan. And the security guard who stopped Jiangnan, his face has become ugly at this time. He is not stupid, this situation has been seen clearly, causing trouble. It's you, old man, and looked at him with a cold expression. Me. The security guard was about to cry and wanted to explain, but in this case, he knew very well that any explanation would be useless. It's not his fault, but does it make sense? Snapped. Mr. N slapped the past, a loud slap in the face. The power was used so much that the security guard was staggered. Apologize. Mr. N's face was icy cold. The security guard was completely frightened and trembling all over. Now he doesn't know that he has provoked Jiangnan, and he has provoked someone who shouldn't be provoked. He quickly came to Jiangnan. My lord, I was wrong. While talking about slapping himself. Jiang Nan looked at the other party with a cold face and slapped himself several times before he said coldly, "Forget it. I can pass you this time, but pay attention to what you say in the future, even if you really don't have an appointment, you won't be so vicious. Everyone has dignity, understand?" I know. The security guard said quickly, "I don't dare anymore." Humph. Jiang Nan was too lazy to pay attention to him. Haha, little brother, the misunderstanding is completely a misunderstanding. Mr. N quickly smoothed things out. Get in the car, let's talk inside. Babe, get in the car. Jiang Nan nodded and greeted Bebe. The two got on a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Bebe looked at such a beautiful car with eyes full of stars, and was a little nervous. When he got in the car, he moved very lightly, as if he was afraid that he would not be able to pay for the damage to the car. Mr. N also got into the car, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom turned its head and drove into the villa. Walking through the villa, Jiang Nan felt the size of the villa even more. Even after entering the gate, it took more than a minute for the car to reach the destination. There are various landscapes along the way, small gardens, ponds, and fishing gardens, rockery wooden bridges. The luxury is mixed with the natural atmosphere, small bridges, flowing water, weeping willows, shady. Wow. So beautiful. Bebe sighed softly in Jiang Nan's ear. Jiang Nan smiled helplessly, thinking that if it weren't for the fact that his state of mind was different from before, he would probably have the same mind as Bebe when he first came to this environment. Because it is impossible to achieve this kind of life in a lifetime of poverty, it will feel very distant and worship. But it's different now, such a luxurious villa, as long as he wants, it won't take long for him to have it. So it doesn't feel like anything. Isn't it just a villa? I mean, after a while, he will buy one too, it's not a problem. When the car stopped, the bodyguard had already opened the door first, and Mr. N had gotten out of the car, waiting with a smiling face. Jiang Nan got off the car unhurriedly, calm. Bebe was a little nervous, got out of the car and grabbed Jiang Nan's arm tightly. At the door of the main hall, Chen Xi was waiting gracefully. Although there was no smile on her face, she had a normal face. Even with such a coquettish face and tall figure, her whole person became unusually attractive. However, when she saw Bebe, who got off the bus with Jiang Nan, her little face suddenly turned cold. Turning around and stepping on high heels, he entered the room and entered the hall. However, Jiang Nan, who was paying attention to the surrounding layout, didn't notice her at all. "Girlin, is anyone here?" Several old men in the living room asked when they saw Chen Xi coming in. Well. Chen Xi nodded. Although she was in a very bad mood, she still managed to squeeze out a smile. "Come on. These old people are old friends of her grandfather, all elders, even if they are in a bad mood, they know the big picture." Soon, Mr. N and Jiang Nan entered the hall. Ha. Mr. N happily introduced, "Let me introduce to you, this is Brother Jiang." And the moment a few old people saw Jiang Nan, they frowned one by one. Their faces were not very good looking, and their doubts rose. "So young? It's not very classy to wear?" "This is the master," and Lao said. "Fake, right?" Among them, the fattest old man said directly, "An old man, this is the person we are waiting for?" His tone was full of disappointment. Jiang Nan frowned. He didn't understand what he said. It was clearly the old guy who looked down on him. Yes. An old man next to him echoed, "You are so young, can you really see treasures?" There was deep doubt in his tone. Jiangnan glanced at a few old people, the corners of his mouth curved into an arc, and he understood that several old guys obviously looked down on him, and no one believed him at all. "Old Wang, Mr. Liao, that's not a good word." Mr. N said quickly, "You too. Don't think that Brother Jiang is young, but his eyesight is indeed extraordinary. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see." "Really? Humph. I really don't believe it. If this is the case, we are so old and recognized as talented people in the circle, so wouldn't we live on dogs?" Several people are still deeply doubtful. Jiangnan sneered in his heart, pretending that he didn't see it. He didn't want to pay too much attention to these old guys. This time, he was here for Mr. N, and he didn't need to worry about the others. "By the way, Chen Xi, come here." At this time, Mr. N remembered something. Looked at Chen Xi and shouted, "Come here and apologize." Chen Xi glanced at Jiangnan with complicated eyes, and then at Bei Bei, who was beside him, a little reluctantly. "Ha." Jiangnan remembered the scene of watching a movie with her that night, smiled, and waited without saying anything. "Quick, apologize." Mr. N said again, "Didn't you agree before, apologize to people, don't talk well on the phone, and be so rude to people, how do I usually teach you?" Okay. And she was a little reluctant, frowned slightly, and looked a little pitiful. When a man saw it, he wanted to go over to comfort his heartache. She looked at Jiangnan and whispered, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't talk like that on the phone." Haha. Jiangnan smiled, "I didn't hear clearly, what did you say?" "You and I." Angie breathed violently, her full chest heaving up and down, and she was about to express herself to F, which was extraordinarily seductive. Okay, it seems that you are a girl, and you don't know the same thing as you." Jiangnan looked at her, angry, funny, and a little moved, and waved his hand to change the topic. I came here to do business, not to ask you to apologize." "That's right." Mr. and hurriedly came over to smooth things out. "We're busy with business, and Chi, go and get the calligraphy and painting soon." And Chi carefully took a scroll and came to the coffee table, carefully unfolded slowly. Just from the outside, the whole scroll has a quaint atmosphere, some years old. For a scroll, it took Chen Xi more than half a minute to fully unfold. "Brother Jiang, you have given it a shot." Mr. N was looking forward to making a gesture of invitation one by one, asking Jiangnan to step forward. Jiangnan nodded slightly, walked over, did not touch the ancient painting, but stood aside and watched carefully. Old Manon, including several other old people, all gathered around and stood silently on the side. Although it was not silent, no one disturbed him. In particular, the other old people were paying attention to Jiangnan with a questioning expression. Jiangnan looked at the quaint calligraphy and painting motionless. The whole ancient painting has a simple style, but it looks like a three-pointed, very smart. The painting is painted with 2 bamboos and a stone, and if there is anything else, it is a line of inscriptions next to it. The characters appear to be in regular script. Jiangnan glanced at the bamboo and stone, and then focused on a few lines. He is a complete layman in calligraphy and painting, and can't understand anything. A few lines of small characters, beginning with a 2-word nomination, bamboo, stone. Jiangnan couldn't help grinning. "Nima, it's really bamboo and stone." The latter looks like a poem. I insisted that the Qingshan will not relax, the root is in the broken rock. And it is still strong after thousands of blows. Hiss. Before reading it, Jiangnan gasped. Isn't this Jing Banqiao's poem? Looking at the signature again, it's really good. Xing Xia. It really is Jing Banqiao. Then say this calligraphy and painting belonged to Jing Banqiao. I heard that Jing Banqiao's calligraphy and painting are very valuable. A thought flashed through Jiang Nan's mind. But later, there is another question. Jing Banqiao's calligraphy and paintings are valuable, but generally it is only 100,000 or several million. It is very valuable to ordinary people, but it is not a big deal to a character like Mr. N. After all, for the last ancient jade, his old man lost more than 40 million yuan, and it seemed nothing. What's the situation? Jiang Nan pretended to look at the calligraphy and painting, but his mind flashed one by one. If it is true about Jianbao, he is a layman with an empty heart. The only thing to rely on now is the success rate. After thinking for a while, he had a calculation. First of all, he began to use the exclusion method to determine whether he could know the purpose of Mr. N and the others. Master N is identifying whether this painting is the real work of Jing Banqiao? This was Jiang Nan's first thought. The next moment, a string of numbers flashed in front of me. 100%. Sure enough. Then it's easy to say, Jiang Nan began to test calligraphy and painting. The real work of Jing Banqiao? 50%. Wipe. Jiang Nan is a little confused, and there is such a situation. Shouldn't it be genuine or fake? What the hell is a 50%? After thinking about it for a while, I thought of a possibility, and once again threw an idea. A calligraphy and painting, completed with people? 100%. What's the matter? Jiang Nan is speechless, that's really the case. After a moment of emotion, I thought about it, I need to know more about this. Calligraphy and painting, so I can pretend to be forceful and slap the faces of the old guys who look down on him, so I continue to test. 2 people completed this calligraphy and painting? 100%. After a little thought, Jiang Nan was not at ease, and a more secure test came. More than 2 people completed this calligraphy and painting. 0%. This is confirmed. This painting was done by 2 people. Next. Bamboo was painted by Jing Banqiao? 0%. Was the stone painted by Jing Banqiao? 0%. What's the situation? Jiang Nan is puzzled by this situation, neither is the stone, nor is the bamboo, then. Jiang Nan noticed the inscription next to it, and suddenly laughed dumbly. Even ignoring it. The inscription is the real work of Jing Banqiao? The next moment is a series of numbers. 100%. Oh, chicken handle K. Jiang Nan is very happy. But there is no arrogance, think about it, can you get any useful information? When I think about it, I really think of something. Since the person working with Jing Banqiao must be an acquaintance of Jing Banqiao, if this can be clarified more, it will be more compelling. So continue on the road of testing. Jing Banqiao's friend? 20%. Wipe. Jiang Nan was a little confused again, and this kind of data came out again. Which was a bit of a fucking pain. Think about it for a moment, is it a friend or another identity, a teacher and a friend? Keep trying. Jing Banqiao's teacher? 0%. Jing Banqiao's wife? 0%. Jing Banqiao's student? 100%. Depend on Meng is right. Jiang Nan was so happy that he almost laughed out loud. But although he didn't say anything, his smile was obvious, which made Mr. N, who had been paying attention to the side, couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, do you see anything?" "What do you see?" Jiang Nan asked back. His words suddenly made the faces of the old men around him even more ugly. "Humph. Let me just say, at such a young age, it is impossible to be a master." Yes, and Lao, you are probably deceived, right? Sure enough, at a young age, if he knows more than the few of us present, I'd rather slap myself. It was still the fattest old man who looked down on Jiang Nan the most, with a mocking tone. Mr. N was also a little embarrassed. He had sworn to assure that Jiang Nan's eyesight was extraordinary. If Jiang Nan was really not what he thought, then he would be slapped in the face in front of a few old friends. Even Chen Xi, who was on the side, frowned and questioned Jiang Nan. "Little brother, did you really not see it?" Mr. N said almost with a wry smile. "An old man, what are you looking at?" Jiang Nan asked suspiciously. "You haven't told me what to look at. Are you asking me if this is a painting?" "Yes. I can clearly answer that you are a painting." Mr. N was stunned for a moment, and then quickly explained, yes. I'm always confused. I want you to see if this painting is Xing." Mr. N wanted to see if it was the real work of Xing Banqiao, but before he could finish speaking, the fattest old man suddenly interrupted and said, "Old N, just ask him what year this painting is from." "Exactly. That's right, that's a wonderful statement." Several other elderly people also agreed. Mr. N was stunned. The second understands the thoughts of several old friends. This is to slap Jiang Nan in the face. If Jiang Nan really can't tell the age of this painting, and he doesn't even know it is Xing Banqiao's painting, then the fun will be great. But because of the face of these old friends, and now he has some doubts about Jiang Nan, he changed the topic and said, "Little brother, what year do you see this painting from?" With a sneer on Jiang Nan's face, he could see through the tricks of the other old guys at a glance. He still knows a lot about a celebrity like Xing Banqiao. During the Kangxi period, he was a scholar. He was elected in the 10th year of Yongjing, and he was a scholar in the first year of Qianlong. So now we have to make sure that this painting is from Kangxi, Yongjing, or Qianlong period. Quietly, a thought was thrown out. During the reign of Kangxi, 0%. During the Yongjing era, 0%. During the Qianlong period, 100%. Knowing it in his chest, Jiang Nan said lightly, "This painting is from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty." That's right, right, ha ha ha. Mr. N was happy and laughed out loud. At least he didn't get slapped in the face this time, and he was in a good mood. What? The other old people looked slightly startled, and looked at Jiang Nan with some solemnity. "Ha ha ha, little brother, let's see if this painting is the real work of Xing Banqiao?" The old man smiled happily and said, "Our old fellows are all stumped." An old man. Jiang Nan did not answer immediately, but instead asked, "Even if this painting is the original work of Xing Banqiao, the value is not too expensive. For ordinary people, millions of millions are a lot of money." "It's nothing at all?" "Little brother, it's not about money," Mr. N said. "As a collector, we are seeking truth. You can also see that these old friends around me all have a certain amount of money in the antique world. Fame and eyesight cannot be said to have reached the top, but they are not mediocre, and when we put together this painting, we were all troubled, so I invited you to come. This time, the other old guys also nodded in agreement. Oh, okay. Jiangnan nodded and understood that it was not for money at all, but because he wanted to find out the truth. After thinking about it for a while, I came to understand that the place where these old people were troubled should be that this painting looks like some parts of Jingbanqiao's, and some parts are not very similar. After all, this painting has Jingbanqiao participating, but it is not. And his students and the power of two to complete. Of course, this is his idea, and he needs to confirm it, so he quietly throws out a test. What bothers a few people is that this painting looks like some parts of Jingbanqiao's original work, and some parts are not but very similar. Next moment, the data in front of me flashed. 100%. Huh, that's it. The inscription seems to be the real work of Jingbanqiao, but the bamboo and stone paintings are not? 100%. Huh, that's true. The bamboo and stone were painted by Jingbanqiao students, and it should be very similar to Jingbanqiao's, which is also the reason for the confusion of several old people. It is easy for Jiangnan to understand this. When Mr. N saw that Jiangnan didn't answer immediately, he asked tentatively. Again, Brother Jiang, is this painting not the real work of Jingbanqiao, but a fake? How do you say it? Jiangnan looked like an organizational language and said later, it's not a fake, it's the real thing, but… Speaking of which, he stopped talking. This made Mr. N, including several old people and Chen Xi, stare at Jiangnan closely, looking forward to the following. Even Mr. N couldn't wait to ask, little brother, but what? However, only part of the painting is genuine Jingbanqiao, and part is not. What? Everyone was surprised. Part of it is, part of it isn't? Tell me in detail, little brother. Mr. N couldn't wait to say. It's like this. Jiang Nanbian pointed at the inscription on the painting and said, this poem is inscribed by Mr. Jingbanqiao, but the bamboo and stone painted are not written by Mr. Jingbanqiao, but one of his students. In the painting, Mr. Jingbanqiao only mentioned a poem, that is to say, this painting was completed by the efforts of two people. So that's what happened, Oh, I understand, I finally understand. As soon as Jiangnan's words fell, several old people suddenly sighed. So that's how I say it, looking at the inscription, it's obviously the real work of Jingbanqiao, and the style of this painting is very similar to Jingbanqiao, but it looks like a ghost, and it's not from the hands of Master Jing at all. Well, that's what happened. Obviously, because of Jiangnan's words, their confusion was solved. In the sigh, the eyes of several old people looking at Jiangnan became very complicated, the previous doubts disappeared, and they were replaced by full of admiration. At a glance, they could see the mystery in this painting. With such eyesight, they were still shocked. Now I finally understand that a person at such a young age looks so vulgar and ordinary, but he really has great eyesight and extraordinary insight. Little brother Jiang, you are too strong. Mr. N was excited, and he didn't know how to express his excitement. We have been troubled by problems for so long, after you glanced at them, we words break, this is really… Yes, I really didn't expect my little brother to have such experience and knowledge at such a young age. I'm just wasting my time. Yes, alas. It's really incomparable between humans and humans for such a Lot of age to live on dogs. A few old people immediately saw the wind, and the tone of their speech was completely different from that before. It can be said that an old face is really thick enough. And she couldn't help but put a smile on her face, but she turned her head to look at Bei Bei, who was next to him, and the smile disappeared immediately. Instead, there was some resentment. By the way, I remember that Elder Liao said before that if this little brother can see the authenticity of this painting, he will slap himself. At this time, a tall and thin old man looked at the fattest old man, smiled, and teased. Yes, yes, there is this, there is this. An old and another old man were so lively that it was no big deal, and they stood up with a smile to prove it. The fattest old man blushed immediately, looked at Jiangnan, looked at everyone, and stammered and said, I just said it casually, joking. Ha ha ha. Several old people laughed. Jiangnan. What, it's really old-fashioned and shameless. Let's go, little brother, let's go to the restaurant, have a good drink, and introduce these old guys to you. Mr. and made a gesture of invitation. Jiangnan didn't say anything more, greeted Bei Bei, and went to the restaurant with Mr. and the others. The environment in the restaurant is equally luxurious and solemn. Under the arrangement of Mr. N, Jiangnan sat in the main seat, and Bei Bei sat beside him. And Qi sat beside Bei Bei. The maid of the N family is busy serving food and wine. And Mr. N looked for a topic, glanced at Bei Bei and asked Jiangnan. Brother Jiang, who is this little girl? Younger sister. Jiangnan lightly introduced. Bei Bei smiled slightly, she didn't dare to say anything in this environment. On the other side, and Qi's eyes lit up, and her cold little face suddenly showed a slight smile. The food and drink will be served soon. The habitual opening remarks of the old routine, Mr. N held up the glass, exchanged a few words, and everyone took a sip together. Then there is casual chat. Now several old people, in addition to admiring Jiangnan, are also very curious. The fattest old man, Liao Lao, asked with a trembling face, Brother Jiang. Who is this young and promising teacher? The industry of antiques places great importance on mentoring. These old people, including Mr. N, also have many apprentices. If it is their apprentices in the antique world, they all have a certain reputation, not to mention their old people. And if it is Master Dong who laughs at Yin Jing, or Master Yun and their apprentices, then it will be even better and famous. On this topic, stop here. Jiangnan's expression turned cold and he said, You can ask the old man about this. That's right, that's right. Mr. N immediately said, Little brother Jiang. Shurqing is mysterious, and Shurqing has specially entrusted him in this regard, so he shouldn't talk too much about it outside. Oh, so it is, so it is. Got it, okay, let's stop talking about this topic, drink. Drink. All the old people seemed to understand, not only did they have no doubts about Jiangnan, but felt that Jiangnan was even more inscrutable. Mysterious things always make people more incomprehensible, and Jiangnan has already shown the corresponding strength, so Jiangnan will not be questioned by doing this, but it will appear more inscrutable. Everyone changed the subject and chatted. And Qi seemed to be in a good mood. She picked up the wine and said to Bei Bei, Little sister Jiang, so you are Jiangnan's sister? Well. Bei Bei smiled, but didn't defend anything. In front of Qi, she felt a lot of pressure and felt that Qi's temperament was so cold and arrogant, and her family was so tall. Come on, let's have a drink. And Qi said, I know you. My name is Qi, how about you? My name is Bei. Bei picked up the wine with some restraint. Nice name. And Xi clinks glasses with Bei while talking. Both of them drank a little red wine. How old are you? Angie seems to have suddenly become talkative. 18. I'm 22. And Xi said, I'm 4 years older than you, then I'll call you Sister Bei? Okay. Bei nodded obediently, Sister and Xi. And Xi happily agreed, suddenly remembered something, and said, by the way, my sister has called, I have to send a gift, you wait. Saying that, he got up, his slender waist stepped on high heels and quickly left. After a while, I brought a LV bag over, handed it to Bei, and said, I bought this when I went out to play, it's new and never used, and I can't use it, so I'll give it to you. What? Bei was shocked. As a girl, she also likes bags very much, and LV bags are expensive, she knows it. I was stunned for a moment, and after I reacted, I quickly said, no. Sister and Xi, this is too precious. It's nothing. And Xi said, casually, it's just a gadget, put it away. Just take it for you. Jiangnan also smiled lightly and said, don't be so polite. Jiangnan had already spoken, and Bei nodded his head obediently, and spoke happily, but later asked and Xi weakly, Sister and Xi, how much is this bag? Not much. And Xi said casually, more than 40,000 yuan is less than 50,000 yuan. Bei's hand holding the bag trembled inexplicably, and she almost didn't exclaim, but she held back, biting her lip tightly. It could be seen that she was very uneasy. The banquet went on until half the afternoon. Lao, Wang Lao, and several old men left their contact information with Jiangnan. One can be said to be very respectful. Jiangnan said there was no zizi. It didn't take much effort, and I made a few friends who still have a certain status in the arena. In the future, I don't need to be blinded. As the saying goes, there are multiple paths for multiple friends. Jiangnan just opened up a few more paths for himself. It doesn't matter if he walks or not. When he was about to leave, Mr. N said, Brother Jiang, I must send a car to take you back this time. All right. Jiangnan didn't refuse, but nodded. This time, it's really not good to not send it. He couldn't even get a taxi. He smiled bitterly and said, it's really inconvenient to not have a car here. As for Jiangnan's random words, Mr. N was more concerned, blinked his eyes, and said, Brother Jiang, if you don't dislike it, I have an idle car here. But it's a bit low grade, it's a car. The Land Rover Range Rover is an off-road vehicle, and if you use it as a commuter for a while, you can make do with it. Jiangnan thought for a while, but he was not polite at all. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll travel for a while, stabilize, and buy a car. It's great that the little brother likes it. Mr. N also expressed his excitement, and said to the bodyguard beside him, quick, drive the car over. Okay. The bodyguard agreed, went quickly, and soon drove over in a white Range Rover. The whole car looks very clean and looks like a new car. Nima, this is not a new car, right? A thought flashed in Jiangnan's mind. In the next moment, a string of data flashed in front of me. 90%. Jiangnan understands that it is 90% new, and it is well maintained. It looks like a new car. The bodyguard got out of the car and stood to the side respectfully. Little brother, do you want a driver for you? Mr. and said with a smile. Again. No need. Jiangnan smiled, I have a driver's license. Of course, the driver's license has been obtained a long time ago, but unfortunately I can't afford a car. That's fine, that's fine. No need to send it now. Jiangnan said and waved to Bei to get in the car. Hey. If Mr. N said, Brother Jiang, the car will drive as long as you want, and I will be idle here. Okay, then I'll be welcome. We'll meet again when we have time. Jiangnan didn't look embarrassed at all, started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and left gracefully. He was very clear about this situation. Although he didn't do anything, he was helping Mr. N and the others. Moreover, if he pushed around, it would not be compelling. The white Land Rover Range Rover drove out of the villa. Jiangnan felt the performance and powerful power of the car, which was far from the van he had driven before. Step down on the accelerator, and the car accelerates rapidly, refreshingly. Looking at it, the record on the dial shows that the car has a total travel of less than 10,000 kilometers, and it has just run out of the running-in period. My heart is even more beautiful. Bei and the co-pilot was even more happy with his big, beautiful eyes and smiled into a crescent moon, and said, Wow. This car is amazing, I've made a fortune. Later, I watched the LV bag in my hand and I couldn't put it down. I never dreamed that one day I would be able to have a LV bag myself. Sister Chen Xi is so wonderful, this family is so rich, 100 cars worth more than 10,000 yuan. Bags worth tens of thousands of yuan are delivered as soon as they are delivered. Jiangnan smiled lightly. If it was him before, receiving such a heavy gift, his heart would have already turned upside down. But now it's just a little bit of a surprise. Very calm. More than 1 million things, nothing, trivial. Driving a Range Rover and returning to Liyuan community, the car was parked in the parking area. Jiangnan glanced at it, and only then did he feel that his identity matched where he lived. Otherwise, living in such a community and going out to take a taxi is really weird. Back home, for half the afternoon, Bei seemed to be suffering from hyperactivity. She was extremely happy. She held the LV bag in her hand and sang and danced for a while. The appearance is funny and cute, making Jiangnan smile bitterly, sitting on the sofa, watching this little cute live broadcast. In the evening, Jiangnan was not hungry and planned to have something to eat with Bei, but the phone rang and it was Zhang Yuan who called. Seeing that it was Zhang Yuan's phone number, Jiangnan smiled helplessly, thinking that this guy's call at this point must be a meal appointment. After pressing the answer button, Zhang Yuan's voice came from the receiver. Boss, what are you busy with? I'm not busy, I have nothing to do. Jiangnan smiled. Hey. I'm going to invite you to have a meal, I'll treat you like this. Lily is back, and I really want to have a meal with you. Jiangnan. Your sister, what if your girlfriend wants to eat with me? Boss, save face, I'm secretly calling in the toilet, don't let me lose face. In front of Lily, kneel and beg. Jiangnan. Don't stop talking, boss, I'm panicking when you look like this. Okay, don't panic, it's not just a meal, we brothers have nothing to say, they're all former inmates, but you're welcome, just your salary, and you're still waiting to buy something for Lily. Give it a present, this time. We will go to a better place, don't go to that kind of small restaurant, let me treat you like this, you can choose any hotel in Jianghai City. Ah. Really? Zhang Yuan said in surprise, Jiangnan, I love you to death. Now I have enough face, he he he. I can be hard on my back in front of Lily. Cut. He's Lily who loves you, I don't want to be gay. Hey, let me think about which hotel to go to. It's a wealthy hotel, a 5-star hotel. Is this level okay? Row. Jiangnan nodded, then see you at the gate of the wealthy hotel. Okay. Crack. Jiangnan hung up the phone. Brother Jiang, whose number is it? Beside Beibei, she still loves to hold the LV bag in her hands. Zhang Yuan, have an appointment to have dinner together. Jiangnan said. Casually, you prepare, wait for us to go out. Okay. Beibei immediately cheered, I can take my LV bag and go out and pretend. Jiangnan. Girl, is it really good for a little girl to talk like this? The humble 40 square meter rental house. Zhang Yuan ran out of the toilet in a hurry, and his back was straight. Lily. I made an appointment with Jiangnan, the giant hotel. Jiangnan treats guests. I have already said that Jiangnan is not that developed, so I don't remember. Old friends. People. Really, that's great. Lily was very happy, then let's go quickly, don't let people wait for us. Okay, go. The two packed up and quickly went downstairs. While going downstairs, Zhang Yuan said, are you taking a bus or a taxi? Lily hesitated a little and said, take a taxi, don't worry about money at this time, waiting for the bus will delay time. Okay, my wife is right, take a taxi. Fuck you. Lily gave Zhang Yuan a roll of eyes, and said, who is your wife? You haven't got the certificate yet. Hey. Zhang Yuan smirked, isn't it the same whether you get a certificate or not, you all belong to me. It's not the same. Lily said, I'll give you 2 years. If we can't be like a dog, we'll break up. Don't, wife, be tolerant for a few more years. No, you can't have more than 1 day. You also learn from others in Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan. How can I learn it? I haven't seen it for a few days. How awesome is Jiangnan? Now. When it was time to speak, Lily stopped a taxi by beckoning to the side of the road. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the luxury hotel. After getting off the taxi, Zhang Yuan looked around at the door, but did not find Jiangnan. He took out his mobile phone to make a call, and the call was quickly connected. Jiangnan's voice came from the receiver. Zhang Yuan, are you here? Arrived, here, Jiangnan, you haven't arrived yet? It's coming soon, about 200 meters, oh. I've seen the two of you, okay. Hang up. The phone hangs up. Jiangnan, it will be over soon. Zhang Yuan said to Lily beside him. He should have come by car. He has money, so why would he buy a car? Lily said. No. Zhang Yuan said, last time I came here by taxi. He didn't have time to buy a car, so he quit his job for a few days. Although he has money, he has tens of thousands of dollars in his current status. You can't buy a cheap car for hundreds of thousands of yuan. If you lose your identity, you must choose a good car carefully. And his words just fell. Squeak. With a slam, a white Range Rover stopped beside the two of them. Jiangnan and Beibei pushed the door and got out of the car. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Lily was also surprised. Grass the grass. Range Rover, a car worth more than 1 million. Zhang Yuan exclaimed, Jiangnan, you bought a car so soon, and I said just now that you haven't bought food yet. I didn't buy it. Jiangnan said lightly, someone gave it. What? What? Zhang Yuan and Lily were shocked, their mouths opened wide. What? Zhang Yuan thought he heard it wrong, someone sent it? Yeah. Jiang Nan said casually, what's the matter, is there a problem? No. Zhang Yuan felt that his brain was a little short-circuited, and his expression was exaggerated, a Land Rover Range Rover of more than 1 million. You can give it away? Well. Jiang Nan nodded lightly. Grip the grass. Am I crazy, or the world is crazy? Zhang Yuan felt that he was a little hysterical. Why was he so jealous in his heart? Nima, my favorite, my lifelong dream and goal, if people say it is a gift, I will send it. Before the shock of the car passed, Lily noticed the LV bag in Beibei's hand. Immediately, his face changed again, his envy and jealousy were palpable, and he said, this bag is so beautiful. He. Beibei was also very happy, yeah, I also think it's pretty. How much did you buy it for? Lily asked in admiration. It was also given by someone. Beibei said, it's more than 40,000 yuan and less than 50,000 yuan. Lily breathed a sigh of relief. Sent again? What, why no one sent me? The four entered the hotel, but what they saw in front of them was a bit confusing. A 5-star hotel should have been greeted with a smile by the receptionist. But now it is a mess. The whole resplendent hall was full of chickens and dogs, not to mention the reception lady greeted her with a smile, and no one paid any attention. There are quite a lot of reception ladies, but they are chatting in groups of 3 and 5. What's the situation? Jiang Nan wondered. Yeah, what's the situation? When did the 5-star hotel look like this? Zhang Yuan was also puzzled. What about the legendary flight attendants? Service? Why don't you change homes? Lily said, there is no one to entertain, so how? Do you eat? Lily is a little distressed about money. Although she said that Jiangnan treats guests, her habitual consumption level made her feel inexplicably frightened when she went to such a place. Jiangnan pondered a little and said to Zhang Yuan, go up and ask. What's the situation? If it doesn't work, we'll change. It is good. Zhang Yuan nodded and walked up. Let's go, it's a mess here, let's wait at the door. Jiang Nan said, wait. For Zhang Yuan to come over, if there's no way to eat here, we'll change. Okay, listen to your Jiang Nan. Lily said softly. Beibei held Jiang Nan's arm and said nothing. At the door, Jiang Nan saw the small supermarket opposite, took out a large bill and gave it to Beibei and said, I'm a little thirsty, go and buy a few bottles of black tea. Beibei nodded, twisted her slender waist, and stepped on high heels to the supermarket opposite. Jiangnan, your little lover is so beautiful. Lily said, as expected, rich people like little Loli. It's my sister. Jiangnan explained with a wry smile, it's not what you think, there is a misunderstanding, because Beibei's family is more difficult, so I help her. There's no need to explain. Lily gave Jiangnan a roll of eyes, it's all an old routine, and when you're done, put her under your quilt. Jiangnan. Very wronged, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Soon Beibei came back, a bag full of more than a dozen bottles of black tea. A few people opened the black tea, and as soon as they took a sip, Zhang Yuan came out and said, let's change, this hotel is finished. Ah? Lily was stunned for a moment, what's the matter, a 5-star hotel? It's over after you say it? Unfortunately. Zhang Yuan said, the boss's family went out to play, and there was a car accident. The game was all over. Now the hotel bank has come forward to take over, and some loans have not been repaid. The salary of the hotel employees this month is all nowhere. These employees are in a hurry, and they are also facing unemployment. Alas, it's really unlucky enough. Zhang Yuan's words touched a nerve in Jiangnan inexplicably, and a thought arose in his heart. How would you like to turn this hotel around? Of course, he didn't want to make money, but to get himself a shield and have a career. Otherwise, if the huge profits obtained by gambling stones spread out, I am afraid it will cause an uproar. Maybe it will arouse the concern of interested people, and it may not necessarily be taken for slicing research. This must be done with caution. Depressed, where should we go to eat? Zhang Yuan rubbed his face. I finally thought of opening a meat shop in this big hotel, but I didn't expect that it would be unfortunate to encounter such a thing. Why don't you go to the VIP Building International Hotel? Jiangnan said, it is the top hotel in Jianghai City. The last time I went to Jiangnan with Mr. N, I met Zhang Yimin, my classmate. No, don't go there. Lily said, it costs more than a luxury hotel, and it's too far away. If it's more than 10 kilometers in the past, I'll find a nearby small restaurant to eat. Got it. That's right, the road is a bit long. Jiangnan nodded and pondered a little. I think of a place. Come with me, said, and set off for the Land Rover. The others quickly followed. Where are you going? Zhang Yuan said even more curiously. Go eat Western food. Jiangnan said, the road is not too far. Bebe and I have been there once before, and the taste is good. Yeah. Bebe nodded his head quickly and said, yes, the steak there is very delicious, but it's a bit expensive, more than 1,000 servings. Ah? It's so expensive. Lily was shocked. The four of us, one person costs more than 1,000. Wouldn't it cost a lot of money? Let's change the place. Don't worry about it, Lily. Zhang Yuan said, it costs 160,000 yuan to stay in Jiangnan for a night, and only a few thousand yuan for a meal. It's nothing. Yeah. Jiangnan also smiled. Lily, don't worry, it's all trivial, and I have one more thing to talk about with Zhang Yuan. Ah? Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment. What is Jiangnan talking to me about? When it was time to speak, before the Land Rover car, Jiangnan opened the car door and got in the car while saying, no hurry, I'll talk to you slowly when we eat. Zhang Yuan agreed, but he didn't have the heart to listen, and was looking at the white Range Rover with a smirk on his face. Get in the car. Jiangnan said speechlessly as he started the car, are you planning to go outside the trailer? He. Bebe, who ran to the co-pilot, was amused and said with a smile, isn't that a spare tire? Heh. Jiangnan couldn't help but laugh. Pfft. A spare tire? Lily laughed even more. Zhang Yuan. With a sad face, he got out of the car, but he was instantly attracted by the luxurious interior of the car. TSK. It's a car worth more than 1,000,000 yuan. It's great. It would be great when I can have one. Humph. Lily snorted coldly, when I was dreaming at night. Gluck cluck. Bebe laughed happily. Jiangnan. Wife, you just hit my self-confidence like that. Zhang Yuan cried and grimaced. What does it mean to blow your self-confidence? Lily said, this is seeking truth from facts. Oh. Well, what are you talking about? Zhang Yuan sighed. As Jiang Nan drove, he smiled and said, Zhang Yuan, do you have something for you? Okay. Zhang Yuan was immediately very happy. The things the boss gave must be good things. Not bad. Jiang Nan smiled brightly, it suits you very well. What is it? Zhang Yuan looked forward to it even more. Wife tube inflammation spray, you deserve it. Zhang Yuan almost didn't suffocate in one breath. Gluck cluck. Gluck cluck. Lily and Bebe both fell back and forth with laughter. Zhang Yuan, tearful, arrived at the Western restaurant soon. Picked a comfortable place and sat down. The waitress was wearing a uniform and came up with her slender waist twisted. How many people want to eat? Put the menu down and wait for the crowd to order. Best steak here, 4 servings. Jiang Nan ordered dishes first, and then to Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bebe said, today there are many people, so I'm ordering some other dishes besides steak. I want to order a few more dishes, and remember that the money is not bad. The waiter and sister on the side looked at Jiang Nan with a smile on her face, but she was very surprised. When this person first came, she was all over the street. She thought she would only order some cheap dishes, but she didn't expect that the best steak would be served. This is more than 1,000 servings. It turned out to be a local tyrant. That's it, nothing else. Lily said quickly. Okay, that's it. Zhang Yuan also quickly expressed his position. I said, order a few more dishes, since you don't order, then, let me order it. Jiang Nan was very speechless, took the menu, and ordered without any entanglement, a salad of vegetables and fruits, 1 bacon golden needle roll, 1 broccoli and mushroom soup, 4 fried bacon chicken rolls, 4 grilled lemon chicken legs with French fries, 1 red braised beef, 1 sirloin steak with red wine, honey grilled chicken wings. The prices of these dishes are all below 100 yuan, and the price is not considered at all in Jiangnan. On the side, Lily and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths in shock, and quickly said, it's too much, I can't eat it at all. Can't eat, you 2 pack when you leave. Jiang Nan smiled, and he turned to the waiter again and said, okay, hurry up and prepare, hurry up, in addition, bring a bottle of whiskey and some drinks. Okay, sir. The waitress put away the menu, twisted her waist and was about to leave. Jiang Nan thought of something again, and ordered, by the way, let's have 4 cups of latte first. Okay, sir, wait a minute, the coffee will be coming soon. The waitress left. Wow. Handsome. Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Nan with an expression of envy and hatred, and said, is this the life of a rich man? Jiang Nan, the way you just ordered food was too showy. Lily also looked at Jiang Nan with a complicated expression. Why didn't she feel this way just now? It would be great to have such a man as her boyfriend. Jiang Nan smiled. Delicious. Life without worrying about money is really wonderful. Soon, the coffee will be served. While the 4 were drinking coffee, Jiang Nan said, Zhang Yuan, don't do it. In a sales company, come and play with me. Ah. Zhang Yuan was surprised, and then surprised, big brother, I don't want to eat, I just wait for your words, it's up to you whether I can be like a dog in my life. Jiang Nan. Tell me, boss, what am I going to do with you? Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands excitedly, it seems that it's time for me, Zhang Yuan, to show off my skills. Lily also looked at Jiangnan nervously. I have a plan. Jiangnan said, acquired the wealthy hotel. What? 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 Zhang Yuan, Lily, and Bei Bei were collectively surprised. Acquisition of a hotel. Zhang Yuan was surprised. Why do you suddenly think of buying a hotel? Jiangnan, do you know anything about the catering industry? And hotel management? Yes, yes. Lily also agreed. Didn't Zhang Yuan say that you are in the jade business? Why did you suddenly think of starting a hotel? You don't know. Jiangnan said with a smile, the jade business seems to make money quickly, but the risk is too great. Although I seem to be full of glory now, once a business loses, I am afraid that I will lose everything and be poor. There is no hair left, so, while you have some capital in your hand, find a reliable and stable business to do, and the catering industry is a stable industry. People always have to eat, this is always the case. Can't be avoided. Well, this one is. Zhang Yuan and Lily both nodded. Lily said, I also heard that the jadeite business is very risky. What is? There to be poor with one knife, rich with one knife, and sackcloth with one knife? As you all know, I followed my cousin in the jade business. My uncle has been in the jade business for so many years, and he also advised me that it is best to find a stable business. He will sponsor me a sum of money, as capital. Jiangnan continued to lie. Oh, that's how it is. Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded. Since your cousin has been in the jade business all his life, he doesn't recommend you to do it, so this is really worth thinking about. It seems that this line of business is not so easy to mix. Also, Jiangnan lied without a red face, I went to the magic capital to stay in the 160,000 presidential suite for one night. I didn't go to the prodigal family, but to experience it, which made me stay in the hotel. There will be more experience in business. Wow. That's how it is. Zhang Yuan said, Jiangnan, you are farsighted. I admire you. Jiangnan. What are you really admiring and flattering? With this idea, I threw a test in the past. Fuck you? 80%. Jiangnan. What, that's 20% of my words. Regardless of him, it's a fool's errand anyway. Zhang Yuan, your next business is to get in touch with the bank and acquire the wealthy hotel. Jiangnan said, after that, you can stay with me and be the head of the hotel. Wow, chief. Zhang Yuan was so excited. It's great, Jiangnan, I love you to death. Lily, your husband is empathetic and don't fall in love. Jiangnan looked at Lily speechlessly. Lily. Glancing at Zhang Yuan. Later, he looked at Jiangnan again. Jiangnan, I don't want to do it in a sales company. I don't want to face the stinky face of a tigress. Can I also work in your hotel? Of course. Jiangnan said, you don't need to ask me about this, just ask your husband. He will be the general manager in the future, and the personnel arrangement will be in charge of him. I guess you blow the wind in your ears. And then use Yomiuri's strength when you are finished, he. I guess I can get you a good spot. When did you become so annoying? Lily's cheeks blushed suddenly, and she gave Jiangnan a roll of eyes. He. Zhang Yuan also said with a smirk, wife, it's time for you to beg me finally. Fuck you. Lily glared at him, I don't ask you, you are a colleague of Jiangnan, and I am also a colleague of Jiangnan. We are as close as Jiangnan. Why should I ask you? Teach me to be good, ask otherwise, you will have to kneel on the remote control when you go back. Zhang Yuan suddenly cried and lowered his head. Zhang Yuan. Jiangnan laughed and shouted. What's the matter? Zhang Yuan raised his head and asked, what other orders do you have? It's the same sentence. Jiangnan's expression was serious. Wife Guanyin. Spray, you deserve it. Zhang Yuan. I want to kill someone, what should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. We. Babe and Lily snicker. Wow. This steak is delicious. Lily took the knife and fork and ate the steak in small bites. Her excitement was beyond words. Zhang Yuan couldn't help nodding his head. It's simply amazing. This is the best steak I've ever eaten in my life. Jiangnan. It's just too expensive. Lily said again, spending so much money for a meal is a waste of money. Jiangnan. Sister Lily is right. Bebe agreed with Lily's opinion and said, it is indeed a waste of money to spend like this. Babe, take care of your husband, don't let him always spend so much money. Lily said, although you have money now, you have to prepare for emergencies. Put the extra money in the bank, or put it in the stock market. I can still make money. Jiangnan. When did you become a husband? It's obviously your sister, okay? Bebe nodded solemnly. It seems I'll be more careful in the future. Jiangnan. Babe, is your character substitution fast enough? While eating steak, Jiangnan vowed never to let Bebe and Lily sit together again. It was terrible for two women to sit together. It was the end of the world. The end of a man's good life. A few people were having a good time eating when Jiangnan's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that Chen Xi was calling. Jiangnan blinked. What does this chick mean by calling? He pondered for 2 seconds and answered the phone. Jiangnan. Chen Xi's voice was calm on the phone. This made Jiangnan, who was used to Chen Xi's vicious words, a little surprised. Here I am. Jiangnan tentatively answered. What to do? Angie's voice was still calm. At dinner. Jiangnan nervously answered tentatively. It's so late for dinner. Then do you have anything to do after dinner? How about going out to watch a movie together? When Chen Xi said this, she paused for a while, and then quickly added, I mean, you invited me to watch a movie that night, I'm not used to being indebted. So. Jiangnan. What's so special? You don't owe any favors. Did you forget that you threw me 500 yuan last time I watched a movie? Although I thought so in my heart, my mouth didn't delay. I glanced at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, and said, I was having dinner with my friends. Wouldn't it be too late? If you don't mind, I'll go look for you after dinner. Is that so? Chen Xi's voice was obviously a little disappointed, since there is something to do. Let's make an appointment another day. Also, Jiangnan said, I'll invite you another day. Okay, 88. Hang up the phone. Lily on the side was listening. Bebe was eating steak in a heartless beauty. Lily glanced at Jiangnan with a strange look, and then at Bebe, but said nothing, and lowered her head to eat the steak. Zhang Yuan didn't even care about this issue at all, and he was eating well. The steak is like eating a pig bone. When he came out of the Western restaurant, Jiangnan drove a Range Rover and sent Lily and Zhang Yuan home directly. When getting out of the car, he once again urged Zhang Yuan, "We must hurry up. With the wealthy hotel, every second counts, and we will start to intervene. Tomorrow." "I understand." Zhang Yuan nodded. "Boss, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter." Jiang Nan glanced at the old residential building that Zhang Yuan and Lily rented and said, "When the hotel is settled, the hotel will give you 2A room, and you will live in the hotel, so you don't have to live here anymore." Jiang Nan's words made Lily's eyes light up instantly. She looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "Did you hear me? Use 120% of your strength to get the hotel. Quickly." "Hey." Zhang Yuan's mouth was also crooked. "I will definitely take down the dead man's mouth by selling real estate." Jiang Nan. Inexplicably, my heart is a little empty, because when selling real estate, Zhang Yuan's performance was not good, and he almost competed with him, and they belonged to that kind of crane tail. Back at Liyuan community, the car was parked in the parking space. The two got out of the car, and Bei took Jiang Nan's arm and said happily, "This kind of life is simply too beautiful." However, Jiang Nan was enduring the pain, because Bei's arm was so close. And his arm was squeezed, which made his inexplicable hormones soar a little. And there was a tendency to want to exorcise beasts. Going upstairs, Jiang Nan was afraid that he couldn't help it and thought of some crime. He pretended to be sleepy and said, "Babe, it's already very late. Good night, go to rest early." "Uh-huh." Bei nodded her head obediently and entered the room. Jiang Nan watched her small waist disappear from sight, inexplicably still a little reluctant. "Well." With a sigh, she said in her heart that this little girl doesn't seem to have any thoughts of going deeper into life. If she was more proactive, maybe the two of them would be on fire. Well, she is really a little sister. She says she will be a little lover and a husband, but her body is not honest at all. All right. It can only be treated as a little sister. Jiang Nan has no habit of taking the initiative, especially for a little sister like this. But living with such a little stunner is a torment, pain, and joy. Calm down. Jiang Nan entered the bedroom, locked the door, and started to get busy. There are still important things left unfinished. The small cutting rack is good. Take out the jade wool in the suitcase. It has been busy for half an hour, and only a few stones can be regarded as all open windows, and Jiang Nan has thought about the reserve price to report to Mr. Zhao for each stone. This time, the price he wants to quote is close to the real price. Although these stones are very valuable, it must be reflected that the money he earned is not too much. Otherwise, I am afraid that Mr. Zhao will be too interested in his unwarranted cousin, and if he insists on meeting, it will be over. The last time Mr. Zhao had a strong interest in his unwarranted cousin. Be cautious about this. After getting everything done, Jiang Nan took a hot bath comfortably and rested. The next day, Jiang Nan slept soundly when the phone rang. I stepped on the desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back, and a pot of spirits in my hand. The long ancient road is long, and I can't describe my joy, anger, and sorrow. Jiang Nan was woken up and glanced at the time, which was approaching 10 a.m. Smile, I can really sleep now. I touched the phone and saw that it was called by my classmate Zhang Yimin. I remember Zhang Yimin said before that the classmates in Jianghai City were going to get together recently. Could it be because of this? After pressing the answer button, Zhang Yimin's pleasant voice came over. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Still sleeping. Jiang Nan said with a wry smile. Cut. It's so comfortable. Zhang Yimin's voice came over with some small Complaints, it's good to be sleeping now, look at us office workers, we have to get up early, make a phone call now, and run away. Go to the bathroom and beat him secretly. Stop complaining. Jiangnan smiled, how good is your working environment? The bathroom is full of splendid walls. Humph. You are the only one who can talk. Obviously Zhang Yimin likes to hear this. Is it about the class reunion that Yimin called me? How do you say it? Zhang Yimin said, it's not about the class reunion I mentioned earlier, the time has not yet been set, but when I contacted Li Xiaoqun yesterday, she knew that you were also in Jianghai City, and said that you wanted to get together. Just the three of us, what do you mean, Li Xiaoqun is still waiting for me to answer? What time? Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a while. This afternoon. Well, okay. Jiang Nan said, where is the location, your hotel? Cut. You are stupid, how can it be possible that our hotel has such a high consumption, and the employees here are all acquaintances, so awkward. Where is that place? At 11 o'clock like this, come to the hotel and meet me. I know a private restaurant, which is cheap and affordable, and tastes great. It's a bit remote. I'll take you there. Okay, then it's settled. Okay, see you later. See you soon. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Nan felt it, thinking that it seemed that the trip to Mr. Zhao's century-old shop was going to be postponed. However, this is better. He is also worried that he will go to Mr. Zhao's place too frequently, which will make Mr. Zhao even more suspicious. Jiang Nan got up and went out of the bedroom to wash, and saw that Bei Bei had already got up and was cleaning up the room. She is wearing a maid outfit today, with a slender waist and fair calves. Great. It looked so pleasing to the eye. Brother Jiang, you are up. When Bei Bei saw Jiang Nan leaving the room, he shouted happily. Babe, you haven't had breakfast, have you? Jiang Nan asked, while nodding as he went to wash up. No, wait for you. Bei Bei fluttered his long hair, which was like a waterfall, and matched with a delicate melon seed face, making people never get tired of seeing it. I'll go out after a while. Jiang Nan said, don't wait for me, you can go down to eat or order takeout. I'm going out. Bei Bei was somewhat resentful, I'm not very hungry, so I won't eat. If you go out, take me with you? It's inconvenient today. Jiang Nan said, it's a gathering of a few classmates, and you're not my classmate. It would be embarrassing to go there. That's it. Bei Bei said helplessly, okay. After Jiang Nan finished washing, he thought about what clothes to wear. Although Armani sportswear is good enough, it is obviously inappropriate to wear sportswear. And his formal suits are not branded, and it seems that the stalls can only make do. When you have time, you should hurry up and buy a few sets of clothes. After changing clothes, tidying up, and coming out of the bedroom, she found that Bei Bei was alone on the sofa, hugging the pillow, and watching TV. Looking a little unhappy. She walked over and rubbed her long hair. Good, go out and play when you're bored at home. Okay. Bei Bei said obediently, if you have something to do, go to work. I can take care of myself. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled and left and went downstairs. On the Land Rover Range Rover, went straight to the VIP Building International Hotel. Li Yuan community lived a little far away from the distinguished guests. Although he left without delay, it was already past 11 o'clock when Jiang Nan arrived. He didn't call either, he went directly to the lobby to see if Zhang Yimin was there. However, in the lobby, Zhang Yimin was not found among many of the hostess. He just arrived at the door of the hotel and took out his mobile phone to make a call. The call was very connected, but the second hung up again. Obviously Zhang Yimin was inconvenient to answer the phone. Jiangnan had to wait helplessly. Not long, about a minute or so, the phone rang. I crossed the desert boat with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. Jiangnan saw that Zhang Yimin was calling and answered the phone. Zhang Yimin's pleasant voice immediately rang out, "Jiangnan, have you arrived yet?" "Yeah, I'm at the door of the hotel." "Wait a minute, I'll sneak out in a while." Jiangnan, "Okay." So sneak out, like a thief. But if you think about your previous self, you might be like a grandson every day because you are afraid of being late. Looking around, there was a small supermarket not far away. He rushed over to buy something to drink and planned to wait while drinking. He habitually ordered a few bottles of black tea and took them out in a simple plastic bag. Although it was the Jinmeilong brand, he was not interested in using the success rate to see if there were any prizes. When he came out of the supermarket, he found that Zhang Yimin had been looking around at the door of the hotel before looking for him. Zhang Yimin took off his uniform and changed into a pair of jeans. His thighs were straight and slender, very eye-catching. Jiangnan walked over and watched, saying that this leg can score more than 95 points. Because he couldn't see Jiangnan, he was taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, and it seemed that he wanted to make a call. "Hi. Zhang Yimin." Jiangnan said hello. Zhang Yimin followed the prestige and saw Jiangnan, and immediately smiled. With a beautiful smile. "Jiangnan, go and buy something to drink." Jiangnan walked to her side and handed over a bottle of black tea. Zhang Yimin was not polite, brought it over, and said at the same time, "Come on, let's hurry over, Li Xiaochun has already rushed over, she is closer than us." As she spoke, she went to the roadside to stop a taxi. "There is a car." Jiangnan said, "You don't need to stop a taxi." "Have a car?" Zhang Yimin was stunned for a moment. "Jiangnan, you bought a car?" Jiangnan smiled, walked towards the Land Rover Range Rover, and said at the same time, "Come on." "Wow." Zhang Yimin's good-looking eyes widened. "Land Rover Range Rover, it's a car worth more than 1 million. Later, I followed Jiangnan and looked at Jiangnan with a complicated expression. "Jiangnan, you are developed, so you can buy such a good car?" "Friends," Jiangnan said with a smile. "Really?" Zhang Yimin asked in disbelief. "It wasn't the car you bought." "It's really not." Jiangnan said, "This is nothing to deceive." "Oh. That's how it is." Zhang Yimin patted his bulging chest. The scenery was alluring. Then he looked frightened. "I was frightened, I thought you were already a local tyrant." "Boarding," Jiangnan said with a smile and got into the driver's seat. Zhang Yimin got on the co-pilot and looked at the interior of the car. "This car is really good. It deserves to be a car of more than 1 million yuan. It is heroic and grand." Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. "Jiangnan, you can be in the social circle." Zhang Yimin said, "Last time I had dinner with the boss, and now it's good to borrow a car worth more than 1 million yuan from a friend. It's tough." Jiangnan smiled and changed the subject. "By the way, what work does Li Xiaochun do now?" Jiangnan's impression of Li Xiaochun is also quite deep, because she, like Zhang Yimin, is a high-value beauty in the class. Although she is not a school beauty, she is only slightly worse. She works at Jianghai Hospital. Ah? Jiangnan was surprised. Our university major is not medical treatment? Why did she go to the hospital? Cut. Zhang Yiman threw a wide eye at Jiangnan. It's narrow, isn't it? Who? Said that when you go to the hospital, you must be a doctor. She does the logistics in the hospital, and she does the execution of the hospital's activities. Oh, so it is. Jiangnan smiled awkwardly. It's really narrow. I thought she was going to be a doctor. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. By the way, Jiangnan, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Yiman asked very casually. Jiangnan could hear it. It was not the kind of question that asked if he had a girlfriend, but the meaning of wanting to be with himself, and talked casually. No. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that a girlfriend like me doesn't exist, and it's impossible to have one in this lifetime. Cut. Zhang Yiman rolled his eyes. Don't be so unconfident. You look handsome, but your material conditions are a little worse. In fact, if you have a house and a car, you are handsome. I'm thinking about developing with you. Jiangnan laughed. What about you? Your boyfriend must have a car and a house, right? With such a beautiful face and such a good figure, there must be many people chasing after you, right? I don't have a boyfriend yet. Zhang Yiman said. Of course someone is chasing after him, but I don't even look down on it, so I refused directly. Alas, Jiangnan, you don't know, you want to find someone who is handsome and rich. It's really not easy to know how to love a boyfriend. Don't complain. Jiangnan said with a smile. Finding a beautiful girlfriend with a good figure is even more difficult for us. According to you, we have the same disease? Yeah. Jiangnan smiled bitterly and joked. How about we make do with a pair? Zhang Yiman looked at Jiangnan, really thinking about it. After about 4 seconds, he suddenly smiled and said, hee hee. Jiangnan, you are so handsome, why don't you be my best friend? This, you may have. Jiangnan. Why, are you still not happy? Zhang Yiman pouted a seductive little mouth. No, how dare you? Jiangnan looked scared. Hee hee. Zhang Yiman said happily, you will be my best friend from now on. Cough, cough. Jiangnan coughed twice. I want to know, what kind of work does the profession of girlfriend have? Well. Zhang Yiman pinched his sharp and beautiful chin, thought for a moment, and said, the general process is, chat with me when I'm in a bad mood, and when I want to reject boring boys, do the shield acts as a boyfriend, accompanies me to watch movies when I'm alone, and leans on my shoulder when I'm tired. Jiangnan. What, this is a proper spare tire. The journey takes about half an hour. With Zhang Yiman pointing the way, the Land Rover stopped at the gate of a remote courtyard outside the city. Although it is remote, there are many cars parked here. It seems that there are not many people who come to eat. It should be that the dishes have unique characteristics. The gate of the private courtyard is a moon-shaped arch, which looks a bit quaint. On the door hangs a plaque with the inscription in regular script, pour the fish in the iron pot. It looks quite artistic. While Li Xiaoqun was waiting at the door, she did not notice that it was Jiangnan and Zhang Yiman when the Land Rover arrived. Instead, focus on a taxi that just stopped. As a result, the taxi door opened, and the people who came down were not Jiang Nan and Zhang Yiman. Li Xiaoqun's face was slightly disappointed. At this moment, Jiang Nan and Zhang Yiman were getting off the bus. Xiao Chen. While getting out of the car, Zhang Yiman shouted. Li Xiaochun looked over and saw the two people getting out of the car. After paying more attention to Jiang Nan, he focused on the Land Rover car. Boom. Jiang Nan closed the car door and looked at Li Xiaochun with a light smile. Still familiar with the charming little face and exquisite figure. Li Xiaochun is not tall, only less than 1.6 meters tall, with a small and exquisite figure, with a different kind of beauty. Just like the old habit, she is still used to wearing a high ponytail, but in her small figure, she looks very energetic. Xiaochun, long time no see. Jiang Nan smiled and greeted. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun also smiled and greeted Jiang Nan, and later said, I didn't expect that it was only a year after graduating from college. You got along so well. You bought a car, and it's a Range Rover with more than 1 million yuan. Cut. Without waiting for Jiang Nan to say anything, Zhang Yimin just said, he didn't buy it, he borrowed it from a friend. Oh, it turned out to be borrowed. Li Xiaochun's face suddenly seemed more accepting and relieved. Let's go in, order food, and chat while eating. Zhang Yimin said. The fish and sauce is very easy to make, and it's not expensive. The three of us, 300 yuan is enough, AA system, each 100 people. As he walked into the yard, Jiang Nan said, the AA system is no longer needed. I'm here to treat you. No. Li Xiaochun said, we haven't seen each other for a long time. We are not asking Jiang Nan to treat you. You two girls, I'm a man. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I'll treat you, stop arguing, and save face for my man. Li Xiaochun said, this is not good, Jiang Nan, this time I asked you to get together, I just wanted to see you for a long time, and we are all in. Jiang Hai, so. Okay. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I know your temperament and personality for so many years, classmates. I don't need to explain too much. That's the sentence. I am very happy. Okay, Xiaochun. Zhang Yimin said, if he pleases him, he. I have decided to let him be my best friend. Really? Li Xiaochun also laughed. Zhang Yimin, when did you like to play? With your girlfriends? What? Zhang Yimin said, isn't this what happened to Jiang Nan? He's so handsome, so consider being a boyfriend, but he doesn't meet the standard in terms of material things. It's a pity to let such a handsome man go, so I just do it. Girlfriend. Jiang Nan. Li Xiaochun. While talking, several people entered the courtyard. Zhang Yimin was quite familiar here. Under her leadership, he chose a room. The room looks very clean and simple, and it also has a simple atmosphere. The old-fashioned 8 immortals table, 8 immortals chair, and teapot are also old-fashioned porcelain teapots. The three of them sat down, and the dishes came out in less than 2 minutes. The most striking thing was a fish, which was quite large and weighed more than 2 kilograms. All that's left is a few small cold dishes. The food here is very fast. Jiang Nan smiled. Because the fish here are all prepared before. Zhang Yimin said, the big iron pot is stewed, and the sauce is poured after the pot is out. The taste is very good, try it. That's right. Jiang Nan nodded and took a closer look at the sauced fish. There was a layer of gravy-like sauce on it, which looked pretty. I picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. The fragrance in the mouth was very good, and the taste was not bad at all, compared to the steak that I had eaten in a Western restaurant for more than 1,000 servings. I couldn't help but nodded and said, it does taste good. How much is the fish here? 100 yuan apiece. Zhang Yimin said, this kind of taste is very affordable. The practice of this fish is an ancestral secret recipe, which is a private dish of this family. Not bad. Jiang Nan nodded. It seems that this is a good place to eat, with affordable prices and an elegant environment. Yeah. Zhang Yimin said happily, this allows us working-class people to come and eat meat occasionally. Come, Xiaochun can also eat, they are all old classmates and no outsiders. By the way, Jiang Nan, what can you drink? Xiaochun and I just have some drinks. Let's have some beer then. The three of them ate and chatted casually, and Jiang Nanyue felt that the fish was delicious and full of fragrance. Xiaochun heard from Zhang Yimin that you were working in the hospital? Jiang Nan looked at Li Xiaochun. Yeah. Li Xiaochun said helplessly, isn't there no way? I also want to find a good job like Yimin. The salary can be a little higher, but unfortunately, I'm not tall enough. Jiang Nan, what are you doing now? Jiang Nan smiled, doing a little business, that kind of precariousness. Jiang Nan is doing well. Zhang Yimin said, there are a lot of rich people in the social circle. Haha. Jiang Nan smiled, it's all helpless entertainment. A few people were chatting with him at will, when Jiang Nan's phone rang, and he looked out to see that it was Zhang Yuan who was calling. Embarrassed to smile, I'll take a call. After he reached the door and pressed the answer button, Zhang Yuan's excited voice came out, boss, it's done, the hotel is done. Oh, it's so fast and efficient. Of course, don't look at who I am, the old driver shot, it is definitely. Let me think about what word is more appropriate. Jiang Nan. Although Jiang Nan's voice was not loud, it could be heard by Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun in the room. The two of them didn't pay attention and chatted casually. Jiang Nan looks more handsome than when he was in school, Li Xiaochun said. Hee, you little girl, isn't it, because of the sprouting of spring, do you have any interest in Jiang Nan? If it is interesting, I am willing to be a peacemaker. Fuck you. Li Xiaochun said shyly, I'm telling the truth, don't you think? But there is no other meaning. Giggle. I'm still shy, I'm not a little girl anymore, what are you afraid of? At this moment, the voice of a phone call from outside Jiangnan came in. How much did it cost? 20 million. Well, it's okay. The other party needs a deposit first. How much? 200,000, well, just WeChat can turn it over, I'll turn it over to you now, you finalize the matter. The two people who were talking in the room were stunned for a moment, and looked at the door almost at the same time. His mouth was slightly open, his expression a little shocked. Jiang Nan transferred 200,000 yuan to Zhang Yuan from WeChat. After the matter was settled, he returned to his room. But did you see Zhang Yimin and Li Xiaochun looking at him with expressions like ghosts? Jiang Nan was a little confused. Confused and weakly asked, what's the matter, why are you looking at me like this? Jiang Nan, what business are you doing? You just opened your mouth and shut your mouth for 20 million, and the deposit is only 200,000? Zhang Yimin said. Be honest, do you think you are already a local tyrant? I think too much. Jiang Nan smiled, I'm just doing business for my friends. And running errands. It's 20 million, 200,000 and so on, but I'm responsible for handling it, and it's not my money. Oh, that's how it is. Zhang Yimin said with a handsome face and a frightened look, scare me, I thought you were already doing a big business of tens of millions, so is Land Rover. Is it your friend? Yeah. Jiangnan looked serious. He doesn't want to say how much business he is doing now, so that people will think that he is deliberately pretending to be. Make money, it's good to keep a low profile. I was also shocked, just now. Li Xiaoqun said, among our classmates, those who can do tens of millions of business, I am afraid there are not many people. It is estimated that Dong Kuan's second-generation rich, relying on his father's money, can do business, such a lucrative business. When she speaks, she is habitually very serious, and her serious look has a different kind of beauty. Yes, yes. Zhang Yimin's expression was slightly exaggerated. I heard from my classmates that among us middle school students, Li Zhe is the best, and now he is the manager of a company, with an annual salary of several $100,000. Well, I'm so envious. Yes, yes. Li Xiaoqun also said, it's great to have a job like this. However, I heard that Li Zhe is very arrogant, and when he sees his old classmates, he looks like he is high above, and he thinks he is amazing. The two had a great chat. Jiangnan. He didn't interrupt. He also knew that Li Zhe was such a stinky person when he was in school, but he didn't expect to get along really well. Okay, don't talk about him anymore. What's so great about that kind of person who has money? Let's eat food, although we are poor, we are happy together. Zhang Yimin said very contentedly. Pretty face with a smile. Well, look at how good Jiangnan classmates are. Although he has no money, he has a good temper. He is handsome, and he is a good-looking classmate of Li Zhe Beiji. Jiangnan. Come on, eat some fish. Li Xiaoqun took a piece of fish and put it on a small plate in Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Heh. Xiaoqun, you openly fucked our handsome guy in front of me. No, I can't stand this grievance. Here, Jiangnan, eat me. Zhang Yimin put a piece of fish on a small dinner plate in Jiangnan. Jiangnan. Cuckoo. The two girls laughed happily. Jiangnan smiled helplessly, chirping the fish. But just after taking a bite, the phone rang again. Jiangnan took a look, and Qi called. Sorry, I'll take another call. Jiangnan didn't lead this time, and answered the phone directly. Qi's voice came over. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Having dinner with my classmates. What's wrong? Qi, what's the matter? I have an old object on hand that I don't quite understand. I want you to help me see it. Is that so? Then I'll go there when I have time. Are you at home? Li Xiaoqun on the side was stunned when he heard the name Qi. The same name as the daughter of the director of their hospital, the same name and surname. Since you have something to do, I'll go and ask Grandpa first, and if it really doesn't work, I'll ask you again. Okay. Jiangnan said, call me again if you have anything. Okay, then I'll hang up first. By the way, one more thing, do you have time? At night? Have time? Then come out and watch a movie together. You invited me once. I don't like to owe favors. Okay, I'll call you later that night. Jiangnan hung up the phone. Zhang Yimin stared at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. Jiangnan, you have a lot of business, so you're really busy with 2 calls after a while. A coincidence, it's just a coincidence. Jiangnan smiled. That's not the point. Zhang Yimin said, the point is the woman's phone number. As my best friend, let me tell you honestly, is it your girlfriend? Jiangnan. Is it true? Zhang Yimin squinted his big eyes, and his long eyelashes looked beautiful. Didn't I say no before? It turned out to be a little liar. Jiang Nan, it's just an ordinary friend. Is it your boyfriend that you talk to a boy on the phone? Let's talk again, am I your boyfriend? Hee hee. Zhang Yimin smiled, I'm teasing you. Jiang Nan. Okay, eat fish, if this is not enough, ask for another. Zhang Yimin said strangely, anyway, it is also a treat from Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. One person chatted first, and ate a meal for more than an hour. Don't dare to take too long, the two girls are still working in the afternoon. After coming out of the private restaurant, Jiang Nan said, get in the car. I'll take you back. Hee hee, that's good. Zhang Yimin is very happy, the luxury car pickup, this treatment is great. Several people chatted about interesting things about college along the way. And they were very happy. There was laughter in the car. Jiang Nan was also in a good mood. The classmates gathered together and recalled the past when they were in school. The unhappy and unhappy ones were fine. First, Zhang Yimin was sent back to the hotel, and Jiang Nan sent Li Xiaochun back to the hospital. Jianghai Hospital. And Qi is sitting in the dean's office. She only occasionally comes to the hospital to see her father. But her dean's father is in a meeting in the conference room. She could only stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, look down from the top of her head, and watch the cars coming and going outside to pass the boring time. But she was in a good mood. She had just spoken with Jiang Nan on the phone before, and she could go to the movies together at night. She was thinking about what kind of clothes would be more suitable for her to wear at night. At this moment, a white Land Rover Range Rover suddenly drove into the hospital's gate. She was too familiar with the license plate number. It was their car, the one that her grandfather gave to Jiang Nan. What's the situation? This immediately caught her attention. The white Range Rover stopped in the hospital yard. Jiang Nan and a little beauty got out of the car at the same time and chatted happily. And Qi's little face suddenly became a little ugly. She took out her mobile phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. Jiang Nan is talking to Li Xiaochun. Jiang Nan, do you want to sit in my office, and I'll make you a cup of tea? No, let's go another day. By the way, this hospital looks very high-end. Doesn't it? Yes, Jianghai Hospital is the top hospital in Jianghai. Just then the phone rang. I stepped on a desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. Taking out the phone, seeing that it was Qi calling, he smiled at Li Xiaochun, I'll take a call. You're really busy. Li Xiaochun smiled, she smiled beautifully. Jiang Nan pressed the answer button, and Qi's voice immediately sounded. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? I'm on my way home. Jiang Nan said, what's wrong, is there something wrong? Click. The phone hangs up. Jiang Nan. And Qi on the top floor, with a charming little face, was angry, with a little resentment in her eyes, staring at Jiang Nan downstairs through the window. Little liar, you little liar. Then the curtains were drawn with a stab. Jiang Nan is also stunned? Your sister, why did you suddenly hang up? Helplessly put away the phone. Li Xiaochun saw that he had finished the call and said, then if you don't go up and sit down, I'll go up. Okay. Jiang Nan nodded. Contact more in the future. Li Xiaochun said as he turned around and walked away. Contact more. Jiang Nan nodded. Still depressed, and Qi just hung up the phone. This little girl is really beautiful, this is such a weird temper. Liyuan District. Jiangnan's car was just parked in the parking space when his cell phone rang. And he looked out to see that it was Zhang Yuan calling. The answer key was pressed. "Boss, it's done, but we still have to formally sign the contract. You will be asked to sign in person, and the other 20 million will be delivered. Is the day set?" Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a while. "Tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow." Zhang Yuan said, "By the way, boss, how should the hotel staff arrange it? Should we take over from the original class? Or what?" "Of course, the original class took over." Jiang Nan said, "This way the hotel can continue to operate, otherwise without these employees, it would be over. And it would be troublesome to find new employees. You should understand such a simple truth, otherwise this will happen in the future." "How do you do it, Chief?" Hey. Zhang Yuan didn't retaliate at all, but smiled flatteringly. "Boss, I think so too. Since this is the case, I'll go to the hotel to make these employees feel at ease. They are panicking right now." "Okay, I'll leave it to you. Remember to get things done, and tell the employees that when the bosses change, give them bonuses, so that everyone's minds can be stabilized first." Okay. Zhang Yuan said, "It's better if you have the boss. If these employees know about this matter, they must be at ease." Jiang Nan accepted the hotel, not to make money, but to act as a facade, so the hotel must look prosperous, and he didn't need to worry about it. This was his original intention. Hey. Boss, such a big thing is done, let's celebrate it tonight. Zhang Yuan's voice came over again. Jiang Nan. What, just a foodie? However, Jiang Nan still knows Zhang Yuan very well. A colleague for nearly a year, this guy not only likes greedy cups, but also has a good character and is a decent person. There is such an assistant by his side, it is very necessary to leave him to do miscellaneous things. It's okay to celebrate. Jiang Nan said, "You and Lily, just celebrate, I have something to do tonight." "That's it, okay, boss, I understand, I also want you to be happy," Zhang Yuan said immediately, "then we will celebrate another day." "Okay, I have nothing to do. When I see the time and decide when to sign, I will inform you in advance and you will arrange it." "Okay." Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone and went upstairs. There is no way to make an appointment with Chen Xi to watch a movie at night. And the celebration can only be pushed back. In the evening, I simply ordered takeout and had dinner. Jiang Nan was sitting at home, watching TV with Bei, and waiting for Chen Xi's call. It feels good to be able to watch a movie with this superb girl. With Jiang Nan to accompany, Bei was very happy, watching soap operas, eating potato chips, and giggling from time to time. Time passed little by little, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And Xi's phone call never came. Jiang Nan was a little depressed. How about watching a movie together? After thinking about it, she reluctantly took out her mobile phone and dialed Chen Xi's number. The phone was quickly connected, but Chen Xi didn't speak. "Chen Xi, what's the matter? Is there something else that I'm busy with? Didn't I make an appointment to watch the TV?" However, before Jiang Nan finished speaking, Chen Xi's cold voice came over. "I don't want to go, I don't want to hear you." Crack. The phone hangs up. Wipe. Jiang Nan was stunned. What's the matter? Why did this girl suddenly turn her face again? This thing turns its face faster than a book. "Brother Jiang, why do you want to go to the movies?" Bei on the side had pointed ears and turned her head to ask. Jiang Nan was a little angry. Nima, if he turned his face, he turned his face. Isn't it because the family has money and looks beautiful? I don't care. So he said angrily, yes, do you want to go? If you want to go, let's go to the movies. Of course, I want to go. Bei was as happy as a bird. I'll change my clothes. Jiangnan. Does this little baby really like to change clothes? The next day. Half morning. Brother Jiang, can't I go with you? The clingy Bei looked at Jiangnan carrying the suitcase and left, his eyes resentful. No. Jiangnan said, it's not suitable to take you there today. If you are bored at home, you can go out to play. When the hotel receives it, you don't need to be bored at home. You can do whatever you want. Well, okay, I'll take you downstairs. Jiangnan. For this clingy little cutie, Jiangnan is helpless and pity. Bei took his arm and escorted him downstairs, watching him drive away. Like a caring little wife. The white Land Rover Range Rover merged into the traffic flow, and Jiangnan played music and drove towards the antique street unhurriedly. I am delighted. Sigh that it is still convenient to have a car to travel. Poems. When Jiangnan dragged his suitcase and entered the century-old store, he saw Zhu Shishir at first sight. Jiangnan, you are here. Zhu Shishir found Jiangnan and smiled happily. Is Mr. Zhao here? Here, in the backyard, I'll call him. As Zhu Shishir said, he was about to call someone. No need. Jiangnan stopped and said, I'll go directly to the backyard. I just took something to show him, and I need to go to the backyard and cut it open. That's it, that's fine. Zhu Shishir nodded. You're busy first, I'm over. Jiangnan smiled and dragged the suitcase into the backyard. Here he is also familiar. In the backyard, Mr. Zhao was in a room watching his apprentices carve a jade pendant, and from time to time he pointed at the side in a low voice. The important thing is to grasp the natural pattern of the main jade, so that the beauty of jade can be brought out to the maximum extent. Elder Zhao. Jiangnan shouted. Oh, little brother, you are here. Mr. Zhao was alarmed, turned his head to look over, and found Jiangnan. Elder Zhao, I went to Myanmar again, and brought some jadeite from my uncle. Let's see how it looks like. Okay, come, let me see. Mr. Zhao greeted him from the room and took Jiangnan directly to the cutting room. After entering the room, Mr. Zhao didn't need to talk nonsense. Jiangnan directly opened the suitcase and took out a few pieces of jade wool inside. Mr. Zhao immediately took out a piece and watched it carefully through the cut window. Just glanced at it, and then took a breath, hi. Then very quickly, he took out the small flashlight from his pocket and looked more closely. Jiangnan smiled and said nothing. He has completely memorized the appearance of several stones. The stone that the old man took at that time was estimated to be around 1.5 million. Although he didn't quite understand it, from the time it was cut, the stone skin of the entire piece of jadeite was only less than 2 millimeters thick. And the very watery green inside could be roughly judged that it was a very good piece of jade. The jadeite, otherwise it would not be worth more than 1 million. Although among these jadeites in the south of the Yangtze River, this one is of low grade, but for ordinary stone gamblers, if they are fortunate enough to get such a piece of jadeite, it is a surprise among surprises, and it has already achieved the legendary wealth. Hiss. After looking at it carefully for more than a minute, Mr. Zhao gasped again and turned to look at Jiangnan. Little brother, how much did you get this piece of wool? Jiang Nan smiled. My uncle said that this time, the items were obtained at a high price. You can see from the window that the jade inside must be very good. This piece of jade wool is 1.4 million yuan. Oh. It's really like this. The old man Zhao said with a look of disappointment. I thought you found a big leak this time and you spent tens of thousands of dollars for a piece of wool like this, if that's the case. If you do, then you will really make a fortune, although I can't be sure, but from the window, the condition of this jadeite is very good, and it should be more than 1 million. Jiang Nan laughed in his heart. It seems that this old man is also quite ambitious, and hopes to pick up a big leak. However, the big leak is indeed true, but it is not tens of thousands of yuan, but more than 20,000 yuan. Let's cut this piece open first, and then take a look at the rest. Little brother, you've done a lot this time. Mr. Zhao glanced at the other stones. Yeah, it's not easy to go to Myanmar once. My cousin asked me to bring back a little more this time. Jiang Nan gave a ha-ha. Mr. Zhao didn't say anything, walked to the small cutting machine, and said at the same time, such a good jade, this time I will do it myself. Master Zhao, you are so old, is it still convenient? It's okay, just let the apprentice cut it. Jiang Nanqian gave in. It's okay. Mr. Zhao said, I'm strong. As he spoke, he started the small cutter and started cutting. ZZ. Extremely proficient in action. Jiang Nan sighed, as expected of an old driver. The small cutting machine is easy to understand, and it is very well controlled. Soon a piece of emerald was cut open. Mr. Zhao turned off the small cutting machine immediately, picked up 2 halves of jade to check, just glanced at it, then laughed and said, Little brother, I'm still worried that you will lose, but this time don't worry, it's okay. That's good. Look at Mr. Zhao, how much it can be worth if you accept it. Jiang Nan smiled. I want to take a closer look at this. The old man Zhao took out the flashlight again and said, Little brother, let's take it slow, can we take a look at one piece and then look at another piece? Sure. Okay, then let's finalize this first. Mr. Zhao looked at it carefully. Jiang Nan waited unhurriedly. Mr. Zhao checked it very carefully, first with a pair of naked eyes, and then with a magnifying glass. After about 10 minutes, I put away the magnifying glass, and it looks like it has been checked. Jiang Nan quietly threw a test on Mr. Zhao. It can give 1.5 million. 100%. It can give 1.6 million. 20%. It can give 1.55 million. 50%. I also have a bottom line in my heart, which is similar to my previous estimate. If this thing goes to the auction, it may be able to auction 1.6 million. But still that sentence, Jiang Nan is too lazy to toss. Little brother, I can eat this piece of jade for 1.5 million. What do you think? At this time, Mr. Zhao spoke. Okay. Jiang Nan smiled. It's the same sentence, I believe you, Mr. Zhao. Ha ha ha, okay. The old man Zhao was very happy. Little brother, you are the most straightforward person I have ever met, and you never give me a second price. Your trust really makes me feel right. Friend, don't you know, I have seen many people before, arguing about the price, for fear of selling less money, but my temper is to sell for one price, and the sale can't be done. I will not want such people in the future. Dating. The old man has the same temper as me. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I just like to be happy. If it weren't for Jiang Nan's ability to see the success rate, it would be hard for him to imagine that Mr. Zhao is such a person who speaks for itself. If you were an ordinary person, you would definitely test the price and hope to sell it for more money. Of course, for ordinary people, selling an extra 10,000 yuan is a lot of money. But Jiang Nan doesn't care, which is also a difference in mentality. Little brother, your cousin's eyesight is good, and he dares to make a shot at 1.4 million. How to look at the situation of opening the window is an unknown. Maybe you will lose, but I didn't expect that luck is really good. And you can earn 100,000. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhao is very happy, and he also has tens of thousands of profits in between, which is guaranteed to not lose. It's good luck, it's good luck. Jiang Nan laughed and acted with Mr. Zhao. Come on, let's look at the next piece. Under the deliberate arrangement of Jiang Nan, the imperial green and valuable jade wool were all arranged to the back. Because Jiang Nan was worried about Mr. Zhao, and found out that it was imperial green and other valuable jade, he no longer had the heart to get relatively cheap jade. But even so, Mr. Zhao, who has always been literate and seems to have knowledge and self-discipline, broke out from time to time in the future cutting. Hold the grass. There is no way, he was shocked enough for more than 1 million before, and the later value of more than 2 million. Wave after wave of shock, he was completely lost. Even the apprentices who were carving emeralds in the next room were disturbed. They couldn't sit down any longer and ran over. There were also Zhu Shishir from the front store and another clerk who also ran in. It is beyond shocking to know that this batch of jadeite brought by Jiang Nan is worth more than 10 million yuan. And now there are only 2 stones that have not been cut. Under the special arrangement of Jiang Nan, they are the most valuable. One is the Emperor Green, and the other is estimated to be 3.2 million. Now in the cutting room, it is not just the 2 people, Mr. Zhao and Jiang Nan. There are 7 or 8 people around Mr. Zhao's apprentice, Zhu Shishir, and another clerk. Call. Mr. Zhao exhaled a long breath, calmed down, and looked at the remaining 2 pieces of jade wool. Continue to look at the next piece. I wonder if there will be more surprises. I don't think it's gone. There is no such good luck to be able to cut so many good jade today is very amazing. It is impossible to have such good luck again. Mr. Zhao, who is in his 50s, is also the oldest apprentice. To be honest, he was a little jealous. I also don't think it's possible to have such good luck again. I also think so. How can one's luck be so good? The other apprentices all agreed. Today's result has already made them a little unacceptable. According to Jiang Nan's statement, the jade that has just been cut, more than 1 million. Before, he can earn hundreds of thousands for each piece, and the piece of more than 2 million is enough. Made millions. This is simply too shocking. Originally, Jiang Nan's plan was that these more than 2 million jadeites, he would also directly say that they were obtained from more than 2 million yuan. So that there was not much profit among himself, there were about 100,000 or so that Mr. Zhao would not be too shocked. However, it was later discovered that this was not the case, and his idea would be more suspicious. Because before cutting the quotation, he tested the price of the jadeite wool in the window of Mr. Zhao. Saw a huge difference. Because the first piece of jadeite wool, costing more than 2 million yuan, the old man's estimate was also more than 1 million yuan. This gave him an idea immediately. If he meant more than 2 million, would it 'Cause a big gap with Mr. Zhao? And Mr. Zhao is already very accomplished in this aspect. If there is such a big gap between the two, I am afraid that Mr. Zhao will be more suspicious. So he had an idea and simply quoted a price similar to that of the old man. In this way, the old man can readily accept it. After all, it is similar to his eyesight. As for the profit in the middle, it can only be said to be good luck. As a result, the jadeite worth more than 2 million was cut, resulting in this result, and Jiangnan made a net profit of more than 1 million. Even the old man Zhao was shocked and couldn't help shouting, "Hold the grass." At the same time, there is some envy. The other apprentices were alerted and ran over, and they were jealous when they learned this situation. Everyone is thinking, if a piece of jade earns more than 1 million, it would be great if it was their turn. When Mr. Zhao took the last 2 pieces of jade wool, Jiangnan gave him the piece worth 3.2 million first. It's an old habit. Mr. Zhao first took it in his hand and watched it carefully, and then watched it carefully with a flashlight. After a while, he said, "Little brother, how much did you get this piece of?" Jiangnan quietly issued a test. Estimated 1 million. 50%. Wipe. Not optimistic. In Jiangnan's heart, there was a calculation in an instant. The estimate is 900,000. 80%. Jiangnan was very helpless and depressed. It seemed that this time he was going to give everyone a bigger shock, saying, 1 million. Little brother, if it weren't for the luck, I'm afraid it would be a loss. Mr. Zhao said, with my eyesight, the chance that the jade cut out can be worth 1 million is too small, and it is still possible if it is 900,000. I guess it must be a loss this time. The master's eyesight is quite accurate. Well, I guess it is, but I made more than 1 million yuan last time. Even if I lost tens of thousands of yuan this time, would I still make it? Exactly. A group of apprentices echoed each and every sentence I said, and there was a lot of discussion. Zhu Shishir looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes and did not speak. It's not like she has this mentality. The first few pieces together have made more than 1 million yuan, and the latter 2 pieces, even if they lose hundreds of thousands of dollars each, they will earn at least 1 million yuan. God, this is 1 million. Just thinking about it makes her scalp tingling, and her salary is only 1 million for half her life. Well, colleagues who were inconspicuous before have now become local tyrants. If there is a chance to develop, it would be great to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. It can be said that everyone has a little 99 in their hearts now. Wait and see, chopping stone. Mr. Zhao walked to the small cutting machine. The emerald wool was stuck on the metal card slot. The small cutting machine started and began to cut. Time passed second by second. Everyone held their breath. Not long, get it done. Mr. Zhao picked up 2 pieces of jade, and at first glance, he gasped, "Hi." Except for Jiangnan, everyone else is not focusing on Mr. Zhao. Master, is it another piece of very valuable jade? See, the sea is green. Mr. Zhao stuttered when he spoke. Hiss. What? God, the sea is green. A group of apprentices were shocked. Sea green? Jiangnan whispered. He didn't know anything about this, except for the Emperor green and emerald. When he checked the information, he didn't pay much attention to the rest. Judging from this situation, it is also a relatively valuable kind of jade. But it is not particularly valuable, because he already knows the reserve price of this thing very well, which is only more than 3 million. If people know what he thinks now, it's only more than 3 million, and it is estimated that he has the heart to kick him to death. Old boss? Is it very valuable? Zhu Shishir couldn't help but ask a question. As a clerk in an emerald shop, she has some superficial understanding of emeralds, but she really doesn't know about sea green, because there is no such emerald in the shop. Of course. The old man Zhao smiled bitterly. This is also a kind of precious jadeite. Judging from the size of this jadeite, it is about 3 million. Ah. 3 million. Zhu Shishir's shocked eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Nan, the expression on his face was mixed with an indescribable emotion. Good guy, what about 3 million? Jiang Nan turned on the acting mode, but also looked surprised. I've made a fortune, isn't this a fortune? Yeah. Zhu Shishir said excitedly, I bought it for 1 million, now it is worth 3 million, and the net profit is 2 million, my god, I can't imagine. Looking at Zhu Shishir's excited look, Jiang Nan said in his heart, if I told you that I bought it for only 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, I don't know how you would feel? Elder Zhao, how much did you pay for this sea green jadeite? The acting mode is over and Jiang Nan is back to business. I want to take a good look at this. Mr. Zhao immediately looked solemn. Later, he thought of something. Little brother, I think you deserve to go to the auction house for this piece of jade. That way, you can maximize the value. As an old friend, I don't like to do things like cheating friends. I mean, if I eat this jadeite, I will get it at the auction house, sell it for a higher price, and make a profit from it. Old man, you think too much. I said that again. I believe you. Jiang Nan said, it's only 2 or 3 million things, so I'm too lazy to go to the auction house. People around. Only 2 or 3 million things? 2 or 3 million things look down on you so much? Okay, little brother, since you said that, then I'll take a good look at it. The old man Zhao nodded and started to take a magnifying glass and began to look carefully. Very cautious. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed. Mr. Zhao has no intention of closing his hands at all, and uses a magnifying glass to check it bit by bit. A few apprentices seemed to have found an opportunity to learn, and gathered around one by one, watching intently. With so many people in the room, it was so quiet that no one spoke. After waiting for a while, Jiang Nan was bored and a little thirsty. He looked at Zhu Shishir. Shishir, I'm a little thirsty, just pour me a cup of tea. Okay. Zhu Shishir quickly ran out with her slender waist twisting, to pour tea. Soon a cup of tea was turned upside down, and he brought a chair over and motioned Jiang Nan to sit down. It is very considerate. Jiang Nan glanced at it. Everyone else was standing, but their attention was on jade. As for Zhu Shishir, who was with another clerk, he didn't have to worry about it. He sat down and leaned forward. Erlang Kue waited while drinking tea. For nearly 20 minutes, Mr. Zhao couldn't stop. But he touched his chin again, pondered for nearly half a minute, and looked up at Jiang Nan. Little brother, if I eat this piece of sea green, I can get 3.1 million out of it. Do you think it's okay? Of course I still say that. You'd better go to the auction house. If I expect it to be good, you can auction it for a better price. Elder Zhao, it's the same sentence, I believe you. Jiang Nan smiled and said, this jade is for you. Jiang Nan did not test Mr. Zhao this time, and he could accept the price difference of 100,000 from the expected price. After all, Mr. Zhao took so much money to eat this thing and took risks, so the price should be cautious. According to the person of Mr. Zhao, he knew that it would be the same. If he wanted 3.2 million, Mr. Zhao would agree or disagree would be between 50%. However, he did not want to destroy the trust established between the two people for 100,000 yuan. After all, this is already more than 3 million things. The important point is that he urgently needs 20 million to buy the hotel. If this jadeite is not sold immediately, 20 million will not be enough. As for the next Emperor Green, if the price is too different, he will consider going to the auction house. Of course, the first thing to look at is the price given by Mr. Zhao. He must have figured out the base price, and he is not afraid of losing money. If the difference is only 108,000, then you would be too lazy to go to any auction house. After all, 108,000 is very easy for me to get it. Okay. The old man Zhao nodded seriously. Little brother, you are still so happy. I won't say anything else. You will be one of my best friends in the future, and I will not hide it from you. This thing is too precious. I don't know how to make jewelry by myself, but if I get it from the auction house and sell it, I should make some money in the middle. Mr. Zhao, saying this is to be seen outside. Jiangnan smiled and said, "Isn't it easy for me? I have never contacted the auction house or anything. And I have already earned it." Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. The old man Zhao suddenly laughed happily. I forgot, little brother, you are the biggest winner. You have earned more than 2 million in this piece of sea green. Alas, the luck is still so good, I can't imagine it. When can I have such good luck, even if only once? There is one last stone left. And the appearance of this stone is really not very good, just like it was picked up by the river, without any color and gloss. This is also an indisputable fact. Originally, this stone was obtained by Jiangnan from the cheapest peripheral stall. It's amazing if it sells well. Another important point is that when Jiangnan was cut, the imperial green wool was the size of a large fist, and the stone skin was 2 centimeters thick. Judging from this thickness, the jade inside was not much bigger than an egg. As a layman in Jiangnan, he looked at the part where the window was opened. And the green color was very chaotic. Judging from his poor knowledge of jadeite, it was not a good jadeite. It was even a bit like the miscellaneous jade introduced in the information. Emerald on emerald. The transparency is not good, the gloss is not good, and the waterhead is not enough. It is also the legendary colorless. Mr. Zhao, who ate 3.1 million jadeite, asked someone to pour a cup of tea and drink it, calm down his mood, and then he looked at the last stone. He took it casually, glanced at it, and said with a faint smile, "Little brother, in this batch of yours, there is only such a piece of inferior jade. How much did you get it?" And Jiangnan has quietly issued a test to see what Mr. Zhao thinks in his heart. 500,000, 0%. Sure enough, Mr. Zhao was not optimistic about this stone at all. Jiangnan also secretly felt that he started the test from 500,000 instead of 1 million, and this decision was right. Testing continues. 400,000, 0%. 300,000, 0%. Jiangnan smiled bitterly in his heart. This is too bad, isn't it? Simply direct, jump detection. 100,000, 0%. Wipe. 50,000, 0%. I'm so. 10,000, 50%. Jiangnan wanted to cry a little bit, but Mr. Zhao was reluctant to estimate the price of 10,000 yuan in his heart. It was too impossible to do, so he had no choice but to say, "I got it for 50,000 yuan. Haha. Master Zhao smiled, little brother, this is a loss, this piece of jade is barely worth 10,000 yuan according to the current situation, of course, this is already indifferent, even if it is a loss of 50,000 yuan, this trip doesn't mean anything to you at all. Yes. Jiang Nan could only reluctantly agree and said, this thing depends on luck. If you lose, you will lose. Zhao Lao is right. It's only 50,000 yuan. And a group of apprentices who were watching the fun were no longer interested in watching, and turned to leave. Master, we went to work. Master, let's go to work. Elder Zhao casually took the jade wool and walked to the small cutting machine, stuck it in the metal card slot and cut it. There is no meaning to be cautious at all. The cutting action is very fast, which means that the cutting is completed quickly, and this jadeite is already a dispensable existence. ZZ. Soon the emeralds were cut. Mr. Zhao turned off the small cutting machine, picked it up casually, and glanced at it. But at this moment, his face changed drastically, his whole person was shocked by electric shock, and he was stunned on the spot. What's the matter, Mr. Zhao? Jiangnan pretended to be confused and asked. Me. Mr. Zhao's tongue stiffened, and he was speechless for a while. Later, he quickly took out the magnifying glass and looked at the jadeite, which was only the size of an egg. Jiangnan also leaned up and took a look with a little interest. The whole piece of jade is really like an egg, with a chaotic jade skin around it, like an egg skin, but a very deep green inside. The green is very extreme, and people will be a little intoxicated at the first sight, and they can't move their eyes. After looking at it for a while with a magnifying glass, Mr. Zhao couldn't help but exclaimed, my God, it's really Emperor Green. Because he was too excited, his voice was very loud, which made the young apprentices who had just left all run back. What? Master, cut out the imperial green? Did you really cut out the imperial green? Yes, yes. The old man Zhao looked excited. Imperial green, I cut out the Emperor green. I haven't cut out the Emperor green for more than 10 years. Hey! It's really imperial green. God, how can luck be so unbelievable? The wool bought for 50,000 turned out to be imperial green. A group of apprentices looked at Jiangnan and were hit hard, with envy, jealousy and hatred in their eyes. On the other hand, Zhu Shishir covered her mouth in surprise. When she came to work in the jadeite shop, she also heard a little about imperial green. Although she had never seen such jadeite, she knew that it was very valuable and very valuable. Jiangnan also pretended to be shocked, and then asked Mr. Zhao, Elder Zhao, how much will you eat this thing? Little brother, you must go to the auction house for this. Mr. Zhao said. Emperor Green is too precious, and the price is too unpredictable. Eh? Jiangnan was stunned for a moment. Elder Zhao, do you mean you can't eat it? Yeah, little brother, Emperor Green is too precious, and the price fluctuates too much. Only by going to the auction house can you maximize the benefits. If that's the case, then fine. Jiangnan nodded, go to the auction house when you have a chance. Now that 20 million is enough, he is not in a hurry to use the money. By the way, brother, you said before that you are not familiar with the auction house, right? Mr. Zhao said as if he remembered something. Yeah, I haven't dealt with the auction house. Jiangnan nodded. It's easy to talk about. Mr. Zhao said with a smile, you contact Mr. N. He is very familiar with the people in the magic capital, and he often deals with them. This is not bad. Jiang Nan's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for reminding me. Little brother is polite, our relationship, we are not allowed to say such polite words in the future. Mr. Zhao said a little unhappily. Also, let me give you a suggestion. The price of this Emperor Green auction is set at 20 million should be considered suitable. Okay, thank you. However, before Jiang Nanxia could finish, Mr. Zhao just stared, pretending to be angry, and said, "Don't say thank you after I said it." Okay. Jiang Nan smiled, "Don't say thank you." Later, he said, "I'm lucky today, I have such a big harvest, I deserve. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, let's have a drink at noon." Okay. Mr. Zhao said happily, "But it's okay, I'll be the host and I'll treat you." How embarrassing is this? Jiang Nan said, "I am the host." No, little brother, you are not allowed to argue with me, you are here with me, and I must do my best as a landlord. Jiang Nan. Ha ha ha. That's settled. Mr. Zhao was very happy. By the way, call in Yi and talk about going to the auction house. This can be. Jiang Nan nodded. This is indeed a good idea, saving him from calling the old man again. Mr. Zhao did things neatly and crisply, and immediately took out his mobile phone to make a call. The call will be connected soon. An old man, come to my place. Let's go out to eat together at noon. Brother. Jiang is here. By the way, you can tell me a little thing. Ha ha ha. Brother Jiang is also there. Mr. An's voice came from the receiver. Okay, I'll rush over in a while. That, or so. Mr. Zhao thought for a while and said, "Don't come here either, it's worth it if we go to the VIP building." Alright, then see you in the VIP building. See you at the VIP building. The phone hangs up. Little brother, this Imperial Green, please keep it. Mr. Zhao handed over the Emperor Green to Jiang Nan. It's not big, but it's worth more than 20 million. Jiang Nan put it away. I'm going to change my clothes, little brother, you go to the shop in front of you and have a cup of tea first. Mr. Zhao said. It is good. Jiang Nan nodded. Jiang Nan, come with me. The discerning Zhu Shishir said quickly, taking Jiang Nan to the store in front and pouring tea for Jiang Nan. A cup of hot tea was served, and Zhu Shishir said in a complicated mood, Jiang Nan, congratulations. It's just good luck. Jiang Nan said with a smile, by the way, let's go to dinner later. Is this okay? Zhu Shishir said hesitantly. Jiang Nan thought for a while, if it's inconvenient, I'll invite you. Alone at night. As an old colleague, I have seen Zhu Shishir in this situation, and it is right to have a meal. Okay. Zhu Shishir agreed very happily, then I'm sure you're welcome, you've become a local tyrant, so I'll follow suit, hee. I want to go too, I also want to go. Another clerk and sister also came over, can you take me one? A look that really wants to join in the fun. It doesn't matter. Jiang Nan smiled, it's just a pair of chopsticks. Hee, that's great. The clerk's sister smiled happily, her long eyelashes fluttering. Although people are not particularly beautiful, they also have their own unique charm. When you get off work, just call me. Jiang Nan said. It is good. Zhu Shishir nodded obediently. The white Land Rover is parked in front of the VIP Building International Hotel. Jiang Nan and Mr. Zhao got out of the car. Jiang Nan looked around at the same time. Mr. An's Rolls-Royce didn't seem to have arrived yet. Let's go upstairs first, ask for a room, and then call in Lao, said Mr. Zhao. It is good. Jiangnan nodded. The two entered the hall. Jiangnan looked at a group of hospitality ladies, mainly to see if Zhang Yimin was among them. There is an old classmate here. If you come over, you have to say hello no matter what. And at this moment, a hostess sister came over with her waist twisted. Jiangnan smiled, it was Zhang Yimin. When the car stopped, Zhang Yimin noticed Jiangnan through the window. Are you here for dinner again? Zhang Yimin walked to Jiangnan's side, glanced at the old man Zhao next to him, and asked in a low voice. Jiangnan smiled and nodded. Little brother, is this your classmate last time? Mr. Zhao noticed Zhang Yimin and said with a smile. Yes. The old man has a good memory. The last time, the two met at dinner, and both Mr. Zhao and Mr. An met. Haha. Mr. Zhao smiled, I'll go up first, no hurry, you guys chat first. After speaking, Mr. Zhao turned around and went to the elevator first. It seemed that he was suspected of making light bulbs here. This made Jiangnan stunned for a moment, and then smiled awkwardly. Pfft. Zhang Yimin smiled, the old man treats us as boyfriend and girlfriend, let's go, then I will entertain you and take you upstairs. This can be done. Jiangnan smiled, old classmates lead the way, I feel the most at ease. Cut. Zhang Yimin led the way and threw him a roll of eyes, what old classmate? Didn't you agree, girlfriend? Jiangnan. Ha ha ha, luck is so good, little brother Jiang actually cut out the emperor. Green? An old man who heard the situation in the room laughed happily. And she also looked at Jiangnan in a daze, but her beautiful little face was still cold. It's just good luck, it's just good luck. Jiangnan laughed. Ha ha ha. I got 50,000 pieces of jade wool, and I cut out the emperor green. This luck is not ordinary. Mr. Zhao said to An Lao and the others, with a big smile, this luck is really against the sky. But I have a question now. Mr. An smiled and looked at Jiangnan, little brother, you may be lucky, is it because you are so good in your eyes? The reason why Mr. An thinks this way is, because he thinks that Jiangnan's eyesight in appraising treasures is detached. Is that the same ability in gambling stones? Not because of luck, but because it really is because of the poisonous eyesight. Haha. Jiangnan smiled, it's mainly because of good luck. If we talk about eyesight, this also has a certain relationship. After all, my cousin has studied this aspect in depth for decades. Old man and blinked a few times, and said something like, little brother, is your cousin also very good at appraising treasures? Now Mr. An is thinking about a question, did he learn the knowledge of Jiangnan treasures from his cousin? Jiangnan has always avoided talking about this. It's okay. Jiangnan smiled. Oh, I understand. I understand. Mr. An looked clear. He basically has a result in his heart now, Jiangnan should be his cousin. Whether in gambling or appraising treasures. Stop talking about this, drink, drink. Jiangnan changed the topic. That's right. Mr. An also picked up the glass and echoed, come on, let's drink. He also knew that Jiangnan didn't like to talk about this topic. Everyone changed the subject and chatted casually while drinking. Throughout the whole process, and she had a cold face and didn't speak much. Jiangnan didn't pay any attention to her. He was convinced by this changeable little beauty. Although she was really beautiful and had a good figure, she could only stay away. The banquet ended in the middle of the afternoon. and made an appointment to go to the Magic Capital auction house in 5 days. When Chen Xi accompanies Jiang Nan. After Mr. N and Mr. Zhao left, Jiang Nan and Zhang Yimin said hello and prepared to leave. Zhang Yimin looked at the Rolls-Royce Phantom driving away, and said to Jiang Nan, it must be you who spend the money to do business with these super rich bigwigs. Yeah. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly, do you think it's not easy to do business? Indeed. Zhang Yimin said with conviction, just the 4 of you, a meal of more than 50,000 yuan is really distressing. Yeah. Jiang Nan continued with a wry smile, there's really no way, they're all bosses, and they can't eat at a low level, unlike us, go to a private restaurant and spend a few $100s, and the fish is delicious, the vegetable thief here expensive, but not so good. Giggle. Zhang Yimin laughed, it was originally, the food in this place is all about identity, it's flashy, the dishes look beautiful, but the taste is not very good, but the rich still come. No way, for face. Jiang Nan smiled. 2. Zhang Yimin frowned, looking a little helpless, but also had a different kind of beauty. By the way, do you want to change jobs? Jiang Nan changed the subject. He thought that his hotel would be successfully acquired soon. Zhang Yimin could do it if he wanted to. After all, it was a counterpart career, and as an old classmate, he could take care of what he could take care of. I haven't thought about changing jobs yet. Zhang Yimin said, the environment of this job is not bad, and the salary is good. That's good. Jiang Nan couldn't say anything more, I'm leaving, I'll get together again when I have time. Go. Zhang Yimin waved his hand, it cost 50,000 yuan for a meal, just don't go home and cry secretly. Jiang Nan. On the way home, Jiang Nan thought for a while, and went to the wealthy hotel, intending to go over to see what is going on. On arrival, the parking area outside the hotel was empty, and it was clear that the hotel had not yet opened. The car stopped, and he got out of the car and entered the hotel lobby. The hostess and the hall are chatting. Seeing someone come in, one of the waitresses walked up with her slender waist twisted and said, I'm sorry for this gentleman, the hotel was closed at the time. What's the situation? Jiang Nan asked, deliberately, is this hotel closed? No. The hostess hurriedly explained, it's just that the hotel needs to change to a new owner, and it is still in the process of handover. The hotel should be able to operate normally soon. I hope that the gentleman will come to take care of the business at that time. That's it. Jiang Nan nodded and turned to leave. He was quite satisfied with the answer from the hostess. While leaving, a group of voices of entertaining young ladies and sisters came from behind. I wonder what kind of person the new boss will be. Yeah, hopefully a good boss. Isn't it passed down that the new boss will give us bonuses after he officially takes over? It would be great if this was the case. The bonuses are second, and the important thing is that there should be no accidents in the hotel. It is very difficult to find a job. I am familiar with all aspects of doing things here. I'm worried. If you change the boss, will you be able to get along in the river and the sea? After all, the river and the sea are mixed. When you come to the hotel to eat, there are all the guests who stay there. If you don't order the backstage, you can't eat and walk around. Yeah, the previous boss was able to get along in Jianghai City because he relied on the big tree of the young master of the An family. Master An's family? Jiang Nan paused in his footsteps. Also surnamed N. I don't know if it has anything to do with Mr. N. After leaving the hotel and getting into the car, he thought for a while. Now that he has money, the hotel should have signed the contract earlier so that it can be officially launched. Otherwise, over time, more customers will be lost. Thinking of this, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and dialed Zhang Yuan's number. In the cheap rental house, Zhang Yuan was facing a few side dishes, blowing a bottle of beer, and he was delighted. Lily is trying on some outfits she just bought. The mood is also very good. The two of them are already resigning, and they are ready to go to the hotel in Jiangnan for a big fight. New hope, good mood. We're different, we're in different situations. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's cell phone rang. Zhang Yuan saw that it was Jiangnan's phone, and quickly answered, "Boss, what are your orders?" Jiangnan's voice came from the receiver, "If you sign up now, when will it end?" "It will be fine soon." Zhang Yuan said, "The contract is ready. It's very simple. You can sign it at the bank, Of course you have to pay." "Okay, then let's go now, I'll go pick you up." "It is good." Jiangnan hung up the phone. What's wrong with Zhang Yuan, is it a call from Jiangnan? Lily, who was trying on clothes, was only wearing close-fitting underwear, her plump and fierce, slender waist was exposed. "Yes, we're going to sign the contract, the boss will come and pick us up later." "That's great," Lily said happily. "I'm still afraid of any changes. Now that the contract is signed, I can rest assured. Come, help me to see, which clothes are better to wear to see Jiangnan?" "Zhang Yuan. Are you my wife or Jiangnan wife?" He said rather resentfully, "Wife, you dress up beautifully just to see Jiangnan, aren't you afraid that I will be sad?" "Cut." Lily gave him a roll of eyes. "What are you thinking? I don't want to. Pay attention to the image. Didn't I ask you to buy 2 sets of clothes, so you can dress appropriately in the future?" He. Zhang Yuan was happy. "I think, wear this purple skirt, it suits your temperament best." Commercial bank. Executive Governor's office. The executive president in a suit and leather shoes took out a sealed bag, took out the contract inside, and said with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, the contract will take effect after you sign it and transfer the money." "It is good." Jiangnan checked the contract. Zhang Yuan and Lily stood behind him like 2 followers. Both of them are more formal. Lily was wearing a long purple dress, and Zhang Yuan was wearing a suit and tie. After carefully checking the contract, there are no loopholes in all aspects. Jiangnan nodded, signed. Then transfer 20 million to the bank account. The hotel took over successfully. I came out of the bank and it was almost evening. The executive president sent it out and said, "I will call the manager of the wealthy hotel right away. She is maintaining the basic operation of the hotel during this period of time." "What's the manager's name?" Jiangnan asked. Before waiting for the executive president to say anything, Zhang Yuan said, "Lulu, boss, I have already been in contact with her and know her." "Okay, then it's nothing." Jiangnan nodded to the head of the straight line and said, "Goodbye." "Goodbye, Mr. Jiang, good to go." As he got in the car, Jiangnan said, "Come on, let's go to the hotel to have a look." "It is good. It is good." Zhang Yuan and Lily nodded in agreement. The distance is not too far, and it does not take long to reach the gate of the wealthy hotel. The 3 people got off the bus and just entered the lobby, which was already full of people. but they were neatly arranged, standing in many rows. At the front is a young lady who is 1.7 meters tall and about the same height as Chen Xi. She has a well-proportioned figure, long hair, and tall oval face. At first sight, it gives the impression of being a flight attendant. At the back are several rows of waitresses in uniforms. Behind it is a team of chefs in chef uniforms. More behind the clothing is the logistics staff. Jiangnan understood this situation at a glance, lined up to greet him. When Jiangnan looked at everyone was also looking at him, especially the young lady with a particularly beautiful oval face at the front, who suddenly looked at him with long eyelashes. "Boss, this is Manager Lulu." Zhang Yuan pointed to the oval-faced young lady. At this moment, the beauty manager Lulu spoke, looked at Jiangnan, but asked Zhang Yuan, "Mr. Zhang, is that the new boss Jiang?" "Not bad." Zhang Yuan nodded, "This is the new boss." "Hello, Boss Jiang." The determined identity, Lulu just bowed her head slightly and performed a courtesy etiquette. The following rows of people followed closely, bent down slightly, and performed a courtesy etiquette. "Hello, Boss Jiang." Lots of people and loud voices. "Hello everyone." Jiangnan smiled lightly, "I will take over this hotel in the future. All employees will continue to do their jobs. As I said before, there will be more bonuses. This promise will definitely be fulfilled. Now I will announce all employees, this month, a bonus of 2,000 yuan. Just after picking up the hotel, it is very important to appease the staff. Jiangnan understands this. Wow, that's great. The new boss is great and safe. I'm so happy. Suddenly the crowd cheered. And there are whispering voices. So this is the new boss. I came here at noon. Yes, I didn't expect him to be the new boss, I'm afraid after thinking about it, and what to say to offend. If I had known earlier, if I said a few more words, the relationship between Lala and Lala would be good. It was the hostess who had seen Jiangnan at noon who were whispering. Jiangnan smiled and ignored it, and said, "Okay, let's all leave, and go back to your work." Then he looked at the beautiful manager, "Sister, come with me." "Okay, boss." The beautiful manager nodded obediently, and led the way very wisely. Several people got into the elevator, and the staff in the lobby dispersed. As the elevator went up, the beautiful manager said, "Boss, I'm ready, your office." The boss's one was vacant before, because of worrying about bad luck. So you made a utility room, your new office has an office room, living room, and bedroom and gym. If you are not satisfied with the boss, I am making adjustments. Jiangnan didn't say anything and smiled, and couldn't help but glance at this little beauty more, thinking quite thoughtfully. The top floor of the hotel. Under the leadership of the beautiful manager, Jiangnan looked at his room. Well, very good, very satisfied. The decor is luxurious, it looks tall, and it has a lot of space. TSK. Zhang Yuan on the side, as if envious, "It's great, this office is great." Lily is also a little star with two eyes. Compared with the cheap houses of the two of them, it is like a sky and an underground. That manager Lu, isn't the previous boss's room too big and beautiful? Zhang Yuan remembered something and asked, with blinking eyes. Yeah. The beautiful manager nodded, "It's similar to this one, it's the best. 2 suite rooms in the hotel." He. Lu Yuan looked at Jiangnan with a flattering smile, "Boss, let me and Lily live in that room, we are not afraid of bad luck." Of course. Jiangnan smiled and looked at Lily, "How about it, do you agree?" With Lily? Uh-huh. Lily nodded happily. I do. I don't think there's anything bad about it. Which house can't live without people, and who can't die? Haha. Jiangnan smiled. Okay, that room will be handed over to the two of you. Thank you, boss. He, it's great. Zhang Yuan was so excited that he hugged Lily and said, we will definitely be more passionate in such a nice big room at night. You hate to die, someone's here. Lily's face was blushing. She peeked at Jiangnan and hammered Zhang Yuan with her small fist. Jiangnan looked up at the sky, as if he didn't hear it. The beautiful manager on the side also blushed slightly, but she was very adaptable, and changed the topic and said, Boss, the room I live in is next to yours. If you have anything in the future, please call me directly, or call me. It will be all right. Jiangnan nodded. I remembered something later and said, can the restaurant order food today? Not today. The beautiful manager said, I haven't prepared any ingredients. But the employees can eat simple meals. But tomorrow, it's all right. I will order it, and I will start preparing tomorrow's ingredients tonight. Oh, good. Jiangnan nodded. Well done, you are most familiar with the situation in the hotel now. You have to be more attentive, and the management is up to you. Don't worry, boss, I'll do my best. The beautiful manager said with a serious expression. The serious look has a different flavor and is very eye-catching. It is undeniable that this little beauty is very tasteful and quite attractive to men. This made Jiangnan more thought, is this beauty having an affair with the previous boss? It is because of some unspoken rule that this manager's position is made. If that's the case, it's kind of disgusting. Quietly, he threw out a test. Having an affair with the previous boss. 0%. Oh. No, it's a little surprising. It seems that this girl is not the kind of woman who can do her best. It's my own ability to sit in the manager's position. 100%. Try again. Jiangnan was even more satisfied. And on a whim, he threw a test vulgarly. It's a virgin. 100%. Ah. Good. After getting a satisfactory result, Jiangnan asked, by the way, girl, what was your previous salary? 20,000, the beautiful manager said, and later added, it's Yanjing University, with a master's degree in management. It's not bad. Jiangnan sighed that this thing is still a school tyrant, and it really depends on his ability to sit in the manager's position, and said, with a smile, do it well, your bonus this month will be increased by 5,000. And when it's over, look at the future performance. If you perform well, I will increase your salary. Although the contact time is not long, Jiangnan has already felt that this little beauty is very capable. She can stabilize the hotel in the event of an accident with the boss, and the ability to handle things without being shocked is very good. And I have just checked into the hotel, the room has already been arranged. And the considerations are meticulous. It's nice to be thoughtful, too. The most important thing is that she is most familiar with the hotel. Thank you, boss. The beauty manager didn't show too much excitement, and it seemed that Jiang Nan was saying nice things. Jiang Nan could also see it, and just smiled at this. Okay, go ahead, the next thing is up to you. I just took over, I'm not familiar with it. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager twisted her waist and left. Zhang Yuan, Lily, are you two staying at the hotel tonight? Jiang Nan looked at the two of them. Zhang Yuan said happily, I don't want to go back to that broken rental house. That's good. Jiangnan nodded. Just right, the hotel will be handed over to you. Cooperate with the female manager, you can deal with anything together. Don't worry, boss. Zhang Yuan patted his chest and made a promise. Jiangnan didn't say anything, turned around and walked out of the room and went downstairs. Boss, I'll take you there. Zhang Yuan chased Jiangnan downstairs, and Lily followed him down. It can be said to be a small follower. When they came out of the elevator, the hostess in the lobby saw Jiangnan and immediately stood up straight. Hi boss. Hi boss. Jiangnan smiled, which felt beautiful. As soon as I walked out of the hotel door, the phone rang. I stepped on a desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. Taking a look, it was Zhu Shishir who called. While answering the phone, he waved to Zhang Yuan and Lily and said, "You two. Go back." Zhang Yuan and Lily are no longer sent. Press the answer button, and Zhu Shishir's voice came over. Jiangnan, we're off work, where are we going to eat? Are you still in Antique Street? Jiangnan asked back. Yes. In this way, wait for me at the intersection, and I will drive to pick you up. You can decide where to eat at that time. It is good. See you soon. Jiangnan hung up the phone, got on the Land Rover Range Rover, started the car, and merged into the traffic. The journey is not far, and it takes more than 20 minutes to reach the intersection of Antique Street. Zhu Shishir and another clerk lady are waiting by the roadside. Each person is holding a bag, the makeup is a little heavy, and the clothes are sexy and hot. The top is a deep V-short shirt, and the bottom is a miniskirt, and the beautiful legs are exposed. Obviously, deliberately dressed. Jiangnan's car leaned up, rolled down the window, and smiled. The two beauties are so beautiful today. That's right. Zhu Shishir was very happy, half-jokingly. If you want to go to dinner with the local tyrants, of course you have to dress up nicely. If you are attracted by the local tyrants, wouldn't you have caught a golden tortoise-in-law? Jiangnan. Gluck cluck. Another lady in the shop smiled happily. The two opened the door and got into the car, and Zhu Shishir got into the driver's seat. Jiangnan just felt a gust of fragrance blowing towards the face. It seems that Zhu Shishir perfumes are used a lot. It was getting dark by now. Are you off work so late? Jiangnan asked, curiously. Cut. Zhu Shishir gave him a roll of eyes, and said, aren't we going to wash and dress up? Oh. Jiangnan looked clear, and finally understood why he called so late, and said, where you two want to eat, I will recognize you, or you will definitely say that I made a small fortune today, and buckle the rope. You don't need to go to expensive places. Another clerk said, just find a similar one nearby. There is a Western restaurant nearby. Let's go there to eat Western food. The atmosphere is good and the taste is good. Zhu Shishir said, and the price is not too expensive. Money is not a problem. Jiangnan said, I don't need to say too much about the two of you. I was lucky today and made a small profit, so the most important thing is that you two can have fun. It's good for everyone to come out and play together. Zhu Shishir said, it doesn't have to cost much. Okay then, show me the way. Jiangnan started the car while talking. Go straight first, turn left after 2 kilometers. Arrived at the destination, it is a French-style Western restaurant with a small scale, but a very atmospheric decoration. Looking for a secluded place, a few people sat down, and Jiangnan glanced at the menu slightly. Latte, $18. Paris cabbage, 25 bucks. Cabbage mint, 15 pieces. All kinds of dishes are not too expensive. Eating Western food in this kind of place doesn't cost a few dollars. You two girls, let's order. Jiangnan smiled. You're welcome, order. Whatever you want. I won't be polite to you, you are a local tyrant now. Zhu Shishir smiled happily and looked at the menu. Another clerk, sister, and Jiangnan were a little cautious, but nodded their heads obediently. Yeah. Soon the two girls ordered a meal: French snails with white wine, betel nut ribs, frozen diced eggplant, spinach salad, multi-flavored fish soup, French maple syrup toast, French flame crepes, French fish rolls. The food is plentiful, but it doesn't cost a lot of money. A few people chatted while eating, and Jiangnan also learned the name of another clerk's girl, Zhuang Daidi. Jiangnan and Zhu Shishir talked about the interesting things they had when they went to work together before, while Zhuang Daidi listened and didn't interrupt much. In about an hour, all three were full, and it was still early. Zhu Shishir suggested, why don't we go to KTV to sing? I still have a card. Here, you can play for 2 hours without spending money. Money is not a problem. Jiangnan said with a smile, if you want to play, you can go, you still have the card, I will pay. No. Zhu Shishir said, I don't sing very much, and it's useless to keep the card. I can't let you spend money this time. Although you are a rich man now, I still ask you to invite me after dinner. Singing, it seems we are too greedy. Jiangnan. He really doesn't care about the 300 and 200. He. Okay, that's it. Let's go to KTV to sing and use my card. Zhu Shishir made the final decision. Jiangnan didn't say anything. The journey is not far, and it takes 10 minutes to reach a small KTV. Looking at the specifications of KTV, it is the kind that belongs to civilian consumption. The force is not too high, and the consumer group mainly faces the public. Jiangnan had only been to this level of KTV before, but he still brought customers here, and he was reluctant to spend it himself. Although it was nothing to him now, it was unbearable to him before. Several people entered the KTV. On the wall opposite the hall is a huge poster of a sexy beauty, with flaming red lips, a hot body, and a charming gesture. The word next to it, I am the biggest woman. Coupled with the lights inside, it immediately gave people a feeling of restlessness. Zhu Shishir swiped the card. There is a private room on the 3rd floor for 2 hours. The three went upstairs. A handsome service boy in the back followed behind with a drink and a fruit plate. When Jiangnan brought clients here before, because they were all men, they had to order a princess to sing along. And today obviously doesn't need it, there are 2 girls beside her. Entering the private room, the service boy put down the wine and fruit tray and asked politely, by the way, is there anything you need? Jiangnan took a look and found that there were only 6 bottles of beer, and KTV's beer was all in small bottles, although it was too expensive. Obviously this is the customary configuration of the private room, and the fruit plate is accompanied by a small amount of beer. Bring some more beer here, Jiangnan ordered. It is good, the little boy said and went out. Choose a song, choose a song. Jiangnan smiled and said to the 2 girls. Jiangnan, which song are you good at? I'll help you choose. Zhu Shishir walked over to choose songs. I don't care, you 2 sing. I'm not good at singing. I went to the competition once and only won the runner-up. Puff. Puff. Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Daidi couldn't help laughing. You look so poor. Zhu Shishir said, come on, what song to choose, today you. The runner-up must be the first to sing. Then here comes the first desert camel. I want to cross this desert to find my true self, and there is only one camel to accompany me. A desert camel in the south of the Yangtze River has a similar voice and a high-pitched voice. The shocked Zhu Shishir and Zhuang Daidi opened their mouths wide. Very unexpected. It's true that Jiangnan sings very well. If it weren't for the poverty of his family, he would have chosen the path of music before. But considering that it is too difficult to get ahead, it is not because you can sing well that you can get ahead, and the cost is very huge. In the past, he would always say a word, except for being handsome and singing well, he had no other advantages. And now he can only change his mind, except for being rich, he has no other advantages. No way, now money is the biggest advantage. A song ends. Jiangnan, I didn't expect you to sing so well. Yeah, that's great. The two girls were really impressed. It's okay. Jiangnan smiled, it's up to you. I'll sing a. Zhu Shishir was also aroused and took over my. She sings well too. Jiangnan and Zhuang Daidi shouted and cheered. Soon a few people entered the state. At first they were singing, and then they were drinking while singing. KTV is a place that makes people restless. Restless music makes the whole person restless. After drinking a bottle of beer, before you know it, when you get excited when you sing, several people will hug each other. Zhu Shishir was familiar with Jiangnan, and the whole person melted into Jiangnan's arms, while Zhuang Daidi was a little restrained at first, but then completely let go, and both of them lay in Jiangnan's arms, singing and high, and having a lot of fun. As the amount of beer gradually increased, Zhu Shishir was even more excited and restless. In this environment, Jiangnan also drank a lot of beer, and it was also restless and indulgent. Later, even Zhuang Daidi was confused and entangled with Jiangnan, who hugged and kissed. It can be said that the atmosphere is hot and dry. A few people's clothes are messy, and their coats are all taken off. Fortunately, it will be over in 2 hours, otherwise, it will take a long time and maybe something will happen. Sure enough, indulgence is the devil. When KTV came out, Jiangnan was still the most sober one. Although he drank a lot of alcohol, he was only a little dizzy and excited. Zhuang Dai can be considered barely able to walk with Jiangnan's arm. And Zhu Shishir has stumbled and stumbled when she walked, so Jiangnan had to hold her slender waist and support her hard. The three barely got into the car. Jiangnan stayed awake and threw a test. The odds of something going wrong while driving in this situation. 50%. Depend on. As a result of the test, Jiangnan was frightened, but he didn't dare to drive. If something happened, it would be too late to regret it. Zhuang Daidi, will you ask the driver to take you back? Jiangnan said, I also drank a lot of alcohol, and it's dangerous to drive. Okay, let's call it a chauffeur. It's called a chauffeur safety. You must not drive. I'm so happy tonight, and I drank too much. Even after getting in the car, Zhuang Daidi still held Jiangnan's arm tightly and leaned halfway on Jiangnan. He seemed to be very dependent on Jiangnan and didn't want to leave him for a moment. Jiangnanmo took out his mobile phone, called for a chauffeur, and waited for the chauffeur to come over. And Zhu Shishir's wine strength came up, and he was a little confused, hugged Jiangnan tightly, and cried. Jiangnan felt helpless for a while. He comforted and said, Zhu Shishir, what's the matter? It's hard to drink too much, or I'll take you to the hospital. Wu. Zhu Shishir said while crying, Jiangnan, I like you, I like you. What should I do? I really want to be with you. Jiangnan. Depressed, this girl is really drunk, and after watching it, she is not allowed to drink so much alcohol. You, hold me tight and never leave me, okay? Zhu Shishir has snot and tears. Jiangnan, I have no choice, but to comfort you, I won't leave you, okay? It's fine, just sleep tomorrow. Wu. Zhu Shishir was crying while hugging Jiangnan. You can see it's sincere. I really fell in love with Jiangnan, and it was only through the strength of the wine that I talked about it. After all, Jiangnan is so excellent in every aspect, rich, handsome, generous, and sings well. Jiangnan had no choice but to let her cry. Now it doesn't matter if she persuades her. Zhuang Daidi. He looked at Zhuang Daidi and asked, Are you living in Mr. Zhao's shop? Yeah, we live on the second floor. Zhuang Daidi said, but now Shishir and I are drinking too much, especially when Shishir drinks like this, which makes the boss see. She did not continue to speak, but looked very embarrassed. Oh? Jiangnan blinked, this was indeed a problem. The two girls drank like this, and they were all disheveled, but they were not good when they went back. After thinking for a while, Jiangnan said, Where can I find a hotel nearby? You two should stay for one night, and then go back to the hotel when the wine is over tomorrow. Zhuang Dai nodded, leaning on Jiangnan's shoulder and said, This is the best. Jiangnan considered whether to bring the two of them back to his wealthy hotel and arrange 2 rooms. However, after thinking about it, forget it. I just took over the wealthy hotel. As the boss, I took 2 girls back in the middle of the night, which was not appropriate. The time is not too long, the chauffeur has arrived. Nearest hotel. Jiangnan threw the key to him and gave an order at the same time. Okay, sir. The driver took a look at the 2 beauties in Jiangnan's arms, and immediately smiled, with a clear expression, and hurriedly took the keys and drove. Jiangnan. From the look in the driver's eyes, he understood that this guy thought he was taking 2 girls to open a big smiley face room. Wow, this look is so similar. When this thing sees this battle, it will also think so. Well, sadly, I've been blamed. 5 minutes later, the nearest hotel arrived. The driver parked the car, got out of the car and said, Sir, 50 yuan. Jiangnan. This money is really easy to earn, 50 yuan in 5 minutes. If it was my previous self, I would definitely meet him and scold him as a profiteer. After paying the money, the driver took out his small foldable battery car from the trunk, and said before leaving, Mr. Have fun, 1 on 2, Mr. is strong enough. Jiangnan. What if you want to beat someone up? Waiting online, very urgent. Depressed, she hugged Zhu Shishir and dragged Zhuang Daidi into the hotel to ask for a room. As for the lady at the front desk, she couldn't stand it any longer. One of them whispered, I need 1 room, even if I really want 3 together. I need an extra room to cover it up, okay? Is it really good to be so blatant? Jiangnan. I really want to have an MMP for that waiter lady. After opening the room, Jiangnan sent the 2 people upstairs and said to Zhuang Daidi, take care of Zhu Shishir, can you take care of me? If not, add money and ask a waiter girl to take care of it. Yes. Zhuang Daidi said. Zhu Shishir really drank too much. At this time, she stopped crying and fell asleep. Just put it on the bed and let her sleep, and take care of her. Arriving at the room where he stayed, Jiang Nan put Zhu Shishir on the bed and said to Zhuang Daidi, then leave it to you. Uh-huh. Zhuang Daidi nodded obediently. After not staying, Jiang Nan turned around and left, and Zhuang Daidi sent it out. When Jiang Nan was about to enter the elevator, she suddenly said, Jiang Nan, we will be friends in the future, right? Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment and said, of course, what's wrong? It's okay. Zhuang Daiquan also had red eyes. I'm very happy tonight. I'm a little afraid that I won't have the chance to have fun with you like this again in the future. There will be a chance. Jiang Nan smiled, call me if you want to come out and play in the future. Well. Zhuang Daidi immediately smiled, that's good, that's good. Jiang Nan waved his hand and entered the elevator. When he got out of the elevator and left, the waiter at the front desk looked at him in surprise. Jiang Nan glanced at it and left the hotel. The waiter's sister whispered from behind, hey, why are you gone, what's the situation? Jiang Nan. After leaving the hotel, he didn't call for a chauffeur, and the car didn't move. He took a taxi directly back to Liyuan Community. When I arrived at the door, I glanced at the time, it was almost 0:00. I didn't want to surprise Bei, so I took out the key and opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, Bei's pleasant voice came over, brother Jiang, you are finally back. Jiang Nan looked over, but Bei wasn't asleep yet, waiting for him, watching TV while hugging the pillow on the sofa. Babe, it's so late, why haven't you slept yet? You haven't come back, I can't sleep. Bei leaned in front of him and said, looking him up and down, sniffing with her little nose, drinking again. Jiang Nan looked at her cute appearance and rubbed her long hair lovingly. Okay, I'm back, now you can go to sleep. Yeah. Bei nodded obediently, turned around and just took 2 steps to go back to his bedroom, then stopped again, turned back and said in surprise, brother Jiang, why don't we have a kiss and don't go to sleep again? Bar. Jiang Nan. Giggle. Bei laughed. Okay, go to sleep, I have good news for you tomorrow. What good news? Bei became more interested. I said I'll tell you tomorrow. Jiang Nan said with a dignified look, I'm still asking now. Oh, well, good night. Bei went to the bedroom with a helpless look. When Jiang Nan woke up in a daze, it was already noon the next day. The sun is on the ass. After getting up and taking a shower, Bei came out and said, brother Jiang, you finally woke up. I've been waiting all morning. Wait for a morning? Jiang Nan was a little confused and asked, wait for what? I hate it to death. Bei Jiao said angrily, didn't you say you have something good to tell me today? Oh. Jiang Nan finally remembered and forgot about it. Come on, what's the good thing? With some impatient urging, Bei grabbed Future's arm and shook it. Cute. She dressed up very kawaii today, and she looked even more adorable and mesmerizing. The hotel has been acquired. I will take you there in a while. There are so many people there. What kind of job do you want to do? Choose one yourself. Wow. That's great. Bei hugged Jiang Nan happily and kissed Jiang Nan's face. Suddenly there was a pink strawberry print on Jiang Nan's face. Hee. Bei looked at the strawberry print on Jiang Nan's face and smiled happily and said, brother Jiang, this lip print is quite beautiful. Jiang Nan. When I entered the bathroom, I looked in the mirror and it did look good. After all, Bei's lips are very beautiful. However, this thing can't go out with this. Had to wash it off. He was washing in the bathroom, and Bei asked outside, "What will brother Jiang have for breakfast? I'll buy it." Jiang Nan said with a wry smile, "It's noon now, what breakfast is there?" But he also basically understood that Bei must not eat breakfast either. And it's not like he slept until noon like this, maybe he woke up early in the morning. With this thought in mind, he didn't ask Bei, his eyes locked on her, and he quietly sent out a probe. "No breakfast. 100%. Woke up before 7 o'clock. 100%. Well, that's really what happened. This girl is really distressing." Going downstairs, Jiang Nan took a taxi at the entrance of Bei district. Bei blinked her long eyelashes and asked in confusion, "Brother Jiang, where's our car?" A word about our family makes Jiang Nan feel inexplicably warm in his heart. Looking at Bei, with this little girl here, it really gives him a feeling of home. Inexplicably, he reached out to stop her slender waist and hugged her in his arms. Bei snuggled in Jiang Nan's arms very well behaved, and still asked in surprise, "Brother Jiang, where is our car, where is our car? Could it be that Mr. N took it back?" "No." Jiang Nan rubbed her long hair, "I drank too much last night and didn't dare to drive. I came back by taxi. The car is in front of the hotel. Let's go. Pick it up now." "Oh, so that's what happened. Hi boss. Hi boss." When Jiang Nan brought Bei into the hotel lobby, he entertained the ladies and stood up straight to say hello. Today is very different from yesterday. The hospitality ladies have entered the working state. Although, probably the reason for the hesitant hotel to operate for 2 days. There were almost no guests. However, everyone kept their jobs. "Wow. Brother Jiang, you are so majestic." Bei sighed happily. "Pay attention to temperament, temperament." Jiang Nan walked slowly, whispering to Bei, "You are the boss's sister now, you must have a fan." "We." Bei was amused to snicker. Jiang Nan. Special. The good and serious style of painting was disturbed by Bei. To the top. Zhang Yuan was met in the corridor. "Hey. Boss, here you are, Sister Bei, you're even more beautiful today." Zhang Yuan was wearing a suit and dressed like a dog. "Thank you Zhang Yuan for your compliment," Bei said. "How is business today?" Jiang Nan asked while entering his boss's office. "Should, probably, maybe, not so good." Jiang Nan. "I'm not so sure either." Zhang Yuan smiled awkwardly, followed Jiang Nan into the office, and hurriedly poured tea for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan. "What, if this is in the Qing dynasty, a proper eunuch?" When the tea was ready, Zhang Yuan said, "I'll call the manager and ask her to tell her about the situation. She knows." Jiang Nan nodded. Zhang Yuan called, and soon the beautiful manager came up, entered the room, and said with a smile, "Boss, you're here." "Well." Jiang Nan looked at her delicate and pretty face and nodded, "How is today?" "So far, there have been no customers." The beautiful manager smiled lightly. "But this is normal. After all, it has stopped operating for 2 days and needs time to recover." "Not in a hurry." Jiang Nan nodded, "But there is one thing that is more urgent." "Oh?" The beautiful manager blinked. "Boss, what's the matter?" "The two of us haven't eaten yet." Jiang Nan pointed at Bei and said, "You ask the kitchen to cook some of the hotel's best dishes. How about I try it?" "Okay." The beautiful manager smiled. "Boss, you are so funny, I think what's the big deal?" Obviously, Jiang Nan's words surprised her. Isn't this a big deal? Jiang Nan asked back. Oh, yes. The beautiful manager quickly said with a wry smile, Boss, I was wrong, I apologize. Go. Jiang Nan waved his hand. I'll instruct the kitchen. The beautiful manager said as she left, It will be fine soon, I will send someone directly to the boss's room. Jiang Nan nodded. Boss, this is abalone porridge, this tremella bird's nest soup, this is stewed tuna, this is Buddha jumps over the wall, this is crab yellow shark fin. Several dishes that looked very delicate were served, and the beautiful manager was introducing them. Jiang Nan looked at these dishes, and it was indeed very seductive, with a beautiful appearance and an attractive appearance. After thinking about it, he asked, How much are these dishes worth? Boss, these dishes are basically the most expensive dishes here. If you want all of them, the price is about 100,000. How much profit is there? Jiang Nan asked after thinking for a while. About 50%. The beautiful manager said, The raw materials of these dishes are very expensive, and some of them have to be purchased through special channels. Understood. Jiang Nan nodded, Okay, you go to work, I will taste how these dishes taste. Okay. The beautiful manager nodded and left. Zhang Yuan, where's Lily? Let her come too, let's eat together. Jiang Nan looked at Zhang Yuan. What? Zhang Yuan was startled and said, Boss, this is not right, such an expensive dish. Call if you want, it's so annoying. Jiang Nan glared at him. Hey, okay. Zhang Yuan took out his mobile phone and made a call, Lily. Go upstairs, come to Jiang Nan's office, good thing. It doesn't taste good. Yes, how can such an expensive dish not taste good? The four were eating, and Jiang Nan was the first to speak. Zhang Yuan agreed. What people eat is nutritional value, not taste, so don't complain. Lily said, but she doesn't taste that good, and it's not as good as 1,000 steaks. Maybe the chef in the hotel is not good at it. Zhang Yuan said again. Jiang Nan thought for a moment, it makes sense, it seems that I want to meet this chef. Are you the chef here? Jiang Nan looked at the chef in front of him, and was a little surprised. It turned out to be a girl with short hair, in her 20s, and her facial features were exquisite. And somewhere is a bit sorry for the name of a woman, the airport. This made Jiang Nan couldn't help but complain in his heart. She is quite a beautiful girl, but it's a pity, it's too bad for a. Yes, boss. The beautiful manager introduced from the side, she is the chef of the boutique cuisine, Chinese cuisine, and a senior technician. But why are these dishes so unpalatable? Jiang Nan said bluntly. Boss, can I ask a question then? The little girl asked Jiang Nan in a rebellious tone, and she was still a little unconvinced. Jiang Nan immediately became interested in her attitude and said, Of course, as my employee, if you have any questions, you can respond directly. I just wanted to ask the boss, have you eaten these dishes before? Jiang Nan was stunned by her words. The beautiful manager on the side was also stunned for a while, and then he understood what he was talking about, and said to the beautiful chef, Luo, how do you talk? Cough cough cough. Jiang Nan smiled awkwardly, it's okay, I admit, I haven't eaten these dishes before. Since you haven't eaten it, boss, you can't make any judgments. You can go to a more upscale restaurant to eat it. My approach is absolutely authentic. Oh. Jiang Nan was silent for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay, I was wrong this time. It seems that I am a layman when it comes to catering, but these dishes are really not to my taste." In Jiang Nan's words, the chef and sister smiled and said, "Boss, these dishes are not only not to your appetite, but also to many people's appetites, but this approach can better preserve the nutritional value of these precious ingredients, and many guests eat them. This kind of dish needs fame, identity, and face, not the so-called taste. If you want the taste, some street snacks and roadside barbecue stalls are the best." "Oh, so that's what happened." Jiang Nan nodded and understood. I remembered something later, looked at the beautiful chef and said, "By the way, you are a senior technician, so if you are asked to taste a dish, can you make it?" "You can try." The chef girl nodded. "That's good." Jiang Nan said, "Go and prepare, take off the chef's clothes. Put on casual clothes, and go out with me in a while. I will let you taste a dish, and then come to this dish after finishing. Come make it for me to eat. The sauced fish that Jiang Nan thinks of tastes really good. Wouldn't it be very convenient to eat if your own chef could do it?" "Okay, boss." The beautiful chef nodded. Her character seemed straightforward and not at all sloppy. As expected of a girl who is accustomed to short hair, she is indeed a little girly. "Boss, is everything okay here?" the beautiful manager asked. "No." Jiang Nan nodded. "Okay, then I'll go too," she said and left with the beautiful chef. "Boss, it's so embarrassing." At this time, Zhang Yuan said with a wry smile, "We haven't eaten these dishes before, and it's so embarrassing to be ordered directly by others." "It's nothing." Jiang Nan smiled. "Before we were poor people, there's nothing to hide about this. By the way, I'll take you to eat a fish in a while. It tastes very good." "Eat fish?" Lily blinked her eyes, as smart as her, and immediately thought of something. "Jiang Nan, you just want to take the chef to taste this kind of fish, and then learn it yourself? Not bad." Jiang Nan said, "Let's go steal the teacher." Zhang Yuan. "Lily. Right here?" The Land Rover stopped, and Zhang Yuan, Lily, Bebe, Jiang Nan, and the beautiful chef got off. A large number of courtyards with beautiful chefs. Jiang Nan nodded. "Come in, this fish and sauce is a secret recipe from the ancestors." Entering the courtyard, it was like home. Jiang Nan led the way, randomly selected a vacant room, and a few people sat up. No one came to entertain. "Is there no need to order food here?" the beautiful chef asked, curiously. "No need," Jiang Nan said. "It's basically a fixed dish here, and the main thing to eat here is to eat fish with sauce." When a few people were chatting, dishes were brought over, a big fish, nearly a foot long, plus a few small cold dishes. The waitress said, "By the way, there are several beers and drinks next to them. If there is not enough fish, talk to me at any time and I will bring it over." "2 more fish," Jiang Nan said directly. "Okay, it will be delivered soon." After speaking, the lady turned around and left. The service attitude here is quite distinctive. Zhang Yuan smiled. "It's a bit like going to a buffet. It's just so casual here. It's mainly for eating fish with sauce, and I don't drink much here, because there are only beer and drinks here, and the main thing is to enjoy food," Jiang Nan explained. After having come here once, he has now transformed himself into an old driver. "It's also very good." Lily nodded and said, "It's unique. I want to ask, is it okay to eat Bei had already picked up his chopsticks and stared at the fish like a greedy cat. It's just you. Jiangnan rubbed her head and said, wait a while, let our chef taste the dishes first. While talking, he looked at the beautiful chef. Be quiet and don't disturb me. The beautiful chef said, picked up chopsticks, put a piece of fish in his mouth, closed his eyes, and slowly chewed and tasted. Everyone stopped talking, just wait and see. After nearly half a minute, she ate a fish, then changed the part, and took another bite and slowly chewed it in her mouth. After swallowing it again, he said, this fish is quite complicated. I tasted the taste of 16 seasonings. Among them, there are 5 kinds when the fish is stewed, and there are 11 kinds in the sauce. Holding the grass? Jiangnan was a little surprised, and his speech returned to normal, no longer holding it. It's so awesome, can you taste it? Beauty chef. Wow. Such a god? Zhang Yuan was also shocked, staring at the beautiful chef, as if this beauty suddenly became very attractive. Lily and Bei were also shocked. What, is this tongue a dog's tongue? It's so powerful. But the beautiful chef continued, it is more difficult to grasp the amount of these condiments. Everyone. This is already amazing. If you can't control the amount of these seasonings, it will be more difficult to make such a taste. It is undeniable that this fish is well cooked and has a unique taste. Jiangnan thought for a moment and said, you mean, there is no way to make such a taste, right? It needs to be carefully figured out and tried, and I'm going to go out and see how they stew fish. The beautiful chef stood up while talking. Cough cough. Jiangnan said with a guilty conscience, sister, remember to secretly come here, don't be blatant, this is the secret recipe of ancestral private dishes. Boss, don't worry, I will pay attention. The beautiful chef went out while talking. The beautiful chef leaves. Bei asked weakly, can I eat it? Jiangnan. Zhang Yuan. Lily. Okay, let's eat. Jiangnan said helplessly, you are really a greedy cat. Hee hee. Bei was happy, moved his chopsticks to eat, put a mouthful of fish in his mouth, couldn't help but squinted into a crescent moon with his happy and beautiful eyes. It's delicious, delicious, you guys have a taste. This is delicious. The fish tastes great. Really? Zhang Yuan and Lily also started. Jiangnan quietly locked his eyes on the sauced fish and threw a probe. A total of 16 seasonings were used. 100%. Depend on. Really, this girl has a great set. Think about it for a moment, and continue to probe. 5 kinds of fish stew. 100%. Only 11 kinds of juice are used. 100%. It's really amazing, and it really deserves to be a top chef. Jiangnan also ate fish while thinking about his thoughts. Not long after, the beautiful chef came back. With her came the waitress who delivered the fish. The 2 newly delivered fish were put down and the service lady left. Without waiting for Jiangnan to say anything, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Did you succeed in stealing the teacher? Beauty chef. She rolled her eyes and said, I didn't go to steal the teacher, I just went to see it. The method is very simple. I use a large iron pot to simmer slowly. But the time is still unclear. Jiangnan blinked his eyes, and immediately became concerned. He could easily know this. A thought throws out a probe. Simmered fish in sauce for more than half an hour. 100%. Simmered fish for more than an hour. 100%. Simmered fish for more than 2 hours. 90%. Jiang Nan thought for a moment and probed again. Simmered fish for 2 hours. 100%. Okay. Nailed it. The results have already been obtained, so he made a random excuse and said, I can solve the problem of how long the fish will be stewed. I have a friend who is familiar with the boss here. I can understand from the side. That's great. The beautiful chef said, I have mastered a little more. As for the condiments, when I go back, I will try a lot of configuration. Jiang Nan thought for a while and asked, can you identify any of these 16 condiments? Of course. The beautiful chef said, I can't tell the difference. Can I be sure that it is 16 kinds of condiments? As a super technician, we have undergone special training in this regard. Well then, Jiang Nan said, when you go back, you can write down the names of the 16 kinds of condiments and give them to me, and I'll find a way to get you the dosage of these 16 kinds of condiments. Ah? The beautiful chef was taken aback for a moment. Boss, you can do this, don't you think it's the secret recipe of silk dishes passed down from the ancestors? People are dead, and the way is alive. Jiang Nan said, money can make a ghost run the mill, nothing else is money. Beauty chef. Zhang Yuan. This is so irritating. Okay, the task is completed, then everyone eats the fish. Jiang Nan said. Yes, eat fish. Zhang Yuan agreed. And he took 2 bottles of beer and drank 3 bottles of beer. He and Jiang Nan opened 1 bottle of beer each. As for the 3 girls drinking beverages. Hotel, Gangnam's boss office. For fish stew, pepper, fennel, galangal, ginkgo, white kombu. For pouring sauce, cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, woody, tangerine peel, bay leaves, chili, dried ginger, angelica. Jiang Nan looked at the list of condiments that the beautiful chef wrote to him. It also stated that 5 seasonings are used for stewing fish. The following 16 kinds are used for juicing. Jiang Nan stared at it for a moment, feeling a little depressed. He had no idea about the dosage of these condiments, even if the words of the probe had no clue. After thinking about it for a while, he said to the beautiful chef next to him, Sister, can you mark the usual dosage of these condiments? Okay, that's easy to say. The beautiful chef nodded, took the list, took out the pen, and began to write down the commonly used amounts under each condiment. Prickly ash 5 mg, fennel 3 mg, galangal 2 mg, ginkgo 5 mg. It was quickly filled out and handed over to Jiang Nan again. Okay, go get busy. Jiang Nan looked very satisfied and waved his hand, just leave the next thing to me, and I will give you the list when there is news. Okay, boss. The beautiful chef nodded and left. Jiang Nan put away the list. This will have to wait until the evening, go to a private restaurant, and then be able to test. There is no way to have to focus on the target. Evening. Jiang Nan took Bebe to eat fish again. Just the 2 of them this time. The main purpose is not to eat. I asked for a room, and the fish and sauce was brought up. Jiang Nan said to the waiter, 1 more. Okay, the 2 of you are quite able to eat. The waitress said with a smile. No way, the fish here is so delicious, we are all infatuated with it. Jiang Nan also smiled. The waitress left. Jiang Nan said to the greedy Bebe, okay, let's eat. Bebe started eating happily, and said at the same time, brother, Jiang, you eat too. Will you bring me here to eat fish every day from now on? Jiangnan. He didn't explain anything to Beibei, just told her to come and eat fish. Soon another fish came up. Jiangnan locked the target and started the test. The amount of pepper is more than 5 milligrams. 0%. The amount of pepper is more than 6 milligrams. 0%. It seems to have been measured. The amount of pepper is less than 5 milligrams. 100%. The amount of peppercorns is 4 milligrams. 100%. Hee, very good. Jiangnan smiled, and got a condiment so quickly. I'm in a good mood, regroup, and continue with the next taste. The amount of fennel. The speed of the test is very fast, and with the approximate dosage, it is a lot easier. After about 5 minutes, all the seasonings were done. Looking at the revised meter, Jiangnan was very satisfied. Just about to put away, to eat fish in peace. Suddenly a thought flashed in my mind. If I test it with the method of success rate, can I optimize the sauced fish and make it more delicious? I wonder if it will work. With this thought, he immediately threw a test. Can the seasoning recipe for sauced fish be optimized? In the next moment, a string of numbers floated past. 100%. Hold the grass, that's fine. Jiangnan was moved. After thinking about it for a while, I started to try the test again. The optimized seasoning formula, the amount of Chinese prickly ash is 4 milligrams. 100%. Well, obviously, this one doesn't need to be mobilized. Jiangnan has a judgment. Then test the next condiment. The amount of fennel. Also about 5 minutes later, after a round of testing, only 2 seasonings need to be changed. And the changes are quite big, it is ginkgo and cloves. Ginkgo should be increased by 18 milligrams, while cloves should be reduced by 6 milligrams. Jiangnan also kept the optimized list, and when he went back, let the beautiful chef do it in both cases, and he would know the result after a taste. After eating fish, back to the hotel, it was already dark. Jiangnan decided to stay in the hotel, and the room here is good enough. As for Beibei, we can only rearrange a room. I called the beauty manager. After a while, the beauty manager went upstairs and came to Jiangnan's office. Boss, what are your orders? Set up a room for Beibei, Jiangnan said. Okay. The beautiful manager said, looking at Beibei, little sister, what kind of room do you want to live in? I want to live next door, to brother Jiang. Beibei said, blinking her long eyelashes. Beauty manager. With a wry smile in her heart, Jiangnan's room is next to her. Helpless and embarrassed, he smiled and said, little sister, can you miss a room, because my room is next to the boss. If you really want to live in the next room, I will vacate the room for you. Is that so? Beibei thought for a moment, is there 2 bedrooms in brother John's room? If so, I can live in one of the bedrooms. Anyway, we live like this when we are at home. Beauty manager. Look at Jiangnan. Look at Beibei. What the heck is this already living together? Jiangnan. As soon as the beautiful manager looked in the eyes, she knew that she had misunderstood, and explained, we are renting together. Beauty manager. Snort. Also quibble. However, if 2 people don't mind, the boss's office in Jiangnan is spacious enough, and there are 2 bedrooms, large and small, so it's perfectly fine for 2 people. So he said, boss, since you did this before, let the little sister live in the small side sleeper. Jiangnan was a little embarrassed. There was no way before. Liyuan community only has so few rooms, but now there are many rooms on the top floor of the hotel. Let Bebe and myself squeeze into the same room. Weird. Since there is an extra room, let's rearrange one for Bebe. Although she is to be regarded as a sister, it is not suitable to share a room with me. As soon as Jiang Nan's words fell, Bebe's eyes were red. Brother Jiang, do you dislike me? Didn't you say it before? I want to be your wife. Jiang Nan. Full of black lines. Beauty manager. I didn't want to listen to it anymore. It sounded nauseous, so I quickly found an excuse and said, Boss, I still have something to do. You can discuss it again. After you have discussed it, let me know, and I will arrange it. After speaking, twisting her slender waist and stepping on high heels, Kaka left. Jiang Nan. Very speechless. But at this time I suddenly remembered something, and shouted to the back of the beautiful manager, Sister, wait a minute. The beautiful manager stopped looking back and said with a wry smile, Boss. My name is Lulu. You can call me Lulu, or you can call me Manager Lu, or my sister. It doesn't feel right in the hotel. Is there? Jiang Nan touched his chin and asked. He didn't think there was anything inappropriate. The beautiful manager smiled bitterly. Well, I didn't say it. Well, I'll call you Sister Lu in the future. Jiang Nan said. Beauty manager. Is there any difference between Lu sister and sister? Here, you give this list to the chef girl. Jiang Nan took out the list of sauced fish and handed it to the beautiful manager. As for the optimized ones, Jiang Nan still reserves them for the time being. I plan to taste the taste of the sauced fish made from the cloned sauced fish. List. This is? The beautiful manager was a little puzzled. You give it to her, she will understand naturally. Okay, boss. The beautiful manager nodded, didn't ask any more questions, turned around and left with a slender waist. Bei, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Nan timidly, and burst into tears. Brother Jiang, I'm going to live in the same room with you. Jiang Nan had no choice but to say, okay, I'll serve you. The next day. Early in the morning. In the sultry kitchen, the beautiful chef is attentive, the fish is stewing on the iron pan, and she is carefully preparing the sauce. The fish were ordinary carp that were specially ordered to be purchased. Because the fish used in private dishes are all carp. 2 hours later. Stop the fire, fish out of the pot. This time, 5 fish were stewed. The sauce has been prepared, she skillfully put a fish on the plate, and then poured the sauce. Then it looks like a private dish, sprinkled with a little coriander. The sauced fish is cooked. She first bent down and sniffed, and nodded with satisfaction. From the sense of smell, it is almost the same as the taste of the private restaurant. Then he picked up his chopsticks and took a sip. At the first sip, she laughed. Oh yeah, perfect. The same taste as the private restaurant. Then there is the careful feeling and taste. Only when you feel it carefully, it is slightly different. But it is her sensitive tongue that can feel such a feeling, and ordinary guests can't feel it at all. This beautiful chef is very satisfied. After all, although the precise amount of material is known, there are still subtle errors when using materials. So being able to tell the difference in her senses wasn't a failure at all. Satisfied, she brought 2 plates, took out 2 fish from the wok and placed them in the saucepan. After getting it done, the fish I personally served came out of the kitchen. In Jiangnan's office, he was looking at the accounts sent by the beautiful manager when the phone rang. Touching it out, it was Zhu Shishir calling. Inexplicably, I remembered that when I sang last night, I was so impulsive and hugged and kissed. I couldn't help but smiled helplessly and answered the phone. What's the matter, Shishir? Is something wrong? Can't I call you without it? Zhu Shishir's voice came from the receiver. Of course. Jiangnan smiled awkwardly. It's really okay. Zhu Shishir said, I'm just at work. It's quite boring. If I miss you, I'll make a phone call and hear your voice. Jiangnan. Jiangnan, what are you doing? Are you busy? Zhu Shishir's voice was somewhat lonely. It's not too busy. I have something to do. I'm busy. Jiangnan said. Okay, then you're busy. I just want to hear your voice. Now that I hear it, I hang up. Jiangnan. Click. The phone hangs up. The beautiful manager, standing beside Jiangnan, faintly heard the call. Secretly, he pouted and said in his heart, sure enough, the rich are always in the middle of the night, with a little lowly by their side, and there are other women outside. Well, this boss is very handsome and has a good temperament, but it is a pity that there are too many women around him, otherwise he might really consider becoming a boyfriend. Jiangnan reluctantly put away the phone and continued to check the information. He needs to have a general understanding of the hotel's situation, and he also understands the accounting aspect. At this time, bang bang bang. There was a knock on the door outside. Who? Jiangnan asked. I, the chef. The voice of the beautiful chef sounded outside. Come in. Push the door open. The beautiful chef came in with 2 fishes, and when he saw the beautiful manager was there, he nodded and didn't say hello too much. It's still her habitual character, unruly, and doesn't take the leader as a leader very much. Even Jiangnan doesn't urinate too much, let alone a beauty manager. The fish is ready. The beautiful chef said, I've tasted it and it's fine. Boss, you can try it. This is done. Jiangnan was happy, and greeted the beautiful manager, come and try it together. Is this okay? The beautiful manager was a little reserved. But I feel very comfortable. The boss of Jiangnan is very easy to get along with, and it is really comfortable to work together. What's the matter, eat one piece? Jiangnan said with a stare. All right. The beautiful manager is also welcome. Picked up chopsticks and ate fish with Jiangnan. It tastes really good. The beautiful manager only took one bite and was full of praise. What kind of fish is this? I don't remember our hotel had this kind of fish before. Jiangnan tasted it and was very satisfied. Sure enough, the taste of the private kitchen dishes made was almost the same. It's a new dish. The beautiful chef explained, the boss likes to eat it, so we deliberately learned it from a teacher. The beautiful manager couldn't help but looked at Jiangnan, and instantly marked him with a label, foodie. Yes, as expected of a top chef. Jiangnan ate in big mouthfuls, admiring it without hesitation. The beautiful chef smiled and was praised by the boss, which is a happy thing. Hey, I have an idea. At this moment, the beautiful manager suddenly stopped eating and said. Jiangnan looked at her delicate little face with an inquiring look. This kind of dish tastes so good, we can definitely promote it as a special dish in the hotel. The beautiful manager said excitedly, I have eaten many dishes, but I have never eaten this kind of fish. This kind of fish is very good. The specialties are so delicious that they cannot be promoted as a special dish. The beautiful chef also nodded and said, "It's a good idea." Luo, is the cost of this dish high? The manager asked while looking at the beautiful chef. Of course it's not high. The beautiful chef said, "Fish is the most common. Carp. The cost of making one fish is less than 50 yuan. That's great." The beauty manager said, "With such a taste, it is possible to offer special dishes, and the price is set at 688. Hold the grass. 688, are you slaughtered so hard?" Jiangnan himself was frightened. "Boss, after all, if the consumption of a hotel like ours is too low, it will reduce the style." The beautiful manager explained, "So even if the cost is low, the price should not be too low." "It's true." Jiangnan nodded, "There must be a force." Beauty manager. Very speechless, he gave Jiangnan a blank eye. "Wait a minute." Jiangnan suddenly remembered something and said, "Don't be too busy pushing this kind of fish. I have an optimized fish recipe here. After trying it, I will decide which kind of fish to push." "And also?" The beautiful chef was puzzled and blinked at Jiangnan with a pair of smart big eyes. Jiangnan took out the optimized seasoning list and handed it to her. "The seasonings are not too different, there are some adjustments, you can compare them according to this." The beautiful chef took a look and immediately noticed that there was only a change in the two seasonings, and asked suspiciously, "Boss, where did you get this seasoning method?" "If it is said, I have adjusted it a little based on my personal feeling. I don't know if it is possible," Jiangnan said. Beauty manager. Beauty chef. "Boss, are you sure that the fish you make can be eaten according to your transfer method?" said the beautiful chef. "One of the seasonings used a bit too much. Try it." Jiangnan said with a smile, that kind of honeyed confidence that gives people the feeling of no reason. He is now confident in his own success rate. Babble babble. The beautiful chef returned to the kitchen to continue working. Reconstitute the sauce. In fact, the process of preparing the sauce is not very long. Mainly, the fish needs to be simmered for 2 hours, and it takes about 10 minutes for the sauce to be prepared. Soon. Configured according to the new recipe, the beautiful chef once again made a fish sauce. Then I sniffed it first, and the fragrance came to my nostrils immediately. Compared with the previous fish, it is too much to have a good impression from the sense of smell. Wow. She was a little surprised, she didn't expect such an effect. Then, looking forward to it, I took a bite of the fish with chopsticks and put it in my mouth, and my eyes suddenly widened. Everyone was stunned. That unique taste stimulates her taste buds, it tastes delicious and special. While chewing slowly, she was more and more shocked. God, how could this work? It's unimaginable, it's so delicious, and it's full of fragrance. As a top chef, she is more than half a gourmet. She has tried countless dishes, but she has never eaten such a delicious fish. Forget about nutritional value and the like, but the taste of this fish is simply the perfection of perfection. After swallowing a mouthful of fish, she looked at a fish on the plate, and her heart was extremely complicated. She couldn't imagine that it was just the adjustment of the two seasonings. That there was such a big change. It's almost like a chemical reaction can bring about such a big change. She couldn't even imagine, how did Jiangnan get such a plan? This new boss was like a mystery in her mind. After a long time, she calmed down. Call. He took a deep breath, picked up the optimized list of condiments, and reread all the condiments attentively, then closed his eyes and memorized it in his heart. The list was thrown into the stove and burned. She has deeply realized that this dish already has unparalleled value, and this kind of taste is enough to attract countless foodies to taste it again and again. Boss, it's done. He carried the fish again and sent it to Jiangnan's office. He looked at Jiangnan with complicated eyes. I'll try it. Jiangnan was busy eating fish and didn't notice the difference between the beautiful chef. I took a piece of fish and put it in my mouth. Suddenly, even Jiangnan's eyes widened. I was stunned for a moment, chewed quickly, swallowed it with a gudong, and then had no image, and added a big mouth in my mouth. He chewed it quickly, swallowed it, and seemed to be able to stop the car. He said in disbelief, "How can it be so delicious? My dear, I have grown up so much and have never eaten such a delicious fish." Boss, you gave me the plan. Could it be that you're just fooling around? You really don't know that such a plan can make such delicious fish? Asked the beautiful chef. I don't know. Jiangnan took another piece of fish and put it in his mouth. He was busy eating it. It was so delicious that he didn't care about other things. He said while eating, I'm just fooling around. The cat met a dead mouse and made such a delicious fish? Beauty chef. By the way, call the beautiful manager and ask him to come and try this fish. I think it's more promising to push this fish. Jiangnan said while busy eating. It is good. The beautiful host was very helpless. She took out her mobile phone and called the beautiful manager. The call is connected. The beautiful chef simply said, Manager, the boss will come to you. Click. Hang up the phone. Habitual behavior. My God, how can this fish be so delicious? The beautiful manager, who ate the first bite of fish, resounded in Jiangnan's office with a shocking shout. Jiangnan laughed. Later, he said, if the hotel serves a signature dish, how about pushing this kind of fish? It's amazing. The beautiful manager said with some gaffe, 688 is not enough. For such a delicious taste, at least 1668, and this kind of taste can be promoted as our hotel's signature dish. Yes, that's it. Son, according to our hotel's signature dishes, the main dish. I have already thought about it, and *0, and asterisk. The beautiful manager said endlessly, and the whole person was on the verge of gaffe. Jiangnan. This is the first time I have seen this girl, so unlady, so manic. It took a long time for the beauty manager to stop and talk about her various promotion plans. Jiangnan was tired of listening, but in order not to discourage her, she still smiled and said, Okay, I'll leave this to you to take full responsibility for it. If you agree, there will be rewards. By the way, I'll give it to your hotel directly. Share dividends. What? What? The beautiful manager and the chef were all shocked. I didn't expect Jiangnan to be so generous. And Jiangnan's acquisition of this hotel is just a cover-up. If you really rely on this hotel to make money, how much money can you make? So it doesn't really matter at all. Okay, boss, don't worry, this time is definitely going to be a big fight. The beautiful manager is very excited and swears by it. Even the beautiful chef is no longer so sloppy this time and has motivation. As if he was puffed up. The two girls leave. Jiangnan smiled and said in his heart, I didn't expect this unexpected gain. I was just greedy, I didn't expect to develop a dish. This thing is really surprising. The magic of success rate is really endless. After more than a day of easing, the hotel's business has picked up. One after another, guests who checked in after the meal came. And the beauty manager has already started to arrange the promotion of sauced fish as the main dish. Everyone understands, as long as there is a customer ordering food, as long as there is a chance, we will recommend our sauced fish. The beautiful manager gathered all the waitresses and gave orders. Understood, manager. Understood, manager. Then the chef, the beautiful chef, simmered more than 100 iron pots directly. For a hotel of such a class as a luxury hotel, such cheap ingredients are no longer a burden. Even if you do more and can't sell it, it doesn't matter. There are so many employees in the store, even if they are given extra meals. And the fish tastes so good, the beautiful manager also wants the employees to taste it, and then they start to promote it, and they will have more confidence. After all, after eating it in person, you will know how delicious this fish is. At dusk. It is the prime time for hotel guests and meals, and guests come from time to time. Room 808 on the 26th floor. Sir, are you interested in trying our hotel's new main dish, fish and sauce? Delicious, cooked with special methods, more nutritious and healthier too. Drink. How's the price? $16.88. Well, the grade is okay, let's try one. The hostess misses the timeless recommendation. 6th floor, room 023. Sir, fish and sauce is the main dish of our hotel, you must try it, you will definitely be very satisfied. Okay, then here's one. The sauced fish were pushed out one by one. Not long time. There were exclamations in different rooms. My God, how can this fish be so delicious? I've never eaten such a good fish before. Wow. Sure enough, this is simply indescribable, let's try it. This? Who can tell me what kind of fish this is? How can it be so delicious? Woo. I've lived for half my life, and it's the first time I've eaten such a delicious fish. Woo, don't stop me, let me cry for a while. Waiter, one more. No, two more. The next day. It was almost noon, and Jiang Nan was still sleeping soundly. And the hotel is already busy. The luxury car stopped and the guests got off and entered the hotel. The fish here is so authentic, you'll know the taste when you come with me. This time. You've never tasted it before. Host, hurry up and reserve a room. By the way, your signature dish, fish with sauce, comes with 2 pieces. Boss, this time is the right time. When you taste the fish here, you will know that it is definitely a human world. Delicious, as written in the poem, this taste should only be found in heaven. And I have tasted it several times in the world. Come here for dinner at noon, all the old customers bring new customers too. Taste the fish here. Compared with yesterday, there were almost several times more guests. The beautiful manager stood in the lobby looking at this situation, smiling with all kinds of style, and was very happy. Although she had thought that having such a good dish would make the hotel business pick up, she didn't expect it to have such an effect. She underestimated the foodie's yearning for food. Just then the phone rang. When he looked out, he saw that it was from Jiang Nan, and quickly answered the phone. Boss, what do you need? Jiang Nan just got up, and a lazy voice came over. Let the chef prepare a sauced fish and send it over. He slept until noon and was hungry as soon as he woke up. The beautiful manager was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. Because of the sudden increase in customers, the number of fish and sauce was already in short supply, and it took a certain amount of time to make it. Boss, I'm sorry, there were suddenly a lot of guests today, and the fish in sauce has already been served. I have to wait for a while. When it came to the end, the beautiful manager's voice was very low. Ah? Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, a little unhappy, and his stomach was growling. The fish are gone? What did you do? The original intention of getting this sauced fish was to make it easier for me to eat, and now I have fish. No, what do you want me to eat? Let me eat you? When Jiang Nan said I will eat you, it instantly made the beauty manager blush to the root of her neck. Crazy rolled his eyes and muttered in his heart how annoying it was, but inexplicable and a feeling of coursing? Okay, then you ask the chef to get something else and bring it up, I'll deal with it first. Jiang Nan said helplessly again and hung up the phone. The beautiful manager shrugged helplessly and went to the kitchen. Jiang Nan made a phone call and went to wash up too, depressed. But it's a bit strange that I haven't seen Beibei's figure. Isn't this little girl supposed to come over when she wakes up by herself? Jiang Nan was a little used to seeing her sexy and charming little figure. After washing up, he took out his cell phone and called Beibei. Soon the call was connected, and Beibei's cute and pleasant voice came over. Brother Jiang. Babe, where have you been? Jiang Nan asked, while sitting on the sofa, and brought himself a cup of tea. Now he is more accustomed to getting up by himself, and Beibei will come over and bring tea and water to a considerate life. He. I'm in the lobby now, collecting money at the front desk, and being a cashier. I asked the manager to arrange for me. I want to know how much money our hotel can enter a day, so that I can be aware of it. I have entered today. It's a lot of money, it's already hundreds of thousands. Jiang Nan. Brother Jiang, what's the matter with you? Another guest has come to pay. I'm very busy, so I hung up. Click. The phone hangs up. Jiang Nan. At dusk. Jiang Nan Shenyu was half lying on the sofa, drinking tea leisurely with Erlang's legs crossed, thinking about the trip to the auction house in 2 days, whether he needed to prepare anything. Just then, the phone rang. I stepped on a desert boat, with a pipe and an hourglass on my back. He took the phone from the side and saw that it was Chen Xi calling. I was stunned for a moment, wondering in my heart, it's not yet the auction day, why did the girl call? Isn't she ignoring her love? He answered the phone suspiciously, but did not speak, waiting for Chen Xi to speak first. After all, this girl is weird. However, the opponent's Chen Xi was also silent. The two of them kept silent in tacit understanding. About 2 seconds later, it seemed that Chen Xi couldn't hold it any longer, and Chen Xi's cold voice came from the receiver, Jiang Nan. Here I am. Jiang Nan's voice was a bit cold and stiff. Why aren't you talking? Angie's voice seemed even more angry. Do you have to speak now? You could hear Chen Xi's frantic look. Jiang Nan. Say nothing. Anyway, it was Chen Xi who called, and I didn't have anything to call her. After a while, Chen Xi first said, my grandfather asked me to invite you to have a meal together. He heard that a hotel has made a special flavor of fish, and he wants to taste it with you, and get together by the way. Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment. Why does it sound like you're talking about the sauced fish made by your hotel? How about it, do you have time? If you have time, I'll tell Grandpa. If I don't have time, I'll hang up. Angie's voice was a little helpless and sullen. Since it's an invitation from Mr. N, let's eat together. Jiang Nan replied. Okay, let's meet at the entrance of the wealthy hotel. Do you know that the Wealthy hotel is on Huadong Road. No. Jiangnan pouted helplessly, it was really his own hotel. Can't you know, people are here right now. I didn't expect that the fish and sauce would spread so quickly, and Mr. N heard about it. Okay, I'll hang up. When I get to the hotel, I'll call you again. And Xi said and hung up the phone. Jiangnan threw his phone aside and rubbed his face. Nima, he was going to eat at his hotel. As the host, he had to treat himself this time, otherwise he would be too petty. However, if you spend in your own hotel, you can spend a lot less money. Well, it's very good. It seems that it is very convenient to invite friends to dinner after you have a hotel. An unexpected gain. Not long time. Boom. There was a knock on the door, and with the knock on the door, the beautiful voice of the beautiful manager sounded outside the door, "Boss. Come in." Jiangnan took a sip of tea and said at the same time. The beautiful manager knocked on the door, twisted her slender waist, and came. To Jiangnan, her delicate oval face was still so fair and charming. "Boss, I just got a report from the front desk that Jiang Hai has settled down, and Mr. N has reserved a luxurious private room of the highest grade." Jiangnan blinked, thinking that Mr. N was fast enough, and it seemed that he was also planning to treat guests, and the private room had already been booked. However, the beauty manager reported a few meanings to herself about this matter. Why haven't she explained it to herself? The beautiful manager ignored Xiao Jiujiu, who was in Jiangnan's heart, and continued, "Boss, Anjia has a lot of power in Jiangqing, and I came here to remind the boss to take this opportunity to build a relationship with Anjia. And I will only be in Jianghai in the future. It's easier to do things when you have a backer." Oh. Of course I understand, the beauty manager made a special trip because of this. After pondering for a while, Jiangnan said, "Sister, what do you think should be done?" "I suggest waiving the bill." The beautiful manager said, "This way, Anjia will definitely have a good impression. If you want to get along well in Jianghai City, you can't do it without any connections. If you offend people in black and white are looking for trouble, which is all for the hotel. It's a tough thing to do." "Okay, that's the decision." Jiangnan nodded. But the starting point is different from what the beauty manager said. This is because he is friends with Mr. N. Okay. The beautiful manager nodded, "I know how to arrange it." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take too long. Jiangnan drank 2 cups of tea comfortably in the office and felt that it was almost time, so he took out his mobile phone and called Mr. N. The phone was quickly connected, and Mr. N's happy laughter came from the receiver. "Brother Jiang, have you arrived yet?" "Yeah, I've already arrived at the hotel, Mr. N. Where have you been?" Jiang Nan said. "I'll be there soon." Mr. N said with a smile. In addition, Mr. Zhao was invited, and he was on his way to the hotel. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at the entrance of the hotel," Jiang Nan said. "It is good." The two sides hung up the phone. Jiang Nan sorted out his clothes and went downstairs. He usually stays in the office, and is not used to going along for the ride. As soon as I got out of the elevator and arrived at the lobby, I saw Bei sitting at the cash register, wearing a uniform and busy collecting money. Lily was also wearing the uniform of a receptionist and was welcoming guests. And Zhang Yuan was busy talking about some chores that the beauty manager was discussing. "Hi boss." "Hi boss." The hostess ladies and sisters saw Jiangnan and quickly stood up and said, "Hello." The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan saw Jiang Nan coming down and rushed over. Boss. Boss. Be busy with yours. Jiang Nan waved his hand and went straight out of the hotel, waiting at the door. The beautiful manager and Zhang Yuan both looked suspiciously at Jiang Nan. Outside through the window. What is the boss doing? The beautiful manager asked suspiciously. I don't know, boss, it's so mysterious. Zhang Yuan said. After about 5 minutes. A Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked in the hotel parking space. Wow. Big client. Several waitresses in the hotel noticed the situation and immediately paid attention. The beautiful manager paid more attention to the past, and she was also paying attention to the meal ordered by Mr. and John. She had met Mr. and once. She had been to the hotel once before. At that time, the previous hotel owner specially asked friends Mr. Yon and the second young master of the Yin family to come to the hotel as guests, and then the Yin family climbed up the relationship. It is also like this that the previous hotel owner got to know the second young master of the Yin family, that is, and Qi's elder brother, the first elder brother of Jianghai City Society. With his cover, the hotel can operate more smoothly. When the beauty manager saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the first thing she thought about was whether the people who settled down had arrived. It also pays more attention. Really? The door opened, and Mr. N got out of the car surrounded by bodyguards. At this moment, what shocked the beauty manager was that Jiang Nan smiled and greeted him, as if he looked familiar with the old man. This made the beauty manager stunned. Later, I saw Mr. N, looked at Jiang Nan, and laughed happily, ha ha ha, little brother Jiang made you wait for a long time. Jiang Nan just smiled lightly, it's okay, it's just arrived. In front of Mr. N, he was not cautious at all, and he looked calm. The beautiful manager's good-looking eyes widened, a little confused. What's the situation? Wait a moment, Mr. Zhao. Mr. N said. It is good. Nan smiled and said. And Mr. N glanced at Chen Xi and said a little angrily, Girl N, you want to study with little brother Jiang, why do you have such an attitude, do you want to say hello when you meet? And Qi looked at Jiang Nan with an angry and depressed expression and said. Hello, teacher Jiang. Jiang Nan? Somewhat confused. What's the matter with teacher Jiang? On the side, Mr. N laughed and said, Brother Jiang, girl, and secretly said that she wanted to worship you as a teacher, but she couldn't tell you directly. No, let me speak, brother Jiang, I hope you don't refuse. Jiang Nan understood. It turned out that this is the real purpose of this dinner party. Angie wants to learn art from a teacher. Soon, Mr. Zhao also arrived. Several people arrived and entered the hotel. The beautiful manager greeted him with some uneasy hearts, and whispered. Beside Jiang Nan, boss, it turns out that Mr. N knows you? Is a friend. Jiang Nan smiled faintly. The beautiful manager immediately rolled his eyes. Your sister, it's a friend who didn't tell me before, let me say something. Long-winded in front of you to get closer. This made the beautiful manager feel like a clown jumping on the beam before. And looked at Jiang Nan with some resentment. Of course, he didn't forget to lead the way in front of him and take everyone to the reserved private room. You two know each other? When Chen Xi saw Jiang Nan and the manager girl whispering, she seemed to be very concerned about this kind of thing and asked a question. The manager girl didn't know how to answer for a while. And Jiang Nan just nodded slightly and answered succinctly, I know. Humph. There are flowers and weeds everywhere. And Qi snorted very softly and said nothing. Mr. N and Mr. Zhao chatted happily as they walked, talking about the topics that their seniors had in common. In the private room, a few people took their seats. The manager of the Jiangnan team said, 2 more fish and sauce. When it's over, the other dishes are the most abundant. It is good. The manager girl nodded and went out. Mr. N was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said nothing. He had thought about this meal, and he would treat him as a guest. Although Jiang Nanyue ordered what dishes to order on his behalf, which made him a little surprised and unhappy, he would not show any unhappiness. And he smiled happily, ha ha ha, little brother, I heard that there is a fish here, and the taste is very good. The first time I thought of you come and taste it, get together. I really want to be old, too. Jiang Nan said with a smile, I was thinking about whether to come out and get together, but I didn't expect you to call in old. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Both Mr. N and Mr. Zhao laughed. It's the old routine of meeting and chatting, and they are polite to each other. A few people chatted casually, and soon the dishes were served. There were 3 fish and sauce. Although the other ones were not very good, they were all exquisite and expensive dishes. Come and come. Let's taste this fish. We got together today because of the fish. Let's make an exception and eat fish instead of drinking first. An old took out his chopsticks to signal to everyone. Jiang Nan smiled and ate it politely. It was not the first time he had eaten it, but the deliciousness of this fish made him have an appetite when he saw it. Everyone moved their chopsticks. When a mouthful of fish entered his mouth, Mr. Zhao's eyes widened, and Mr. N was very surprised. It's really great, it's really delicious, it turned out to be so delicious, I thought it was an exaggeration, but I didn't expect this fish to taste so good. Mr. N was a little rude and praised. The deliciousness of the fish and sauce completely conquered the taste buds of this stubborn old man. That's right, it's so delicious. I didn't expect fish to be so delicious. And Lao, this time it's the right time. If you hadn't called me here, I wouldn't. No. Mr. Zhao also said while savoring the fish. Very excited. And she was the most calm, but her beautiful big eyes narrowed into crescent moons, feeling the deliciousness of the fish. She didn't even remember how long she hadn't been interested in food. And this fish not only interested her, but also made her like it very much. It tasted amazing, she had never eaten anything so good. Delicious. Come on, everyone, don't stop. The 2 old men, who have always been calm and calm, also ate, and ate it. Regardless of their image. Jiang Nan laughed. It seems that the temptation of food is really great. For many years, I haven't encountered such delicacies. Mr. N sighed. As a character of his level, he has been exposed to so many delicacies that it is really difficult to find something delicious. Yes, yes. The old man Zhao also sighed, I have never heard of such a fish in a wealthy hotel before. I heard that this hotel has just changed its owner, and it's a new dish. Mr. N explained a little bit of the inside story. It's good, we will come to eat often in the future. Mr. Zhao said while chewing on the fish. Yes, the 2 old men will come to visit often in the future. Jiang Nan smiled, no matter when you come, it's free. What? Mr. N, Mr. Zhao, and Chen Xi suddenly looked at Jiang Nan in confusion. Little brother, what do you mean by that? Mr. N asked. Haha. Jiang Nan smiled, because I am the new owner of this hotel. What? What? Are you the owner of our hotel? Several people's eyes widened unexpectedly. Yeah. Jiangnan smiled unabated. I am now the new owner of this hotel. Which is the new owner, that An Lao just said. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. An and Mr. Zhao looked at each other and laughed. I didn't expect it, I didn't expect it. The old man said, I asked my little brother to come here to eat fish, but it turned out to be in the little brother's hotel, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Mr. Zhao also laughed and said, little brother, you can really toss, in addition to doing the jade business, you even do catering. Isn't there no way? Jiangnan said with a wry smile, Master Zhao, you also know that the business of emeralds is too risky. I was lucky a few times and I made some money, but I'm not sure in the future, maybe I will lose everything. So I used this capital to invest in catering. Oh, that's what happened. Mr. Zhao nodded, I see, the little brother did the right thing. The catering industry is reliable at all times. And people have to eat. Ha ha ha. It's all right now, we will have a place to eat in the future. An Lao said with a smile, I will come to the little brother for dinner later. But it's all business, the little brother must collect money and ask for it. Otherwise it won't work. The meaning of the words is very obvious, and I will take care of Jiangnan's business in the future. No, no. Jiangnan said, as far as our relationship is concerned, you can order whatever you want, but you can't take the money. No. An old said with a serious expression, little brother, you are slapping us in the face by doing this. Absolutely not. Okay, let me say a word, this time it is your invitation, but in the future, when we come to dinner, we must take just pay, or how will you let us come to the door in the future? An old man, we're all friends. Jiangnan smiled bitterly. Friends belong to friends, business belongs to business. And Lao said, the way I will trouble the little brother in the future is still behind. When there is something that needs your little brother to pass your eyes, you will help each other with righteousness. If you come to eat in the future without paying for it, how can I have the face to go out in the future? Jiangnan smiled helplessly, okay, I will order it later, and you will get 20% off your meals. Jiangnan knew in his heart that An Lao did this, because he had to ask for himself, and because he was valuable. I can have this. An old man smiled boldly and said, also, I want to make a lot of friends, and I will also recommend the little brother's hotel to them, eat by themselves, or have a wedding banquet or something. Pass. Then thank you, An old. Although Jiangnan doesn't care about the income of this hotel at all, but Mr. An has the heart to help, and his heart is grateful. Squeak. Squeak. A series of sharp braking sounds rang out in the parking area of the wealthy hotel. All of them are white small Land Rovers, there are more than 10 vehicles. Bang bang bang. There was a continuous sound of the door opening, followed by a large gang of people getting out of the car, all of them looking fierce, with bald tattoos and baseball bats in their hands. The person next to him saw this, and hurriedly dodged, watching this scene in horror, whispering, grip the grass, what's the situation? Society, this is to do things. Isn't this headed by the second young master of the Yin family, Biao Zi? Yes, to finish, I heard that the new owner of the wealthy hotel did not go to visit Jiang Hai's social first brother, the second young master of the Yin family. Oh, it's bad. I heard that the newly launched fish from the wealthy hotel is very delicious. I came here to try it. It seems that I can't eat it like this. The guests who want to enter the hotel also dare not enter the hotel, and stay outside to watch. Some passers-by saw this situation and stopped to watch the fun with great interest. Brothers, listen to my orders for a while. I'll smash it as soon as I say it. Damn, I want to be in Shanghai, but I don't even report to the boss. I think I'm tired of living. It was the bald leader of this group of people who spoke, Biaozi, the personal disciple of the second young master of the Yin family. A group of people, led by Biaozi, were aggressive and rushed into the hotel. More people watching the fun followed to the big glass window of the hotel and looked inside, waiting to see the excitement of the hotel being smashed. What? Oops. Mom. The hostess and the hotel lobby were busy with their work. They were frightened by the sudden attack and made a mess. The hall manager was so frightened that her legs trembled, and she even wanted to go to the toilet, but her reason told her not to mess up at this time. Suppressing the panic in her heart, and hurriedly said on the walkie-talkie, Manager, come to the hall, something happened, something big happened, someone came to make trouble. Originally, the beautiful manager was waiting at the door of the room where Jiangnan and the others were eating. Hearing the situation on the walkie-talkie, he hurriedly turned around and entered the elevator. At the same time, he said to the lobby manager on the walkie-talkie, I'll go down immediately. You first stabilize them. Okay. The hall manager was about to cry. She bravely went up to meet her, and said weakly, a few, what are you going to do? Humph. What are you doing? Biaozi snorted coldly, his face full of anger. You are a little waiter, you are not qualified to talk to lousy, go and ask your boss to come down, I will teach him a lesson and let him know that in Jianghai hunk, what kind of rules should he know? Give him 2 minutes, if he can't get in front of me in 2 minutes and see the stick in the hands of my younger brother behind me, then it will be smashed. The lobby manager was even more frightened, looking at 40 or 50 people. All of them tall and bald with tattoos, holding baseball bats in their hands. After hesitating for a long time, he managed to squeeze out a sentence, Our manager will come down soon. That's when she was talking. When Zhang Yuan got the news, he ran over in a hurry, and when he saw this battle, he was shocked. Nima, so many people can't afford to offend. But as a man, he still stood up, pretended to be calm and walked over, a little lack of confidence and said, What are you going to do? Who the hell are you? Biaozi looked at Zhang Yuan. I'm the general manager here. Zhang Yuan pretended to be calm. You fucking boss said, talk shit, let your boss come over, you are not fucking qualified. Zhang Yuan. I really want to get angry, but there are too many eyes to do it. At this moment, with a creak, the elevator door opened. The beautiful manager hurried out of the elevator. I'm the manager here, are you Brother Biao? The beautiful manager came out of the elevator and recognized Biaozi at a glance. She had seen Biaozi before when she followed the second young master of the Yin family to the hotel. Heh. Biaozi grinned, sister, since you know me, it's even better. I heard that the hotel here has changed its owner. Let him come down and I'll teach him the rules. Alright, please wait. The beautiful manager smiled. If she had been very worried before, she was not worried now, because Jiang Nan and Mr. N were drinking together. After she finished speaking, she took out her mobile phone and dialed Jiang Nan's number. In the hotel room. Come on, little brother Jiang, the two of us have a drink. We are only interested in eating fish, but we forgot to drink, ha ha ha, gaff, gaff. Mr. Zhao picked up a glass of wine and said to Jiang Nan. Just then, Jiang Nan's cell phone rang. I answered the phone beforehand. Mr. and said with a smile. Jiang Nan smiled and looked at his phone. It turned out to be the beautiful manager who called, and was immediately puzzled. After the phone was connected, the beautiful manager's voice came from the receiver. Boss, something happened to the hotel, someone came to make trouble, and brought someone to call the door. What? Jiang Nan was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned cold. Someone made trouble and brought someone to the door? Who dares to come to the little brother's hotel to make trouble? The old man Zhao on the side heard the truth, and his face immediately turned cold. What's the situation? Jiang Nan asked on the phone. Boss, it should be from the second young master of the Yin family, headed by the second young master of the Yin family's subordinate Biaozi. Second young master in? Jiang Nan was a little confused. The old man next to him was stunned for a moment, wondering if it was the second grandson Ni who made him worry. And Qi was also taken aback for a moment, wondering if it was his second brother? Who is the second young master of the Yin family? Jiang Nan asked. Suspiciously? Mr. N on the side. What a mess of this little ancestor. Angie. It must not be wrong, it is her second brother, no one else dares to be so arrogant in Jianghai City. It's the grandson of Master N. The beautiful manager whispered on the phone. Jiang Nan was surprised, and then turned to Mr. N on the phone. Old man and said with a wry smile, little brother, hang up the phone. First. There may be a misunderstanding. Let's go down and have a look. No, let's drink first, and then go down to have a look after drinking. After speaking, he immediately turned his head and said to the two bodyguards behind him, you two, go down and see if the second child is below. If so, let him come up to see me. Yes. Yes. The two bodyguards agreed and turned and left the room. Jiang Nan. He understood, and it was estimated that the people who came to make trouble were from the Yin family. Miss Manager, Mr. N's two bodyguards have gone down. You don't need to worry about this, I'll handle it. Okay, boss. Click. Jiang Nan hung up the phone. Come on. Little brother drinking, it should be a misunderstanding. I will introduce someone to you later. The old man raised his glass in embarrassment and said, let's drink first. It is good. Jiang Nan smiled lightly and drank a glass of wine with Mr. N. Hotel lobby. Squeak. The elevator door opened, and Mr. N's two bodyguards walked out of the elevator. Biaozi, who was arrogant, was stunned when he saw the two bodyguards, and then immediately said with a smile on his face, two big brothers, why are you here? Shouldn't you be with the old man? What? Just you, the second young master is not here? One of the two bodyguards, who was slightly taller, asked in surprise. Second young master didn't come? Biaozi said, a little confused about the situation. Oh, okay. The slightly taller bodyguard thought for a moment and said to the other bodyguard, I'll go up and ask the old man what to do, you are here first. It is good. The other bodyguard nodded. The slightly taller bodyguard turned to the elevator. The whole process did not pay much attention to Biaozi. What? Biaozi's body trembled, he heard something from the words of the two, and asked weakly, difficult. Could it be that the old man is here? Isn't that nonsense? The bodyguard who stayed said, the old man is not here, we will be here. Biaozi was speechless, and didn't know what to do. The people outside the hotel, who watched the excitement through the window, were stunned. What happened? It seems like I can't fight anymore. What's the matter with the two bodyguards? Are they the bodyguards hired by the hotel owner? I don't know. Do not know. I don't understand. What are you ignorant triples? Hotel room. The bodyguard pushed the door and entered the room. Old man, the second young master is not here, only Biaozi. Only Biaozi? Old man N's face turned cold. Humph. Let him come up to see me. Yes. The bodyguard said something, turned and left the room. I got into the elevator and quickly went downstairs. The elevator door opened, and he walked out expressionlessly, looked at Biaozi, and hooked his fingers. Follow me, the old man wants to see you. What? Biaozi's legs trembled immediately, and he said a little timidly, Big brother, can you tell me what's going on above? I'll invite the two big brothers to dinner another day. His heart is empty now, and he can't figure out what's going on. Humph. The slightly taller bodyguard snorted coldly, you are in trouble. Come here to make trouble. Do you know what the new boss here has to do with? The old man. He is a distinguished guest that the old man must respect. Ah. My God. Biaozi was so frightened that he almost sat on the ground, his face turning sallow. The grandfather's distinguished guest, he has clearly realized something. Let's go, don't waste any more time, let the old man go crazy, no one can eat and walk around. The bodyguard said and turned and walked towards the elevator, followed by another bodyguard. Biaozi was immediately cowardly, and followed behind him with his head drooping, like a grandson. Watching the excitement outside suddenly exploded. Why does it look like a troublemaker? Yes, look at the grandson now. Haha. Now I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm aggressive to do things, and as a result, I become this grandson. The truth is, I guess, the new boss of the wealthy hotel is tough in the background and can't be provoked. Well, it makes sense, I think so too. Brother Biao, what should we do? One of the younger brothers watched Biaozi go upstairs and asked a question. Fuck you, tiger. Biaozi glared at him, wait. What else can I do? The bald-headed little brother who spoke, rubbed his shiny scalp, looking aggrieved, and didn't dare to let go of his farts. Puff. Puff. There is a little brother next to him, who is snickering. You fucking talk at this time, aren't you an idiot? Don't you see that things are not good? This is still out to mix, if it is in a TV series, I am afraid that I will not survive an episode. The two bodyguards took Biaozi upstairs and entered the room. Grandpa, someone brought it. When Biaozi saw Mr. N sitting on the seat, he suddenly wanted to kneel down. When his legs softened, and said with a sad face, Master, you are here, I really didn't know you were here, I disturbed your meal. Humph. Mr. N snorted coldly, his eyes cold, tell me what you were doing. Me. Biaozi hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer. Did you bring someone to the hotel to make trouble? Said Mr. N, his face even more ugly. Biaozi really didn't know what to say, he gritted his teeth, twitched his mouth at himself, and said while twitching, Old man, I was wrong, I really don't know the boss and the old man here. You are a friend. Otherwise I would not dare to make trouble. Clap clap. The ear scraper snapped. Humph. Mr. and snorted coldly, and watched Biaozi slap his mouth. Just over half a minute. Then he turned to a smile and looked at Jiangnan, little brother, for the sake of knowing he was wrong, just let him go and give me face, he is my unworthy grandson. Since Biaozi arrived in Jiangnan, his face was very cold, and he also watched. Biaozi put his mouth in his mouth and did not speak. Now that old Manan speaks, Jiangnan frowned a little and said, since this is the case, old Manan, you have already spoken, so let him go. Thank you for your generosity, brother. Mr. An said quickly, and then looked at Biaozi, get out of here, and also, let Annie come over, immediately. Immediately, understand? I know. Biaozi answered quickly and left in a hurry. His own face was swollen thickly by himself, and he didn't dare to pretend in front of the old man. Every time he slapped down, he used enough strength. Come on, little brother, let's continue drinking. Mr. An held up the glass. It was a misunderstanding, and this article has been dismissed. Yeah, let's have a drink together. Mr. Zhao also picked up the wine glass to smooth the game. After all, this happened to the An family. Fortunately, Mr. An is here. Otherwise there will be a difficult estrangement. Jiangnan smiled slightly and picked up the wine glass. Come on, I won't take it to heart, let's drink together. Although he said that, he was full of worries now. This made him realize a problem. It's just that money is not enough. He must also have means of self-defense. Otherwise, in this situation, if Mr. Zhao happened to be here, at least the immediate loss would be eaten, and he had to pretend that his grandson was beaten. Face. And now, he doesn't want to pretend to be a grandson anymore. If you said that there was no way before, but now, you can see the success rate and pretend to be a grandson if you have money, then you are really a grandson in your bones. Next, you must hurry up and let yourself have enough force by your side. There are always 2 bodyguards by Mr. An's side. He has already thought that. Now his money is not a problem, and he can hire a few good bodyguards. If someone comes to make trouble, just do it if you don't agree. Squeak. The elevator doors open in the hall. Biaozi's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he walked out of the elevator. My God. Mom. Good guy, what the hell is this? Everyone was startled. A younger brother rushed up and said, Brother Biao, who beat you up like this? No, it's not over with him, tell me, I'll avenge you. Go away. Biaozi was in a bad mood. I smoked it myself. Who are you looking for revenge for? Puff. Puff. As soon as the sentence came out, the reception ladies and sisters around couldn't help laughing. Originally, he looked very funny now, but now he can't hold it back anymore. When Biaozi saw this situation, he immediately covered his face. He wanted to find a place to get in right away. Nima, when he came, he was so cowardly, but now he has become such a coward. Standing on a horse, what are you still doing? Hurry up and leave. He didn't want to stay any longer for a second, so he shouted and ran away in a hurry. A group of younger brothers followed. The people watching the fun outside couldn't help but smile, but they were afraid of provoking right and wrong, so they covered their mouths and snickered. Nima, it's so funny, come to pretend to be uncle, now I'm a grandson. Ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, let me laugh in a girl's arms for a while. What's wrong with you? You went to the girl's arms to laugh for a while, is it a joke sent by God? Boss, something happened. In the car, Biaozi called Annie, the second young master of the An family. What What's the situation? A new hotel owner hasn't done it yet. Don't mention the boss, the old man is there, and he is friends with the new boss. The old man also said that you should come to the hotel as soon as possible, and you need speed. What? The old man is here. What's the situation? It's so messy, talk about it. Carefully. It's like this, I brought someone to the hotel, and when it was over, the old man's bodyguard came down. Biaozi explained the cause and effect again. And this situation? Well, come back, I'll call the old man and ask. Hotel room. Mr. N was chatting with Jiang Nan when the phone rang. Seeing that it was from an E, he smiled and said embarrassedly, "Little brother, I'll take a call." After speaking, he looked up. Jiang Nan nodded slightly and chatted with Mr. Zhao. Mr. N left the room and walked some distance before answering the phone. He opened his mouth and scolded, "You little bastard, you are making trouble for me." "Grandpa, what's the matter?" "Humph. Come here quickly, and I'll introduce you to someone," Mr. N said. "The new boss of the wealthy hotel is the master I told you before." "Hi." And he gasped, "What a coincidence?" "It's not that bad." Mr. N said, okay, you know what to do, come over. Quickly. "I know, Grandpa." The phone hangs up. Mr. N returned to the room, and several people continued to chat while eating and drinking. It didn't take long. Wearing a suit and a pair of glasses, at first glance, he came to the room with a calm and comfortable look. "Come on, little brother Jiang, let me introduce you. This is my grandson, N. and Qi's brother." Mr. N immediately stood up and introduced. Jiang Nan glanced at it, it was really similar to N Qi, quite handsome, but a little surprised. "How many brothers does N Qi have, and which one is this?" "One. The second young master of the mixed society." He smiled and nodded, and introduced himself, Jiang Nan. "Brother Jiang." And he also smiled, "I heard my sister talk about you." "Elder brother." And Qi blushed and glared at N. And he shrugged helplessly. "Okay, sit down and let's go to dinner together," said Mr. N. "Okay, Grandpa." And he looks like N Qi, very well behaved. As soon as he sat down, and he picked up a glass of wine, looked at Jiang Nan, and said, "Brother Jiang, I'm sorry just now, I didn't know that my brother came to you to find trouble. Brother Jiang, I have taught you a hard lesson. I hope Brother Jiang can forgive me." Jiang Nan was a little surprised, thinking that this is really the second young master of the Anja family, and it doesn't look like it at first glance. But there was nothing on his face, he smiled and said, "It's all right, N. Lao, I already said that it was a misunderstanding." That's good. And he said with a smile. The two had a glass of wine together. "Brother Jiang, I haven't met before, but I heard from my sister and Grandpa that you are an expert. He seems to be quite talkative." Where, I won the prize," Jiang Nan said politely. "Today's matter is that the flood washed the Dragon King temple, and the family does not recognize the family. Brother Jiang, we have known each other today. If you have any trivial matters in Jianghai in the future, you can tell me directly, although the major matters cannot be done, but some small things can be handled." "Okay, in this case, I will never be polite if I have something to do in the future." Jiang Nan quite likes his current temperament. He doesn't sound like that arrogant, and his speech is quite level. "Ha ha ha, come on, let's have a drink together." Mr. N was very happy and picked up the wine glass. Yes, no acquaintance. Mr. Zhao also picked up the wine glass. The atmosphere in the room seemed peaceful. 2 days later. The guests of the hotel are getting warmer than expected. The hotel, which was originally deserted because of the accident, is now a busy scene. In particular, the dining room is almost full during peak hours. In this era of developed communications, the upper-class people in Jianghai City, who are quick to pour juice, have become a household name. No way, all kinds of WeChat groups, circles of friends, and the power of communication are too powerful. Of course, the most important thing is that the taste of the sauced fish is too amazing, so it is so strong that it is accepted by people and recommended by friends. It can be said that the upper-class people have a greater desire for food. They eat too much and are tired of eating. It is difficult to find a delicious food. And the appearance of the sauced fish seemed to be their savior, at least until they got tired of it. And money doesn't need too much calculation for them. Just the grade of Jiangnan Hotel and the price of juicy fish are also a consumer group that matches the upper class. All aspects of the fit have caused the popularity of the fish and sauce, which has led to the booming business of the wealthy hotels. Another point is that although guests come to eat fish and sauce, other dishes will also be ordered, which will bring chain consumption. As a result, the current luxury hotel has a considerable daily income. Jiangnan originally wanted to do it casually, but he didn't expect such a surprise. The happy little mouth in charge of Beibei's collection of money laughed crookedly. The beautiful manager is even more motivated, because Jiangnan has fulfilled his promise and discussed with her about giving her and the beautiful chef a share of dividends. The better the business is, the more shares will be distributed, and a perfect reward system has been formulated. Jiangnan still said that he does not value the income of the hotel. Although the hotel is very prosperous now, the daily profit has reached hundreds of thousands, but for him, it is optional. So taking out a few percentage points of share dividends is not a problem at all. But this greatly aroused the enthusiasm of the beautiful manager and the beautiful chef. The hotel will be more prosperous. What Jiangnan needs is the superficial phenomenon. The hotel has been acquired for only 2 or 3 days, and it has basically been on the right track. Jiangnan is delighted by this. Nothing to worry about is better. And tomorrow we'll go to the Magic Capital auction house. And Jiangnan has a plan. This time to go to the Magic Capital auction house is to explore the road. When the Emperor Green is shot this time, he plans to go directly to Myanmar this time. The goal is to get the Emperor Green and Emerald back at one time. Dozens of dollars, and then sell it at the auction house, unknowingly. In the future, the higher the jade business is, the bigger it is, and it is impossible for Mr. Zhao to go there again. Unless I occasionally get a piece of ordinary jade to play with, and do some tricks, I won't make Mr. Zhao doubt himself, and suddenly stop making jade. This is a notable question. The next day. Jianghai Airport entrance. And Qi was wearing a white dress with hollow lace edges, standing quietly next to the Rolls-Royce Phantom, wearing sunglasses, and her whole personality was refined, waiting for the arrival of Jiangnan. The beautiful face, perfect figure, and unique temperament make passers-by secretly watch. Women are envious and jealous. Men are drooling secretly. An anchor also happened to pass by, holding a selfie stick and taking pictures as he walked. When I noticed Qi, I quietly adjusted the camera to shoot at Qi. Suddenly Qi appeared in the live broadcast room. At the same time, the anchor said in the live broadcast room, "Old irons, how is this girl, hee hee. Asterisk asterisk, such a top-quality long-legged girl, this beauty. This figure is against the sky, isn't this a first and second-tier movie star? Wow. This is too beautiful. And a Rolls-Royce next to it, so this is the legendary by Fume. If I can get such a girlfriend, it will be worth dying. Stupid upstairs, Toad wants to eat swan meat. Fuck you, you're an idiot, dare you say you don't have such a wretched idea? I have it, but if you don't say it, what can you do? Grandson, there is a way to report an address, meet and chat. Wow. Society, it's working, it's working. Guangdong's warhorse tattooed on his upper body, and he has become a social person from now on. Look at life and death, if you don't agree, just do it. Hey, since ancient times, the beauty and misfortunes of water, as expected. Just because you saw it in the live broadcast room and started to do it, you really deserve to die. What an idiot, looking at the girl, the building is crooked. And she felt something and looked in the direction of the anchor. The anchor was so frightened that he shrank his neck, hurriedly turned the camera and was no longer shooting, and slipped along the crowd. He also noticed that there were 2 bodyguards in black standing not far from Chen Xi. Wearing a black suit and black sunglasses, at first glance, he is a person who cannot be provoked. And in the live broadcast room, there was a mess. I want to see Miss. Anchor, give the camera to Miss, or I'll curse you to death. What an anchor, believe it or not, I'll throw eggs for you. The anchor is about to cry, and finally got a few fans. I am afraid that they will become black fans. Miss, here we come. Just then, one of the bodyguards said. Not far away, the white Land Rover Range Rover driven by Jiang Nan drove over. The car stopped next to Chen Xi, and Jiang Nan pushed the door and got out of the car. Hi, I'm sorry, I'm a little late. Chen Xi's eyes lit up, and the whole person was stunned for a moment. Today's Jiang Nan is a bit too handsome, not habitually wearing his street stalls, but a light gray Armani suit and a pair of very trendy Versace leather shoes. It looks low-key and temperamental, and the whole person is also set off to be handsome. You are so pretty today. Jiang Nan looked at Chen Xi without concealment. Although he had seen it countless times, Chen Xi's beauty was still so fascinating. Well, great in every way. He sighed to himself that this girl is simply a darling of God, with a good face, a good figure, a good temperament, a good cultivation, and a good family background. Not angry. Humph. Are you embarrassed to ask a girl to wait for you? Chen Xi said with a slightly angry look. Jiang Nan smiled bitterly, there is a traffic jam on the road. After all, Chen Xi was accompanying him to the auction house this time, and she had to be more accommodating. Come on, the plane is about to take off. Chen Xi said something, stepped on high heels, twisted her slender waist, and set off first. Jiang Nan shook his head helplessly and followed. The 2 bodyguards in black got into the car and drove away. Wow. This is first class? It's really different from the economy class. After getting on the plane and arriving in the first-class cabin that Chen Xi had booked in advance, Jiang Nan couldn't help but sigh. Humph. Stop pretending. Chen Xi gave him a roll of eyes and said, aren't you tired of pretending to be a diaosi all day long? Jiang Nan. What do I have to wear? Well, this misunderstanding looks good though. Cough cough. Jiang Nan coughed twice and sat down calmly. You have seen through this. And Qi threw him a charming white eye and said nothing. Jiangnan is quite happy. It seems that she is more convinced when she pretends to be herself. Dress it up then. The years of pretense must be very good. What would you two drink? The pretty stewardess came up with a standard smile. Have a cocktail. And Qi said lightly. Jiangnan was stunned and asked in confusion, is there any cocktails on the plane? Why didn't I know? Sir, you have never been in first class before. The stewardess on the side explained with a smile, there will be exquisite cocktails in first class, but not in ordinary economy class. Jiangnan was embarrassed. Sir, what would you like to drink? Stewardess is very good at changing topics. Have a cocktail too. Jiangnan smiled. Wait a second, the two of you will be here soon. The flight attendant stepped back. Angie gave him a roll of eyes. Jiangnan shrugged and didn't say anything. He took out his mobile phone and checked the information to make up lessons for himself. Only then did he know the difference between first class and economy class. In addition to the spacious and comfortable space, you can enjoy some more exquisite drinks, and you can even enjoy the massage brought by the flight attendant for free. Gee, this is not bad. But this time it was avoided. It was inconvenient to have Qi by my side. Next time, enjoy a massage from the stewardess. The journey in first class was very comfortable, and it was even more comfortable to have an excellent girl like Qi to accompany. He and Qi chatted casually, and they didn't think it took too long before the plane arrived at the magic capital and began to land. As they got off the plane, Qi said, Jiangnan, have you considered the reserve price of the Imperial Green Jadeite auction? Okay. Jiangnan nodded, 20 million, the price for Zhao Lao's reference. Well, that's good. Qi nodded, and then changed the conversation, someone picked us up when we got off the plane. It's an auctioneer from the Magic City auction house. We have a good personal relationship. Someone picks up, that's great. Jiangnan nodded, lamenting that Njia's network of contacts is indeed too extensive. As soon as the two walked out of the airport, a voice shouted, Hi, Qi. It was a woman's voice, slightly hoarse, with a nice voice. Jiang Nanshuan's reputation lit up, and his eyes lit up. A nice beauty, with long wavy blonde hair and a hot body, she is smiling at Qi. There are two small dimples on her delicate face. The moment she saw it, Jiang Nan thought of a sentence. Your dimples have no alcohol, but I am as drunk as a dog. What's the matter? Are all the beautiful women's friends also beautiful? Jiang Nan sighed in his heart that such a beautiful beauty as Qi is rare. But this girl is not bad. Although she is different from Qi's beauty and has a different taste, she is on the same level as Qi. Who is this? The curly-haired beauty noticed Jiang Nan next to Qi, and looked at Jiang Nan with a little interest. Jiang Nan. Qi introduced. He, so handsome, is he your boyfriend? The curly-haired beauty smiled, looking very interested in Gangnam. Go, it's not, it's just a friend. Qi's face flushed. Real or fake? Of course it's true. Qi said, okay, don't be so crazy, don't talk about this topic, go to the auction house. Okay, get in the car. The curly-haired beauty opened the door of a red Porsche Cayenne next to her as she spoke, and glanced at Jiang Nan before getting in the car. Jiang Nan smiled politely. Several people got in the car. The car started and merged into the traffic. The curly-haired girl said while driving, handsome guy, let me introduce myself, my name is Zhu Yuyu. Zhu Yuyu? Jiang Nan smiled, a very nice name. Thank you for the compliment. The curly-haired beauty smiled at Jiang Nan, and the two dimples were so mesmerizing. Angie, you haven't been here for a while. I miss you. The curly-haired girl changed the subject and chatted with Chen Xi. Yeah, there are a lot of things going on recently, and I miss you too. Chen Xi said. Duplicitous, if you don't want me to come to see me. Didn't you say, there are more things? The two girls chatted about useless gossip topics. Jiang Nan listened to his ears and was completely speechless. He simply kept silent and looked at the scenery outside through the window. However, the curly-haired girl, Zhu Yuyu's slightly hoarse voice and nice voice always attracted him to listen to this girl. Such a nice sound is simply a pleasure. And let Jiang Nan inexplicably give birth to an evil idea, if such a girl is a wife, what activities will be held at night? I don't know how wonderful it will be. It took about an hour to arrive at the auction house in the magic capital. There is no way the magic capital is too big. The Porsche Cayenne was parked directly in the underground parking lot of the Magic City auction house. With Zhu Yuyu leading the way, the three of them took the shortcut, took the elevator from the garage of the underground parking lot, and went directly to the treasure appraiser of the auction house. The gate of the treasure appraiser is heavily guarded, with more than a dozen security guards, serious faces, and most importantly, armed with guns. After passing the door, there is a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor are small rooms, which are places where industry experts from various aspects do appraisals. Don't talk about it, seeing this scene gives people a sense of oppression. It was the first time for Jiang Nan to come to this kind of place, so I was a little nervous. Fortunately, Zhu Yuyu led the way, and the security did not question them. So the three of them came in directly. At the door of each room, there are indicators showing whether there are guests or no guests. Under the leadership of Zhu Yuyu, the three walked along the corridor for a long distance, and they were in room 28. When they saw the green light, it indicated that there was no one in the room for the time being. Zhu Yuyu knocked on the door, then pushed open the door and took Jiang Nan and Chen Xi in. The room is not too big, a desk, an old man, is drinking tea. Elder Zhang, Yuyu said with a smile, I brought a friend here. The old man nodded, smiled faintly, and said nothing. He seems to be an old man who usually speaks less. Jiang Nan, take out the things. Chen Xi said. Jiang Nan nodded, took out 2 pieces of imperial green from his backpack, and put them on the table in front of the old man. The old man looked around, his eyes lit up, and he said with a smile on his face, Emperor Green, it's a good thing, I haven't seen it for a long time. As he spoke, he picked up the magnifying glass on the side and watched it carefully. The curly-haired girl, Zhu Yuyu, gestured for everyone to stop talking. Angie nodded in understanding. Jiang Nan also nodded to show that he understood. The room was quiet. Time goes by minute. Make people look carefully. Gangnam is a bit boring waiting. Nearly 10 minutes. The old man stopped, nodded with satisfaction, and said in a positive tone. Yes, it's Emperor Green. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan smiled. The old man did not talk nonsense, took out a bill from the drawer of the table, signed the imperial green on it, and then signed it again and stamped it with the seal. Then connect the Emperor Green and the bill to Zhu Yuyu and say, bring it over to arrange the auction. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Zhu Yuyu took it. Elder Zhang, let's go first. Zhu Yuyu greeted with thunder again, and the three left. After leaving the treasure appraiser, Zhu Yuyu said, Angie, I can't accompany you anymore. I'm going to take the Emperor Green to arrange an auction. When the auction is over, let's have a meal together. Okay, let's go. And Qi nodded. See you later, handsome. Zhu Yuyu looked at Jiangnan and winked at him mischievously. See you later. Jiangnan smiled. Inexplicably a little touched in my heart, I said that this girl is really hooking. Zhu Yuyu flicked her long wavy hair, turned around and left with her slender waist. Her graceful figure attracted criminals. Jiangnan looked at her back. Humph. And Qi snorted coldly next to her, I'm still watching, but I can't pull it out. If I look carefully. Jiangnan smiled awkwardly and said, how can there be? Cut, it's duplicitous. And Qi threw him a charming glance, let's find a place to order food, the auction will not start until noon. Okay. Jiangnan nodded, you are familiar here. Where do you want to eat? I will treat you. Nonsense. And Qi dug her mouth, you are a big man, do you want me to treat you? Jiangnan. I really don't have a common language with this girl. There is a Western restaurant nearby, let's eat there. And Qi said, twisting her slender waist and leading the way. Jiangnan pouted without saying a word, and followed up. When dealing with this girl, he understands that he should talk less, so as not to be stabbed. Auction starts at 2 p.m. Under the leadership of Qi, Jiangnan entered the auction venue lightly. As guests with bidding items, their seats were arranged in the front position. It's a pretty good location. The entire auction venue has a large area, like a movie theater, with gradually increasing stairs, so that everyone can clearly see the auction table. The entire auction venue has 1,000 seats and can accommodate up to 1,000 people. At this time, more than half of the seats were already occupied, and the whole hall was very lively. The chatter was endless. Jiangnan and Qi sat side by side, and Qi habitually did not speak much. Jiangnan casually looked at the auction venue and was familiar with the environment here. Because this should be a place where I often come to in the future. About half an hour later, the back door of the auction venue opened, and several heavily armed security guards entered the venue first. Immediately, the auction venue was quiet. Jiangnan understood that the auction was about to start.